This is nothing worth hiding from you. We are going to search for the eggs of a winged sea leopard. The price of these eggs are bound to skyrocket as the Spring Immortals Gate Conference draws closer. If we are fortunate, we could use these eggs to become a service disciple in a sect. In fact, if look around you, you'll notice that most of these teams are out to search for the eggs of a winged sea leopard. What kind of sea beast is this? Mo Wuji was very confused about these demons. The tall brawny man replied, "Ha, if I did not hear that you managed to kill 2 lightning crocodiles, I would have doubted your strength. The winged sea leopard is not a sea beast. It is a lesser demon and its greatest ability is flying. Many cultivators choose the winged sea leopard as their mode of transport because as long as you have their eggs, they are very easy to tame. Furthermore, the winged sea leopard can travel on land and water. There are still some wild winged sea leopards hidden along the beach of Changluo. The combat effectiveness of the winged sea leopard is not that strong as compared to the lightning crocodiles, but the frustrating thing is that these winged sea leopards usually choose to stay in areas with lightning crocodiles around. Lightning crocodiles are very good at long-ranged attacks and their lightning attacks are especially hard to block against." Mo Wuji believed his words, but he was still unable to figure out the reason why they wanted to team up with Ding Buer and himself. Even though he mentioned that he managed to kill 2 lightning crocodiles, who knew what methods he used? How could the 3 of them be so easily convinced that they were strong enough? However, Mo Wuji did not think he had anything to lose by teaming up with them, hence answered, "Alright, I agree to team up with you under one condition. If we are under attack by too many lightning crocodiles, everyone has to help out. In addition, we would love to have some of the eggs if we manage to collect more." "I like it, that's a deal. My name is Ji Guang and these are my companions, Gao Wan and Sun Lian. Do you need time to prepare? We can leave right away if you're ready." Mo Wuji hurried to reply, "Why don't we leave now? I have nothing much to prepare. How long will the trip be? Ji Guang replied, "We will take at most a day to reach the 7-angled sea. We should be able to find the eggs in a couple of days if we're lucky. If not, we'll not be able to find it even after the Spring Immortals Gate Conference starts. However, do not worry because the 3 of us want to visit the conference as well, so we will not waste our time there for too long." There were rumors where Changluo City got its name because it is a city located near Changluo Sea, thus it is also known as Seaside City. Changluo Sea is vast and boundless with numerous danger sites. The danger site closest to Changluo City would be the 7-angled sea. The 7-angled sea consists of 7 continuous sea canyons forming a small sea in between. It is the closest to Changluo where the winged sea leopards are most commonly spotted. In recent years, the number of winged sea leopards captured have been increasing. Therefore, we do not see many of the winged sea leopards in 7-angled sea anymore. To capture a winged sea leopard, we might have to set out to sea for nearly a day. Mo Wuji and his team left before the sun set and reached the 7-angled sea in the morning. There are indeed quite a lot of people here. Mo Wuji could notice a large number of beast carriages and even some flying beast carriages parked here. Ji Guang said cautiously, "Everyone please be careful because most of the people here come for the eggs of the winged sea leopard. We should try our best to avoid getting close to the people here as many of them live off robbing others of the eggs that they manage to collect. It looks like we have to set out to sea to look for these eggs. We have to take a boat, right? To set out to sea. Will we be heading out on a boat with a lot of people?" A puzzled Ding Buer questioned Ji Guang. The quiet Gao once sneered at Ding Buer and said, "If a lot of us set out to sea together, how would we have the opportunity to capture the eggs?" Ji Guang added, "Even though there is a boat rental shop nearby, I did not intend on renting a boat. We brought something of our own." Ji Guang then took out a big parcel from his bag which Mo Wuji had been wondering what was inside for some time now. "What is this?" Ding Buer could not help but ask. Mo Wuji could tell it is an inflatable rubber dinghy. However, he was sure it was not as simple as a normal rubber dinghy. This is an inflatable rubber dinghy. Ji Guang pulled out a cap and the rubber dinghy started to inflate itself. In a few seconds, the rubber dinghy stretched out to 7 meters long and 3 meters wide. This is very convenient, Ding Buer said surprisingly. Mo Wuji kept quiet because he knew that this thing could be very risky. Once they set out to sea with this and met any demonic beasts, this thing could sink in one bite. This was not his main worry. His main worry is that there are no motor on board this dinghy. How are we going to move this? Ji Guang took out 4 paddles from another bag. Except for Brother Mo, all 4 of us take one, and with our speed, we should be able to reach our destination before the sun sets. This region should only have lightning crocodiles and not any other demonic beasts. After he finished his words, his eyes fell on Mo Wuji and said, Brother Mo, you are capable of resisting against lightning attacks. If we were attacked by the lightning crocodiles, please help block the attacks. If the 4 of us row at our full might, as long as we go past the region, the lightning crocodiles would not follow us. Mo Wuji finally understood why he was asked to join their team, even though they could tell that both Ding Buer and himself were not strong. By getting Ding Buer and himself in their team, they got themselves a person to help row the dinghy and a person to tank and resists the lightning attacks from the 6-footed lightning crocodiles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Single-Handed. Chapter 59, Single-Handed. Translator, Sparrow _ Editor, Sparrow _ Yui. Ding Buer also understood what was going on. It turned out that they were being used. Wuji, Ding Buer turned to Mo Wuji, his face turned unsightly. Mo Wuji already had his suspicions when Ji Guang invited Ding Buer and him into the team. Now that things had become clear, he did not panic, but actually calmed down and said, this means that we have some value. If we didn't have value, Brother Ji probably wouldn't have invited us, right? By the time he uttered the last sentence, Mo Wuji had already turned and faced Ji Guang. In truth, he did not mind. Ji Guang was making use of him. At the same time, he was also making use of Ji Guang. If Ji Guang did not lead the way, it would have been extremely difficult to get here. Furthermore, he found himself 3 additional helpers. Ji Guang felt that he was making use of Mo Wuji because he didn't know Mo Wuji actually wanted to be attacked by lightning. Lightning was a nightmare for people like Ji Guang. However, it was the highest opportunity for Mo Wuji. If he did not have anything to offer, it would have been as he said, no one would be willing to accept him and Ding Buer into their teams. Good, Brother Mo sure is open-minded. Come, let's set off. Finishing this sentence, Ji Guang hopped on the leather boat. Seeing Mo Wuji agree, Ding Buer did not speak any further, directly picking up the paddle and hopping on the rubber dinghy together with Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji initially thought that with 4 men paddling the dinghy, its speed would not be very fast. However, after actually being on the dinghy, his thinking proved to be false. The design of the rubber dinghy was incredibly ingenious. With just 4 people paddling, the dinghy was seemingly gliding through the water, with a speed as fast as a motorboat. Mo Wuji observed that the rubber dinghy was able to minimize the water resistance. However, it had some weak points. With just 4 people, there weren't any shifts and rest time. Furthermore, the rubber dinghy could be easily torn. 2 hours later, the sky turned dark. Everyone, let's take a break. It looks like a storm is brewing, Mo Wuji suggested after he noticed Ding Buer barely holding on. Ji Guang nodded and said, sure. We will take a break here to rest and eat. After half an hour, we will continue. The group did not manage to rest for half an hour. After 20 minutes, lightning flashed, thunder crashed and raindrops the size of soybeans started to descend down on them. Mo Wuji took this time to check on the rubber dinghy. It had an automatic water draining feature, but it did not have a shelter to protect them from the rain. Another bolt of lightning descended. This time, however, Ji Guang started to shout alarmingly, "The lightning crocodiles are here. Everyone, don't fight them. We'll let Brother Mo handle them. While he helps us block the attacks, we will need to paddle faster. The faster we paddle, the lower the pressure on Brother Mo." Ji Guang did not manage to finish speaking as an enormous lightning crocodile pounced towards them. Before it even landed, a flash of lightning had already approached Mo Wuji, who was standing at the rear of the dinghy. Mo Wuji had no disapprovals with Ji Guang's plan. These lightning crocodiles easily bore grudges, they would fight to the death when provoked. It was best to avoid directly confronting them. This time, Mo Wuji brought a saber. He did not need Ji Guang to remind him. He immediately drained a bottle of channel opening solution and used his body to block the lightning. At the same time, he thrusted the saber towards the lightning crocodile's throat. Mo Wuji was already considered a channel opening stage level 1 cultivator. He was no longer a rookie and he immediately started on the spiritual energy circulation technique. Previously, he had to rely on great efforts and some luck to draw the lightning into his meridians. Now with the help of the circulation technique, he easily drew the lightning bolt into his meridians. Mo Wuji almost cried tears of joy. He was right in finding a cultivation manual. If he did not have a cultivation technique, how could he have drawn the lightning bolt in so easily? With another lightning bolt, Mo Wuji felt as though his fourth meridian was almost completely opened. The rubber dinghy rocked heavily. At the rear of the dinghy, Mo Wuji was stabbing the lightning crocodile's throat without stop. Mo Wuji could only get one stab in for every 3 to 4 lightning bolt which landed on him. Despite being struck, Mo Wuji was indescribably happy. After reaching channel opening stage level 1, he knew how fast his progress could be. Furthermore, with the spiritual energy circulation technique which drew the lightning directly into his meridians, the damage he suffered was reduced. In the past, 10 bolts of lightning would have sent him flying, paralyzing him for a long time. Now, he had been hit by more than 10 lightning bolts but he was still well and fine. Furthermore, the opening of his meridians became much easier. What basics of cultivation? This cultivation technique really deserved to be called the immortal mortal technique. With just 10 lightning bolts, his 5th meridian got forced open. If he wanted to, he could have killed this lightning crocodile a long time ago. However, he was afraid of scaring away the other lightning crocodiles, so he stayed his hand. Ji Guang and company saw bolt after bolt land on Mo Wuji. Seeing him hold on valiantly, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Mo Wuji wasn't lying. He had the ability to resist the lightning crocodiles. He probably had some special constitution. In the past, when they encountered lightning crocodiles, they could only run and retreat, without any ability to resist. Now with Mo Wuji, they had some means of resisting. As Mo Wuji forced open his 6th meridian, another 2 lightning bolts landed on him from the side. The lightning crocodile finally had some reinforcements. Mo Wuji no longer showed any mercy. The saber in his hand sped up, stabbing the lightning crocodile's throat, sending its dead, inanimate corpse down into the sea. The lightning crocodile's body had materials which were worth money, but Mo Wuji had no intentions of collecting the corpses. Even though the rubber dinghy was not small, amassing these corpses would cause the dinghy to slow down. Even though Mo Wuji could use the lightning to open his meridians, he was not able to fully absorb it. A portion of the lightning would land in his body. Soon, his flesh started to tear and his skin charred black. When Ji Guang and company saw the 3 lightning crocodiles gang up against Mo Wuji, their blood ran cold. However, they did not expect Mo Wuji to suddenly burst with godlike strength, directly killing one of the lightning crocodile. Seeing Mo Wuji block bolt after bolt of lightning, Ji Guang started to feel that it was really a wise decision to have invited Mo Wuji. After killing the lightning crocodile, Mo Wuji continued to use the channel opening solution and accept the blows of the 2 remaining lightning crocodiles. Very soon, Ji Guang and company found that Mo Wuji had relied on luck to kill the previous crocodile. Mo Wuji looked like he was no longer able to kill the lightning crocodiles. He only managed to get one stab in after being struck more than 10 times. The lightning crocodile had incredible vitality, 1 or 2 stabs was nothing to it. Worried that Mo Wuji could no longer bear the lightning crocodile's relentless assault, Ji Guang and company paddled with their lives. Ding Buer wanted to help Mo Wuji, but he knew he wasn't even able to withstand a single lightning bolt. As a result, he could only paddle as hard as he can to get out of the lightning crocodile's attack zone. However, the lightning crocodile moves extremely fast in water. How could they be so easily ditched? Under the crazed storm, the rubber dinghy sped forward. At the rear, Mo Wuji was fighting the lightning crocodiles in the rain. The constant flashes of lightning let Ji Guang and company know that Mo Wuji was not dead, but still fighting on. Mo Wuji had already lost the initial excitement and agitation in his heart. He no longer showed mercy. Slowly, each movement he made started to get harder. Even though these lightning bolts could help him endlessly open his meridians, he was too weak to exploit it. His physical body, being only at channel opening stage level 1, was reaching its limits. Kaka, 3 consecutive lightning bolts landed on Mo Wuji, 2 of which were circulated into his clogged meridians, while the last one roasted a large part of his meat. When the 19th meridian got forced open, Mo Wuji fiercely gritted his teeth and rushed towards the lightning crocodile. He cannot fall. If he falls, he would directly be killed. All his previous efforts would be wasted. He was a mortal with mortal roots. He needed to persevere and push on to succeed. Half a day passed, even Ji Guang started to grow weak. He did not know how Mo Wuji could last for so long. The heavy storm made the rear look extremely hazy. Ji Guang and company did not even know what was going on back there, and how many crocodiles Mo Wuji faced. Mo Wuji was like a tough nail, single-handedly holding the rear. He was strong and infallible. Even Mo Wuji did not know how many lightning crocodiles he met. If the rubber dinghy was not constantly moving forward, they would have been surrounded a long time ago. He had killed more than 10 lightning crocodiles, but the lightning crocodiles seemed to be coming unceasingly. The 26th meridian finally opened. Mo Wuji finished another bottle of channel opening solution and discovered that he only had 7 bottles left. At this moment, his entire body felt weak, all the bones in his body felt like they were broken. He was able to stand on sheer willpower alone. Another lightning crocodile was struck into the sea. At the same time, Mo Wuji's 27th meridian was perforated. Yet another lightning bolt landed on Mo Wuji's chest. Even though he had opened 27 meridians, his ability was still at the channel opening stage level 1. After spending so long in the storm and being constantly struck by lightning, Mo Wuji was mentally and physically exhausted. Ultimately, he was made of flesh and blood, and not steel. He could no longer hold on and collapsed heavily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, Only with Power Comes Respect. Chapter 60, Only with Power Comes Respect. Translator, Sparrow_. Editor, Sparrow_Yui. Mo Wuji was completely drained, and the 4 paddling the boat was not really better off. Seeing that Mo Wuji was unable to strike back, Ji Guang and the others paddling with greater fervor. Even though the rubber dinghy had a certain level of resistance against lightning attacks, but with the sheer number of attacks absorbed, its structure was close to giving way. Moreover, the whole fiasco was going on in the rain. At least after Mo Wuji killed 10 over lightning crocodiles, there were only 2 to 3 chasing after them. More importantly, these few crocodiles had serious injuries inflicted by Mo Wuji. As Mo Wuji stopped his assault, the rubber dinghy quickly accelerated and left the critically injured crocodiles in its wake. Without the boat in sight, the crocodiles soon lost any reason for their rage. Lightning crocodiles were rather peculiar demons as they bore grudges. The greater the grudge, the greater their vitality, offensive strength, and explosiveness. They would also recognize targets too. Unless faced with overwhelming attacks that left them with no way to fight back, they would not retreat. Around 2 hours later, the storm ceased, and they arrived at a small island barely 500 meters wide. Mo Wuji had recovered some energy, but on the other hand Ji Guang and the 3 others were overcome with fatigue. "Brother Mo, we owe you big time for this. We'll be going up to rest for a while, so please drag the boat up and hide it in the reef." Ji Guang was the first to climb up onto the island, and began to refer to Mo Wuji as Brother Mo out of nowhere. Despite serious injuries and a tearing sensation all over, Mo Wuji remained the strongest within the group. "Wuji, I don't know how you do it." Ding Buer teetered and tottered but somehow managed to climb up, barely able to lift his arms at all. Both Gao Wan and Sun Lian looked at Mo Wuji with awe, and any dismissive thoughts had already vanished completely. While they were totally drained, it was only due to intense physical activity. Mo Wuji actually acted as their shield. If it were not for him blocking all attacks from behind, the lightning crocodiles would surround the rubber dinghy and trap them all. "Brother Ji, right here?" Mo Wuji saw a rugged island in the distance, but he could only see about 100 meters out. Mo Wuji did not elaborate much about how he resisted the lightning crocodiles' attacks. In reality, even if he did not engage those demons, Ji Guang and the others might not necessarily have been stopped by them. But of course there was still the possibility of that happening, so he still played a crucial role in their survival. "That's right, this is the place. I'd been here once before. Not many people know about its existence. Wuji, this time your contribution has been the greatest. However, we did not manage to recover a single lightning crocodile's body as the boat was moving too quickly. How about this, as long as we find more the 2-winged sea leopard's eggs, you'll get one first." Ji Guang spoke with sincerity, a 180 degrees change in the way he treated Mo Wuji. No one disagreed with Ji Guang's proposal, because power was everything. With the ability to block lightning crocodiles all the way away while killing over 10 of them, Mo Wuji appeared to be stronger than Ji Guang himself. This strength won the respect of everyone in the team. Mo Wuji naturally had no objections. He was here neither to harvest ingredients from lightning crocodiles' bodies, nor to search for winged sea leopards' eggs, but to utilize the attacks of the lightning crocodiles to burst open his meridians. Now that his primary objective had been achieved, it didn't hurt to get a few winged sea leopard eggs. "My suggestion is for us to set up camp for the night, then leave at dawn tomorrow." Everyone was fatigued with little to no sleep, and Mo Wuji knew that. To search for winged sea leopards' eggs in this sort of situation would be suicide, even for him. Moreover, he had similarly heavy injuries which required at least a night to recover. Gao Wan nodded. "I agree with Brother Mo's plan. Let's rest here for the night before doing anything else." Although Ji Guang really wanted to set off earlier, but Mo Wuji had spoken and Gao Wan agreed to it, so he went along with Mo Wuji's plan. The raging storm finally calmed down, and all that was left was the unrelenting waves that beat on the shores of the island continuously. In the team, other than Ding Buer, the other 4 people were cultivators. Hence, while Ding Buer lay down in a cave to sleep, the rest of the team sat cross-legged to circulate their spiritual energy. Now with 27 meridians open, Mo Wuji's cultivation speed increased exponentially. Even without a high density of spiritual energy in the area, there was an invisible stream of spiritual energy around him. Upon waking from a night's rest, Mo Wuji felt totally refreshed. Not only had the state of his injuries improved, but his strength also increased significantly. "Brother Mo, could it be that you are cultivating with the basics of cultivation?" Once everyone was awake, Ji Guang was the first to speak. He was a lowly cultivator and could not sense any movement from Mo Wuji as he cultivated. But from his posture, Ji Guang could guess that Mo Wuji was a practitioner of the basics of cultivation. "Yes indeed. It's because I can't afford other cultivation techniques." Mo Wuji laughed it off. Ji Guang replied in a serious tone, "Brother Mo, with your ability, you definitely can obtain a much higher quality cultivation technique. The price of a lightning crocodile is actually very high, so next time you could just find a team, rent a boat, and sail out to sea to hunt 6-footed lightning crocodiles. Before you know it, you'll be able to afford a decent mortal-grade cultivation technique. The basics of cultivation has too slow a cultivation speed, and also requires a large amount of resources for cultivation. It's not worth it to continue using such a technique." Mo Wuji replied indifferently, "It's a miracle that I can even cultivate at all, as my spirit roots are really lousy. I don't really care how good or bad my cultivation technique is either. Moreover, my cultivation technique has a really bombastic name too, Immortal Mortal Technique. How impressive does that sound? Ha ha ha." Ji Guang and the others doubled up from laughing, not knowing how to respond to what Mo Wuji just said. It was the first time anyone disregarded his future progression just because the name of a cultivation technique sounded impressive. "Wuji, you can cultivate now?" Ding Buer asked softly. Mo Wuji patted Ding Buer while replying, "Once we return, you can also start cultivating with the Immortal Mortal Technique. My spirit roots are of very low quality, to the extent that they almost do not exist. Since I still managed to cultivate, why don't you give it a try too?" Mo Wuji decided that he would help Ding Buer find a way to open his spirit channels after he had firmed up things on his end. "I really can cultivate?" Ding Buer eagerly inquired. Immortal masters were existences that were completely out of his reach. Thus, since Mo Wuji said that he could cultivate too, wouldn't he be overwhelmed by excitement? Ji Guang smiled and spoke as well, "As long as you have some spiritual nature in you, even with the poorest quality spirit roots, you can still cultivate. The only difference is how far you can go on the path of cultivation." Hearing this, Ding Buers became invigorated with energy. He might have a wee bit of spirit roots. What's different about his situation from Mo Wuji's was that he did not have the chance to take the test properly yet. 9,999 out of 10,000 people have mortal roots, hence for someone of low status, whose ancestors all have mortal roots, he would most surely have mortal roots too. However, his thoughts about this issue differed from Mo Wuji. He did not care. Only when he went to the royal capital, where there were large swaths of people who possessed spirit roots, did his burning spirit get ignited. The sight of mortals being bullied strengthened his resolve to become strong. "Let's go." After a night of rest, everyone had recovered to a certain extent. With a wave of his hand, Ji Guang led the team to set out. On the greatly spacious island, the 5 men trekked for over 2 hours, weaving in and out of the oddly shaped reefs and rocks. "Carrying on like this won't get us anywhere," Mo Wuji thought. He intended to ask Ji Guang how he was navigating about, but he suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Mo Wuji was the first to drop to the ground, at the same time scanning around to identify the source of the scream, Sun Lian, who had been quiet all this while. A large gaping hole which bled profusely could be clearly seen on his right shoulder. "No one move, it's an arrow-shooting beast. The arrow shot from one has corrosive effects. Once you're hit by one, the wound will give you extreme pain. It'll make you suffer." Ji Guang immediately shouted out, simultaneously passing a pill to Sun Lian. Other than the scream after getting hit by the arrow, the rugged Sun Lian did not make a single sound. He swallowed the pill Ji Guang gave him, and took out some medicinal powder to apply on the bleeding area before bandaging it up. The powder was highly effective, stopping the bleeding instantly. The 5 of them regrouped, and Ding Buer asked softly, "Where are the arrow-shooting beasts? Why have I not seen a single one?" To that Ji Guang solemnly answered, "Arrow-shooting beasts are highly skilled in camouflage. Sometimes when it disguises itself as a rock, you can't even differentiate it from an actual rock. Most of those who die here searching for winged sea leopards don't get killed by the winged sea leopards, but by these arrow-shooting beasts." Everyone instinctively scrutinized all rocks around them, but another scream sounded out once again. This time the 5 of them were aware that it did not originate from any of them. There's someone else here. Just as Gao Wan's words left his mouth, two shadows were seen dashing out from the corner of the reef ahead. A large black silhouette followed closely behind them with its mouth opened up wide, gobbling up one of the two in one bite. That's the winged sea leopard? Ding Buer asked, shaking in fear. He saw that the black silhouette that swallowed one of the guys had the head of a leopard. The only difference was that this aquatic animal had a much larger mouth, and had an additional pair of black wings on its back. Mo Wuji was also paralyzed by fear. Who said that the winged sea leopard's offensive strength was low? This one ate a person in one bite, how is it weak? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Generosity. Chapter 61, Generosity. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Stop talking, Ji Guang frantically reminded. But it was too late, the winged sea leopard had already heard Ding Buer's voice. With this, it kicked the other lucky survivor to one side, and pounced in Mo Wuji's direction. Everyone attack! As the snarling winged sea leopard sprang towards them, Ji Guang instinctively raised his glistening blade, facing his rabid foe with fiery defiance in his eyes. Gao Wan and the injured Sun Lian followed suit. Although Ding Buer was weaker than the rest, but he had caused this situation to develop, hence he rushed forward without hesitation too. Out of the five of them, only Mo Wuji hung back. Not only did he hang back, but he stood completely still. He did so not out of the fear of death, but he was observing the surroundings ever since he heard Ji Guang describe the arrow-shooting beast. The combined effort of four men should be able to keep the winged sea leopard under control, so it meant little if he did not participate. Instead, Mo Wuji expressed greater concern for the arrow-shooting beast that hurt Sun Lian. Direct attacks are easy to dodge, but it's much harder to avoid sneak attacks. The presence of a camouflaged arrow-shooting beast worried Mo Wuji more. Indeed, the events played out almost exactly as what Mo Wuji predicted it to be. Ji Guang and company basically absorbed the attacks of the winged sea leopard. While the winged sea leopard possessed a high level of brute strength, it lacked mobility. Out of the four that surrounded it, three of them, excluding Ding Buer, were battle-hardened with plenty of experience. Taking advantage of this, they fought to a standstill with the winged sea leopard. However, gaps began to show in their offensive. The winged sea leopard seized the opportunity and leveraged on its size to charge ferociously at them. Sun Lian's injuries acted up, and within a few minutes Ding Buer's lack of strength started to show. Unable to stand up against the force that hit him, Ding Buer was knocked back and left a gap behind. The winged sea leopard saw this, and snapped at the opportunity, biting at Ding Buer. Unfortunately, Ding Buer's repetitive moves had no way of adapting to the situation. As he was about to be eaten by the winged sea leopard, Mo Wuji let go of all restraint and was about to leap forward. At that moment, a black shadow shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the air towards Ji Guang. Once Mo Wuji noticed that Ji Guang was also heading to rescue Ding Buer, he immediately turned around to face the arrow. Now he could focus on blocking the sneak attack. Ding! The jet black arrow deflected off Mo Wuji's drawn blade. Fortunately, he was already at channel opening stage level 1, thus he could dissipate the great force that accompanied the arrow. If he were in his pre-cultivation state, this force would have been sufficient to blow him away. After successfully shielding Ji Guang from the black arrow, Mo Wuji kicked hard against the ground, directly pouncing at a piece of exposed coral. He observed the jet black arrow originating from this particular piece. Putting one and one together, he inferred that this was the arrow-shooting beast. Against such a vile and cunning creature, fighting from a distance would be looking for death. Being channel opening stage level 1, coupled with 27 opened meridians, although he had not progressed to the next level, Mo Wuji's explosiveness was off the charts. A distance of over 10 m was covered in a second. His long blade tore through the air with a whoosh. The unexpected attack caught the arrow-shooting beast by surprise. Never had it considered the possibility that Mo Wuji could block its arrow. Combined with the fast reaction time of Mo Wuji, the beast could only watch helplessly as the blade cut through its flesh. While the cut appeared on the coral, but there was the sensation of slashing through flesh. A stream of fresh blood flowed out, and the coral transformed into a shadow once again, disappearing from under the blade. Other than the slight breeze that followed, Mo Wuji did not sense any trace of the arrow-shooting beast anymore. Right below where the piece of coral was, lay a puddle of striking red blood. Guessing that the arrow-shooting beast would not emerge again, he swiftly turned to help Ji Guang and company, and at this instant he heard the winged sea leopard let out a violent roar. Ji Guang's curved sword had severed off the winged sea leopard's lower jaw, and fresh blood spurted out of the wound. Full of rage, the winged sea leopard lost its composure, with the two blades of Gao Wan and Sun Lian protruding out of the back of its neck subsequently. The giant carcass of the animal fell, crushing a large piece of coral on the ground. Ji Guang paid no attention to the slain winged sea leopard, but instead walked in front of Mo Wuji, thanking Mo Wuji with a bow, and said, "Brother Mo, thank you for saving my life again." He knew that Mo Wuji helped him to deflect the arrow from the arrow-shooting beast while he was busy saving Ding Buer's life. That arrow could have gone through his neck, fatally wounding him. "Brother Ji, since everyone's part of the team, it's natural for us to look out for each other. Moreover, if it weren't for you, Buer would likely be dead by now." Mo Wuji replied with a smile. But deep down everyone understood that it was Ji Guang that saved himself. If Ji Guang did not step out to save Ding Buer, then Mo Wuji definitely would not have gone to help Ji Guang block the arrow, instead choosing to go to the aid of Ding Buer. "Brother Mo, I'll be your friend from now on. I previously thought that you were trying to take advantage of us, but it looks like I've been too narrow-minded. If it were not for you hiding behind, waiting for the arrow-shooting beast, Brother Ji would not have survived this ordeal." The silent Sun Lian finally took the initiative to speak to Mo Wuji. "Let's conclude the niceties here, and focus on searching for the winged sea leopard eggs." Ji Guang gestured to the team, and took point in the search. It did not take much effort for them to find a coral cave with a smooth platform. The cave was gigantic, with a height and breadth of over 3.2 m. Even before taking a step into the cave, all five of them could smell a fishy odor. "This is the place," Ji Guang exclaimed. "This cave should be a temporary nest for winged sea leopards to hatch its eggs. They will abandon the cave and leave within 4 months." The five entered one by one, and quickly approached the deepest recesses of the cave. A towering nest made of an assortment of beast fur welcomed them in the depths of the cave. 6 eggs lay snugly in the center of the nest. These should be the eggs of a winged sea leopard, but what puzzled Mo Wuji was that 5 out of the 6 eggs was around the size of a volleyball, but the 6th was only a third the size of the others. On top of that, the 5 large eggs had beautiful black and white stripes on them, while the small egg was dirt yellow, with the appearance of a slightly larger chicken egg. "Our luck is quite good time, each of us gets 1 large egg. That puny one shouldn't be a winged sea leopard's egg, it might be something the winged sea leopard picked up elsewhere. Does everyone agree if we give that to Brother Mo too?" Ji Guang immediately settled the distribution of the loot. Ding Buer and Mo Wuji naturally had no objections. Sun Lian and Gao Wan agreed as well. They were completely aware of Mo Wuji's level of strength. Moreover, they owed a great part to Mo Wuji for them to be able to reach this far safely. Unexpectedly, Mo Wuji laughed and said, "No need for that, I'll only take this small egg. Buer gets 1 large egg, while you 3 split 4 eggs among yourselves. After all, it was Brother Ji that led us to this location." After completing his sentence, he swiped the small egg and kept it away. His objectives had been met long ago anyway. Without Ji Guang, he wouldn't have been able to find this place, much less open 27 meridians on the way here. If he also did not have the service disciple token that Qin Xiangyu gave him, Mo Wuji would have not gone against common sense to choose the small egg only, but keep 1 of each. After all, with a winged sea leopard's egg, he might have been able to become a service disciple. Since he now possessed the token of a service disciple, the winged sea leopard's egg no longer had any value to him. So why not give it to Ji Guang instead? Sometimes being taken advantage of is not necessarily a bad thing. This was a precious life lesson that Mo Wuji had learnt. Even if he brought the winged sea leopard's egg back with him, he would not bother to hatch it. Killing the winged sea leopard, and hatching its descendants to use as a ride. The whole notion made Mo Wuji feel uncomfortable. Although he did not take part in the killing of the winged sea leopard, he felt the same nonetheless. Okay, thank you Brother Mo for your generosity. You'll be my friend from now on, so if there's anything that you need me to help me, please don't hold back. Ji Guang graciously accepted Mo Wuji's act of generosity. After all, a single winged sea leopard's egg was not enough for him. Mo Wuji only got the chance to get a winged sea leopard's egg only because he had made greater contributions than Ji Guang, and as Ji Guang owed his survival to Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, The Spring Immortals Gate Conference. Chapter 62, The Spring Immortals Gate Conference. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The journey back was extremely quiet. They didn't meet with any six-footed lightning crocodiles, which made Mo Wuji a little depressed. He still had 7 bottles of channel opening solution. If they met with some lightning crocodiles, he would be able to open up to his 30th meridian or more. 2 days later, Mo Wuji and Ding Buer arrived back at Tianluo Hotel. When they arrived, Xin Lian still couldn't be found. Knowing that Mo Wuji had to cultivate, and that Xin Lian was an immortal master, Ding Buer decided to stay at the living room. Mo Wuji did not show Ding Buer around. He had just opened 27 meridians, and he needed to use this time to cultivate. When Mo Wuji started to absorb spiritual energy and circulate it in his body, he was almost shocked still. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, it was like simply adding drops of water to the sea. There was no obstacles or obstructions in his cultivation. When he first cultivated to channel opening stage level 1, he could distinctly feel a bottleneck. However, with his 27 open meridians, he felt that even if he continuously cultivated and absorbed spiritual energy, his 27 meridians would have the capacity to hold it in. As he continuously absorbed spiritual energy, his cultivation constantly rose. Even though Mo Wuji did not see any geniuses cultivating, he could guess that even geniuses could not absorb spiritual energy as fast as he could. His 27 meridians were like a wide, boundless ocean, free for him to swim and roam. Mo Wuji suppressed his wild joy. It no longer mattered to him that meridians may not be spirit channels. With his fast cultivation speed, no geniuses with their spirit channels could compare to him. 2 days passed in a flash. Mo Wuji felt like he had reached the peak of channel opening stage level 1. When he was at the brink of breaking through to channel opening stage level 2, he suddenly stopped. This wasn't due to limits in his meridians, but rather his lack of experience. He did not want to break through wrongly and make an irreparable mistake. More importantly, the Spring Immortals Gate was opening soon. Who knew how long the breakthrough would take? When Mo Wuji walked out of his room, he saw Xin Lian staring at Ding Buer with huge eyes. Noticing that Mo Wuji had come out, Xin Lian immediately frowned and asked, Mo Wuji, who is he? He's my friend, Ding Buer. Your room was actually meant for him, but since you didn't have anywhere to go, I decided to let you have it first. When Buer came, he insisted that he would not take your room, so he's temporarily staying in the living room. With Mo Wuji's words, the originally reproachful Xin Lian turned speechless. Feeling a little guilty, Xin Lian hurriedly said, the Spring Immortals Gate is opening. I came to call you to go and try your luck. Ding Buer was silently praising Mo Wuji's words in his heart. Hearing Xin Lian's words, Ding Buer's gaze then landed on her. Previously, he wasn't too excited about the Spring Immortals Gate. However, he now had a winged sea leopard egg. If he used it well, he might actually get accepted into a school or sect. Even being accepted as a service disciple would be incredible. Moreover, Mo Wuji could cultivate despite having mortal roots. Maybe he could cultivate too. Let's go. The reason why I came was for the Spring Immortals Gate Conference, Mo Wuji hastily said. He understood his own circumstances. He knew that his cultivation speed was no worse than geniuses, but as a mortal with mortal roots, it would be impossible to be accepted as a formal disciple during the Spring Immortals Gate. However, Mo Wuji did not really mind. It was already good enough that he was confirmed a place to be a service disciple at the Formless Blade sect. His sole purpose of joining a sect was to interact with immortal masters. Whenever there were things he did not understand, at least there would be some people he could ask. Mo Wuji did not know how big Changluo was. He only knew that it was the capital of Xinghan Empire, and it was also the biggest city in Xinghan. In his month in Changluo, he did not explore much of it. He did not even know where the royal palace was. Following Xinlian to Changluo Square, Mo Wuji finally knew how big and vast Changluo was. Changluo Square was filled to the brim with people. Mo Wuji and Xinlian came relatively late, and could only see from the sides. In the center of the square, there was an extremely large marble platform. On the center of the platform was a 7 m tall crystal pillar. Mo Wuji was familiar with it. It was the thing used to test for spiritual roots. Besides the crystal pillar, there were tens of round altars erected by the sects and schools. The sects' names were annotated at the top of altars. The big sects occupied a relatively bigger space and were built in a grander manner. For example, the Heavenly Temple's altar was extremely eye-catching and multiple times bigger than the other sections. In Mo Wuji's eyes, this was like a recruitment fair. It was clear who were the big corporations and who were the small companies. At the peripherals of the square, there were many sect signs. However, these sects were looking for service disciples. Mo Wuji soon saw a sign from the Formless Blade sect. From their signs and their altar, Mo Wuji could see that Formless Blade sect was barely above average. Shenlian looked at Mo Wuji and said, "Do you see? This Spring Immortals Gate is different from the past. In the past, only a few geniuses could participate and be tested. Afterwards, they would be selected by the sections. This time, besides the geniuses, anyone who thinks that they have decent spiritual roots could ask to test it. Even people like you, who came under the identity of a house attendant, could participate and be selected." Looking at the dense human crowd, Mo Wuji asked in disbelief, "If everyone here is taking part in the selection, when will the selection end?" Xinlian laughed, "You think everyone would get tested by that crystal pillar? Only the main participants get to be tested. For the rest, they need to qualify to be tested on the main stage by passing some preliminary tests." As she spoke, Xinlian pointed at a tall building at the side of Changluo Square. "That's where the preliminary tests are conducted. These tests are not bad. Firstly, it's quite cheap. Secondly, even if you don't qualify to even be an outer disciple, you can apply to be a service disciple. But Wuji, let me go there and test for my roots." Ding Buer saw many people going towards the preliminary test hall, and got a little eager. Mo Wuji had no intentions of testing for his spiritual roots, as he nodded at Ding Buer and said, "Sure, good luck." "What sect are you from?" Mo Wuji suddenly thought of Xinlian. She was really knowledgeable, and she was at channel opening stage level 4 at such a young age. She definitely had some background. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know," Xinlian casually replied, not intending to share anything further. Mo Wuji did not continue asking. He saw a tall man standing in the middle of the marble platform, right next to the crystal pillar. The crowd went silent, focusing all their attention on the tall man. "I represent Xinghan Empire to welcome the various sects to Changluo to select their disciples. I also welcome the geniuses throughout Xinghan to this selection. The auspicious hour has arrived. Light the cannons." At this point, 9 ceremonial cannons by the side of the marble platform shot off. Who is this man? Is he the Qing Han Empire Emperor? Mo Wuji whispered into Xunlian's ear. Of course he is the Emperor. Who else do you think he is? Xunlian rolled her eyes at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji asked puzzledly, it's true that the Emperor is a very distinguished man. But this is a place for cultivators. He doesn't count for much here, right? Xunlian looked at Mo Wuji speechlessly. Do you think it's so simple to be the emperor of an empire? While his personal power might not compare to some figures in certain sects, he is still extremely strong. Furthermore, do you think those peak experts would come for the Spring Immortals Gate selection? Even if these experts came, there would probably only be 1 or 2 of them, and they would only be here to scout for talented mantle disciples. They won't even reveal themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Worrying Encounter. Chapter 63, Worrying Encounter. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The Spring Immortals Gate is officially open. I wish the various sects good luck in finding exceptional disciples. And for our participating geniuses, may you spring into immortality and transcend mortality. With the end of the Qing Han Emperor's speech, the Spring Immortals Gate conference officially commenced. A huge queue of people a few meters wide appeared, forming directly at the front of the marble platform in the middle of the square. As the Qing Han Emperor descended, 2 officials responsible for recording the test results stood on the 2 sides of the crystal pillar. One of them rolled out a long leather scroll and announced, Changluo Prefecture's Ozwets it is to take the test. Changluo Prefecture's Wei Shi, get ready. After the official reported the 2 names, a youth in golden robes emerged from the queue and hastily walked to the front of the marble platform. With a jump and a somersault, he landed on top of the platform. After landing on the stage, he did not walk towards the crystal pillar but turned to face the crowd. This youth had an attractive figure. There were even a few girls screaming by the side. Xunlian sneered, this guy really loves to show off. Unless he has some heaven-defying spiritual roots, many schools and sects wouldn't want him. The golden-robed youth stood in front of the crystal pillar. A stream of khaki light rose from the pillar, reaching the 1.5-meter mark before it stopped. The official on the other side of the pillar announced, Changluo Prefecture's Ozwetsa, Earth Intermediate Grade Spiritual Roots. Qualification, medium-low. Mo Wuji could see that the golden-robed youth had quite a satisfied expression. Obviously, he was clear about the grade of his spiritual roots, and knew that it was enough for him to enter some sects as an outer disciple. However, the youth's expression soon hardened. No sects were interested in him. The Qing Han Emperor made it sound easy for those with spiritual roots to enter the sects they wanted. However, the prerequisite was for the sects to be interested in them. If no sect expressed interest, then it was meaningless even if one had great spiritual roots. The golden-robed youth stood rooted to the ground, stupefied. Seeing that Ozwetsa was still standing on the platform, the assessing official said grumpily, you have not been chosen. Hurry and get down. Yes. Ozwetsa finally came to his senses, walking down the platform with a blushed face. Mo Wuji shook his head. Even if this fella got selected by a sect, he wouldn't achieve much. He started showing off even before his results were announced, only to end up defeated and ashamed. This was not the mentality for great people. At this moment, a 3-meter-tall khaki light shone from the crystal pillar. Changluo Prefecture's Wei Shi, Earth High-Grade Spiritual Roots. Qualification, medium-high. The assessing official called out yet again. At this moment, 2 of the sect's altars lit up with a golden light. Mo Wuji puzzledly asked Xunlian, those 2 sects are interested in Wei Shi, right? Why are there only 2 sects interested in a high-grade spiritual root? Don't tell me the sects are only looking for those with supreme-grade spiritual roots? Xinlian answered, naturally, that's not the case. Unless it's for a peak-level genius, sects usually won't compete for a disciple. These two sects probably indicated their interest at the same time. Usually, you would only see one light. Earth sect's Golden Spear sect and Fire Phoenix School have selected Wei Shi at the same time. May Wei Shi go over and take his pick. Next, Changluo Prefecture's Chang Fei is to take the test. The official continued to call out. Many eager and envious eyes landed on Wei Shi. Not only was he favored by an Earth sect, he had the privilege of picking his sect. As everyone's eyes were on Wei Shi, a towering red light drew their eyes back to the crystal pillar. This light was approximately 4.5 meters tall. If it was a little taller, it would have reached the top. Nonetheless, it was an incredibly dazzling pillar of light. This reminded Mo Wuji of Yen Er. When she tested for her spiritual roots, there was also a similar towering pillar of light. Her light wasn't as high as this Chang Fei, definitely because her testing crystal pillar was of an inferior grade. Changluo Prefecture's Chang Fei, Fire Supreme Grade Spiritual Roots. Qualification, high. The official announced with a trembling voice. As he announced the results, more than 10 altars lit with a golden light. Obviously, this Chang Fei had attracted more than 10 sects to compete for him. Quasi-Sky Sect, Heavenly Temple, Distant Fire Sect, Jade Net Sect, Demonic Sect. As the official reported the names of the interested sects, Xinlian muttered astonishedly, "What a fella." In just a short moment, almost all the Quasi-Sky sects in Xinghan Empire have entered the fray. Mo Wuji clenched his fist. He suddenly thought of that goddamned woman who snatched Yen Er away, and could not help but get infuriated. This was the place Yen Er should be. She should be here picking her sect, instead of being snatched away soundlessly. There were so many Quasi-Sky sects she could choose from. This was exactly the kind of treatment a Gao Kao 1 scholar would experience. Under the awed and envious eyes of the crowd, Chang Fei chose the Heavenly Temple. In the following tests, there weren't any more supreme-grade spiritual roots. The best were the high-grade spiritual roots. Most of the participants had low-grade spiritual roots, followed by intermediate-grade spiritual roots. Wuji, I actually have Earth intermediate-grade spiritual roots. I get to take part in the selection. Ding Buer's excited voice called over. Mo Wuji turned and saw the jumpy figure of Ding Buer rushing over. Buer, congratulations! Mo Wuji was genuinely happy for Ding Buer. Why don't you also go and try your luck? Xinlian asked Mo Wuji curiously. Mo Wuji did not say anything. He only had mortal roots, there wasn't any luck for him to try. AI, when Manju was going up the platform. Ding Buer cut himself off halfway through his sentence, remembering the rumors between Wen Manju and Mo Wuji. A red light beam emerged from the pillar and rose to the 2.5-meter mark. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. This Wen Manju had not bad spiritual roots. As usual, the official reported, Changya State's Wen Manju, Fire high-grade spiritual roots. Qualification, medium-high. 3 golden lights simultaneously lit up, ostensibly interested in Wen Manju's Fire affinity spiritual roots. Mo Wuji saw the Heavenly Temple's light lighting up, and immediately knew that Wen Manju would choose the Heavenly Temple. This lady is really lucky, Ding Buer lamented saltily. Mo Wuji laughed. High-grade spiritual roots? So what? He did not have spiritual roots, but he was no less than geniuses with high-grade spiritual roots. Get out of here. Why is there a beggar like you here at the Spring Immortals Gate? This is simply humiliating, this grand affair. A snappy voice resounded somewhere near Mo Wuji. At the same time, Mo Wuji heard a painful muffle. Mo Wuji turned back and saw a disheveled, emaciated girl being kicked. When she fell, Mo Wuji's heart skipped a beat. At the next moment, Mo Wuji immediately rushed over. Yen Er. She must be Yen Er. He definitely did not see wrongly. But why was Yen here? How did she fall to such a sticky situation? 1. Gaokao is China's national college examinations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, 9 Tiers of Pill Refining. Chapter 64, 9 Tiers of Pill Refining. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Young master, after holding Yen close, Mo Wuji could hear her muttering constantly. Her eyes were listless, her clothes were tattered, and there was a rancid smell coming from her. She was constantly calling out for her young master, but it was not because she had recognized Mo Wuji, but it was because these were the words she had constantly been calling. Jing. Fei. Lan. Mo Wuji uttered those 3 words one at a time. He only knew that the woman who snatched Yen away was Jing Feilan. After being snatched away by her, Yen ended up on the streets, seemingly a little deranged. If he did not kill that woman, he would be living in vain all his life. Yen's body was covered in dirt, and her hair was withered and yellow. As Mo Wuji held her within his arms, he could feel that she was at most 10 to 20 kilograms. It was easy to deduce that she must have suffered a lot. Due to the fury in his heart, Mo Wuji clenched his fists angrily, his nails piercing into the meat in his palm. Fresh blood flowed, but he was seemingly unaware. Just now, you kicked Yen? Holding Yen up, Mo Wuji walked towards the man who kicked Yen. He previously swore that he would not let Yen go through any further suffering. However, in just this short period of time, she went through an unfathomable one. Not only did she end up as a homeless nomad, she was even unreasonably bullied. Mo Wuji was willing to take the pain that Yen had been through, so that she would no longer suffer. After all, she had already suffered enough taking care of him. The man's eyes swept across Mo Wuji, and he said cold, "Yes, this lord here kicked her. What are you going to do to me?" "Gotcha." "Ah. Pa." With a quick motion, Mo Wuji kicked the man's knee, and the sound of breaking bones could be heard. At the same time, Mo Wuji slapped the man's mouth. If all these suffering happened to him, he could tolerate it and wait for the right moment to act. But he was unable to tolerate Yen being bullied. Sometimes, if you really can't tolerate something, why remain patient? The man's scream of pain was dispersed with Mo Wuji's slap. He sat on the ground paralyzed, hugging his knee, spitting out a few teeth and fresh blood. As there were too many people and Mo Wuji was only at the periphery of the square, his actions only attracted the attention of the few in his immediate surroundings. The surrounding people could feel Mo Wuji's aggression and immediately dispersed, emptying the space. Mo Wuji no longer cared about that fella as he turned around to leave with Yen. "Is she your friend?" Shen Lian hurried over and whispered in Mo Wuji's ear. As Mo Wuji was about to answer, a gloomy voice called over, "Do you think you can just leave after beating someone during the Spring Immortals Gate?" The one speaking was a young man with a long face and slitted eyes. On his back was a long sword. His hair was tied into a bun and he was wearing a pair of light shoes. Mo Wuji had met with a lot of cultivators recently. One look and he knew that this person was a cultivator. "Wu Jingwu, what is the meaning of this?" Shen Lian, who was by Mo Wuji's side, furiously questioned. It was then Mo Wuji knew that this long-faced, slitted-eyed youth was acquainted to Shen Lian. This fella probably came to cause trouble for him because of his relations with Shen Lian. Wu Jingwu looked at Shen Lian and said, "Junior apprentice sister, can you please not hang around these lowly mortals? It will only lower your status. Master has been unable to find you, and he knew that you would secretly take part in the Spring Immortals Gate. But there's no need for you to try anything. Do you think that after I reveal your status, any other sex would dare to accept you?" Having said that, Wu Jingwu turned back, seemingly trying to call people over. Shen Lian coldly said, "Wu Jingwu, if you do anything which implicates Mo Wuji, I will never let you off." I, Xinlian, swear, I will do what I say. Wu Jingwu's expression turned unsightly as he turned to Mo Wuji and asked, "Who is this guy?" Mo Wuji turned to Xinlian and said, "Senior Xin, I will be leaving first. We will meet again if fate permits." With that, Mo Wuji turned and left hurriedly with Yan Er, totally ignoring Wu Jingwu. "Wuji, what happened?" Ding Buer ran over. Mo Wuji looked seriously at Ding Buer and said, "Buer, continue trying your best. It will be good if you get selected by a sect." "Okay. After my test, I will immediately rush back." Ding Buer did not know who Yan Er was, but he had his guesses. When Mo Wuji returned to his suite, he immediately helped Yan Er wash up. He did not know how Yan Er ended up like this, but looking at her emaciated look, he knew that if he did not coincidentally find her during the Spring Immortals Gate, he would never have seen her again. After Yan Er lost her self-consciousness, she was constantly calling out, "Young master." Mo Wuji knew that Yan Er must have been looking for him. It was this persistence had led her here. Mo Wuji personally cooked some porridge for Yan Er and fed her. After she had gone to sleep, he went out to buy a whole pile of medicinal herbs, as well as some clothes for Yan Er. Even Mo Wuji did not know whether he could treat Yan Er's current situation. It was late into the evening, but Ding Buer still did not return. On the contrary, it was Xinlian who returned to the suite. "Sorry, I dragged you into my problem just now." The moment she returned, Xinlian immediately apologized to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji waved it off. "It's okay, I wasn't dragged into anything in the end." "That person was your senior?" Mo Wuji made it sound simple, but he knew that he was in an extremely dangerous situation back during the Spring Immortals Gate. If any enforcement immortal masters noticed, he would have met his dead end. In front of those immortal masters, his life meant as much as an ant's. Xinlian shook her head, not wanting to discuss about Wu Jingwu. Seeing Mo Wuji brewing some medicine, she turned to Mo Wuji's room and asked, "How about I go and take a look at your friend?" "You understand medicine?" Mo Wuji asked puzzledly. Xinlian hesitated, but she still said, "My father is an earth pill refiner." "What's an earth pill refiner?" Mo Wuji still did not understand. Xinlian stared at Mo Wuji with her eyes wide open, speechless. After some time, she asked, "Aren't you a drug refiner? You even spent 370,000 gold coins to purchase some refining equipment, but you don't know what's an earth pill refiner?" Mo Wuji said awkwardly, "I'm not actually a certified drug refiner. I merely tried my hand at it after purchasing some medicinal ingredients." Xinlian face-bombed, but she continued to explain, "In pill refining, 9 tiers of spiritual pills can be concocted. Tier 1 to 3 spiritual pills are classified as mortal-grade spiritual pills. Tier 4 to 6 are earth-grade, while Tier 7 to 9 are heavenly grade. Above that, are the immortal-grade spiritual pills. Being able to refine a certain tier of spiritual pills would classify you as a pill refiner of the same tier. Thus, there are 9 tiers of pill refiners, or you can also see it as 3 grades of pill refiners. So an earth pill refiner can refine tier 4 spiritual pills at the very least? What tier is your father? Is an earth pill refiner very impressive?" Mo Wuji bombarded Xinlian with a barrage of questions. Xinlian became even more speechless. It was only after a whole 10 seconds did she finally say, "In the entire Xinghan Empire, there isn't even a heavenly pill refiner. Do you think an earth pill refiner is impressive?" Mo Wuji hurriedly stood up and said to Xinlian, "Senior Xin, please help me take a look at Yan Er." "Her name is Yan Er?" What a nice-sounding name. As Xinlian spoke, she had already started walking towards Mo Wuji's room. She was curious to see the kind of girl Mo Wuji was so concerned over. She had stayed with Mo Wuji for nearly a month. Even though the two of them did not interact much, she had a basic understanding of Mo Wuji. Her beauty was definitely world-class, and her figure would arouse jealousy among 99% of women. However, Mo Wuji did not treat her warmly due to her beauty nor her figure. She was clear that Mo Wuji treated her warmly, and even invited her to his suite, was entirely because of her greater understanding of cultivation. It had nothing to do with her appearance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, The Wordless Pill Manual. Chapter 65, The Wordless Pill Manual. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Shen Lian walked to the edge of Yener's bed and took a seat. Dry and sparse blonde hair, a body of skin and bones, and a long slash across her lovely little face. Questions rose within Shen Lian as her eyes lay upon poor Yener. How much suffering had this girl gone through? She actually got tortured to this extent? Also, what's her relationship with Mo Wuji, being able to rile him up that much? Placing her hand on Yener's wrist, Shen Lian closed her eyes. 10 seconds later, her eyes suddenly shot open, full of rage. Even her hand began to tremble slightly from anger. How is she? Mo Wuji frantically asked. Yener was a stranger to Shen Lian, so this situation made him a little startled. Shen Lian loosened her grip, taking in a deep breath to calm herself down before asking, did she have very good quality spirit roots? Mo Wuji immediately nodded. Yes, Yener has supreme quality wood affinity spirit roots. The mysterious green glow undoubtedly represented wood affinity. Having been at the Spring Immortal Gate Conference for so long, Mo Wuji gained a certain level of understanding towards the spirit root test. An empathetic look appeared on Shen Lian's face as the look toward Mo Wuji and said, in the world of cultivation, there's a heinous method that some use, spirit roots transfer. Those people covet others' better quality spirit roots and seek to transfer them to their own body to increase their own potential and talent for cultivation. Before Shen Lian finished her sentence, Mo Wuji's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up, staring at Shen Lian with a scary gaze. You're saying that Yener was, as though as she could read Mo Wuji's mind. She nodded in agreement. You're right, Yener had her spirit roots transferred away. Those monsters, a raging fire burned within Mo Wuji's heart, and with a strike of his palm, Mo Wuji smashed the table into smithereens, yet not feeling any pain. Shen Lian sighed and carried on, this sort of method is extremely underhanded. Normally someone who carry out the procedure choose mortals with no background or backers, because once news of such an incident spreads, his reputation will go to the dumps. On top of that, such a person would be condemned no matter where he goes. Finally Mo Wuji calmed down. His expression changed a few times over, then he asked, if that's so, why is Yener still alive? And still be able to make it to the plaza of the Spring Immortal Gate Conference alone? It was unbelievable that Yener would still be alive after undergoing the spirit root transfer procedure. Shen Lian furrowed her brows. I'm puzzled too. Logically, even if Yener was born immortal, they wouldn't leave her alive. Because the person who transferred the spirit roots will definitely not allow anyone to find out that he had done so. Now not only did they leave her alive, but also allowed her to escape. This doesn't make sense. So were Yener's spirit roots transferred away? Mo Wuji suppressed the boiling anger rising within him. He had to remain calm. Rage and rashness won't help him to exact revenge. Shen Lian shook her head. Extensive damage has been done to Yener's spirit channels, a sign that the transfer process failed. The success rate of this evil procedure is extremely low, usually not even reaching 1%. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji clenched his fists again. Harshly speaking, an evil procedure with less than a % chance of success. There's actually someone that still wants to do it, without giving a single hoot about the life or death of others. To this, Shen Lian replied faintly, you're too naive. Without a care about the life or death of others? Let me tell you, in the eyes of cultivators with spirit channels, mortals are just ants that they can crush whenever they will it. No matter how good the spirit root, as long as one does not cultivate, a mortal remains immortal. Against someone who is only immortal, even if the procedure had a 0.1% chance of success, I'll bet that there's still people out there who want to do it. At this point in time, Xin Lian seemed to recall something, adding on, regardless of how Yen Er managed to escape, you have to leave this place as early as possible. Better not take part in Spring Immortal Gate Conference's last stage either. Actually, service disciples and outer disciples have a large gap between them. You'll find out eventually that being a service disciple has no difference from not joining the sect at all. Mo Wuji also understood that what Xin Lian said was right, but since Yen Er was in such a state, where could he go to? Fortunately, Changluo is a large city, so there was greater hope that he would be able to treat Yen Er's injuries. Senior Apprentice Sister Shen, can Yen Er's damaged spirit channels be repaired? Is it possible to make her healthy again? Mo Wuji asked curiously. This was the issue that he cared the most about now. Unfortunately, Shen Ling replied by shaking her head empathetically, it's very difficult to treat her considering the severity of her injuries. Spirit channels destroyed, and her body also in shambles. Even if it were my father, it would be impossible. Perhaps, it would be impressive if she could live for another 10 years. In reality, based on Xin Lian's judgment, Yen Er only had another 3 years to live at most, but since Mo Wuji cared greatly for Yen Er, she masqueraded it as 10 years to comfort him. I must restore Yen Er to health. Mo Wuji half spoke to Xin Lian, half spoke to himself. Shen Lian's father was an Earth Pill Master. If he couldn't treat Yen Er, what about a Heaven Pill Master? The Xingyi Empire did not have any Heaven Pill Masters, but did that mean that there weren't any elsewhere? If there were none, then he would learn pill refining himself. Senior Apprentice Sister Shen, I know that this request will put you in a difficult position, but please bring me with you, and ask you father to teach me pill refining. Mo Wuji immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Xin Lian after making his decision. If it were not for Yen Er, he would definitely not beg Xin Lian to this extent. He knew that if it was possible for Xin Lian to take him with her, she would have brought it up already. Moreover, her fellow apprentice Mo Jingwu was not a friendly person. As expected, Xin Lian had an uncomfortable look on her face, and replied, this might be impossible. My father will not take you in as a disciple, and also won't teach you pill refining simply because you know me. So, I cannot bring you back with me. She felt bitter inside. If it were so easy to convince her father, she wouldn't have sneaked out. Luckily it was her that Mo Wuji asked the question to. If anyone else was in her position, they would laugh their asses off. If Mo Wuji said this to her father, she was 100% sure that he would kill Mo Wuji on the spot. Precisely because of this, she was adamant to not bring Mo Wuji to learn pill refining from her father. That would actually be harming Mo Wuji. Disappointed, Mo Wuji knew that his request was rather forcing it. The atmosphere turned awkward and silent, and only after some time did Xin Lian recall something, taking out a thin book to pass to Mo Wuji. She explained, this should be a manual on pill refining. I randomly bought it from a stall in the market, but when I opened it, there were no words inside. Perhaps the words will appear after soaking the manual in some medicinal solution. I've tried many methods, but to no avail. Why don't you try your luck on it? You might actually succeed. Manuals on pill refining are impossible to purchase, and if this turns out to be a pill refining manual, you must remember never to let others know that you possess such an item. In reality, that book was not bought off a roadside stall, but an item she stole from me father's study before she left home. Even after exhausting all possible means, she could not make any words appear on the manual. Now that Mo Wuji wanted to learn pill refining, she decided to pass on this wordless pill refining manual to him. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister Shen. It doesn't matter if it's a pill refining manual or not. If I, Mo Wuji, make any accomplishments in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Although Mo Wuji didn't know that pill refining manuals could not be bought, he could infer from Xin Lian's tone that they are very valuable. The thin book that Xin Lian gave him could very well be a pill refining manual, because there was a faded image of a pill furnace on the cover. This is as much as I can help you. After the Spring Immortal Gate Conference ends, I will leave Changluo to return home. See you next time. Xin Lian gazed upon the sleeping Yen Er pitifully, before leaving the room. Mo Wuji did not answer, only standing up to bow deeply in respect once again. Xin Lian met him by chance, and even though he helped her out, but compared to how much she helped him, his efforts seemed ever so minuscule. Gratitude was not only displayed through words, but through actions. If he could pay her back in the future, he definitely would. If he couldn't, someone like Xin Lian would probably not care whether a mortal like him returned the favor. Wuji, right after Xin Lian left, Ding Buer immediately charged into the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Murderer. Chapter 66, Murderer. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji could see the irrepressible joy from Ding Buer's eyes despite his worry for Mo Wuji and Yan'er. Were you selected by a sect? Congratulations, Mo Wuji could tell straight away that Ding Buer was successful in the selections at the Spring Immortals Gate Conference. Ding Buer tried his best to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes, I was selected by the Heavy Earth sect to be an outer disciple." Wuji, why don't you follow me to the Heavy Earth sect since your spiritual roots are not that good, Mo Wuji shook his hand, "It's okay. I may be heading for the Formless Blade sect." He refused to listen to Xin Lian's advice to leave this place. He needed to find a sect to join because he was not like any other person with mortal roots, he can cultivate even with mortal roots. More importantly, if he were to leave, he might not be able to save Yan'er. Is Yan'er alright? Ding Buer knew how Mo Wuji was feeling despite being happy for himself. Mo Wuji sighed before replying, "She was hurt very badly. I vowed to save her after heading for the Formless Blade sect. Don't worry about my issues and concentrate on cultivating after you enter the Heavy Earth sect." "I will certainly concentrate and focus. I believe that the next time we meet, whether it is Brother Zhini, and 11 or you, we will all be very different as compared to now," Ding Buer said energetically. He cannot promise Mo Wuji that he will certainly save Yan'er because he was still only a small outer disciple after all. He had already made his decision in his heart to look for Mo Wuji at the Formless Blade sect if he figured out a way to save Yan'er. "Don't worry about us and go." Mo Wuji knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Ding Buer. It was still not known whether his solution worked for Ding Buer. Regardless of the result, it would be more beneficial for Ding Buer to join his sect to train instead of following him cluelessly. Now, Mo Wuji needed to find a sect for himself to join too. "Oh yes, Wuji, I've heard that the encampment of the Supreme Sword City was attacked and that many house slaves managed to escape. I've also heard that many disciples of the Supreme Sword City are still looking for their slaves. Was Yan'er brought away by a disciple of the Supreme Sword City?" "Supreme Sword City?" Mo Wuji paused before concluding that Ding Buer's guess may be right. Yan'er could very well have escaped from the encampment of the Supreme Sword City. The intention of the person who attacked Supreme Sword City and released the slaves could be to reveal the evil doings of the Supreme Sword City. But why did the Supreme Sword City bring along all these slaves to the Spring Immortals Gate Conference? After you left, there was another guy with Supreme Grade spiritual roots. In fact, he had golden Supreme Grade spiritual roots. He was the young castellan of Supreme Sword City named Dong Luan. The weird thing is that even though he was born in Supreme Sword City, he chose to join the Heavenly Temple instead, Ding Buer whispered to Mo Wuji. Supreme Grade spiritual roots, transfer of spiritual roots, Supreme Sword City. Mo Wuji clenched his fist as he was certain that Yan'er's spirit channels were destroyed by the Supreme Sword City's failure to transfer the spiritual roots. Why were these slaves brought over to Chan Luo too? This was simply because the castellan of the Supreme Sword City wanted to participate in the Spring Immortals Gate Conference. However, he never managed to transfer the spiritual roots to himself successfully. Therefore, in order to not delay Spring Immortals Gate Conference selections, he brought along these Supreme Grade spiritual root holders to Chan Luo to continue the transfer. His golden Supreme Grade spiritual roots must have been transferred from some other person. Supreme Sword City. These 3 words would be engraved at the bottom of Mo Wuji's heart together with Jing Filan. He swore that the day he rose to the top, he would first destroy the Supreme Sword City and kill Dongluan and Jing Filan. Wuji, even though we suspect Yan'er was ruined by the people of the Supreme Sword City, we must not do anything foolish. They could easily get rid of us if we were to offend them, Ding Buer hurried to warn Mo Wuji. Do not worry, I know what to do and what not to do. You should return to your sect soon while I have to go over to the Formless Blade sect too. Even without Ding Buer's warning, he would not be so foolish to look for revenge now. Ding Buer took a bag out and passed it to Mo Wuji. Wuji, these are the eggs of the winged sea leopard. Now that I've already been selected by a sect, I have no use for them anymore. Also, given my status only as an outer disciple, I would probably never be able to afford to raise a demonic beast. You should keep them as they might still be of use to you. Alright, I shall keep them then. Mo Wuji did not reject his offer because he might need to use this to enter the Formless Blade sect as he was not officially accepted yet. Spring Immortals Gate Conference was a massively important event for all mortals because it was a life-changing conference like a fish that leaped over the Dragon's Gate. For the sects, the Spring Immortals Gate Conference was just another conference to recruit disciples. Even if the conference was of such importance to many, it would still only go on for 2 days. It was as if Yan'er still felt attached to Mo Wuji that she did not reject his care and concern. However, she would still subconsciously call out for her young master and then lose all her energy again. The next day, Mo Wuji used some clothes to cover Yan'er up. He carried her on his back and then left Tian Luo Hotel together with his equipment. Even if the Formless Blade sect refused to accept him, he knew he had to leave Chang Luo anyway. The Formless Blade sect was actually one of the more inferior Earth sects, which explained why their encampment was located at such a remote place. Brother Mo. Mo Wuji heard Qin Xiangyu's voice the moment he set foot on the encampment. Such a coincidence. Mo Wuji was very pleased and relieved to have met her as he was starting to worry about how he was going to introduce himself with only a single token and expect to enter the sect. Qin Xiangyu said joyfully, yes indeed. I shall bring you in for registration. Qin Xiangyu was dressed in a beautiful outer disciple outfit showing her thin waist and incredible figure. Her beauty made her look like a fairy on earth. Looking at her right now, Mo Wuji would never have expected Qin Xiangyu to have been just a houseguard a few days ago. Mo Wuji was not someone with a low EQ, therefore he knew straight away after Qin Xiangyu spoke that it was no coincidence that they met there. He knew she was waiting for him as it was the last night to register to become a disciple of the Formless Blade sect before most sects were going to leave Chang Luo that night. Thank you so much. You are now an outer disciple and I am at most only a service disciple in the future. Please address me as Wuji or junior apprentice brother. Even though Mo Wuji had not entered a sect, he knew that a service disciple was nothing but a small fry in the sect. Qin Xiangyu said with a straight face, no, I refuse. Brother Mo and Brother Zhini were great men with honor. The moment I decided to call you Brother Mo, I will not change no matter what our statuses are and will be in the future. She had to give the necessary respect to the man who stood up for her together with Yuan Zhini back on the ship. Furthermore, she witnessed the extraordinary courage of Mo Wuji which had been very rare. It was because of this that she gave Mo Wuji a token to become a service disciple at the Formless Blade sect. Other than being thankful for Mo Wuji, she wanted to get on good terms with him as well. An extraordinary person like Mo Wuji was bound to go even further despite possessing slightly poorer spiritual roots. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Entering a Sect. Chapter 67, Entering a Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Who is she? Qin Xiangyu had long noticed Yan'er who was on Mo Wuji's back. Only after greeting Mo Wuji, did she casually ask about Yan'er. Mo Wuji answered, she's my family member. Her body is in a bad condition, so I'm bringing her along with me. Qin Xiangyu immediately said, "That's okay." Many service disciples bring their family along. After some time, their family members could join as service disciples too. As the two spoke, they slowly walked within the encampment. Junior apprentice Sister Qin. Senior apprentice Sister Qin. As Mo Wuji followed behind Qin Xiangyu, many people greeted her along the way. Ostensibly, Qin Xiangyu was rather popular and well-liked here. Mo Wuji guessed, in addition to Qin Xiangyu's amazing figure, her popularity might also be due to her brother. He was definitely not someone of low status. "Is your brother here?" "I think I should thank him," Mo Wuji asked. "He was able to enter the Formless Blade sect due to that Qin Shen. If Qin Shen was here, he should show some gratitude and thank Qin Shen." "He's already gone. I heard that something big is happening and he needs to seize all the time he can to cultivate," Qin Xiangyu hurried to explain. Soon, the two arrived outside a room. Mo Wuji could see the signed Service Disciple Records office. This was probably where he would be registering to be a service disciple. Sure enough, Qin Xiangyu whispered to Mo Wuji, "The person responsible for all the service disciples is Deacon Wu Kai. I've already informed him about you, so don't worry." Saying that, Qin Xiangyu lightly knocked on the door. It was only after some time did the door finally open. A young girl with tousled hair walked out. Her footsteps were unstable and her face was tinged red. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. He was not a fool. One look and he knew that Qin Xiangyu and him had interrupted Wu Kai's fun time. Wu Kai was a middle-aged man with a fierce-looking face. His eyes were like slits, and his lips were protruding. He was simply ugly. When he saw Mo Wuji enter, his expression started to turn a little ugly, and his eyes revealed an expression of impatience. However, when he saw Qin Xiangyu, his impatient expression was immediately concealed as he laughed and said, "Junior Qin is looking for me?" Qin Xiangyu smiled and bowed before saying, "Deacon Wu, this is my friend Mo Wuji. In the future, he will be working under you. I hope that Deacon Wu would take good care of him." Wu Kai smiled enthusiastically, Of course. The meals department is currently lacking people, he can join that then. There, he would be able to eat well and live well. It's a fat job." Mo Wuji frowned. He was not a pig, he did not need to eat and drink well. Furthermore, he probably won't be eating or drinking much at the meals department. He would be the one cooking. Qin Xiangyu understood a little about Mo Wuji. Naturally, she knew that Mo Wuji did not join the Formless Blade sect to eat and drink. Mo Wuji was willing to be a service disciple at the Formless Blade sect because he wanted to have a deeper understanding towards cultivation. Back at the shared house, Mo Wuji was always inquiring about cultivation. From that, she could roughly guess his interest towards cultivation. "Deacon Wu, is there another position?" "Maybe cleaning the manuals hall." Qin Xiangyu also did not have a good understanding towards the service department. Since Mo Wuji wanted to know about cultivation, cleaning the manuals hall might be a good option for him. Wu Kai said embarrassedly, "I'm afraid that's a little difficult. That slot is already filled, and I can't just kick that guy away just for him." If not for Qin Xiangyu's brother, Qin Shen, being one of the Formless Blade sect's 10 great geniuses, he would not have entertained her. Without Qin Shen, an outer disciple like her did not count for much. Mo Wuji understood Qin Xiangyu's good intentions. However, he did not merely want to be a service disciple, he wanted more privileges. Mo Wuji could see that Wu Kai was only speaking empty words, he probably would not help Mo Wuji. Furthermore, when they knocked the door, they had disturbed his fun time. Thinking about this, Mo Wuji directly said to Qin Xiangyu, "Senior apprentice Sister Qin, why don't go back to what you were busy with previously? I will talk to Deacon Wu privately." Qin Xiangyu looked at Mo Wuji in surprise. From Wu Kai's tone, she could hear that Wu Kai did not intend to help Mo Wuji. In reality, she would also be helpless even if Wu Kai did not help her. She could enter the Formless Blade sect because of her brother, not because of her qualifications. Wu Kai laughed coldly in his heart, but he remained cordial to Qin Xiangyu and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Qin, don't worry. In the future, he will be one of my men. Of course I will take care of him." "That's good. Then I will take my leave. Brother Mo, please find me if you need anything." Before she left, Qin Xiangyu did not forget to remind Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji already relied on his relations with Qin Xiangyu to get into the Formless Blade sect. Furthermore, Qin Xiangyu was also considered a newcomer to the sect, and did not hold much power. Naturally, Mo Wuji would not trouble her regarding this matter. After Qin Xiangyu left, Wu Kai's smiles immediately disappeared and he said lightly, "Actually, we already have enough service disciples. If not for junior apprentice Sister Qin's help, you would not even be able to enter. Just join the meals department." Mo Wuji smiled. He calmly sat down before pointing to Yin Er, who was lying on his back, and said, "Deacon Wu, as you can see, I have someone sick with me. Furthermore, I know quite a bit about drug refining, and I even brought my own drug refining equipment. I hope that Deacon Wu can assign me a job at a herb garden. At the same time, I would need somewhere remote and secluded for me to stay. Of course, I want to stay alone." Wu Kai sneered in his heart. Looks like somebody thinks he was some big shot. A lowly service disciple actually dared to have so many demands. Actually, it was common for service disciples to stay alone, but he even wanted to choose where he wanted to stay. Moreover, he also wanted to choose what job he gets. Mo Wuji did not wait for Wu Kai to respond. He took out a leather pouch and put it in front of Wu Kai and said, "Deacon Wu, this is a winged sea leopard egg. I'm very thankful to Deacon Wu for accepting my requests, so Deacon Wu can just take this winged sea leopard as a show of my appreciation." Mo Wuji had a tough time saying those words. But in order to have a proper standing, he needed to compromise. When people lacked the capabilities, they would need to face all kinds of compromises. Mo Wuji already had deep experiences on this lesson back on Earth. Winged sea leopard? Wu Kai was intending to ridicule Mo Wuji, but he immediately swallowed his words. He brought the leather pouch over and opened it. Soon, his eyes revealed an expression of glee. It was really a winged sea leopard egg, and he could even sense some life within the egg. A winged sea leopard egg was extremely valuable. Not only was a winged sea leopard strong, it was also very hard to find. If a winged sea leopard couldn't be found, then what about the egg? A winged sea leopard egg would mean that he would have a flying beast pet. Even if he did not use the flying beast, he could sell it. This winged sea leopard egg was extremely tempting to Wu Kai. "Brother, how may I address you?" Until now, Wu Kai did not ask for Mo Wuji's name. Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not wish to engage in chatter with Wu Kai, so he gave a short and concise reply. Holding the leather pouch tight, Wu Kai laughed and said, "A person recommended by junior apprentice Sister Qin would naturally be my friend. There actually is a job at the herb garden. However, I would not recommend Brother Mo to work at the herb garden. You practically won't get any free time there. Deacon Wu, my companion here, is extremely sick. I would like to learn more about medicine and pills," Mo Wuji said. Wu Kai smiled and whispered, "Brother Mo, if you want to learn more about medicine, why not work at the pharmacy?" "Pharmacy?" Mo Wuji asked puzzledly. He really did not understand. Wu Kai gave a sincere look as he said, "The pharmacy is where some of our sect's pill refiners work. When they need ingredients, they would not get the ingredients themselves, and would call for their runners. More importantly, they would not refine their pills every day. They only open their pill furnaces once a month. As a runner there, you would have a lot of free time, and you could also learn about medicine." Mo Wuji was elated. Giving the winged sea leopard away was worth it. This position was simply tailor-made for him. "Deacon Wu, I'm really thankful. I will go to the pharmacy," and I will need to trouble Deacon Wu to take care of me in the future. Mo Wuji was genuinely thankful when he said those words. Wu Kai waved it off. It's nothing. I will help you with your living arrangements. It will definitely be somewhere quiet where you can stay alone. Also, I will arrange for you to be sent to Pharmacy 19. Very few people use that pharmacy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Blood Lotus Lake. Chapter 68, Blood Lotus Lake. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Both Mo Wuji and Qin Xiangyu were very satisfied with Wu Kai's arrangement for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji felt extremely relieved as the Formless Blade Sect's flying ship took off on the very same night Mo Wuji came aboard. He was worried that people from the Supreme Sword City would find them before they left Shanluo. Mo Wuji was sure that he would be thrown out of the Formless Blade Sect if people from the Supreme Sword City found him. After just one day of traveling, the flying ship landed. As a service disciple, Mo Wuji followed closely behind Wu Kai down the flying ship. The flying ship landed on a vast and spacious land where there were about 400 to 500 ladders that formed an extended ladder upwards. At the end of the ladder were 3 huge characters carved out by a sword suspending in the air, forming up the words Formless Blade Sect. 1. Even though Mo Wuji was not familiar with swordsmanship, he could feel a very intimidating aura from it. After arriving, the newly recruited inner and outer disciples were to make their way into the sect and participate in the initiation ceremony. Qin Xiangyu did not have the opportunity to bid goodbye to Mo Wuji as she proceeded to follow the newly recruited disciples into the sect. After all the inner and outer disciples had entered, Wu Kai then led 100 over service disciples onto the steps. These service disciples would not be able to participate in the initiation ceremony because they are there to do some chores and not to cultivate. Behind the 400 to 500 ladders was another spacious plot of land. In the middle of the land was a wide marble walkway. This walkway would lead directly to the main hall of the Formless Blade Sect. There were 9 stone tablets on both sides of the walkway. Mo Wuji noticed that there was a vague shadow of a person's sword dancing on every stone tablet. On a closer look, it was not clear enough for him to tell what it was. Service disciples were not allowed to walk through the main walkway but had to walk through 2 smaller walkways by the side to enter the sect before being split into their respective departments from there. Mo Wuji sighed as he thought to himself. This was only an earth sect, how grand would a heaven sect be? Isn't it very stylish? A teen dressed in a gray shirt said. Mo Wuji recognized this teen in a gray shirt. His name was Xian Zichen and he was different from Mo Wuji as he has spiritual roots, but it was one of the lowest quality. Therefore, he was recruited as a service disciple like Mo Wuji. It is indeed very stylish. It has the aura of a really big sect. Mo Wuji nodded as he expressed his thoughts. It seemed like there were clouds inside the hall causing it hard for him to make out what was inside. However, he could already feel the imposing aura of the Formless Blade Sect from outside the hall. Xian Zichen whispered, "Do not look down on the Formless Blade Sect just because they are only a earth sect. I've heard that even the base of some quasi-heaven sects are not even as intimidating as Formless Blade sects. Stop gossiping and goofing around. Fatty Guan, bring Mo Wuji to his place and then introduce his future workplace to him. The rest of you, follow me." Wu Kai interrupted all ongoing discussions about this place. Mo Wuji recognized this Fatty Guan as Wu Kai's loyal subordinate. Although he was a little plump, he still managed to get things done efficiently. Seeing how Wu Kai specially arranged for Fatty Guan to show him around the place made Mo Wuji realized how impactful the winged sea leopard's eggs truly were. Even though Wu Kai might have had a wretched face and only had eyes for profits, he would get things done properly if he could benefit from it. This was probably how he managed to stay at his job for such a long time. Brother Wuji, our deacon is really taking good care of you. The newly recruited service disciples usually have to go through 3 days of training, however, the deacon had exempted you from training, Fatty Guang kept emphasizing how grateful Wu Kai was for Mo Wuji as they walked. Mo Wuji was not interested in this because he knew he had exchanged his benefits using the winged sea leopard's eggs. He was actually more concerned about how he was going to cope here. After hearing from many people, Mo Wuji had a rough idea about life here in the sect. Service disciples usually have their own activities. Only under special circumstances were they allowed to enter other regions of the sect. If a service disciple was to meet an inner or outer disciple, they were required to stop, bow, and pay their respects before letting the authentic disciples proceed on first before the service disciples could carry on with their lives. Service disciples tend to be given more freedom after they completed their work. They are free to leave the sect for the sex market or to do their own things given that they do not delay their own work. The residence that Wu Kai arranged for Mo Wuji was indeed secluded. Other than the lake nearby, the next closest dormitory for service disciples was at least 100 meters away. Even though it was a very simple stone house, everything inside was arranged very neatly. There were 2 rooms, a kitchen, and even a storage room. Why would Wu Kai not live in such a nice place himself? Could it be that his accommodation is even better than this? I've heard that this lake is called the Blood Lotus Lake. This region used to be a good place to grow treasured blood lotus, and this house was for those who were growing it to live in. Fatty Guang pointed to Mo Wuji's house and explained. Treasured blood lotus? Mo Wuji had not heard of this before. He had not had time to look at the book that Xinlian gave. Fatty Guang went on to explain. Treasured blood lotus is both a spiritual medicinal herb and a very delicious food ingredient. Because of its extremely high medicinal value, very few people eat it just like that. I've heard that the treasured blood lotus is capable of being refined to open a spirit channel. Don't you think it is valuable? Why don't they grow that here now? Mo Wuji questioned. Fatty Guan laughed. You wouldn't be able to afford to stay here if they were still growing it here. Even though the treasured blood lotus is a great herb, there is one major drawback. Its ability to absorb spiritual energy was too scary. I've heard that almost all the spiritual energy near this area was absorbed because they grew the treasured blood lotus. Mo Wuji finally understood why Wu Kai did not choose to live here and also kept this place empty. Even though Wu Kai has poor spiritual roots, he is still capable of cultivating. Therefore, why would a person who is capable of cultivating choose to live in a place not suitable for cultivation? There were many service disciples with spiritual roots too. Most of them came with the hope to cultivate and not just do chores. Because of this, they would not want to live in a place that lacked spiritual energy. Moreover, the other service disciples did not have anything valuable enough for Wu Kai to make such arrangement. Wu Kai was confident that Mo Wuji could not cultivate, or rather, did not care whether he was capable of cultivating, hence the arrangement for him to stay there. Wu Kai kept his end of the bargain by providing such a secluded house for him to live in. Mo Wuji thought through this point before he concluded that he did not mind. He could absorb spiritual energy wherever he cultivated, therefore as long as there was still spiritual energy around, it would still be enough for him to cultivate. Furthermore, there was a limit to how fast he could cultivate because the speed at which he could open his meridian was still too slow. Therefore, it did not matter much even if there was more spiritual energy in the air. Thank you, Fatty Guang, I am very satisfied with this place, Mo Wuji said truthfully. Fatty Guang was very pleased with Mo Wuji's answer as well because he was afraid that Mo Wuji would be bothered by the lack of spiritual energy and not like it here. This is the Pharmacy 19's indicator. When this indicator lights up, it would mean that a pill master has asked for you to go over to prescribe a drug. You have to get to Pharmacy 19 as soon as possible. Remember it well. Fatty Guang handed Mo Wuji a jade-like indicator as well as a map. These are the areas in the sect which you can go to and these are those you cannot. I have already indicated where the Pharmacy 19 is on the map. If Brother Mo has nothing else for me, I will take my leave first. Fatty Guang explained in such detail that it left Mo Wuji with no further questions. After sending Fatty Guang off, he immediately tidied up the place for Yin Air to settle down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, The Mysterious Book. Chapter 69, The Mysterious Book. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. After settling in, the first thing Mo Wuji did was to take out the thin book that Xinlian gave to him. The book felt as light as a feather as he held it in his hands. As he flipped the book open, he discovered that the pages were made from a material unknown to him. Each page was even thinner than expected. Due to the sheer thinness of the pages, Mo Wuji estimated that the book had at least over 100 pages. On the first page, he saw words smaller than ants squeezed together in countless lines. It read, "The way of the pill is the true way." To become a pill refiner, one must first delve into the way of drugs. This made Mo Wuji rather confused. Since the way of the pill is the true way, shouldn't a pill refiner naturally explore the way of pills? What did the way of drugs have to do with this? The way of drugs was for drug refiners, and the way of pills was for pill refiners. All spiritual and mortal ingredients under the heavens have their own separate paths. There are no two herbs with identical paths. If one goes down the path of drugs, the path of pills is to be expected. Once one moves from the path of drugs to the path of pills, even roadside grass can be refined into immortal pills. Mo Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. This pill manual made such extravagant claims. According to it, even two identical stalks of medicinal herbs needed to be processed differently during pill refining. How difficult was that? On top of that, the manual claimed that if one really became a pill refiner through drug refining, he would be able to refine a stalk of dog-tailed grass into an immortal pill. Something's not right. Didn't Xinlian say that this book was a wordless pill manual? He still hadn't used any methods to process the book yet, so how could he read the words in it? At this point in time, he flipped the pages back to reread the parts that he had read before. To his surprise, only blank pages remained. Rubbing his eyes, Mo Wuji wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. This pill manual was very impressive. It must have been fate which brought it to him, but only to give him one chance to read it. Once he forgets the manual's contents, he would never be able to recall or reread them again. Realizing this, Mo Wuji rushed to take out a set of paper and pen to copy down everything in the manual. Suddenly, a bright flash of fire affinity spiritual energy burst out of the wordless pill manual and enveloped the paper that he was taking notes on. The piece of paper burnt and turned to ashes instantly. Mo Wuji's level of cultivation was too low, hence he could not see nor feel the fire affinity spiritual energy. The pen Mo Wuji held fell to the floor with a clank. Things of the unknown often scared people the most. From his perspective, even though he could cultivate here, possibly to the level of an immortal master, this could still be one of the mysteries of the universe presenting itself. It was possible for technology to develop into a very advanced form, and similarly, other areas could also reach a level that one could never imagine. Thus he never felt that it was weird for someone to cultivate until the level of an immortal master, or to waltz through the sky freely after that. It would be like watching a trained professional sportsman who had physical prowess far beyond any normal person. However, the present situation before him was something that was simply too freaky for him to accept. Without any movement or fire starters, the paper he was just writing on burst into flames. Could it be a message from the heavens? Were they telling him that the contents of the manual should remain a secret? Regardless, Mo Wuji quickly calmed down, tossing these thoughts to the back of his mind. What mattered now was to focus on studying the manual, not some message or intent from anyone. His ultimate goal was becoming a top-notch pill refiner and treating Yin Air's injuries, so there was no point in sweating these small details and wasting time on them. Even though he did not understand how his notes spontaneously immolated, he could slowly figure it out in the future. Pill Refining Chapter 1, Drug Theory. As Mo Wuji immersed himself in the pill manual, a day passed by without him noticing. It was only until night when the cover of darkness prevented him from reading any further. He finally rose from his seat and headed to the kitchen, where he prepared a meal for Yen-Er and himself. Only after feeding Yen-Er and ensuring that she had fallen asleep, did he start to cultivate, placing his studies on hold. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Mo Wuji began to realize that Wu Kai did not lie. Pharmacy 19 indeed had no taskings. In all of the 5 days that he stayed here, not once did he receive an order from Pharmacy 19. Disturbed by this fact, he felt that it was necessary to make a special trip to Pharmacy 19 to take a look, only to discover that it was really quite empty. Other surrounding pharmacies were a sight to behold, full of energy and noise, with a constant stream of service disciples going between them and the spiritual ingredients warehouse, but only he was left without anything to do. Mo Wuji originally intended to get to know more spiritual ingredients, and spy on how pill refiners refine pills. After all, to be able to see other pill refiners at work might be better than studying all the theory in the world. However, since he had nothing going on at all, his plan obviously had fell through. The only thing he had going for him was that Yen-Er's condition began to stabilize under his meticulous care. Even though it had only been a few days, her face had started to have a pinkish healthy look, and her body was slowly recovering. Despite the great progress made so far, Mo Wuji knew deep down that without repairing the Yen-Er spirit channels, it would be near impossible for her to regain consciousness no matter how healthy her body became. The long hours of free time that Pharmacy 19 provided him was just what he needed. He would spend the day analyzing the contents of the pill manual, and spend the night cultivating. The concentration of spiritual energy in this area was indeed very low, but Mo Wuji could draw in spiritual energy from a large radius when cultivating, and his need for spiritual energy was also not that high due to his low cultivation level. Hence, despite training in such a harsh environment, he still enjoyed a fast pace of improvement. But at the same time, as the radius he drew spiritual energy in from was too large, he was afraid that it would attract others' attention, thus he chose to cultivate after dark. Another 2 weeks passed by quickly, and Yen-Er gradually regained her original appearance. She now had a full head of luscious and silky hair which flowed down like a waterfall. Color returned to her face, and her once sunken cheeks regained their shape. However, she was still unable to do anything. While Mo Wuji studied every day, she only stared blankly at him or at the lake in the distance. Very occasionally, she would take a stroll by the lakeside. While Mo Wuji cultivated, she slept. Despite how dire the situation seemed, he did not give up. Every time he completed his reading for the day, he would converse with Yen-Er. As day after day came and gone, Yen-Er eventually started to understand the words that Mo Wuji spoke. One fateful day, after Mo Wuji finished one last major circulation, he felt all of the meridians in his body tremble, followed by a dense energy filling him up. This feeling gave him an urge to let out a ferocious roar. He leapt out of the house, and with a casual punch, a rock burst into countless shards flying in all directions, while he did not even feel a thing. "I'm at channel opening stage level 2 now," Mo Wuji took a deep breath, looking into the distance on top of the broken pieces of rock. Although he neither had a master, nor the chance to learn from an immortal master, Mo Wuji still managed to advance to channel opening stage level 2 in such a short amount of time. Based on what he had heard before, a genius would still require at least a month or so to advance from channel opening stage level 1 to level 2 even with the richest of spiritual energy around. But now against all odds, he managed to do it in only 2 weeks, no, or should I say, only in 2 weeks worth of nights. Which genius in the world could match up to his speed of cultivation? However, due to his lack of spirit roots, he did not dare to share his progress with anyone. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to join any heaven-level sect that he desired. Mo Wuji only managed to gradually calm himself down after some time. Turning around, he saw Yen-Er watching him from a distance. "Yen-Er, one day I'll help you repair your spirit channels, and cure you. One day, I'll also massacre my way into Supreme Sword City to get revenge for what they did to you." Walking in front of Yen-Er, he held her hand, and sincerely said every word. He actually thought that he had a chance, as he could now cultivate and start to pick up pill refining. Throughout the whole conversation, Yener's face remained emotionless, seeming as though she would not care about anything else in the world, as long as she could stay by Mo Wuji's side. Now that he had reached channel opening stage level 2, other than cultivating, it would have been best for Mo Wuji to find a secluded location to open more meridians. Otherwise, who knew when he would face his next bottleneck? On top of that, he also had to find some way to obtain a pill furnace to further his pill refining skills. After all, he required some hands-on practice to complement all the studying. Only reading the pill manual wasn't the way to go. There were many obstacles that Mo Wuji faced, but it was not the time for him to give up. Beep beep, just as Mo Wuji was contemplating whether to consult Fatty Guan, the jade token for Pharmacy 19 that had never made a single sound started beeping. With his fast reflexes, Mo Wuji dashed into the room in a flash, grabbed the jade token, then informing Yener, "I'll be going out for a while. Wait here and don't move around." After a short brief to Yener, Mo Wuji sped towards Pharmacy 19. What kind of pill refiner was this? He was actually refining pills in the middle of the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, In the Dark. Chapter 70, In the Dark. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Pharmacy 19 was located pretty far away from Mo Wuji's residence. He spent 3 minutes trying to get to the entrance of Pharmacy 19 even though he sprinted all the way here. Each of the pharmacies had an accompanying pill lab and therefore, Pharmacy 19's corresponding pill lab was Pill Lab 19. Mo Wuji also found out why Pharmacy 19 had the least number of pill refiners who came here to refine pills. The answer he got was that the success rate of refining a pill was very low in this particular pharmacy. It did not matter who came here to refine pills, the rate of failure was just way higher than any other pharmacy, and the difference was not simply a matter of a few percentage points. As more people heard about this, they stopped trying to refine pills at Pharmacy 19. It appeared that Wu Kai's arrangement for Mo Wuji to work there helped him to focus, and Mo Wuji would always be grateful for this. Concurrently, this arrangement was limiting Mo Wuji's potential development in the future. After all, Mo Wuji's intention to learn more about pills was made known to Wu Kai from the very beginning. How could I learn if no one will be here to refine pills? The truth was that it was Wu Kai's wish that Mo Wuji would not learn more about pharmacology. Logically speaking, Mo Wuji could spend 100 years learning and still not be able to achieve anything. However, Wu Kai did not want to rule out the possibility that Mo Wuji could indeed be a talented pill refiner and end up being accepted by a pill master as a disciple. Wu Kai could not imagine himself bowing and paying respects to Mo Wuji if he were to really become a pill master's disciple. Don't you know the rules? Why are you so late? Mo Wuji barely stepped into the pharmacy when he heard an enraged voice from within. Mo Wuji took 2 steps back as his eardrums were nearly about to burst. This was when he had a clear look at the man who shouted at him. It was an old man with a messy beard and equally messy hair. Furthermore, he had traces of drug stains on his body. Mo Wuji did not dare to stare as he hurried to bow. "I had to change before meeting a pill master like you. This was why I was late." In fact, Mo Wuji did not even sleep. Mo Wuji was worried that he would be at the receiving end of a lashing if his excuse of being late was that his residence was too far away. The old man's tone and attitude towards Mo Wuji changed after listening to Mo Wuji's explanation. Moreover, when he summoned for Mo Wuji, there was barely any light in the sky. "Take my slip to purchase some ingredients from the spiritual herbs warehouse. Do it quickly because you can forget about working here if you waste just a single second." The old man then handed Mo Wuji a jade slip as well as a beast skin paper before turning and heading back into the pharmacy. Mo Wuji was afraid to offend him, and hence, he sprinted towards the spiritual herbs warehouse. The Formless Blade Sect's spiritual herbs warehouse was located inside the Hall of Affairs in which Mo Wuji had previously inquired about. The Hall of Affairs was where disciples came to collect resources for cultivation, missions and quests as well as to claim their contribution points. Furthermore, one could purchase anything and everything here as long as he had contribution points. In short, this is the most eventful place in the entire Formless Blade sect. Mo Wuji was only a service disciple who was unable to collect contribution points. He had to serve for at least a year to be able to qualify for the collection of contribution points. Mo Wuji took a glance at the beast-skin paper before guessing that it might be a pill formula. There were over 10 herbs written on the paper in which Mo Wuji knew of. These included iron spot flower, grey hemp, green firefruit, etc. Based on the characteristics of the herbs, Mo Wuji's guess was that it was a formula for quenching. It could very likely be for quenching spiritual channels. Mo Wuji could sense there was something wrong with this formula even though he had never seen it before. It was not because his drug refining ability was way above the old man but because of his knowledge of the characteristics of these herbs as well as his recent research on the pill manual. He strongly believed that the mixing of the iron spot flower together with the ring cloud bamboo buds will lead to the unstable medicinal effects of the green firefruit. Mo Wuji believed that even the highest tier spiritual ingredients came from a plant. A spiritual ingredient will never be able to escape from its biological nature. According to the manual's description of both the iron spot flower and ring cloud bamboo buds, the mixture of these two herbs would result in the green firefruit losing its wood properties. Most of the pill refiners chose to use the green firefruit because of its wood properties, therefore it would be pointless to use the green firefruit if its wood properties were affected. This was of course true unless a very strong pill refiner is capable of controlling all three herbs. However, Mo Wuji did not believe that old man was that capable of a pill refiner. Mo Wuji had no idea how important or crucial the green firefruit was to the success of this pill. Who knew whether Pill Master Shi's intent was indeed to reduce the wood properties of the green firefruit? Mo Wuji could not bother anymore because he was only at the stage of understanding the characteristics of each spiritual ingredients. He had absolutely no knowledge of pill formulas. There was already a lot of movement in the Hall of Affairs early in the morning. Mo Wuji rushed over to the spiritual herb warehouse and handed the jade slip as well as the beast-skin paper over, saying, Pharmacy 19. The one in charge of preparing the spiritual ingredients laughed and actually managed to get what Mo Wuji needed very swiftly. Pharmacy 19 does seem to be very idle. The man in charge handed Mo Wuji the spiritual ingredients before adding this statement. Mo Wuji could not sense his sarcasm as he laughed together with him before replying, Indeed. This is the first time in half a month that I've been ordered to collect ingredients. The one in charge suddenly whispered, Brother, hurry, get ready to change a place. What do you mean? Do you have any idea what formula you are collecting the ingredients for? This formula is called the Channel Solidifying Pill, in which Pill Master Shi recently acquired. I've heard that this could solidify the tenacity of the spiritual channels, ascending the potential of a cultivator. This belonged in the category of the Tier 3 spiritual pill. Pill Master Shi is only a Tier 2 pill refiner, therefore this would be too difficult a task for him. Let me warn you, Pill Master Shi had already changed 7 pill labs, and every time his refinement failed, he will change a lab along with the service disciple that was working with him. Mo Wuji heard this and became furious. How dare he do this to his service disciple when it was his own incapability to blame? If this was really to be true, he would be fraught with grim possibilities. If Mo Wuji were to be chased away by Pill Master Shi, he highly doubted that Wu Kai could help persuade Pill Master Shi to let Mo Wuji continue staying in the residence at the Blood Lotus Lake. Mo Wuji had finally established himself, found a great place to cultivate, and was awaiting more opportunities to learn even more about cultivation. He really did not want to leave now. As he noticed Mo Wuji's dumbfounded look, the man comforted him and said, Brother, I suggest you hurry and hand him the ingredients, then find Deacon Wu to think of a quick solution. He believed that Deacon Wu must be the reason why Mo Wuji was placed at Pharmacy 19. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. May I ask if you happen to have any water velvet vine here? Mo Wuji knew he had to ask for it himself. It seemed evident that it was not intentional to place both iron spot flower and ring cloud bamboo buds, instead it was Pill Master Sure's poor judgment. The man nodded his head, yes, however, this was not in the list that Pill Master Sure wrote down. If you wish to buy this personally, you have to exchange it with your contribution points. Mo Wuji said with a little embarrassment, I only have gold coins as I am not yet qualified to collect contribution points. How about I offer you 1,000 gold coins to help me exchange a stalk of the water velvet vine? The man took out the water velvet vine almost immediately. Water velvet vines are very common. 100 gold coins will suffice. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. My name is Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji replied gratefully as he appreciated the good nature of this man for not making use of this chance to earn more gold coins. My name is Fei Bingzhu. Hurry back because Pill Master Sure's temper isn't exactly very good, the man reminded Mo Wuji once again. Mo Wuji bid farewell and hurried off. He wanted the water velvet vine because he knew it was capable of keeping the wood properties of the green fire fruit, therefore increasing the success rate of the concortment of this drug. According to the introduction of the manual, the combination of iron spot flower and ring cloud bamboo buds could result in the release of a large amount of golden energy. A capable pill refiner would be able to use the golden energy to further increase the quality of the pill. However, an incapable drug refiner could lead to the misuse of the golden energy and hence ruin the wood properties of the green fire fruit. The rich water energy of the water velvet vine could help moisturize the wood energy, hence reducing the consumption of the wood energy. Mo Wuji did not dare to try controlling and utilizing the golden energy as he was worried it might affect the effectiveness of the final product. However, now that he found out that the wood properties of the green fire fruit are still needed, he had to add in the water velvet vine. In other words, a third-tier pill could be concocted by a second-tier pill refiner if water velvet vine was added. The only drawback would be that the quality of the pill may be reduced slightly. Mo Wuji would not bring the water velvet vine just like that. He would tinker the water velvet vine into a concoction and then spread this concoction onto the epidermis of the green fire fruit. The success of this approach could rely on luck because if the fire was not well controlled, the water properties of the water velvet vine could disappear, rendering it useless after all. Mo Wuji had to try his luck because the worst possible scenario would just be for him to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Pill Master Sure's Doggy Paddle. Chapter 71, Pill Master Sure's Doggy Paddle. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Why did you take so long to fetch my ingredients? What exactly were you doing? When Mo Wuji returned to Pharmacy 19, he was immediately scolded. Mo Wuji felt extremely helpless and could only suffer patiently and silently as he said, the ingredients I got at first wasn't very fresh. I was afraid that it might affect the results, so I specially went back to switch for a fresher batch of ingredients. As the saying goes, give me 6 hours to chop a tree and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. Even though I'm merely a service disciple, I will still try my best to make sure that you can start your task well. Pill Master Sure grabbed the ingredients in Mo Wuji's hands. He did not even bother to examine their freshness as he casually said, not bad, you did put in a bit of thought. But if my refinement fails, you will still get chased out. This be *starred. He really liked to push the blame onto others, attributing his failure to the service disciple. He's really a peculiar person. Pill Master Sure, when you are concocting pills, can I watch by the side? Knowing that he was powerless in front of Pill Master Sure, Mo Wuji did not mind Pill Master Sure's words. Since he was going to get kicked out if the concoction failed, he might as well be a little thick-skinned and watch while it happens. That would make it worth it. However, Mo Wuji did not know that his request to watch a pill refiner concoct pills was a taboo in the pill refinement world. Initially, Pill Master Sure was in a hurry to start concocting pills, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He sized Mo Wuji up before saying in disbelief, a mere service disciple wants to watch me concoct pills? This fella was so sloppy, and he's a mere tier 2 pill refiner, yet he actually looked down on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji felt rather dissatisfied in his heart. But little did Mo Wuji know, a tier 2 pill refiner was highly valued within the sect. Mo Wuji laughed in his heart and started to boast, "Pill Mastershire, back in my village, I have another nickname, Lucky Star. Whenever I'm around, people's success rates in whatever they did would be a lot higher. My neighbor was a drug refiner, and he would always call me over when he was concocting drugs." Pill Mastershire laughed out loud and said suddenly, "I have never seen a service disciple with balls as big as yours. Very good. Today, I will let you have the honor of seeing me work. But if I fail, you can just go throw yourself off the hanging sword cliff." Mo Wuji shivered. He had heard about the hanging sword cliff before. Within the Formless Blade sect, there was a steep cliff and there was a huge broken sword hung by the side of the cliff. It was rumored that the sect's evil and criminal disciples would be thrown down the hanging sword cliff. I think I won't go in with you then. Even though he had added the water velvet vine, this tier 2 pill refiner still might not be able to concoct the channel solidifying pill. One look at Pill Mastershire, and you could see that he was an incapable fella. Pill Mastershire did not wait for Mo Wuji to finish speaking and put his hand on Mo Wuji's shoulder. A powerful force swept up like a vacuum, pulling Mo Wuji over. In any case, Mo Wuji was a channel opening stage level 2 cultivator. The moment Pill Mastershire moved his hand, he immediately circulated his spiritual energy and extricated himself from Pill Mastershire's suction force. With a few swift movements, he landed a few meters away from Pill Mastershire. You're actually in channel opening stage level 3. No, that's not right. Level 2? Pill Mastershire looked at Mo Wuji in shock. It was not as though there wasn't any channel opening stage level 2 cultivators among the service disciples. There were even channel opening stage level 4 service disciples. But it was rare to see someone as young as Mo Wuji being at channel opening stage level 2. But that wasn't the main point. With Mo Wuji's reaction speed and abilities, he could rival channel opening stage level 3 cultivators. Pill Mastershire was a tier 2 pill master, and at the same time, he was a spirit building stage level 2 cultivator. Even though he used less than 10% of his power with that grab, it was not an easy feat for Mo Wuji to escape in that split moment. Mo Wuji laughed awkwardly. "My spiritual roots are of low grade. I cultivated for 4 to 5 years to get to this level." Pill Mastershire accepted Mo Wuji's explanation. He nodded. "That's not bad. Since you managed to avoid my grab, I will spare you from jumping off the hanging sword cliff. Come in." With that, Pill Mastershire entered the pill lab. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief and followed Pill Mastershire into the pill lab. This was Mo Wuji's first time entering the pill lab. When he entered, the first thing he saw was a pill furnace. The furnace was 1 meter tall and approximately 60 centimeters wide. There was a shelf beside the pill furnace. Mo Wuji saw Pill Mastershire put the ingredients on top of that shelf. Besides that, there was also a stone seat in the lab. On top of the furnace was an opening. After entering the pill lab, Pill Mastershire did not speak. He inserted a jade slip into a groove beside the pill furnace before forcefully pulling a handle on the pill furnace's side. With a pang, a dazzling blue flame sprang from the ground. Mo Wuji was not totally unknowledgeable towards pill fires. There were myriad forms of pill fires. Earth fire was one of them. Clearly, Pill Mastershire was using earth fire. Mo Wuji did not ask any questions. He knew that he did not even have the qualifications to ask questions. It was already a whopping fortune for Pill Mastershire to allow him to observe the process. Pill Mastershire used the fire to burn under the furnace for a few minutes. All of a sudden, he used his palms to continuously slap the sides of the furnace. The furnace lid flew up, and with Pill Mastershire's slapping, the dirt and dust within the furnace flew up and landed outside the pill furnace. Pill Master took a gourd from his bosom and faced it into the furnace. Some unknown liquid flowed into the furnace. Mo Wuji was extremely curious on what's that liquid. In the pill manual that he was reading, he had not read about adding any sort of liquid into the pill furnace. However, he held back his curiosity. He was worried that the moment the question left his mouth, Pill Master would immediately kick him out of the lab. After adding the solution, Pill Master let the pill furnace burn for a few minutes before throwing in the ingredients one by one. Standing by the side, Mo Wuji could not see what was happening within the pill furnace. He could only see Pill Master adjusting the size of the fire and continuously using a spatula to flip the ingredients within the furnace. Mo Wuji did not feel any sense of admiration or appreciation to Pill Master's pill concoction. He only saw an old fella stir-frying vegetables. With Pill Master's constant stir-frying, Mo Wuji started to smell an overflowing herbal smell. Mo Wuji had researched on plants and herbs for many years. He could recognize the smell of the water velvet vine. The smell of the water velvet vine was mixing with the smell of the green fire fruit. Clearly, the water velvet vine was working its effects. Pill Master's eyes never left the pill furnace as he intently flipped the ingredients and controlled the fire intensity. With his look of intense concentration, Mo Wuji knew that he did not notice the water velvet vine smell. Time slowly passed. Mo Wuji could see a drop of sweat flowing down Pill Master's forehead, dripping onto the ground. However, Pill Master did not seem to notice this as all his concentration was on the ingredients. Mo Wuji sighed. The reason why Pill Master managed to be a Tier 2 pill refiner probably wasn't his intelligence or his talent. It was because of his concentration and focus when concocting pills. That was when Pill Master started to slap the side of the pill furnace continuously with both his hands. Even though Mo Wuji had not seen other pill refiners, he really could not feel any form of admiration for Pill Master. There was a huge disparity between his concentration and his actions. He looked like he was swimming, and it wasn't any cool sort of swimming, but the doggy paddle. A whole hour passed. Suddenly, Pill Master slapped the side of the furnace and a murky black thing emerged from the furnace. This should be the herb dregs. With a sniff, Mo Wuji knew that the herb's dregs contained quite a bit of the spiritual ingredient essence. This showed that Pill Master was far from extracting all the essence from within the ingredients. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Rejection. Chapter 72, Rejection. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Even though Mo Wuji could see that Pill Master did not extract the ingredients cleanly, he was not qualified to judge. He, himself, did not even know how to purify a pill. Purifying a pill was a cumbersome and complicated process. Mo Wuji was still in the elementary stage of learning the features and compatibility of the various spiritual ingredients. He had not touched on purifying spiritual ingredients. Furthermore, purifying spiritual ingredients was a practiced skill. With his current position, it was practically impossible for him to learn the skill. Another hour passed and Mo Wuji could gradually smell a faint pill fragrance. The look of excitement on Pill Master's face became more and more animated. He could feel that his luck today was better than usual. At this moment, Pill Master threw down the spatula in his hands and reduced the fire within the pill furnace. However, his two hands were still constantly patting the exterior of the pill furnace. Mo Wuji could seemingly see a few pills rolling within the furnace. Gotcha! Mo Wuji saw Pill Master push the handle beside the pill furnace with one hand and slap the pill furnace with his other. 6 green pills with a red tinge emerged and flew into a jade vase. Ha ha! Seeing the 6 pills fly out, Pill Master laughed out heartily. The excitement and satisfaction in his eyes could not be concealed. To be honest, Mo Wuji felt a little disappointed. Even though he was not able to do what Pill Master Shi just did, he really could not feel any sort of admiration from Pill Master Shi's technique and process. Besides the initial action where Pill Master Shi expelled the dust and dirt from the pill furnace, which looked a little handsome, the rest of the process really did not call for admiration. He did not see the fabled hand and pill techniques, he only saw a spatula. He did not see the fabled pill fires, he only saw the earth fire. He did not see the fabled pill harvesting, he only saw some pills being slapped out of the furnace. Tier 3 Spiritual Pill. I finally concocted a Tier 3 spiritual pill, and it's a channel solidifying pill. I, Shi Jun, am finally a Tier 3 pill refiner. Master, you said that I'm not talented enough to advance to be a Tier 3 pill refiner, but today, I did it. Pill Master Shi grasped the jade vase agitatedly. Mo Wuji sighed, must he be so excited? This fella's master wasn't wrong. With his pill refining techniques and qualifications, it was indeed very difficult for him to advance to a Tier 3 pill refiner. Mo Wuji was not an actual pill refiner, but he could tell that this Pill Master Shi's potential was limited. Diligence could make up for several innate inadequacies. But for some professions, painstaking diligence without talent would not result in success. For example, botanist research back on Earth was one such profession. It was a profession which required some intuition. You were right. You really are a lucky star. To concoct this channel solidifying pill, I went through 11 failures. It was really a good decision to allow you into the pill lab. I really succeeded and became a Tier 3 pill refiner, Shi Jun spoke with great fervor and excitement, using really a total of 3 times. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart, look at your appearance. Not only is your name inappropriate, 1, your own evaluation of your pill concocting standard is also crappy. I don't believe that you would be able to concoct the same batch of channel solidifying pill again. Just be honest and remain as a Tier 2 pill refiner. Tier 3 pill refiner? You really think too much of yourself. Previously, Mo Wuji thought that this Pill Master Shi only failed 7 times, he did not expect this fella to actually fail 11 times. If he did not help this fella, this 12th attempt would also have resulted in a failure. Congratulations, Pill Master Shi. Junior will now take his leave. Mo Wuji was not interested on staying and listening to this fella boast. Shi Jun suddenly called out, there's no hurry to leave. What's your name? Junior's name is Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji hurried to reply even though he felt that this Shi Jun would not have a bright future. He was clear that, in the sect, the difference between Shi Jun and him was like the difference between the bright moon in the sky and a tiny firefly. Shi Jun was not a person he could offend. Shi Jun nodded his head in satisfaction, you're not bad. In the future, you can follow me and deliver ingredients to me. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. Shi Jun might as well as him to kill himself. With Shi Jun's pill concocting ability, he would fail 11 times for every 10 attempts just to concoct a Tier 3 spiritual pill. Senior, Junior is Pharmacy 19th Service Disciple. It would not be convenient for me to follow you. I hope that you can understand. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to reject Shi Jun. Shi Jun stared at Mo Wuji in disbelief. How rare was this opportunity? If it was some other service disciple, he would have long kneeled on the ground and kowtowed in gratitude. However, not only wasn't Mo Wuji thankful for the opportunity, he even rejected it. Did I hear it wrongly? Do you know what you just said? Do you know what you will missing out on? Shi Jun recovered from his daze and asked puzzledly. Mo Wuji clearly knew the reason. Following a mediocre refiner like Shi Jun, it would be abnormal for him to actually have a future. He would rather stay here and dispense medicinal ingredients and learn the methods of other pill refiners. Follow Shi Jun and learn how to stir-fry vegetables? Mo Wuji really wasn't interested. After confirming that Mo Wuji was not willing to be his personal runner, Shi Jun snorted and threw Mo Wuji a jade vase before leaving angrily. A service disciple rejecting him had thoroughly infuriated him. However, he did promise Mo Wuji some rewards, and there was no point losing his reputation over a small service disciple. Naturally, Mo Wuji would not reject Shi Jun's rewards. After all, he deserved it. He was the one who purchased the water velvet vine with his own money, and if not for the water velvet vine, Shi Jun's attempt would probably have ended in another failure. Looking at the vase in his hands, Mo Wuji was satisfied. Even if the pill inside was worthless, at least the jade vase had some value. Even his treasured channel opening solution wasn't stored in a jade vase but a typical glass bottle. The jade vase was labeled energy condensing pill. This pill was useful for cultivators at the initial levels of the channel opening stage. It would help increase their cultivation speed. However, Mo Wuji did not feel that this pill would be useful to him. It was enough for him to absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. There was no need for this energy condensing pill. Mo Wuji really did not mind Shi Jun's anger. After keeping his pills, he went back to research on his wordless pill manual. Even though Shi Jun's technique looked CR*PPY in Mo Wuji's eyes, Mo Wuji still learned several things from him. Mo Wuji's next stage would be learning how to purify spiritual ingredients. Purifying spiritual ingredients and learning the characteristics of spiritual ingredients are different. Purifying spiritual ingredients required actual practice. Mo Wuji would need to purchase some low-grade spiritual ingredients and learn through practice. However, he did not have much gold coins on him. The cheapest spiritual ingredients would already cost at least 10 gold coins. The better ones could cost 10 to even 100,000 gold coins. The even better ones couldn't even be bought with gold coins, but had to be purchased with spirit stones. Mo Wuji had only heard of spirit stones as a currency. He had never seen one before, much less use it. He even heard that spirit stones had uses beyond currency. It could act as an energy source for cultivation. It contained denser and purer spiritual energy compared to the spiritual energy from the surroundings, and it was easier to absorb this spiritual energy. To purify ingredients, besides a practiced hand, one would also require a high-grade pill furnace. Mo Wuji couldn't even afford to buy spiritual ingredients, much less pill furnaces. Looking at the sleeping yin air, Mo Wuji decided to look for Wu Kai for help. He needed to find someone to take care of yin air. Then, he could go and search for spiritual ingredients instead of purchasing them. 1. The Jun in Shi Jun's name means handsome. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Last-Minute Arrangements. Chapter 73, Last-Minute Arrangements. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Deacon Wu, Mo Wuji arrived at Wu Kai's lodgings, only to discover that compared to the place that Wu Kai lived at, his little room really didn't count for much. Although the area around Wu Kai's apartment was not as spacious as his, but the spiritual energy here was many times greater than at his own area. As such, Mo Wuji suspected that there was some sort of method being used to gather the spiritual energy, to increase its concentration to exceptional levels. An Earth Sect service disciple could actually get treated so well. What about those core disciples in the top sects? What insane level of privilege would they experience? Haha, brother Mo, how did you find the time to come visit me? Wu Kai saw Mo Wuji approaching from afar, regretting that he did not leave earlier, unfortunately bumping into him. As the deacon of service disciples, he was aware that Pharmacy 19, which Mo Wuji was under, was occupied by Pill Master Shi in the morning. It was the same Pill Master Shi that changed pill labs 7 times consecutively, and chased away all service disciples of those 7 pill labs in the process. Now that Mo Wuji was here, it must have meant that Pill Master Shi had failed again and chased Mo Wuji out. Needless to say, he was here to request for a relaxed job from Wu Kai. However, as he had already repaid the Mo Wuji's goodwill in the form of a winged sea leopard egg, Wu Kai was much less willing to make favorable arrangements once again. Deacon Wu, I'm sorry for not coming by sooner. My sincerest apologies for troubling you again on my second visit. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully with a smile from a distance. This much Wu Kai still had expected, but just as he was finding an excuse to turn down Mo Wuji, he heard the following proposition: Deacon Wu, I have 6 energy condensing pills here. Since I have poor quality spirit roots, it will be a waste for me to keep these pills. Why don't you take them instead? Out of the 12 pills that Jun gave him, Mo Wuji planned to keep only 6. Energy condensing pills? With a single glance, Wu Kai recognized the contents of the glass bottle that Mo Wuji passed to him. Even if he were a deacon of the service disciples, energy condensing pills were hard to come by. To mortals, the price of one of those pills would scare them *+, so what about 6 energy condensing pills? With these 6 pills, he would be able to advance his cultivation level another step forward. Gripping the energy condensing pills in hand, Wu Kai hurriedly asked, "Where did you get these pills from?" While it was possible to buy those pills from the pill market, but their prices were staggering, often not even measurable in gold coins. He did not mind the high price, as sourcing for gold coins was not an issue for him, but he would be helpless if alternative payments were required. The pills sold by the sect always required one to exchange contribution points for them. However, Wu Kai did not have many points anyway, and could not invest them all in energy condensing pills either. After receiving the gift of 6 energy condensing pills, Wu Kai decided to help Mo Wuji one more time, in accordance with his principle of helping others as long as they helped him. How he handled such situations was crucial, as it would determine whether others would give him further benefits in the future. However, his exchange rate was 1 favor for 1 instance of assistance. If anyone wanted his help a second time, they would have to pay him again. Seeing that Wu Kai did not want to give up the energy condensing pills, Mo Wuji knew that he was about to succeed. This was my reward after helping Pill Master Sure successfully refine pills. His intention was to have me follow him to obtain ingredients for pill refining from now on, but as you know, I have someone to take care of, hence I can't follow him everywhere. So I rejected his offer. What? Wu Kai's eyes bulged open as he stared at Mo Wuji. A few deep breaths later, he calmed down and asked, "Brother Mo, you're saying that Pill Master Sure succeeded in refining pills at Pharmacy 19's pill lab, and rewarded you with energy condensing pills? On top of that, he wants you to fetch ingredients for him from now on, and you reject him?" Wu Kai did not believe a word that Mo Wuji said, but there was all this evidence presented before him. If it wasn't Pill Master Sure that rewarded him with the energy condensing pills, where could Mo Wuji have obtained them? This sort of pill wasn't something that you could just pick off the street. But for Mo Wuji's appointment as ingredients boy, Wu Kai did not doubt him at all. Some things like this would get you killed if you lied about it. Mo Wuji intentionally mentioned that Pill Master Sure values him greatly, in order to let Wu Kai know that he has some backing. With Wu Kai stunned by his words, Mo Wuji felt rather satisfied, calmly saying, "It is indeed like that, so I'll have to trouble Deacon Wu today." Hearing this, Wu Kai immediately reacted. He was now aware that Mo Wuji was not here to change jobs and also how much Pill Master Sure valued him. Thus Mo Wuji immediately became a much more important figure to him. "Brother Mo, since we are such good friends, it's no trouble at all. Just tell me what you need, as long as I, Wu Kai, have the ability to do it, I will not turn your request down." Wu Kai thumped his chest while saying, "Brother Wu, the B*TCHY mother of Tao Ao refuses to leave, claiming that she has to take care of Tao Ao, and they can't do without that job. It isn't that good for me to force her out either. After all, in the past, Fatty Guang huffed and puffed as he ran over, but in the middle of his sentence, he noticed that Mo Wuji stood just at the side, hence he instinctively cut himself off. So Brother Mo is also here." Fatty Guang casually acknowledged Mo Wuji's presence. Mo Wuji frowned, even though he never heard anything about what Fatty Guang just said, but he could roughly guess what was going on from the limited information that was mentioned. It must have been that Tao Ao and his wife gave Wu Kai some benefits in exchange for his current job. Now Tao Ao's body became plagued with some ailment, so his wife was forced to both work and take care of him at the same time. But Wu Kai did not care about the situation they were in. and added insult to injury by giving the job away to someone else. Yet Tao Ao's wife refused to leave. Indeed, Wu Kai had no moral baseline. If he continued to stay at his position, eventually he would fall to the state of the Tao Ao couple. Wu Kai reached the position of the service disciple's deacon through his situational awareness, thus Mo Wuji's frown was instantly captured by his eagle-like eyes. With a chuckle, he immediately began explaining to Mo Wuji that Tao Ao couple was originally posted to go to the meals department to work, but Tao Ao offended someone and had his legs broken. So now his B***ish wife has to take care of him, and as a result is unable to continue fulfilling his job scope. I was planning to give him an easier job to do instead. I'll be damned if I believed you, Mo Wuji thought to himself. His face, however, showed a different expression, wearing a wide smile and replying, "Deacon Wu sure is kind, I'll have to thank you on the Tao Ao couple's behalf." At this juncture, Mo Wuji asked himself, wasn't he here to find someone to take care of Yen Er? Deacon Wu, I'm begging you, please don't chase me out. If I leave the current job and bring Tao Ao along, it would be simply waiting for death. A wailing voice echoed out, and soon enough, Mo Wuji could see a young woman in plain and rugged clothing stumbling towards them. This must be Tao Ao's wife. Her hands are calloused, so she should be involved in physical work, but yet she exuded an aura of kindness. Once sighting her, Fatty Guang swiftly moved in front of her and stopped her from continuing her advance. That's right, Deacon Wu, you also know the situation that I'm in. I intend to go for a trip, so I'm looking for someone to take care of Yen Er. How about we let this B***tch do that? Mo Wuji followed up. Before he set his eyes on Tao Ao's wife, his impression was that she was a fiercely loyal woman, refusing to leave her husband behind. But now that he saw firsthand what she was like, Mo Wuji was even surer that this was a good candidate to take care of Yen Er. Ideally, he was looking for someone who was meticulous, caring, and most importantly, kind. That's the best arrangement, brother Mo. You really helped me out this time, rather than the other way around, Wu Kai quickly mentioned. Once he was finished, Wu Kai shouted at the woman, Xiong Xiuzhu, brother Mo is willing to take in you too. Quickly come over to thank him. Xiong Xiuzhu was momentarily stunned, and stared at Mo Wuji, unable to process what had happened in time. If Mo Wuji really took in the Tao Ao couple, it would indeed be doing a favor for Wu Kai. Being the deacon of the service disciples, Wu Kai had many people to make arrangements for, especially for those disciples who had relatives with significant positions. Each one of them that were poorly arranged for, would be another superior that he offended. His original plan was to chase away the Tao Ao couple, as these two people, who had neither spirit roots nor influence, could be handled however he deemed fit without any repercussions. Since Mo Wuji wanted to take over them, he would naturally facilitate this transfer. Mo Wuji gave out a short laugh. This is not the only thing that I've come to visit Deacon Wu about. Now that there's the Tao Ao couple taking care of Yen Er while I go out for a trip, I'm no longer as worried anymore. But another issue would be regarding the service disciples attached to Pharmacy 19. If I have any ingredient retrieval jobs while I'm not around, I hope that Deacon Wu can help me arrange for someone to cover for me temporarily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, 5 Elements Desolate Domain. Chapter 74, 5 Elements Desolate Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. This is just a small matter. Brother Mo, feel free to go out and roam, I will arrange for help. I will also help you build a residence for Xiong Xiuzhu and Tao Ao, Wu Kai guaranteed. Mo Wuji gave him 6 energy condensing pills for a small favor. Thus, he took the initiative to build a house for Tao Ao and Xiong Xiuzhu to stay in. Xiong Xiuzhu, who was standing by the side, finally reacted. She understood that Mo Wuji could give her a job. She finally found some hope. If not for this, Tao Ao and her would not be able to survive. Unlike the city life of mortals, the workshops and cities in the formless blade sect were catered for cultivators. There were also a few mortals who couldn't cultivate, but they had their means to form a small social circle among themselves. However, for a mortal like Xiong Xiuzhu who even had to take care of Tao Ao, she was simply powerless and could not join in that circle. If she wanted to leave the Formless Blade sect and depart for the nearest mortal city, she would have to travel thousands of miles. More importantly, these thousands of miles were barren and unpopulated lands. It was simply impossible for a mortal like her. Thank you, benefactor, for your saving grace. Xiong Xiuzhu did not care what Mo Wuji wanted her to do. As long as she had a job, that would be enough. Mo Wuji nodded his head. Go back and pack up. Later, go over to my place. I live by the Blood Lotus Lake. I just need you to help take care of my sister, Yenair. Yenair suffered from some trauma and she might behave like a child. So I would need you to be careful and patient with her. Hearing that she only needed to take care of a girl, Xiong Xiuzhu was even more thankful. At least her life wouldn't be tougher than it was now. Xiong Xiuzhu moved really fast. After explaining the situation to Yenair, Mo Wuji was about to leave his house, but Xiong Xiuzhu had already arrived at his doorstep with her disabled husband. Xiong Xiuzhu's husband, Tao Ao, had an average build, and he looked quite handsome. However, both his legs were broken and he was huddled up on a wheelchair. He did not look like a person who would find trouble, so Mo Wuji guessed that he was probably being bullied when his legs got broken. However, Mo Wuji was barely sustaining himself. Naturally, he would not ask Tao Ao about what happened to his legs. It was difficult for mortals to live among cultivators. Mo Wuji had also briefly examined the degree of Tao Ao's injury. With his current methods, he would not be able to cure Tao Ao. The couple also did not request Mo Wuji to treat Tao Ao's legs. They were already immensely grateful to Mo Wuji for accepting them and giving them this carefree life. Over the next 3 days, Yenair gradually got used to the patient Xiong Xiuzhu. Also, with Wu Kai's help, Tao Ao and Xiong Xiuzhu's residence was also completed. Mo Wuji could finally be at ease with leaving his place. In this sort of environment, Mo Wuji could not relax for a single day. He needed to work hard to improve his personal power so that he could take care of Yenair and protect himself. The Formless Blade Sect Hall of Affairs. When Mo Wuji arrived, the hall was already filled with people. Mo Wuji knew that a service disciple was not qualified to accept any missions or quests. He wanted to see if any of the disciples who accepted quests would require help. This was not the first time that Mo Wuji came to the Hall of Affairs. Not long ago, he came to gather ingredients for Pill Mastershire. However, the Hall of Affairs today felt different from the past. Previously, the disciples were always rushing around, albeit to form groups, accept quests, or to purchase items using the sect's contribution points. However, what Mo Wuji currently saw was different. Many disciples were congregating together and seemed to be discussing something. Junior apprentice brother Mo, congratulations. Mo Wuji was intending to listen in on the discussions when someone called out to him. The one who called him was an acquaintance, the spiritual herbs warehouse's Fei Bingzhu. It was due to Fei Bingzhu's help that Mo Wuji could buy the water velvet vine. Furthermore, Fei Bingzhu did not take advantage of him, but sold Mo Wuji the water velvet vine at a reasonable price. Ostensibly, Fei Bingzhu must have heard of Pill Mastershire's success. I was lucky. Pill Mastershire's skill was too impressive. Mo Wuji laughed and walked over. As he was approaching Fei Bingzhu, Mo Wuji whispered, "Senior apprentice brother Fei, what's going on today? Why is everyone gathering together? What are they discussing? Our Formless Blade sect's Formless Blade Mountain is opening. Do you know about the Formless Blade Mountain? Even the Heavenly Temple's Heavenly Herb Mountain cannot compare to our Formless Blade Mountain. The Formless Blade Mountain has not opened for close to 1,000 years. What good things do you think will be inside? Too bad it has nothing to do with us," Fei Bingzhu sighed. Mo Wuji finally knew the topic of people's intense discussion. Well, that's normal. If he had the qualifications to enter the Formless Blade Mountain, which had not been opened for a millennium, he would have joined them in their discussions. Senior apprentice Brother Fei, since the Formless Blade Mountain had not been opened for 1,000 years, why is it suddenly opening now? Mo Wuji was clear that he did not qualify to enter the Formless Blade Mountain, but he could not help but want to inquire more. Fei Bingzhu pointed to the sky and spoke softly. 10 years ago, the first level of the 5 Elements Desolate Domain opened. To maximize their benefits which they could reap, the 5 empires went into war. All parties suffered heavy losses. Ultimately, the 5 empires decided to host a competition to compete for the resources in the first level of the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. What's the 5 Elements Desolate Domain? Mo Wuji got more and more puzzled. Fei Bingzhu maintained his patience and explained, "You're a new service disciple, so it's natural that you don't know. Do you know that in all 5 empires, very few cultivators actually advance into the heaven realm? And there isn't even a single heaven sect?" Mo Wuji nodded. "I did hear of that. Is this related to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain?" Fei Bingzhu replied, "Of course they're related. I heard that the 5 Elements Desolate Domain cut off the 5 empires' source of spiritual energy. Without this source of spiritual energy, it is an extremely difficult affair to advance into the heaven realm. In these countless years, the few experts who advanced into the heaven realm were all the empire's peak geniuses. Even still, they could only stagnate within the first of the 3 heavens in the heaven realm. On the other hand, in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, while heaven realm experts were not extremely common, there were still a lot more of them than within the 5 empires. If that's the case, why can't everyone enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain together?" Mo Wuji asked puzzledly. Fei Bingzhu snickered, "Your words sound as sweet as a song. Enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain together? Do you think it's so easy to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain? Moreover, only the first level is open. Even if you pass through the first level, you wouldn't be able to advance without knowing where the second level is. There were several experts from the 5 empires who tried to find the second level, but they were never seen again. I heard that there was even a heaven realm expert who went in. Of course, we won't know whether they perished or advanced to the next level." After everyone knew that the 5 Elements Desolate Domain could not be forcefully opened, the first thing everyone did was to fight for the cultivation resources on the first level. Countless cultivators died over these years. This was also why many sects are taking in large amounts of disciples. Isn't it enough to send in their experts? What's the use in recruiting so many disciples? The more Mo Wuji listened, the more confused he got. The 5 Elements Desolate Domain is not like ordinary places. I heard that it's restricted by heaven's laws. Only channel opening and spirit building cultivators can freely enter the first level. More powerful cultivators will be pressured by the heaven's laws, and could not leave for a long time. It's rumored that several heaven realm experts immediately disappeared after entering the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, and it was exactly due to these heaven's laws. Fei Bingzhu spoke with a mysterious expression. Mo Wuji still found it difficult to understand. What heaven's laws pressure? Mo Wuji wanted to continue asking Fei Bingzhu, but as Fei Bingzhu also heard all these from someone else, he did not fully understand either. Aren't the empires controlled by the supreme sects? Why was the war between empires and not sects? Mo Wuji no longer asked any more deep questions, for he knew that Fei Bingzhu probably would not be able to answer him. Fei Bingzhu laughed, "Aren't they the same thing? The sects only borrow the name of the empires to split their territories. During the actual wars, it will still be the sect's cultivators undergoing battle. Our Formless Blade sect also participates in the battles." Eventually, the big sects felt the losses in war was too much, and decided to compete in a more refined manner. The spiritual ingredients and resources from the 5 Elements Desolate Domain are all top grade. Each one of them is simple, priceless. Many of these ingredients can help cultivators at the peak of the earth realm advance into the heaven realm. Thus, the 5 empires compete in pill concoction, and this competition takes place once every 3 years. There is a quota to the number of people who can enter, so the empires will compete for these places. Is it because our Formless Blade sect wasn't performing well in the competitions? So we're opening the Formless Blade Mountain to nurture more pill refiners? Mo Wuji could roughly guess the reason behind the opening of the Formless Blade Mountain. Fei Bingzhu nodded, that's the case. Not only does the sect want to nurture more pill refiners, it also wants to raise the levels of the existing ones. All this is so that the Formless Blade sect can achieve more places within the 5 elements desolate domain quota. There are many people who died in the 5 elements desolate domain, but even if countless more die, the 5 elements desolate domain remains extremely attractive to cultivators. The spiritual ingredients and treasured grasses within are truly heaven-defying. Imagine if you find a spiritual fruit which allows an earth realm expert to advance into the heaven realm. Your sect will immediately rise to become a quasi-heaven sect. Formless Blade sect represents Xinghan Empire, right? As long as Xinghan Empire gets some places, won't the Formless Blade sect be allocated some places? Unless there is some internal competition within the empire to distribute the places? No, it's not like that. With the new form of competition, sects will represent themselves. It is no longer a matter of empires. Xinghan Empire's guardian west is the Heavenly Temple, but this does not mean that they will get more places. If our Formless Blade sect performs better in the pill concoction competition, we might be able to get more places to enter the 5 elements desolate domain. Through this question and answer session, Mo Wuji completely understood what was going on. No wonder why the long unopened Formless Blade Mountain was being opened. This was the best time for sects to improve themselves and compete for places to enter the 5 elements desolate domain. If the Formless Blade sect gets more places to enter the 5 elements desolate domain and finds some prized treasure from within, it may just be catapulted straight from a flailing earth sect to a quasi-heaven sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Pill Master Sure's Panic. Chapter 75, Pill Master Sure's Panic. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Don't think too much. Fei Bingzhu patted Mo Wuji's shoulders and pointed towards the discussing groups in the hall. Even those people can covet the opportunity from afar. The opening of the Formless Blade Mountain has nothing to do with them. This time, only pill refiners are allowed to enter the Formless Blade Mountain, and our pill refiners get the most benefits. Do you know why Pill Master Sure was so desperate to concoct the channel solidifying pill? The channel solidifying pill is a tier 3 pill, and successfully concocting it would make you a tier 3 pill refiner. When the Formless Blade Mountain opens, only tier 3 pill refiners have the qualifications to enter. Mo Wuji finally understood why Shi Jun wanted to concoct the channel solidifying pill, and why he was so ecstatic when he succeeded. It seemed like that fella would be able to enter the Formless Blade Mountain. Looks like Mo Wuji had really helped him out. Let me tell you every tier 3 pill refiner can each bring in one ingredient boy. AI, now that Pill Master Sure succeeded in your pill lab, I wonder who will be the lucky guy he brings along, Fei Bingzhu said emotionally. He did not actually think that Mo Wuji could be selected. After all, Mo Wuji was a new service disciple the Formless Blade sect, and he would not be fancied by a tier 3 pill refiner. Mo Wuji suddenly felt a tinge of regret. If he knew that following Shi Jun would give him the opportunity to enter the Formless Blade sect, he definitely wouldn't have rejected Shi Jun. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even if he went to find Shi Jun, he might not actually get to see Shi Jun. A tier 3 pill refiner was a noble and high existence. How could a small ingredient boy casually get to meet him? Fei Bingzhu did not know what was in Mo Wuji's mind as he said, "Our Formless Blade sect's most impressive pill refiner is Pill Master Yen. She's a tier 4 pill refiner and the only earth pill refiner in our sect. Not only is senior apprentice Sister Yen an extremely young earth pill refiner, she is in existence with a status as high as our sect head." What's senior apprentice Sister Yen? Mo Wuji could only feel upset and vexed. Only after a long while, Mo Wuji put aside his unhappiness and asked Fei Bingzhu, senior apprentice brother Fei, do you know anywhere near our sect where I can find 6-footed lightning crocodiles? 6-footed lightning crocodiles? Fei Bingzhu looked at Mo Wuji blankly. Junior apprentice brother Mo, why do you ask that? That beast is hard to kill and its materials aren't worth much. Furthermore, it lives in the sea, and our formless blade sect is far from any seas. So it's practically impossible to find 6-footed lightning crocodiles around. Mo Wuji could not help but feel disappointed. He was just about to inquire about any other places he could cultivate it, but a hoarse voice cried out, "You kid! You actually hid here to chat. Hurry and fetch me my ingredients." Mo Wuji turned to see Shi Jun rushing over. At his back was the gray-haired and ugly Wu Kai. At this moment, the Hall of Affairs quietened down. With Pill Master Shi here, no one dared to speak any further. The doggy Shi Jun, who used the doggy paddle pill refining technique, did not have a low position in the sect. As a Tier 3 pill refiner, he was one of the higher existences. Mo Wuji did not need to ask to know the reason why Shi Jun was here. Shi Jun probably failed in concocting the channel solidifying pill again and wanted Mo Wuji to prepare ingredients again and make use his luck. However, he had already left Pharmacy 19, and Wu Kai found someone to take over his work, resulting in this predicament. Compared to the previous meeting, Shi Jun was dirtier and his hair was messier, his entire body was covered with medicinal dregs. He did not wait for Mo Wuji to come over. Instead, he directly raised his hand to grab Wu Kai. Mo Wuji hurriedly said, "Wait, Pill Master Shi. This matter has nothing to do with Deacon Wu, how about you let Deacon Wu go first?" Even though Mo Wuji was leaving, Yen Er was still staying by Blood Lotus Lake. In any case, he cannot afford to offend Wu Kai. Listening to Mo Wuji's words, Shi Jun waved his hand towards Wu Kai, "Go. Since you helped me find this kid, I will not pursue this matter." Wu Kai hurried to express his gratitude before nodding towards Mo Wuji gratefully. Mo Wuji really wasn't talking nonsense previously. Not only that, he was overly modest. Who knew that a service disciple like Mo Wuji could actually have such a high position in Pill Master Shi's heart? With a simple sentence, Wu Kai was released. Previously, when he was carried away by Pill Master Shi, his entire soul was scared off. There was nothing wrong with finding a replacement for Mo Wuji, but even if it was right, Pill Master Shi could still kill him with a single slap without facing any responsibilities. Even worse, Pill Master Shi could remove his position as a deacon with a few simple words. When Wu Kai left, his determination was reinforced. He would definitely help Mo Wuji take care of Yen Er. Mo Wuji had a promising future, so he needed to maintain good relations with Mo Wuji. To do that, he just needed to take care of Mo Wuji's darling, that lady called Yen Er. "Greetings, Pill Master Shi. Is Pill Master Shi finding me just for the ingredients?" Mo Wuji waited for Wu Kai to leave before bowing in greeting. "Nonsense. You're the Pharmacy 19 service disciple. Do you think I'm looking for ingredients or looking to catch up with you?" Shi Jun stared firmly. Mo Wuji said helplessly, "If that's the case, may Pill Master Shi return to Pill Lab 19 first? I will come over with the ingredients." Mo Wuji needed to add the water velvet vine into the ingredients, if not his lucky star nickname would not actually result in success. Shi Jun grabbed Mo Wuji's arms, "There's no need. Today, we will concoct the pill in the sect's main hall. The sect head, elders and the other pill refiners would be there to observe. You will use the ingredients there instead." Shi Jun just wanted Mo Wuji to have his hands on the ingredients to take advantage of his luck. Mo Wuji lamented in his heart. He wanted Shi Jun to leave so that he can rub the water velvet vine juice onto the green fire fruit. If it was at the main hall, how could he help under the full view of everyone? Actually, he could also guess why Shi Jun wanted to concoct the pill at the main hall. He had just risen to a Tier 3 pill refiner. Naturally, he had to verify his abilities as a Tier 3 pill refiner in front of everyone. In actual fact, he never had the ability to be a Tier 3 pill refiner. As a result, this fella panicked and wanted to drag Mo Wuji over. Seeing Shijun dragging him away, Mo Wuji hurried to say, "Pill Master Sure, I'm really a lucky person who can increase people's success rates. But after I help others, I need to take a shower and change my clothes. If not, it won't work. Why are you being so long-winded? Hurry up and bathe then," Shijun shouted. Mo Wuji calmly responded, "Pill Master Sure, pill concoction stresses importance on a peace of mind. Even you have my luck, something wrong might still happen. If Pill Master Sure trusts me, you should calm your mind and wait at the sect's main hall. On the other hand, I will need to calm down and shower first before heading off to the main hall." When the jumpy Shijun heard the words peace of mind, he forcefully suppressed his emotions and threw a jade slip to Mo Wuji, "Hurry." With that, he turned and left. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. The fella is finally gone. Senior apprentice brother Mo, you're really impressive. Now that you have obtained the favor of Pill Master Sure, you must not forget about this little brother here. In that short moment, Fei Bingju exchanged his seniority with Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji laughed and patted Fei Bingju. "Why would I do that? We are friends after all." "Oh right, brother Fei, I came to buy 5 stalks of water velvet vine. I wanted to borrow brother Fei's contribution points. I will definitely return them in the future." Fei Bingju waved his hands exaggeratedly. "It's just a few stalks of water velvet vine, they aren't worth many contribution points. You don't need to return them to me. Senior apprentice brother Mo has such a bright future. Next time, please call me junior apprentice brother. I am willing to be your junior." As he spoke, Fei Bingju passed 5 water velvet vine to Mo Wuji. "Thank you then. I need to rush to help Pill Master Sure. We can continue talking when I'm free." After Mo Wuji received the water velvet vine, he rushed to bid his farewells to Fei Bingju. He had to rush to convert these vines into juice in the shortest time possible. That Pill Master Sure might just unexpectedly come and drag him away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, Character Defines. Chapter 76, Character Defines. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The Formless Blade Sect Hall. This was the place where all sect meetings were held, and also the grandest hall in the whole Formless Blade sect. Only those with certain status within the sect were granted permission to enter it. Mo Wuji had only gazed upon it from afar before, never setting foot within the hall itself. After he processed the 5 stalks of water velvet vine into a juice, Mo Wuji rushed back as fast as possible. Fortunately, Pill Master Sure's jade slip was usable, otherwise he would not have gotten anywhere close to the door of the hall. Service disciple Mo Wuji pays his respects to all elders of the sect. Mo Wuji loudly roared out at the entrance to the hall. All who sat here were those elders with the greatest powers in the sect. Each of them were extremely strong immortal masters who were far more advanced in cultivation, hence he, a lowly service disciple, dared not show any form of disrespect. Sect head, elders, this service disciple's name is Mo Wuji. He's my ingredient boy. The pills made from the ingredients that he fetched were exceptionally easy to refine. The already frantic Shijun scrambled to report as he saw Mo Wuji approaching. A middle-aged man sat at the highest position in the hall. His cheeks were slightly sunken, with a short beard on his chin, and he sat up completely straight in his seat, like a sharp blade that was barely concealed by its scabbard. Mo Wuji could guess that this was the Formless Blade sect's sect head. Indeed, right after Shijun finished speaking, the middle-aged man nodded his head and said, "Since he is Pill Master Sure's ingredient boy and also a disciple of the Formless Blade sect, please let him enter." Mo Wuji noticed how mindful the sect head was when he was speaking, Firstly, he did not address Mo Wuji as a service disciple. Secondly, he used the word please when giving Mo Wuji permission to enter. Thank you, sect head. Without waiting for Pil Master Sure to thank the sect head, Mo Wuji took the initiative and bowed respectfully. The various elders and Pil Masters were sizing Mo Wuji up, still suspicious of him. He barely looked even 20 years old. Also, for a service disciple entering such a solemn and grand sect hall, facing a large group of immortal masters, one would be expected to be rather tense and overwhelmed by it all. How could there be someone like Mo Wuji, who would boldly strut into the hall and calmly thank the sect head? However, for Mo Wuji, he had already got used to mingling with the heads of states during his past experiences at global pharmaceutical conferences of Earth. Wuji, come sit beside me. Sure Jun gestured to Mo Wuji by patting the seat next to him. He could not even afford to put on airs around Mo Wuji, a mere service disciple. After all, beggars can't be choosers. Ever since he started to ask others to be his ingredient boy, not a single person took up his offer. So despite his status as a pill refiner, and Mo Wuji as a service disciple, he still had to depend greatly on Mo Wuji. Thank you, Pill Master Sure. Mo Wuji thanked Sure Jun respectfully, before going over to sit down beside him. Once seated, Mo Wuji whispered, Pill Master Sure, if the pill refining succeeds, I want to enter the Formless Blade Mountain too. With a wave of his hand, Sure Jun replied, no problem. Every pill refiner that enters the Formless Blade Mountain can bring an ingredient boy with them. As long as you can help me successfully refine these pills, you will go in with me. Isn't it quite illogical for a service disciple to sit with us here? His presence really degrades the dignity of our sect's great hall. A booming voice with a tinge of anger suddenly rang out through the hall. Immediately turning around towards the source of the voice, Mo Wuji saw a young man. The youth was wearing a robe, exuding the aura of a master from every corner of his body. In his heart, Mo Wuji was rather unhappy. Who was this guy, and so what if I'm sitting here? Why should I stand while everyone is sitting down? Although he had these thoughts, Mo Wuji knew that he was powerless to influence anything that happened here, and could only gaze at Sure Jun, hoping for him to make a move. If Sure Jun could not speak up either, he would just have to suck it up. With a light chuckle, Sure Jun replied, Pill Master Ju, since everyone is seated here, it wouldn't be very nice to let Wuji stand by himself. To this, Pill Master Ju coldly answered, none of the pill masters that are gathered here today need the help of ingredient boys. Only, you brought an ingredient boy. Then again, Pill Master Sure's abilities are outstanding. What better way to stand out from the crowd than to bring an ingredient boy? Even though Sure Jun knew that his position was not as high up as this robed youth, but upon hearing these words come out, he couldn't help but become furious. Although Mo Wuji felt dissatisfied inside too, he was not willing to implicate Sure Jun. He was about to stand up and signal to Sure Jun to avoid arguing over such a small matter, when Pill Master Ju spoke coldly again, you puny little ingredient boy, how dare you sit here? These words had the complete opposite effect than they were intended for, as Mo Wuji intentionally sat still, not budging a single inch. If he did not have to keep in mind that Yen Er was still with him, Mo Wuji would have given a sarcastic retort. So what if he was an ingredient boy? It was Pill Master Sure's instruction for him to sit down. He was Pill Master Sure's ingredient boy, not Pill Master Ju's. Pill Master Sure did not seem to be of a lower rank than him. What problem did this guy have to bring up such a trivial issue? Mo Wuji, as an ingredient boy, how dare you just sit there as two pill masters are arguing? The elder who was first from the left asked out of the blue, seemingly siding with Pill Master Ju. Mo Wuji knew that someone who sat at the first position on the left definitely was someone with a high rank, possibly the first elder. When under the roof of another you can't afford not to defer to him, hence Mo Wuji stood up, bowed respectfully to the elder, and said, Elder, please understand, if I had stood up earlier, perhaps Pill Master Sure and Pill Master Ju would not have argued over my actions. But with Sect Head's guidance, I came to understand something, hence my inaction throughout the whole incident. Sect Head's guidance? Everyone turned to look at Gu Ran, who sat at the top. As the formless blade sect's sect head, Gu Ran had never taken in a disciple, so how could he have guided a service disciple? Equally confused, Gu Ran looked to Mo Wuji, unsure when he had taught Mo Wuji before. Mo Wuji calmly explained himself. In the eyes of experts, a lowly service disciple naturally has no status or position. This can be clearly seen when Pill Master Ju asked me to stand up. But when I entered the Great Hall, our sect head did not specially refer to me as a service disciple. Indeed, in the eyes of our sect head, it doesn't matter if it's a formal, inner, outer, or service disciple. As long as he is part of the Formless Blade sect, he would be considered Formless Blade sect's disciple. When Mo Wuji entered, the sect head really did not intentionally call Mo Wuji a service disciple, but no one would think that this small detail would be used by him as the sect head's personal guidance. Without waiting for a response, Mo Wuji continued, the sect head also used the word please for a lowly disciple such as myself. In his eyes, everyone is equal. So these are the lessons you learned from our sect head? The first elder from the left asked again. To this, Mo Wuji firmly answered, yes, in our sect head's eyes, people have no rank or status, but are defined by their character. This is sect head's lesson to me. Good. There are no high or low class people, only people with good or bad character. Thanks for the lesson. The woman sitting first from the right gave Mo Wuji a standing ovation, obviously in agreement with what he had said. Only then did Mo Wuji notice this woman. She appeared rather young, definitely not more than a few years older than him. Her facial features were rather average too, possibly considered to be kind of ugly by some, but this young woman actually sat at a position close to the sect head. She likely held a high position within the sect. In reality, everyone could read the intention behind Mo Wuji's words, which was that the sect head was a person of good character, while Pill Master Ju was only as good as an average person. The sect head nodded his head in agreement, warmly telling Mo Wuji, why don't you just sit down? Thank you, sect head. Mo Wuji gave another word of thanks before sitting down for good. Shi Jun's impression of Mo Wuji improved further as he saw how Mo Wuji turned the situation around single-handedly. He softly whispered to Mo Wuji, the person that just spoke up for you is the Formless Blade sect's #1 pill master, Tier 4 Earth Pill Refiner Yin Chen. She's the leader of the team that's representing the Formless Blade sect at the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition. Mo Wuji had already heard from Fei Bingzhu that Pill Master Yen was an Earth Pill Master previously. However, he did not expect that her name to also have the word Yin in it. It reminded him of his experience with Xia Ruoyin. Alright, since all the pill refiners are here, let's begin. Gu Ran cut to the chase, without the intention of mulling on what Mo Wuji had said. As he finished his sentence, 5 gigantic pill furnaces were carried into the center of the hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, Blade Mountain Elimination Competition. Chapter 77, Blade Mountain Elimination Competition. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Shi Jun said slightly nervously, Wuji, ever since that time where you were by my side, I have never succeeded in concocting the channel solidifying pill. Your luck must help me this time. If I cannot concoct the channel solidifying pill, I'm finished. Shi Jun had a lot of trust in Mo Wuji. In the cultivation world, luck was not an illusory thing. Some people were able to rise above others because they had greater luck. However, Mo Wuji did not understand how luck was involved. He was also a little nervous as he whispered to Shi Jun, Pill Master Shi, I actually have another method, it's called Lucky Contact. We just need a bucket of water. I will wash the ingredients with my hands, and that would help to spread the luck. Your success rate would definitely be at least 2 times more than usual. No problem, I will get someone to bring a bucket of water. With that, Shi Jun muttered a few words to the disciples who were carrying in the pill furnace. Sure enough, the disciples brought in a bucket of water in less than a minute. Pill Master Sure, what are you doing exactly? Someone immediately asked. Sure Jun replied calmly, I intend to wash each of my ingredients to increase my success rate. Wuji, I will be concocting the pill soon, so I will leave this washing job to you. Seeing Sure Jun call Mo Wuji over to wash the ingredients, the people in the hall started to have an understanding on why Sure Jun wanted an ingredient boy in the first place. After all, this was a job for the ingredient boy and not the pill refiner. At the same time, they also didn't question about washing the ingredients. Every pill refiner had their own methods, so there was nothing wrong with that. Sure Jun's pill furnace was the second from the right while Pill Master Ju's pill furnace was the third from the right. Coincidentally, they were neighbors. When Mo Wuji saw that, he couldn't help but curse his bad luck. The fact was, Sure Jun called Mo Wuji here so that Mo Wuji could help him. On the other hand, Mo Wuji had come here to observe how the other pill refiners concoct pills. The person Mo Wuji hoped to see the most was Yan Chenin. After all, she was a Tier 4 pill refiner. As an Earth pill refiner, her methods must definitely be above the rest. Unfortunately, it wasn't Yan Chenin beside him. It was only after 3 other pill refiners got into position that Mo Wuji discovered that Yan Chenin did not even come down at all. Mo Wuji quickly discovered the reason. As a Earth pill refiner, Yan Qianyan did not need to personally come down. My formless blade mountain has not been opened for 1,000 years. To raise the capabilities of our pill refiners, we will be specially opening it. As the resources in the mountain are limited, only 7 people are allowed in. Initially, our formless blade sect only had 4 Tier 3 pill refiners and 1 Tier 4 pill refiner, who will not be participating in our sect's internal pill concocting competition. The ones competing in this elimination competition are the 5 newly advanced Tier 3 pill refiners. Out of the 5, only 2 can enter the formless blade mountain. Everyone will have 2 tries to concoct a Tier 3 pill. Let the competition begin. Seeing the 5 pill refiners get into position, the sect head announced loudly. Mo Wuji only just discovered that only 7 people can enter the formless blade. If you were to include the ingredient boys, there would only be 14 people entering. Previously, when he saw the crowds discussing in the Hall of Affairs, he thought that many people could enter the mountain. Sure Jun promised him a chance to enter the formless blade mountain if the pill concoction succeeded. In light of the numbers, this was really a huge favor. Mo Wuji noticed that all the pill refiners had a red firestone underneath their pull furnaces. A huge flame burned below the furnace, and this red firestone seemed to be able to adjust the strength of the fire. Sure Jun also ignited the flame as he prepared to clean his furnace. Mo Wuji started immersing the ingredients into the bucket of water, washing each and every one of them. Only the green fire fruit wasn't added to the water. Instead, it was coated with the water velvet vine juice which he kept in his sleeves. After washing 2 batches of ingredients, Mo Wuji left them to the side to dry. At the same time, Sure Jun had also finished cleaning his furnace, and was starting to concoct the channel solidifying pill. Mo Wuji had seen Sure Jun concoct pills before, and in all honesty, it wasn't really nice to look at. His eyes then landed on Pill Master Ju and he discovered that this Ju fella was the most capable one among the 5 competitors. Mo Wuji wasn't clear what Pill Master Ju was concocting. However, his techniques were more natural than Sure Jun, and his actions were far more elegant. Mo Wuji discovered that this Ju fella did not use any spatula whatsoever. He solely used the pill furnace to refine the ingredients within. Towards the end, Pill Master Ju even inserted his hand into the hot and steaming pill furnace to move the ingredients. His hand did not even look like it was affected by the heat. With this, Mo Wuji was sure that Pill Master Ju was better than the other 4, and his methods were far superior to Sure Jun's doggy paddle. Not even an hour passed before Mo Wuji heard a loud bang. He saw that the pill refiner who was first from the left had a face covered with ash and grime. Ostensibly, he failed in his concoction, and his pill furnace exploded. At this moment, Mo Wuji heard another bang. A wave of hot air rushed towards him, causing him to subconsciously take a few steps back. When he regained his bearings, he discovered that it was Shi Jun's furnace which exploded. It looked like this pill master Shi's mentality was not focused. He was affected by the failure of the other pill refiner. Seeing Shi Jun's dispirited expression, Mo Wuji hurried to say, "Pill master Shi, you still have one batch of ingredients, there's still an opportunity to succeed. Think about it, if not for that other guy's failure affecting you, you would definitely have succeeded. Furthermore, no one would have a 100% success rate when concocting pills at that." Listening to Mo Wuji's words, Shi Jun's spirit was lifted. That's right. Which pill refiner would have a 100% success rate? Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief as he saw Shi Jun regain his spirits. Shi Jun's success or failure would affect his chances to enter the Formless Blade Mountain. If he could enter the Formless Blade Mountain, he could obtain large amounts of spiritual ingredients to practice purification. That would help him to advance to the next milestone in pill refining. He was a mere service disciple. It was almost impossible for him to obtain large amounts of spiritual ingredients to practice purification. His future success would be tied onto Shi Jun. If Shi Jun succeeded, he would have a chance of succeeding in the future. When Shi Jun started on his second batch of channel solidifying pills, Mo Wuji noticed that Pill Master Ju had already finished purifying the ingredients, and was expelling the medicinal dregs. Just now, there were 2 consecutive explosions. Furthermore, Shi Jun's explosion was right beside Pill Master Ju. However, he did not seem to be a half-bit affected and continued with his work. Even if his concoction ends up failing, Mo Wuji could not help but be impressed with him. Another half an hour passed. Shi Jun had finished purifying his ingredients while Pill Master Ju's pill furnace was emitting a faint pill aroma. Mo Wuji signed in his heart, Pill Master Ju was indeed capable. Unless Mo Wuji hurls the bucket of water at his pill furnace, Pill Master Ju's first batch of pills was definitely going to succeed. One of the 2 places was definitely his. Shi Jun could only fight for the last place with the other 3 pill refiners. Fortunately, the other 3 pill refiners had all failed in their first batch of ingredients. This time around, Shi Jun wasn't affected by the other 2's pill explosion. At this moment, Shi Jun had already expelled the medicinal dregs and fused the medicinal essences. He was starting to condense the pill itself. Just as Mo Wuji was retracting his gaze from Pill Master Ju, he felt a pair of eyes landing on him. He subconsciously lifted his head up to see the Tier 4 pill refiner, Yan Chenin, staring at him. When their eyes met, she even nodded at Mo Wuji. However, Mo Wuji wasn't worried. He had borrowed the wooden bucket to coat the water velvet vine juice onto the green fire fruit. He was sure that no one else saw what he was doing. At this moment, a strong pill aroma wafted over. Mo Wuji turned to look at Pill Master Ju. Sure enough, he was extracting a few pills from his furnace, directly sending them into a prepared jade vase. This fellow was really the first to finishing concocting a batch of pills. Even though Mo Wuji was dissatisfied, there was nothing much he could do. He could only focus on Shi Jun and pray that his current batch must not fail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, The Story Changes. Chapter 78, The Story Changes. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Bang! Another explosion during the pill condensing step occurred, which made Mo Wuji jump up in shock. Thankfully it wasn't Shi Jun's pills that exploded this time, but the guy who was seated first from the left previously. With the 2 consecutive failures, he was disqualified. At this rate, it seemed as though the only one who was not half-assed was Pill Master Ju, who he did not get along with. Most probably, they were trying very hard to mimic a Tier 3 pill refiner in order to gain entry to the Formless Blade Mountain. But now their ruse was seen through when placed in front of a pill furnace and asked to refine Tier 3 pills. Jun's second attempt at refining carried on smoothly even as explosions from others' failures rang out one by one around him. Could it be that Mo Wuji's words helped? Another half an hour passed, and Jun began the condensing process just as the fragrance of pills wafted out of his furnace. At this moment, another person's pills blew up in his face, leaving only one other pill refiner. The outline, followed by the solid shape of reddish-green pills, slowly formed within the blazing furnace. Minutes later, Jun slapped both hands on the pill furnace, causing 6 pills to fly out of it and into the jade vase that was waiting in place. Once Jun succeeded in creating his pills, the last pill refiner got affected by the commotion, and could only resign to failure. Out of the 5 pill refiners that started out, only Pillmaster Ju and Jun managed to successfully refine their pills. Without any further evaluation, the results of the selections were clear. Pillmaster Ju and Pillmaster Shur are hereby promoted to Tier 3 Mortal Pillmaster. Congratulations! The elder at the top left corner was the first to give a standing ovation. The sect head followed suit, revealing a big smile on his face while clapping for them. With Pillmaster Ju and Pillmaster Shur, the Formless Blade sect will definitely get a better placing in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition. After completing this sentence, Gurant's smile disappeared and he took a more serious tone. The people present today are the foundations of our Formless Blade sect, our 10 elders and our pill refiners. The Formless Blade mountain of our sect has not been opened before in 1,000 years. Talking about it, perhaps our Formless Blade mountain may not have spiritual herbs as valuable as those found in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. We definitely do not have any top-tier treasures that can help one cross into the heaven realm. But out of all the secret dimensions of the sects and the 5 great empires, our Formless Blade mountain is undoubtedly one of the top-ranking secret dimensions. When we open the largely untouched Formless Blade mountain, I hope that the 7 pill refiners will treasure this opportunity. Do not to waste a single stalk of spiritual herb, and raise your pill refining ability as much as possible. This is also that we may obtain a better placing in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition. Don't worry, sect head, we will live up to your expectations. Mo Wuji observed Jun, Pillmaster Ju, and the rest of the 6 Tier 3 pill refiners standing up and bowing respectfully. Yan Shenin did not move upon hearing this statement, so Mo Wuji knew that these 6 pill refiners were simply bragging. Although other people could not see through his ruse, but Mo Wuji completely understood the abilities of Pillmaster Shur. Even though he had never seen how good the other sect's pill refiners that were taking part in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition, it was pretty clear that someone of Pillmaster Shur's level would not be able to get any significant position. Pillmaster Ju might be more capable than Jun, but Mo Wuji still did not think he amounted to much. Rather, it was the Tier 4 Earth Pill Master Yan Shenin, did not speak nor make any movements, who Mo Wuji had his eyes on. Good, now I officially declare the Formless Blade mountain open. Every pill refiner who enters is allowed to bring 1 ingredient boy with him. The Formless Blade mountain will remain open for a duration of 1 month, after which, it will close again. All elders and the pill refiners entering the Formless Blade mountain, please follow me. Guran cut to the chase, and rose right after speaking. Since the time Mo Wuji joined the Formless Blade sect, his activities were restricted to the most outer circle. If it were not for Jun's help, the deepest he would be able to delve into the sect would only be the Hall of Affairs. At the moment, he followed behind the sect head and the elders into the deepest regions of the Formless Blade sect. Only then did he realize how enormous the Formless Blade sect was. Chain after chain of blades stretched on for kilometers, leaving one thinking just how many experts passed through this place in the past. At the center of the blades, there was a round pavilion with a hiltless and scabbardless blade floating right at the top. Who knew how long this blade had been there for? As Mo Wuji curiously gazed towards it, he could still feel a chill run down his spine. Tiny figures and words describing sword styles littered the exterior of the pavilion, seemingly random, but also seemingly having a certain order. An old one-armed man held a broom in hand, sweeping the grounds before the pavilion. Guran gave him a small bow as he passed by the pavilion, leading the rest of the group into the circular structure. On the other hand, Mo Wuji took a second look at this old one-armed arm thinking. Was this the sweeping monk of the legends? No, it should be the sweeping old man. Soon after Mo Wuji took his first step into the round pavilion, he laid eyes on the circular altar at the center. Mysterious symbols covered the entirety of the altar, and beside it were many potholes. Other than that, there was nothing else in the pavilion. The 13 going to the Formless Blade Mountain, please proceed into the Formless Blade Mountain transfer formation. Formless Blade sect head Gurant's words echoed out as he pointed at the altar. So this was the legendary transfer formation. Mo Wuji had heard that immortal masters could set up various types of formations, and the transfer formation was one of them. Even though Yin Shenin was the most qualified to have an ingredient boy help her carry stuff, she was the only one who did not bring one along. This piqued Mo Wuji's interest. How would she refine pills without a pill furnace? Like the other ingredient boys, a large furnace was carefully balanced on the back of Mo Wuji as he stood behind Shijun. There was no helping it, as an ingredient boy, he would have to do this sort of manual labor for pill refiners. Otherwise, going into the Formless Blade Mountain would just be a dream. Once all 13 people stepped onto the transfer formation, Gurant threw a handful of shiny transparent jade rocks. A dazzling white glow erupted as the jade rocks accurately fell into the potholes, causing everyone to look away for a moment. This was definitely not normal jade rocks, but the spirit stones that he had heard of before. As much as Mo Wuji tried to catch a glimpse of the appearance of spirit stones, his line of sight was blocked by the white light. He was unable to see anything, but could still feel the rich and dense spiritual energy that resided in those rocks. A sense of giddiness overcame him, making Mo Wuji wonder if this was the teleportation part of the transfer process. It felt as though his surroundings were shaking violently, like he was about to get torn apart. RIIPPPP, following that sound, bursts of blood stench bombs exploded all over him. Mo Wuji was in shock. Although he could not see anything, he knew that some people were really torn apart by the energy released by space-time fluctuations. Could one transfer be so scary, to the extent that people have to give up their lives? Everyone take note, something's wrong with the transfer. Once you've reached the Formless Blade Mountain, don't roam around recklessly, try to gather as a group first. Yin Shenin's voice made it in the nick of time, but only half of the message reached Mo Wuji before her voice faded away. Another wave of searing pain hit him, and Mo Wuji could clearly feel and hear his bones breaking. Just as he thought that he would end up like the few other unlucky buggers, to be torn up by the energy of space-time fluctuations, he landed on the ground with a heavy thud. It took a good 10 minutes of resting before Mo Wuji slowly struggled his way up. Pain invaded every crevice of his body, and his bones had cracked under the stress of the space-time energy. What's more scary was that there was not a single person around him. Indeed, as what Yin Shenin had said, some issue had arose with the transfer formation. The stench of blood that he had smelt before must have been the few other ingredient boys being ripped apart. He managed to survive as he was not an ordinary ingredient boy. Not only was he a channel opening level 2 cultivator, but after enduring countless strikes of lightning, his body's durability became much greater than those around the same level of cultivation as him. Gritting his teeth, Mo Wuji fought the pain throughout his body to stand up, before taking in a breath of cold air. According to Gurant, Formless Blade Mountain should have spiritual herbs aplenty, fields of different colors stretching out beyond one's field of vision like a utopia for pill refiners. But now what lay before him was a barren wasteland of crumbling rocks and dried, cracked soil. Where were the spiritual herbs? Where were the grass? Mo Wuji could not believe that the Formless Blade sect's leader would lie about such a thing. With such a great discrepancy, it must have meant that something had happened back at the sect. Connecting this with the problem in the transfer formation, he was even more sure that the story was not as simple as it seemed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Advancement, Tier 1 Mortal Pill Refiner. Chapter 79, Advancement, Tier 1 Mortal Pill Refiner. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. After resting for half an hour, Mo Wuji felt a lot better as stood up to find a safer place to rest and make sense of the situation. Mo Wuji struggled to carry the pill furnace, trekking for less than 1 kilometer. That was when he saw a dead corpse. He recognized that corpse, it belonged to one of the 7 pill refiners. Theoretically, Tier 3 pill refiners were cultivators who had already advanced past the channel opening stage. When Mo Wuji encountered this pill refiner's corpse, he really thanked his lucky stars. It was really a stroke of luck that he managed to survive the failure during the transfer. Mo Wuji started to search the pill refiner's body and collected all the useful items. He even found some spirit stones. These stones rich in spiritual energy were items Mo Wuji only dreamed of obtaining. However, he really couldn't lift his spirits even as he kept the stones. He also found some healing pills which he ate to recover himself. After thoroughly searching the pill refiner's body, Mo Wuji dug a pit and buried the pill refiner. A Tier 3 pill refiner was an illustrious existence in the mortal world. However, one of them just died silently in some unknown place. This fragility and vulnerability of life really struck Mo Wuji. After consuming the pills, Mo Wuji felt the cracks in his bones healing rapidly. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The pills concocted by pill refiners were really heaven-defying even when compared to a modern drug like penicillin. Even though penicillin was impressive, it still required time for recovery. However, the effects of these pills were immediate. If anyone were to tell Mo Wuji that the effects of Western medicine are faster than Chinese medicine, Mo Wuji would definitely spit on his face. These pills are concocted with herbs. Even though they did not originate from China, Mo Wuji still considered them Chinese medicine. Afterwards, Mo Wuji no longer saw anyone, not even an ant. 2 more days passed and Mo Wuji's injuries gradually recovered. Just when Mo Wuji was thinking that this was the end and that there was no more hope, he saw an abundance of green in the distance. He literally dashed over, ignoring the weight of the heavy pill furnace. 10 minutes later, Mo Wuji was standing in a lush green valley. Gu Ran was right, this place was filled with spiritual herbs. In his study of pill refining, Mo Wuji read up on the introductions of many spiritual herbs, and knew a thing or two about a myriad of spiritual herbs. However, he was unable to even name a single one of the herbs here. The vibrancy and variety of herbs satisfied and excited him. Not bad. It's extremely vibrant and fresh here. As Mo Wuji was thinking of the 3 words vibrant and fresh, he was reminded of the place he just came from. If this place was described as vibrant and fresh, then that would definitely be barren and death. It's the same mountain, but why were there places abundant with spiritual herbs but also places where not even a single weed can grow? As he started thinking, Mo Wuji realized that something wasn't right. These 2 worlds were too different. As he observed further, Mo Wuji could see that the spiritual herbs at the borders seemed to be withering. In that instant, Mo Wuji finally made sense of the situation. The loom of death from where he came from did not spread over yet. However, in time, this lush valley would also cease to exist. Even though Mo Wuji did not want the formless Blade Mountain to turn into a barren land, he did not know what to do. He was a mere service disciple, he did not have any means of stopping this. Furthermore, he did not even know whether he would survive this situation. With so many spiritual herbs, he needed to collect all of them before finding some place where he could try his hand at purifying. Large patches of spiritual herbs were collected by Mo Wuji. It was only until the evening when Mo Wuji's back finally gave up. That was when he found a natural cave in the valley and rested inside. After resting for a night, Mo Wuji retrieved the firestone he found on that pill refiner's body and installed it under the furnace. He was going to practice purifying. Even though he was surrounded by spiritual herbs, Mo Wuji remained careful during the purification. He knew that spiritual herbs were extremely valuable. If not for this journey to the Blade Mountain, he would never have had the chance to have a whole valley of herbs for him to practice purification on. The days passed. Mo Wuji cherished this opportunity and made use of the days to purify different spiritual herbs. Initially, his purification resulted in failures. However, by the end of 3 days, he could retain 80% of the herbal essence. After another 8 days, this number increased to 90%. Afterwards, he no longer saw any improvements. It was simply too hard to exceed 90%. Mo Wuji purified the spiritual herbs following the methods from the wordless pill manual. He was cognizant that he was unable to progress any further due to the limits of his cultivation level, and not due to some unforeseen reasons. As long as his cultivation advances, he would be able to improve his purification of spiritual herbs. Being able to purify 90% of the essence, Mo Wuji was already much better than that pill master Shi. From Mo Wuji's observations, that Shi Jun could only purify 60 to 70%. When he was spectating Shi Jun's pill concocting, the medicinal dregs he expelled contained far too much of the herbal essence. It was simply a waste. Not only was it a waste, a higher purity would also make the pill condensation process easier, and the pill concocted would also be of higher quality. For Shi Jun, if his purification methods did not improve, he would find it hard to improve on his pill refining. Mo Wuji knew that it would be a long and arduous process to improve on his purification. Thus, he no longer practiced his purification but started learning pill refining as he practiced cultivation. The spiritual energy here was rich, and he did not need to worry about people discovering the mad absorption of spiritual energy. Mo Wuji finally could be unrestrained and cultivated as he wished. The pill refining methods illustrated on this manual were completely different from Shi Jun's methods. This manual emphasized on the pill and hand techniques. There were different kinds of hand techniques, from the cleaning of the pill furnace to the pill condensation to the final pill collection. Furthermore, the manual taught that the pill and hand techniques were not fixed and unchanging, but they changed and adapted according to the characteristics of the spiritual herbs. This required much of the pill refiner. Some pill refiners were unable to adapt and could only use mechanical methods. When Mo Wuji was researching on the various ingredients, he became aware of this fact. Anything that wasn't flexible and adaptable would only be doomed to deteriorate. This was true for many ancient Chinese civilizations. How many of them got lost in the visages of time? This was primarily because they were too fixed in their ways. When a master passes down knowledge onto his disciple, even if the master didn't hide anything, it would be difficult for the disciple to surpass the master. There would definitely be some lost knowledge. When this disciple passes on to his own disciple, more would be lost. Green originated from blue and is superior to blue. This phrase only applied to a few people. Furthermore, majority of masters do not reveal everything to their disciples. Even the best of things would ultimately end up as part of history if it continued to degrade in this manner. Mo Wuji knew how precious this opportunity was. Even though he didn't know how he was going to get out a month later, he did not have the time to worry about it. Since the sect head said 1 month, then it should not be wrong. Once he leaves, he would not have such a fertile and abundant cultivation environment, nor would he find such a blessed place for pill refining. Even at the expense of sleep, Mo Wuji spent his days crazily refining pills or madly cultivating. The moment he was tired of pill refining, he would immediately start on cultivation. During cultivation, he was constantly absorbing spiritual energy from the heaven and earth. This allowed him to only require minimal sleep just to maintain his vigor. There weren't many pill formulas on the pill manual, but each of the pills were easy to condense. The formulas were extremely suitable for learning pill refining and incredibly useful for low-leveled cultivators. On the 20th day, Mo Wuji successfully concocted a batch of Tier 1 energy-gathering pill. This pill was for channel opening stage cultivators and its effects were better than the energy condensing pill. On the 21th day, Mo Wuji was successful with a batch of Tier 1 vitality replenishing pills. This pill allowed cultivators to replenish their vigor and vitality and was extremely useful to Mo Wuji right now. As Mo Wuji wildly cultivated and practiced pill refining, he seemed to forget the flow of time. He continued to go through this cycle until all his meridians simultaneously trembled. A strong surge of energy poured down from the top of his head and permeated into his entire body. His spirit cleared, and this feeling awoke Mo Wuji from his crazed state. Unknowingly, he stepped into channel opening stage level 3. Ever since he started cultivating, in less than 2 months, he advanced from a mere mortal to a channel opening stage level 3 cultivator. What made him even more contented was that the time he spent on cultivation itself was little, especially since he was also practicing pill refining. Today, he was also truly a true Tier 1 mortal pill refiner. Using the wordless pill manual and the resources from the Formless Blade Mountain, he took a month to enter a stage which many would never touch in their entire lives. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, Mo Wuji was not able to concoct Tier 2 pills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, The Devastated Yan Xianyin. Chapter 80, The Devastated Yan Xianyin. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji calculated, from the time he entered the Formless Blade Mountain, if it was not a month, it was not far from it. It might even have already exceeded a month. There might have been some problems with the transfer formation and he could not be transferred out. In this month, he did not move out from the valley. The spiritual herbs in the valley have practically been plucked dry. He had already concocted 1 to 200 energy-gathering pill and vitality replenishing pill. However, he was worried that once he goes out, his pills might be snatched away. Having his pills snatched away was a small matter. What's worse was if the experts from the Formless Blade sect questioned him about the origins of his pills. What would he say then? He concocted them himself? Would he be able to keep his wordless pill manual? Mo Wuji's origins was too simple to investigate. The Formless Blade sect could even casually send a few people to investigate and they could easily find out how many times he visited the toilet. What if they discovered that he didn't have the chance to learn pill refining, or that he even bought some drug refining equipment in Shanluo? They would definitely ask, who taught him to concoct pills? It would be impossible to hide the existence of the wordless pill manual. However, he was also unwilling to leave these pills behind. After all, these were the efforts of tireless days and nights. As Mo Wuji was deep in contemplation, he saw an old person with a head full of white hair staggering over. No, that's not right. Mo Wuji soon discovered that this white-haired person wasn't an old person but a lady with a graceful figure. As she lifted her head, Mo Wuji was able to recognize her. She was Yan Xianyin, the Tier 4 Earth Pill refiner who entered the Formless Blade Mountain with him. A month ago, when they were being transferred to the Formless Blade Mountain, Yan Xianyin still had a head full of black hair. A month did not even pass and her hair was entirely bleached. If not for her face and figure, Mo Wuji would not have been able to recognize her. How exactly did she age so much over this short period of time, yet her face remained unchanged? When Yan Xianyin saw Mo Wuji, her body gave in and she collapsed. Mo Wuji did not think about anything else as he rushed forward to pick Yan Xianyin up. He found that Yan Xianyin's skin was all shriveled up, dearth of blood energy. It was as though she had spent tens of years here and her longevity was running out. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to retrieve the pills he concocted and put some vitality replenishing pills and smooth blood pills in her mouth. The smooth blood pill was also a Tier 1 pill. Mo Wuji concocted it for Yen to use. Due to her poor nutrition, Yen's body had very poor foundations. The smooth blood pill was filled with spiritual ingredients which were nourishing and nutritious. It was very suitable for Yen to use. As the pills entered Yan Xianyin's mouth, there was no change on her face but there seemed to be some blood flowing through her shriveled skin. Mo Wuji hastily put Yan Xianyin on his back and brought her into his cave. Yan Xianyin was a Tier 4 Earth Pill refiner with an impressive cultivation. Even with this level of cultivation, she was almost robbed of her life. His cultivation wasn't even worth looking at. Mo Wuji had a good impression of Yan Xianyin. Not only was her pill refining standards the best in the sect, she also helped him when Pill Master Ju was bent against him. Mo Wuji placed Yan Xianyin on the stone bed which she usually used. She simply lay there unmoving and with her eyes closed. However, Mo Wuji knew that his smooth blood pill and vitality replenishing pill were working and that she was gradually recovering. Her aura was richer and her blood energy became stronger. Looking at the gradually recovering Yan Xianyin, Mo Wuji was reminded of the barren land which he passed. At the border between life and death, the plants were gradually withering. Didn't this Yan Xianyin look like she was also withering as she instantly grew older? Thinking about this, Mo Wuji felt goosebumps all over his body. Besides stealing this life force from the herbs and the land, this place was also robbing the life force of cultivators. Thanks for saving me, Yan Xianyin's voice sounded out weakly, interrupting Mo Wuji's wild imagination. Mo Wuji hastily said, "Luckily I met you." What happened? Yan Xianyin did not immediately answer Mo Wuji. Her hand lightly slapped her waist and a jade vase appeared in her hand. She opened the jade vase, took out a pill and put it into her mouth. Mo Wuji looked at Yan Xianyin in shock. Was this magic? Yan Xianyin's waist clearly did not have any pocket. How did she take out a jade vase? No, there is a small cloth bag, but that cloth bag is a little too small, right? He quickly dismissed his misunderstanding and looked at Yan Xianyin in greater shock. She merely ingested one pill, but Yan Xianyin's skin moisturized in an instant, and her white hair slowly turned black. Mo Wuji inhaled deeply. He might have invented the channel opening solution, but he had never thought of such a magical pill. Could this be a pill which renews youth? He also administered the smooth blood pill and vitality replenishing pill, but those only served to improve her complexion and help her blood flow. How could they have as astounding effects as Yan Xianyin's pill? In less than half an incense's time, Yan Xianyin regained her original appearance. She took in a deep breath and sat upright. Looking at Mo Wuji's looking of astonishment, Yan Xianyin took the initiative to explain, "I just took a Tier 7 Heaven pill, the elementary life pill." Heaven pill? Wouldn't you need a heavenly pill refiner to concoct it? Xinghan Empire has a Tier 7 heavenly pill refiner? Mo Wuji reacted in shock. Previously, Xin Lian had told him that weren't any heavenly pill refiners in all 5 empires. Yan Xianyin shook her head. "My master gave me this pill." Your master is a heavenly pill refiner? Mo Wuji asked reverently. He now knew how impressive a heavenly pill refiner was. No, my master is a Tier 6 earth pill refiner. This pill wasn't concocted by my master but my grandmaster. After I advanced to a Tier 3 pill refiner, my master left me to find my grandmaster. My grandmaster is not within the 5 empires. Yan Xianyin seemed to recall her master and an expression of longing could be seen in her eyes. Mo Wuji knew that there was more beyond the 5 empires. Pill Master Yan, don't tell me your master entered the 5 elements desolate domain? Isn't the 5 elements desolate domain uncrossable? Yan Xianyin faintly looked at Mo Wuji. No one actually saw that the 5 elements desolate domain is uncrossable. In reality, many experts did not fail within the 5 elements desolate domain. Where do you think they went? With that, Yan Xianyin seemed unwilling to dwell on that topic further, and she asked, "Junior apprentice brother Mo, you are a service disciple who has never cultivated. After meeting with the problem during the transfer, how did you safely end up here? And even survive for close to a month?" As she was speaking, her eyes were on the pill furnace by the side. Yan Xianyin was Formless Blade Sect's first earth pill refiner. She was giving Mo Wuji a lot of face by addressing him as her junior apprentice brother. Mo Wuji chuckled. "I'm not someone who has never cultivated. My spiritual roots might be bad and I need to cultivate for a very long period of time, but my physique is not bad. After the transfer formation met with a problem, my luck was better as my body only suffered a few injuries and I did not meet with any life-threatening dangers." Yan Shenin did not answer immediately but looked at Mo Wuji for a good while before speaking. I'm sure this is not merely due to luck. It's also because your understanding towards ingredients and pills is superior to Shi Jun, right? Mo Wuji immediately overruled her words. I can't live up to Pill Master Yan's words. Because of my work at the pharmacy, I have a shallow understanding towards ingredients. Moreover, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. How can I compare to Shi Jun? I'm far too inferior. Is that so? The corner of Yan Shenin's lips arched into a smile. Junior apprentice brother Mo, you don't have to be so worried. If I wanted to expose you, I could have done so back at the main hall. When you coated the green fire fruit with water velvet vine juice, I could have leaked your secret. I didn't need to wait till now. Mo Wuji's mouth gaped wide, and he stumbled awkwardly. You saw everything? What do you think? Yan Shenin laughed gently. To be honest, I didn't see anything, I smelt it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Let's Try Our Luck. Chapter 81, Let's Try Our Luck. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji thought to himself, how sensitive was this woman's nose? The pills you just fed me were refined by you, weren't they? Since you are a pill refiner, why did you become a service disciple? If you wanted to hide your abilities and be a service disciple, why did you help Pill Master Shi? Yan Shenin rattled on with questions directed at Mo Wuji. It was not unusual for him to think of adding water velvet vine into the energy condensing pill to reduce the level of difficulty of refining it and increase the chances of success. This was because there were a few different pill recipes for refining energy condensing pill, and one of them indeed used water velvet vine. The pill made from this method had a slightly milder effect, but the refining process would become much simpler. Perhaps Mo Wuji had seen this pill recipe before, but Shi Jun had not. As for what Mo Wuji wanted to obtain from Shi Jun by setting up this ruse, Yan Shenin did not care. Not giving up the pill recipes one had, and to use any methods possible to obtain other benefits. This was completely normal. But since Mo Wuji could refine pills by himself, it can't be that he found a different pill recipe for the energy condensing pill. Instead, this showed that Mo Wuji had learned pill refining before. If he had learned pill refining, and could refine pills successfully, there was no reason for him to hide in the Formless Blade sect as a service disciple. Mo Wuji began to develop a headache, doubting if he should have rescued Yan Shenin in the first place. No one knew the story of the farmer and the snake better than him. 1. Yan Shenin can't be a snake, right? At this point, Mo Wuji boldly replied, my pill refining skills were passed down through the generations in my clan. My clan was once the clan of a prefecture lord. But when the position of prefecture lord was snatched away, my family's status soon degraded to nothing. Even though I had learned much about pill refining, but I never got the chance to prove myself, hence I wanted to use the opportunity of entering the Formless Blade Mountain with Pill Master Shi, to practice my skills and prove that they are legit. To say this much, Mo Wuji had to consider many factors. Firstly, in the clan of a prefecture lord, it wouldn't be impossible for him to learn pill refining. Secondly, any traces of the Mo clan had essentially been wiped out by then, so even if she wanted to check on his background, nothing would likely come up. However, Mo Wuji did not know that his grandfather was indeed a pill refiner, otherwise, he would not be so afraid. Facing Yan Shenin's questioning, he would just tell her that his grandfather was a pill refiner, and that he learned his skills from him. As for the fact that his grandfather, Mo Tiancheng, leaving before he was born, who cared about that? Couldn't there be an ancestral pill manual that was passed down? Yan Shenin asked in shock, so you're saying that you only learned pill refining theory previously, and upon seeing all these spiritual herbs here, you tried your hand at pill refining, succeeding to refine a tier 1 mortal pill in a month? It wasn't that Yan Shenin did not believe what Mo Wuji just said, but it was simply preposterous. Even for a genius with years of research into various theoretical aspects of pill refining, it would be hard to refine a Tier 1 mortal pill within a month. There were few pill refiners in the world precisely because a large amount of talent and repeated practice over and over again. This was also why it's difficult to train a pill refiner. First, you would not know if you had the talent. Then you would also require large amounts of spiritual herbs. Lastly, you would require the guidance of a master. It was hard to achieve any one of the above conditions. Moreover, the Tier 1 mortal pill that Mo Wuji refined was of high quality, a bit more and he would be able to make Tier 2 mortal pills. After hearing Yan Xianin's words, he suddenly remembered that he had pill techniques and hand techniques. He owed his rapid success not only to the detailed analysis of various herbs' characteristics in the wordless pill manual, but also to the pill and hand techniques. On top of that, there was his experience as a top-notch drug refiner. While drug refining was comparatively easier than pill refining, but normal herbs instead of spiritual ingredients were used. Drug refiners were ordinary people who did not cultivate too, hence they were unable to use any spiritual energy to help them. On the other hand, pill refining largely used spiritual ingredients, and worked on the principle of preserving the unique properties of these ingredients. For non-cultivators, it was almost an impossible task. But for experts who cultivate, there was little difference in executing this process as compared to drug refiners refining normal herbs. The situation is really as such, and before I actually started to refine pills, I studied pill refining theory for over 10 years. Mo Wuji could keep this under wraps no long, as his true background and abilities could really be uncovered. As long as he did not reveal the existence of the wordless pill manual, he would not be affected much. Wow, you're very talented in pill refining. For someone as talented as yourself, if you can become a pill refiner of our sect and obtain even more resources for pill refining, your future achievements will definitely be off the charts. Yan Xianin suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence. She thought of an obstacle that Mo Wuji would have great difficulty overcoming in the future, his poor quality spirit roots. According to Mo Wuji, he had low-grade spirit roots. Other than talent in pill refining, one's talent in cultivation was equally important for a pill refiner. As the tier of the pills being refined increases, the demands towards the pill refiner's cultivation increases commensurately. If a pill refiner's cultivation is too low, it would be difficult for him to refine higher tier pills. However, Mo Wuji never thought that his talent for cultivation was a problem, as his rate of cultivation was simply too fast. The thing that was on his mind was Yan Xianin's words. If he really joined the sect and became their pill master, he would gain access to the library. Who knew, maybe he would get the chance to join the lessons of the sect technique master. At this point, Mo Wuji quickly replied, "If I can become a pill master of the sect, I'll definitely agree, but it can't be this easy, right?" Yan Xianin sighed, and answered him confidently, "As a Tier 1 pill master, you'll be very useful to the sect. I can recommend you to join the sect, and become one of the sect's pill masters. Just that your talent for cultivation is very limited, so I cannot guarantee that you'll get sufficient resources for pill refining." What resources for pill refining? Mo Wuji did not care at all. Since he arrived at the Formless Blade Mountain a month ago, he had already enjoyed many benefits from the sect already. "Senior apprentice Sister Yan, I will be satisfied as long as I am able to enter the library to study, and listen to some elders' lessons. As for the resources for cultivation and pill refining, I don't really mind," Mo Wuji said. Yan Xianin did not have any of the arrogance that other Tier 4 Earth pill refiner had, hence once Mo Wuji changed his tone, the relationship between them improved. Hearing that Mo Wuji had little requests, Yan Xianin lightly chuckled, "Don't worry, as a pill master of the sect, regardless of whether you're a Tier 1 pill refiner, your position in the sect will be already much higher than most ordinary disciples. These requests of yours are all something that disciples would ask for, so there naturally won't be any problems meeting them. Senior apprentice Sister Yan, what happened to you previously? It seemed as though all life was sucked out of you?" With Yan Xianin's assurance, Mo Wuji could relax a little, and his mind moved onto the scene before him not that long ago. Yan Xinin's mood took a sudden change for the worse. Her peaceful demeanor quickly switched to become very serious, and at the same time, she stood up. After mulling over something for a few minutes, she took a look at Mo Wuji and asked, "Junior apprentice brother Mo, there is a great treasure out here. But there is equally great danger associated with it. If you're not careful, you'll end up like me previously, drained of life energy. Would you dare to try your luck at it with me?" "Oh, so you nearly lost all of your life energy for the treasure?" Mo Wuji finally understood what was going on. Yan Xining nodded her head and replied, "You're right, I suspect that the place I was at had the peerless blade technique and skill that one of the past sect heads had left behind, or even more than that. However, you can't get close to that location at all. Once you move nearer to it, your life energy will get sucked away. But do you still have any more of those elementary life pills?" Mo Wuji thought of Yan Xinin's previous situation and a light bulb lit up above his head. However, Yan Xining shook her head. "No, I do not. Since you have chosen the path of cultivation, if you don't struggle through such adversity, how could you ever achieve anything?" After all this, Mo Wuji still did not want to go. There were many other ways for him to improve his cultivation. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying. If he was, then he wouldn't have staked his life to use lightning energy to train his meridians. The true reason behind his reluctance to follow Yan Xining was that there was simply too much risk involved, and there was nothing that really attracted his attention. To put his life on the line like that would be plain stupid. 1. It's a story where a farmer finds a freezing snake, and puts it into his warm embrace to save it. But once the snake warms up, its primal instincts take over and the snake bites the farmer, its savior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Deciding to Cooperate. Chapter 82, Deciding to Cooperate. Translator, Sparrow _ Editor, Sparrow _ Yui. Mo Wuji remains silent. However, Yan Xining was not a simple pill refiner. After all, she was able to attain the highest seat as a pill refiner in the Formless Blade sect at such a young age, and her status within the sect was comparable to the sect head himself. She only needed one look at Mo Wuji's expression to know that he was unwilling to take this risk. "Junior apprentice brother Mo, perhaps you feel that this venture is not practical. However, I am not exaggerating when I tell you this. In the world of cultivators, there are no experts who have not faced dangers. Many of them face close encounters with death. It is impossible for you to be an expert if your journey is smooth sailing. Even if your cultivation goes smoothly, you will not truly be an expert without some life and death experiences." Yan Xining seemed to see something in Mo Wuji and started to advise him. Mo Wuji smiled but did not say a word. He knew things clearly in his heart. He did not need people to advise him. Even though he was only in this world for a short period of time, the number of life and death experiences he faced might even be more than this lady in front of him. If it was worth it, he would not need anyone to persuade him. If it wasn't, he simply wouldn't treat his life as a joke. "Junior apprentice brother Mo, your cultivation is still low. You don't understand how important a good sword technique is to our Formless Blade sect." Mo Wuji no longer remained silent and directly interrupted Yan Xining's words. "Senior apprentice sister Yan, I'm just a service disciple." Yan Xining stopped abruptly. "Oh right. Mo Wuji was just a service disciple." A service disciple in the Formless Blade sect could not actually be said to be related to the sect. Using sword techniques to entice him was simply playing a harp to a cow. 1. However, Yan Xining knew that anyone who wanted to come to a sect definitely wouldn't be indifferent towards his cultivation, even if he was a service disciple. "Junior apprentice brother Mo, what is your current cultivation technique?" Yan Xining decided to analyze this from the perspectives of cultivation techniques. She wanted him to understand the difference between an outstanding and inferior cultivation technique. Mo Wuji's expression suddenly turned solemn as he clasped his knuckles and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Yen, I'm cultivating with the immortal mortal technique. When Yen Xianyin heard Mo Wuji's words, her mouth gaped wide and she almost spit out all her saliva. This was the first time she heard someone talk about the immortal mortal technique with such solemnity and seriousness. Furthermore, this was the kind of seriousness which arose from genuine admiration from the technique. If not for the fact that she was not a fan of laughing, she would definitely have laughed till she's out of breath. It felt like half a day had passed before she continued, "Junior apprentice brother Mo, immortal mortal technique is just the name that peddlers call it. It sounds very impressive, but it's simply a book called Basics of Cultivation. Next time when you go out, you shouldn't call it immortal mortal technique anymore." She was afraid Mo Wuji would throw his own face away. Mo Wuji nodded, but he still said, "Senior apprentice Sister Yen, thanks for your reminder. But the manual I'm using is indeed the immortal mortal technique. If anyone were to ask me, I would give the same answer. It's nothing to be embarrassed about." Mo Wuji sincerely revered this technique manual. He felt that this book truly deserved its name. Others might feel that it's trash which only resulted in slow cultivation. But to Mo Wuji, it was truly godly. This was the only technique which allowed a mortal to cultivate and become immortal. As a mortal with mortal roots, he was clear that there were no untruths in its name. Seeing Mo Wuji acting so stubbornly, Yen Xianyin could only rub her temples and say, "Okay then. Even if you are cultivating this immortal mortal technique, you would still need some abilities and skills to be an expert. When you advance into the spirit building stage, these skills would be trump cards for strong cultivators." This time, Yen Xianyin did not continue any further. Mo Wuji was a service disciple. It was already amazing that he had such talent with pill refining. However, his cultivation was lacking, and he probably couldn't successfully build his spirits. Using spirit building stage skills to entice him, that's simply. Yen Xianyin sighed deeply and stopped talking. She understood the reason why Mo Wuji didn't want to go. If she was in Mo Wuji's position, she would not have wanted to go too. To use spirit-building stage skills to tempt a person who was destined never to reach that stage, it would be weird if he actually got tempted. Skills? Mo Wuji's eyes lit up. Techniques were not tempting to him, but skills were. Following Yen Xianyin's words, skills would be very important when he reaches spirit-building stage. Actually, he had already previously known about the idea of skills, but it was already extremely hard for him to obtain this simple basics of cultivation. It was simply quixotic to even think about getting some skill manuals. "Senior apprentice Sister Yen, are you sure there are skill manuals?" Mo Wuji's eyes shone brightly as he asked that question. Yen Xianyin looked at Mo Wuji doubtfully as she casually replied, "How can I be sure about these kinds of things? But I believe that the place was left behind by a senior of the Formless Blade sect, and it wouldn't be out of the blue to find some skill manuals there." "Senior apprentice Sister Yen, I'm in. Tell me, what do I need to do?" Mo Wuji did not hesitate to say. Yen Xianyin looked at Mo Wuji with greater shock. Previously, she wasted so much energy to persuade him, but he didn't look a half bit interested. But when she wanted to give up, he actually agreed to go with her. "You want skills?" Yen Xianyin could guess that Mo Wuji definitely wanted some skill manuals. Mo Wuji nodded, "That's right. I do want some skills to protect myself. It's just that my cultivation is low, how can I help?" Yen Xianyin ecstatically said, "Not only can you help, you can help a lot. Have you heard of the life-sucking beast?" She was too lazy to explain how skills would be useless to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji shook his head. He could be considered a novice towards spiritual ingredients, but he was a total noob towards beasts and demonic beasts. Yen Xianyin did not find it weird that Mo Wuji didn't know about the life-sucking beast, and she explained carefully, "The life-sucking beast is an extremely valuable demonic beast. Countless people want to obtain this beast to no avail. This demonic beast has one ability, that is to suck and steal life force. It didn't matter whether the life force is from spiritual herbs or from cultivators, as long as there is life force, it can suck it up. Senior apprentice Sister Yen, you're saying that there is a life-sucking beast here, and the life force of all these herbs have been devoured by it? Yen Shenin answered, there is indeed a life-sucking beast here. However, I'm not too sure if the life force of these herbs have been devoured by it. It might have been the works the beast's owner. Don't assume that the life-sucking beast magically appeared here. If not for someone bringing it in, do you think that a life-sucking beast can enter the formless Blade Mountain? Mo Wuji's face flashed a serious expression. He had never seen a life-sucking beast before, but from the devastated looks of Yen Shenin, he knew that it was far more powerful than him. If he also had to deal with its owner, he would simply be finding death. Seemingly seeing through Mo Wuji's thoughts, Yen Shenin smiled and said, you don't have to be so worried. I guess that the life-sucking beast's owner is already gone, if not this young beast wouldn't be let loose like this. Moreover, when I was escaping, I saw that the life-sucking beast was at most a level 3 demonic beast, which is only equivalent to our transcending mortality stage. If not for that life-sucking beast attacking me suddenly, I would not have had such a terrible outcome, but it was considered young despite being at the transcending mortality stage? Another step further and it would be in the Yuan Dan stage, and that is one of the stages of the illustrious Earth realm. Then what stage is Senior Apprentice Sister Yen? Mo Wuji knew that it was rude to ask others about their cultivation level, but this matter involved his little life, so he had to ask. I'm at full completion of transcending mortality stage. If what I met was not this life-sucking beast which can devour life force, I wouldn't have required help to enter that place, Yen Shenin answered flatly. Mo Wuji lamented in his heart, she's at the same stage as the life-sucking beast, how could she be so sure that she could deal with it? Moreover, his cultivation was so low, how could he help? Junior apprentice brother Mo, I have a pill formula for the ephemeral life pill, it's a tier 2 pill. This pill can recover your life energy, and prevent it from dispersing. But it has a flaw, it has a short lifespan. It needs to be concocted and eaten together. Without waiting for Yen Shenin to complete her sentence, Mo Wuji already understood his purpose. Senior apprentice Sister Yen, you're saying you want me to follow behind you and help you concoct the ephemeral life pill? Yen Shenin nodded, yes. I will help you block the life-sucking beast's attacks. You just need to concoct the ephemeral life pill. When I'm battling the life-sucking beast, you will help put those pills in my mouth. No wonder why she needed his help, she needed him to help concoct pills. Listening to her plan, Mo Wuji awkwardly said, but Senior Apprentice Sister Yen, I'm just a tier 1 mortal pill refiner. 1. TL note, playing to a wrong audience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Yen Shenin's Surprise. Chapter 83, Yen Shenin's Surprise. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. I've consumed the pills that you refined, and I can safely assure you that out of all the tier 1 pill refiners in the Formless Blade sect, there isn't a single person that can create tier 1 mortal pills at the same level as you. I believe that you will soon break through the barrier separating tier 1 and tier 2 mortal pill refiners, and with a little nudge forward, you'll be able to become a fully fledged tier 2 pill refiner. Yen Shenin said with a serious tone, staring at Mo Wuji. In response, Mo Wuji had to admit, actually I've tried to refine tier 2 mortal pills before, but never once did I succeed. Surrounded by such bountiful fields of spiritual ingredients, how could Mo Wuji have stopped at refining tier 1 mortal pills? Not only did he attempt to refine tier 2 mortal pills a couple of times, but he tried to do so for nearly 60 to 70 batches, and without fail, every attempt did not succeed. Luckily spiritual ingredients were present by the truckload here, otherwise, even the sects with the deepest pockets could not accommodate such wasteful actions. Eventually, Mo Wuji realized that he was still not at the level where he could refine tier 2 mortal pills mainly because he had accumulated insufficient experience. Hence he stopped his futile attempts to refine Tier 2 mortal pills, and refined a whole lot of energy condensing pills, vitality replenishing pills, and smooth blood pills. Yan Qianyin lightly laughed. Why you have not broken through to become a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner boils down to two simple reasons. First, you've always thought that being a pill refiner was insanely difficult, thus you're already satisfied with becoming a Tier 1 mortal pill refiner in such a short period of time. As a result, your subconscious is holding you back, thinking that you cannot become a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner so quickly. This essentially is a lack of confidence. Second, when you were refining Tier 2 mortal pills, your control over the ingredients in the pill furnace remained at the level required for Tier 1 mortal pills. For this point, you will automatically fix it with time. But for now, with me around, I will correct your mistakes in the as soon as possible, so that you can properly refine Tier 2 mortal pills. Mo Wuji went into a daze. Yan Qianyin was completely right about the first point. He really thought that it would be impossible to reach the level of a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner in such a short period of time. However, as for the second point, he could not really confirm it through his experiences. Don't ask me how I know about all this, because I've been in your shoes before. Also, don't assume that it is not possible to become a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner so expeditiously. My master once told me, my grandmaster took only half a year to go from starting to learn pill refining to becoming an earth pill refiner. To be able to become a Tier 1 mortal pill refiner within half a month with years of only theoretical study in pill refining, you can already be considered a genius. Upon hearing that Yan Qianyin's grandmaster became an earth pill refiner in only half a year, even though he knew that she was intentionally trying to boost his confidence, Mo Wuji couldn't help but feel that her words had some effect. To him, pill refining did not seem as difficult as others made it out to be. He definitely was affected by the rumors, causing him to neglect his own strengths. His strength was in his extensive knowledge about various plants and their characteristics back on Earth, and building on this with the information within the wordless pill manual, his understanding towards spiritual ingredients greatly surpassed ordinary pill refiners. Adding on his hand and pill techniques, he might actually have a chance at advancing a tier. Yan Qianyin carried on top of that, another way of evaluating a pill refiner is to look at how pure he can refine spiritual ingredients to be. In terms of refining normal spiritual herbs, what level of purity can you reach currently? Mo Wuji honestly answered, about 80% I guess. Although he felt that he could reach 90% purity, but Mo Wuji did not reveal this, as he was unsure if his assessment was correct or not, or if there were any other benchmarks for measuring purity. Hence he rounded down the figures. When Yan Qianyin heard Mo Wuji's reply, she secretly shook her head in disappointment, and at the same time her impression of Mo Wuji became worse. Even at her current level, she could barely reach 80% purity when refining spiritual ingredients. For ordinary pill refiners, to be able to reach 60% or 70% would be considered quite good. The higher the purity, the harder it was to progress. Someone who reached 89% purity when refining spiritual ingredients might even take decades to improve it to 90% purity, and this would not be a guaranteed thing. Precisely because of this fact, Yan Qianyin thought that Mo Wuji was simply bragging about his abilities because he assumed that she would now know the truth. However, what Mo Wuji didn't know was that at her level of skills, as long as he started refining in front of her, she would be able to discern how pure his ingredients became. Senior apprentice Sister Yan, why don't I refine a batch of Tier 2 mortal pills now, and you can point out any mistakes that I make in the process? Mo Wuji observed Yan Qianyin's silence, and took the initiative to ask in a humble manner. With a nod, she agreed, sure, you can start refining now. She did not expose his ruse immediately, and even if Mo Wuji's spiritual ingredient purity did not hit anywhere close to 80%, she wouldn't either. Mo Wuji's pill of choice was the poison cleansing pill, a legitimate Tier 2 mortal pill which could be used as an antidote for a variety of poisons. Out of his tens of attempts at refining Tier 2 mortal pills, about half of them were with the poison cleansing pill. Seeing that Mo Wuji chose to make the poison cleansing pill, Yan Qianyin seemed to understand why he did not agree to join her to face the life-sucking beast. Obviously he valued his life greatly. Deep inside, Yan Xianin sighed. Luckily Mo Wuji's spirit root quality was poor, otherwise, he might have really squandered his talent in cultivation and pill refining. From her perspective, for one who valued his life too highly and feared death like a coward, it would be difficult to achieve much on their journey in cultivation. A cultivator having a smooth sailing life? There would always be life and death situations. Despite all that, it was good that Mo Wuji picked the poison cleansing pill. As long as he could refine a batch of it, he should be able to refine the ephemeral life pill. Naturally, Mo Wuji was unaware of Yan Xianin's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. While he valued his life, he wasn't a coward who feared death. Pointlessly risking his life wasn't his style. If he saw that what he faced was more important than his own life, even if it meant dying immediately, he would not back off by a single step. Refining the poison cleansing pill was only a backup measure. Back when he was in Raozhou, he nearly got hit by a poison arrow. And although he had already begun cultivating, all the people that he had interacted with were immortal masters, hence once he gets poisoned by one of them, whether he would be able to detect the poison would be another thing altogether. Since he had become a pill refiner, why not refine some antidotes to keep as a safety net? Mo Wuji started by using the firestone to light up the pill furnace, then he began to clean it. Following that, he placed the spiritual ingredients into the furnace one by one, and began the refining process. Yan Xianin got the shock of her life while observing how Mo Wuji cleaned the pill furnace. Once again when she observed him integrating spiritual energy into his hand techniques to refine the spiritual ingredients, she was so surprised that she stood up on the spot. Based on her preliminary observations, she could confirm that the pill refining techniques that Mo Wuji inherited were not of simple background. As far as she knew, there was no one else other than her that could use spiritual energy in their hand technique to refine ingredients. The reason she could do so was because she had inherited an impressive set of techniques, but it still took her till the Tier 3 mortal pill refiner stage before she could execute such a technique. Unbelievably before her eyes, Mo Wuji was doing the same only at the Tier 1 mortal pill refiner level. She could not accept what she was seeing, but the truth was right in front of her. In fact, Mo Wuji had already restrained himself after seeing Shi Jun use a tool like a scoop to refine ingredients, as he knew that his hand and pill techniques were rather good. And precisely because they were rather good, he intentionally hid his pill techniques, purely relying on the hand techniques when doing pill refining. Based on his premonition, something like pill techniques should not be freely used in the presence of others. Moreover, at his current level of cultivation, it would be a stretch to control the pill refining process with pill techniques. The crux of the pill techniques was to use your spiritual will to control the process, but as he did not know what spiritual will was, he could only use his willpower to forcibly take control. Pills refined through this method would have variable results, sometimes good and sometimes bad. When it was good, the pills made had higher quality than those made using hand techniques. But when it was bad, there was immediate failure. Using willpower to take control was a skill that Mo Wuji learnt initially when he was guiding the lightning to strike his meridians. Now that he had a cultivation technique, he no longer had to do so, but instead he utilized this method when refining pills. One by one the stalks of spiritual herbs were cleaned of impurities, and the residue that was left behind Mo Wuji threw out of the pill furnace. Yan Xianin's level of shock became greater as time went by. She discovered that Mo Wuji was not simply bragging just now, but instead he was being too modest. The purity of his refined ingredients definitely was 80%. No, this was not only 80%. Yan Xianin gasped uncontrollably when Mo Wuji removed the residue from the furnace a second time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, The Life-Sucking Beast. Chapter 84, The Life-Sucking Beast. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Once Mo Wuji finished refining the ingredients and began fusing the medicinal essences together, Yan Xianin was sure that his skill at refining ingredients was not any lower than hers. The purity of the refined product definitely hit around 85%. What's more, Mo Wuji was only a Tier 1 mortal pill refiner. Someone with such terrifying potential definitely could become an earth pill refiner. Thinking of Mo Wuji's talent in cultivation, Yan Xianyin sighed once again. He was fated to waste his talent in pill refining, because no earth pill refiner could reach that level just by talent in pill refining alone. Talent in cultivation was equally important. This was also why there were so few pill refiners. Perhaps her words really had some effect on him, because after listening to Yan Xianyin's speech, Mo Wuji's movements became more fluid than ever. There were zero problems up to the point when the medicinal essences were about to completely fuse together. Minutes later, the fusing was finished. Mo Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. In the past tens of attempts, not once had he been able to even start condensing the pills, which was what he was about to embark on next. Spiritual energy began to course through his hands as he initiated his hand techniques on the purified infused medicine essences, but even before he had the time to start the pill condensation, the spiritual ingredients suddenly went boom, and a smell of charred material wafted through the air. A disappointed look appeared on Mo Wuji's face as he halted the pill condensing process, staring at Yan Xianyin for answers. He could still identify the core problems after his previous failures, but now, without further guidance, he had no idea what went wrong. Yan Xianyin sighed, staring back at Mo Wuji and asked, "Aren't you curious what caused your failure at refining a Tier 2 mortal pill?" Mo Wuji nodded silently, thinking to himself, "You don't say, dot. You are the most talented pill refiner I've ever seen. From the start to the end, I never saw a single mistake in your refining techniques." Yan Xianyin replied. "The problem doesn't lie with the pill refining process, but with the pill flames instead. You are using firestones for pill refining. This in itself already makes pill refining much harder as compared to using normal flames. On top of that, you chose the poorest quality firestone, red firestones, which not only give a low temperature, but is also unstable. As a result, the fusing process of medicinal essences was still incomplete." Believing that she would continue to give him a further explanation, Mo Wuji quietly listened to Yan Xianyin's speech. As expected, she added on further, "Pill Master Zhu and Pill Master Shi were able to refine the Tier 3 mortal pills that you saw, only because Pill Master Zhu was an infinitesimal gap away from becoming a Tier 4 earth pill refiner, and his Pill Master Shi had your help to barely succeed. Most importantly, their cultivation levels were greatly superior than your current state, hence allowing them to infuse spiritual energy into the pill flames to facilitate the fusing process. While you, if I'm not wrong, are only in the initial levels of the channel opening stage. Even the Tier 2 pill refiners of the lowest cultivation levels would be at the more advanced levels of the channel opening stage. So it was an issue with my cultivation level." Mo Wuji lamented to himself. When he failed previously, didn't he consider that it was because his level of cultivation was too low? As it always seemed as though his spiritual energy could never reach his desired levels when combining it with his hand techniques for the fusing process. So pill refining must progress parallel with one's cultivation? Mo Wuji asked again impatiently. Not necessarily. Some expert pill masters are still about to produce top-tier pills even with their cultivation sealed up. But this sort of pill refiners are an endangered species, and even for them, they wouldn't have gotten to their level without a certain level of cultivation. Hearing Yan Xianyin's explanation, Mo Wuji answered back, "It's not that I don't want to go with you, but at my current standard, there's no way that I'll be able to make the ephemeral life pill." Hesitantly, Yan Xianyin pulled out an orange-colored rock. "I have an orange firestone here. The temperature of its flames are markedly higher than the red firestone, and is comparable to other earth fires, thus you'll likely be able to refine a batch of ephemeral life pills with it. However, I only have one of it, so you can't do any trial and error with it first. If you're willing to take the risk, we'll depart now. But remember, once the life-sucking beast has been disturbed, you'll only have one chance to refine the pills." After speaking, Yan Xianyin was unsure if Mo Wuji would agree, hence she added on, "If there's any skills there, I'll let you have first pick. Even if there aren't any, and we manage to survive, I promise that I'll give one skill to you. Okay, I'll go with you. With the guarantee that he would get a skill either way, what was there to hesitate about? He could already cultivate, so once he had a skill, at least he would be able to fight back if he met with any incidents. Yan Xianin's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Junior apprentice Mo, you didn't disappoint me. I'll lead the way, so let's go now. An hour later, Yan Xianin stopped at the perimeter of a gorge. Is this the place? Wondered Mo Wuji as he looked towards her while carrying a large pill furnace on his back. This gorge was filled with lush greenery in every corner. Every spiritual herbs here was much more valuable than anything that he had used in the past, even the density of spiritual energy was high. Nodding her head, Yan Xianin agreed, yes, this is it. Once we enter this gorge and head forward for 60 meters, you will be able to see the living habitat of the life-sucking beast. But there's still so much life energy around here. Yan Xianin cut Mo Wuji off in the middle of his sentence. Did you think that the area where the life-sucking beast lived it would be devoid of all life? Even a rabbit does not eat the grass around its home, what more of the life-sucking beast? The beast usually chooses a location richest in life and spiritual energy to settle down at. And from a certain perspective, a life-sucking beast can also be considered the king of that area. Upon ending her speech, and with a pat to her waist, a blade appeared out of nowhere into the hands of Yan Xianin. She gave Mo Wuji a signal through her eyes, and cautiously entered the gorge. Senior apprentice Yan, is it because the life-sucking beast can find areas with the densest life and spiritual energy that there's so many people that want to capture the life-sucking beast? Mo Wuji asked softly as he followed behind Yan Xianin. She answered Mo Wuji while trekking forward, focusing as hard as she could to do so. It's only one of the minor reasons. There is a better way to use the life-sucking beast, as its body is full of life energy. This sort of life energy encompasses many of the principles of cultivation, hence allowing one to easily break through to the next stage. For example, I am at the full completion of transcending mortality stage, so as long as I can get my hands on the life-sucking beast, I will 100% be able to break through to the Yuan Dan stage to become an Earth Realm cultivator. I wish you the best of luck in catching the life-sucking beast, breaking through to the Yuan Dan stage, and becoming an Earth Realm expert. Oh yeah, Senior Apprentice Yan, what's that little pouch on your waist? It can make a long sword appear with just a pat? As long as Mo Wuji could obtain a skill, he would be satisfied. Something like the life-sucking beast was useless to him anyway. But he had been curious for the longest time about the small pouch on Yan Xianin's waist. It's a storage bag, which can store items of much larger sizes. The one that I have was a gift from my master. Yan Xianin answered, while speeding through the dense foliage, brushing plants and branches to the side. Storage bag? Mo Wuji was instantly enthralled by it, and wanted to get one badly. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient for him to travel around. He couldn't just lug tens of kilos of pill refining equipment around. We're almost there, Yan Xianin's words interrupted Mo Wuji's chain of thought. He looked up to find a cave hidden behind countless green vines. The life-sucking beast must be asleep. Start refining the pills now. Once you begin, the beast will be alerted of our presence. I'll shield you from the life draining, and the rest is up to you. Before she could finish her sentence, a terrifying suction power acted on the both of them. Soon after, Mo Wuji felt his body feeling weaker by the second, as the life and soul were being sucked out of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Ephemeral Life Pill. Chapter 85, Ephemeral Life Pill. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The life-sucking beast has sensed our intrusion. Hurry, concoct the pill. Yan Xianin struggled to say that sentence. With that, her whole body stopped moving. Mo Wuji felt a strong circulation of the life force within his body. This strong circulation was able to counter the suction force which was consuming his life force, allowing him to end up unaffected. Mo Wuji was clear that the only safe place was by Yan Xiaonin's side. If he were to leave by even a single step, with his low cultivation, his entire life force would be sucked dry in an instant. At this moment, a thought suddenly struck him: Yan Xiaonin and his lives were not on the same line. If she was no longer able to bear it, she could easily abandon him and escape by herself. If that were to happen, there was nothing much he could do except to wait and die. Understanding this principle, how could Mo Wuji dare waste any more time? He used his fastest speed to place the pill furnace on the ground and ignite the orange firestone. The orange firestone burned strongly under the furnace. Mo Wuji prepared the ingredients for the ephemeral life pill by the side. Thereafter, he proceeded to clean the pill furnace. There was no hesitation in his actions, and his actions were as smooth as water. Even though Yan Xiaonin was facing some difficulty, she could not help but praise Mo Wuji in her heart. In the face of danger, Mo Wuji did not panic and lose his cool. Instead, he was incomparably calm and did things systematically without making any mistakes. The pill furnace had been cleaned by Mo Wuji several times before, so he only needed to clean it once this time around. Mo Wuji then threw the ingredients into the pill furnace for purification. Previously in all his pill refining efforts, Mo Wuji had always been using the red firestone, and he had never tried any other firestones. The moment he tried the orange firestone, he knew that it was going to be much easier than the red one. He would need to use less spiritual energy for his hand in pill techniques. Each and every strain of spiritual herb was purified by Mo Wuji, and the medicinal dregs were all expelled from the furnace. As Mo Wuji was putting in all his efforts, he was able to purify all the ingredients in a short 20 minutes. The medicinal essence fusion process was also uneventful. Under the help of the orange firestone, Mo Wuji was able to fuse the medicinal essences in the shortest possible time. Just when he was about to start condensing the pill, Mo Wuji felt his life force diminishing. Mo Wuji got shocked and his hand trembled slightly, almost scattering and ruining the solution of fused essences. He no longer cared about hiding his abilities and consuming his spiritual energy. With a surge of his spiritual energy, he started to use several pill techniques in succession. The scattered solution coagulated once more. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief as he spared some of his effort to check on Yan Xiaonin. Yan Xiaonin's eyes were closed shut, her face was pale and her face was trembling slightly. In this short period of time, Mo Wuji felt as though she had lost more than 10 kilograms. By her temples, some of her hair had already started to turn white. At this moment, Mo Wuji was sure that Yan Xiaonin could not last much longer. If she stayed any longer, it would be extremely hard if she wanted to escape by herself. Yan Xiaonin knew that she had the chance to run away, but she still chose to stay behind to counter the life-sucking beast's devouring force. Even though she was merely fighting hard for the inheritance, Mo Wuji was still touched by her actions. His life was now tied to Yan Xiaonin's decisions. If she chose to persevere, he would continue living. If she chose to run away, he could only prepare himself for death. At this moment, Mo Wuji no longer had any qualms. His pill condensing techniques constantly landed on the pill furnace. It's not because he wasn't worried that Yan Xiaonin wasn't able to notice him. Even if she did, he would still use his hidden aces, his pill techniques, to condense the pills. Under Mo Wuji's consistent efforts, it took less than 10 minutes for a pill aroma to waft out. It's succeeding! Mo Wuji rejoiced and continued to madly throw out his different pill techniques. His spiritual energy was depleting rapidly and his face also started to turn pale white. Sweat trickled down from his forehead as Mo Wuji felt his hands trembling. Perhaps he could no longer hold on any longer. However, Mo Wuji continued to push on with a strong sense of gratitude in his heart. Yan Xiaonin's life force was continuously being devoured, but she chose to stay on and protect him. Also, he could have the opportunity to condense the pill. Another minute passed. 12 green pills were completely melded within the pill furnace. With a slap on the furnace, Mo Wuji started to collect the pills. He could heedlessly use his pill techniques to condense the pills, but he could not do so for the pill collection. With his level of cultivation, even if he tried his best, he would not be able to exhibit the powers of the pill collection techniques. However, not using the technique would cause the pills to be of lower quality and lose some of its efficacy. But how could Mo Wuji care about that now? Being able to concoct the pill was already be a huge, pleasant surprise. 12 pills flew into the jade vase Yan Xianyin prepared for him. Mo Wuji did not bother to extinguish the fire under the furnace and directly put 2 ephemeral life pills into Yan Xianyin's mouth. At the same time, he swallowed one for himself. As Mo Wuji consumed the ephemeral life pill, he felt a blazing hot gush of energy stemming within his body. Afterwards, this energy directly countered the force which was sucking his life energy. Mo Wuji celebrated, this was some good stuff. The effects of the ephemeral life pill worked really fast. In the instant the pill landed in Yan Xianyin's mouth, her eyes opened up wide. As she opened her eyes, she could see Mo Wuji collecting the rest of the pills, and strong emotions swelled in her heart. She truly did pick the right person, and Mo Wuji really succeeded. With just one opportunity, and under such immense pressure, a Tier 1 pill refiner managed to concoct a Tier 2 pill. Luckily, she chose to believe Mo Wuji to the very end. If she lost hope and escaped, not only would she lose the inheritance, she would also have to live with the guilt of Mo Wuji's death. She did not hesitate to swallow the 2 ephemeral life pills. Before running into the green vines, junior apprentice brother Mo, hurry and follow me. When I can no longer take it, immediately send me a pill. He did not need Yan Xianyin to remind him. Mo Wuji had long started to rush towards the vines. Pang! A powerful force surged out, sending Mo Wuji flying out and crashing onto the vines. Mo Wuji finally saw what Yan Xianyin was battling with. It was a small thing with a head not even 30 centimeters long. It looked a little like a fox, but its tail and ears were short. Alternatively, you could see it as a hybrid between a small dog and a fox. Don't lean on the vines. At the same time Yan Xianyin's voice called out, Mo Wuji felt something on his back biting him. A strong feeling of numbness started spreading throughout his body. It's a poisonous snake. Back on Earth, Mo Wuji spent much of his time researching on plants. This wasn't the first time he was bitten by a poisonous snake. At the instant he was bitten, he did not hesitate to take out a jade vase and put a poison cleansing pill into his mouth. The poison cleansing pill worked instantly, the numbness stopped spreading and was extinguished by the effects of the pill. Mo Wuji let out a short breath before moving away. Previously, Yan Xianyin told him that when she was fighting the life-sucking beast, the beast will no longer devour his life energy. He finally could let down his vigilance. Who knew that there would be so many poisonous snakes at where the life-sucking beast was living? Luckily, he had the foresight to concoct a batch of poison cleansing pill, if not he would have lost his little life. Seeing Mo Wuji get rid of the venom, Yan Xianyin heaved a sigh of relief. Her previous idea of Mo Wuji as a person who was scared of death changed. The snake that just bit Mo Wuji was not an ordinary snake. If Mo Wuji did not have the ephemeral life pill, she would have also been hesitant in going to save him. She did not expect that Mo Wuji to neutralize the poison by himself, and so quickly. Looking at his actions, she could see that this was not his first time getting bitten by a poisonous snake. No wonder why he chose to concoct the poison cleansing pill in his first attempt at Tier 2 pills. His actions always seemed to have a motive and a plan. This made Yan Xianyin change her opinion of him. As the venom got suppressed, Mo Wuji counterattacked with the short knife tied onto his thigh. Blood gushed out as the snake which bit Mo Wuji was directly cut in half. At this moment, Mo Wuji discovered that there wasn't just one snake on the vine. Countless snakes were wrapped around the vines. Mo Wuji could not clearly determine how many snakes there were. Ephemeral life pill. At this instant, Mo Wuji heard Yan Xianyin's anxious voice again. Mo Wuji turned back and saw the life-sucking beast pouncing on Yan Xianyin, and Yan Xianyin's movement were slowed and sluggish. He did not think any further, and threw 2 ephemeral life pills into Yan Xianyin's mouth. The ephemeral life pills were swallowed by Yan Xianyin. Coincidentally, the life-sucking beast landed on Yan Xianyin at the moment. Yan Xianyin's hands were like a fairy scattering flowers, forming countless complicated hand signs which landed on the life-sucking beast's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, The Broken Blade. Chapter 86, The Broken Blade. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. A dull roar echoed through gorge. The life-sucking beast crumbled into Yan Xianyin's embrace like a little kitten. She quickly sat down, and weakly said to Mo Wuji, "Quickly give me the remaining ephemeral life pills." 5 pills appeared in his hands, and were passed to Yan Xianyin. Mo Wuji decided that he wanted to keep 2 for himself. Although he could produce ephemeral life pills, but there was a particular spiritual herb, life-incubating grass. This sort of spiritual herb was very expensive, and could not be easily obtained. Thankfully for the batches of ephemeral life pill he had concocted so far, all the life-incubating grass was provided for by Yan Xianyin. But now that the life-sucking beast had been subdued by her, it would be difficult for him to get any more. Moreover, she only needed to take 3 ephemeral life pills in her current state. Taking 5 would just be wasting 2 pills. Nonetheless, Yan Xianyin gobbled down all 5 pills handed to her, took out a piece of rope, and restrained the life-sucking beast with it, before sending the beast into the burlap sack on her back. After all that, she then said to Mo Wuji, "Even though it was a waste for me to eat all of the pills, but leaving a few for yourself would be of no use anyway. This sort of pills will lose its effectiveness soon." To this, Mo Wuji responded with a slight smile, not saying a word. He kept a few ephemeral life pills not to consume them, but for research purposes. In this aspect, the ephemeral life pill, a tier 2 mortal pill, paled in comparison to the elementary life pill, a tier 7 heavenly pill that could be kept for prolonged periods of time. As long as the ephemeral life pill could be stored longer, instead of losing its effectiveness within a short period of time, then even if it cannot compare to the elementary life pill, it definitely would not remain as a mere tier 2 pill. Regardless of whether it would work, leaving a few pills to study did not hurt anyone. This was a habit that he had developed back on Earth, to research anything and everything to see if it had any value. Follow me inside. Even though the life-sucking beast has been subdued, we still have to keep our guard up. Yan Xianyin did not carry blabbering on after this single sentence, simply signaling to Mo Wuji before entering the depths of the cave. Mo Wuji had gone into a demonic beast's cave before, back when he entered the winged sea leopard's cave with Ji Guang and company. The winged sea leopard's cave was messy and stank badly. But the life-sucking beast's cave was not only spick and span, but also had a frightening density of spiritual energy, which even made Mo Wuji consider staying there to cultivate. Tens of meters down the spotless passage of the cave, a broad stone pavilion appeared before them. The first thing that caught Mo Wuji's eyes was a broken sword. This half was the blade of the sword, stabbed into the center of the stone pavilion. It emanated a killer aura even after who knows how long it was there for. The fallen Toon sword? Yan Xianyin gasped uncontrollably, immediately leaping in front of the broken blade in one bound. "Senior apprentice Sister Yan, what's the fallen Toon sword?" Mo Wuji questioned as he walked beside Yan Xianyin. Her eyes ran up and down the body of the blade repeatedly, before she finally replied, "Do you know of the hanging sword cliff of our formless blade sect?" "Yes, I do." Mo Wuji answered quickly. In the past he was actually threatened by Shi Jun that he would be thrown to the bottom of the hanging sword cliff if the pill refining failed. After agreeing with her, he seemed to understand what was going on, and followed up with the question, "Senior apprentice Sister Yan, are you saying that this broken half and the broken half at the hanging sword cliff are from the same sword?" Yan Xianyin nodded, "You're right, they are from the same sword. The one at the hanging sword cliff is the hilt, while the one here is the blade. You still can't recognize it yet as you have not started training in swordsmanship, but once you do, it will become very obvious." Mo Wuji thought to himself, even if I had trained in swordsmanship, I would not recognize that they are from the same blade as I have never even seen the half at the hanging sword cliff before. Perhaps he was the only one in the whole formless blade sect that saw the blade of the fallen Toon sword first. Is this sword very famous in the formless blade sect? Mo Wuji asked again. If this sword wasn't famous, half of it wouldn't be hanging from the hanging sword cliff, and the other half kept within the formless blade mountain. Yan Shenin squatted down, running her hands over the backbone of the fallen Toon sword's blade slowly before replying with a sigh. Its owner was someone called Mo Luotsu, who was a good friend of Zhuo Wuhan, the founder of the formless blade sect. 1. Wow, this guy actually has the same surname as me, Mo Wuji thought in his mind. Yan Shenin continued, rumor has it that the fallen Toon sword was broken by the formless blade, which was the personal sword of our sect's founder. Why did that happen? Weren't they the best of friends? Mo Wuji was puzzled by this new piece of information. Yan Shenin remained in her squatting position, but her hands had left the body of the blade. It was rumored that this all happened because of a woman called Fu Yanfei. This woman was originally Mo Luotsu's lover, but as Mo Luotsu helped Zhuo Wuhan set up the formless blade sect out of friendship, she began to interact with Zhuo Wuhan more and more. Zhuo Wuhan was much more interesting and humorous than Mo Luotsu, and in a short period of time, Fu Yanfei had a change of heart. Soon enough, she was in love with Wuhan and got together with him. Not only that, she went on further to help him backstab Mo Luotsu. Deeply hurt, Mo Luotsu left with his half of the sword and fled. Who knew he never left the formless blade sect, but came to hide the formless blade mountain. Mo Wuji gave a cold snort. Heh, so it's a sh*tty vixen and an adulterous man. If this fickle-minded woman was in my hands, I would definitely not give her any mercy. To have made such lousy friends and fallen in love with such a cheap woman, this Mo Luotsu must have been blind. Yan Shenin did not know that Mo Wuji had been backstabbed by his lover before being reborn into this world. His criticism of Mo Luotsu was actually directed at himself too. Hence, she stared at Mo Wuji and asked, "You're a disciple of the formless blade sect, yet you dare criticize your founder?" Mo Wuji chuckled. Senior apprentice Sister Yan, from the tone that you're using, don't you despise Zhuo Wuhan too? I'm just a service disciple who has neither prayed to the founder nor truly entered the door of the formless blade sect. How could I even be considered a disciple in the first place? Yan Shenin stood up and replied, I'm just recounting some past events. I didn't use any sort of tone just now. At this point, Mo Wuji could not bother to argue with her any longer. Since she could speak with such a tone, it was obvious that she also thought that Zhuo Wuhan was a person of poor character. He believed that she would not go back to the sect to tell on him, a lowly service disciple, either. Yan Shenin spoke again, but you're about to become a pill refiner of the formless blade sect too, and once you do so, you will have to pray to the founder and all past sect heads. When that happens, you will be an actual disciple of the formless blade sect. Do you think that a disciple should insult their founder as a piece of trash? Mo Wuji's gaze fell on the broken sword in the ground, and his voice became softer. Kneeling down to pray to this sort of person is a real disgrace, so I won't become formless blade sect's pill refiner anymore. This way I won't have to pray to anyone, so senior apprentice Sister Yan, you don't have to help me. I'll just remain as a service disciple, but... It was not because of how morally upright Mo Wuji was. He simply hated people who betrayed their friends. This Zhuo Wuhan not only betrayed his close friend that helped him establish his sect, but also stole his friend's wife at the same time. Someone who did such horrendous acts would already be considered as the scum of the world, but Zhuo Wuhan did not stop there. Together with Fu Yanfei, he backstabbed Mo Luotsu. He would rather cultivate elsewhere than to become the disciple of such a man. Yan Shenin was not bothered by Mo Wuji's words, instead pointing at the piece of broken sword. Since you empathize with Mo Luotsu that much, I'll leave this half of the sword with you. I don't even train in swordsmanship, what use would this sword be? Mo Wuji asked. He did not know much about swords as he did not train with them, but even if he could get a sword, it shouldn't be a broken sword, right? Whether you want it or not, it is up to you. Yan Shenin casually told him, before carrying on deeper into the stone pavilion. After some thought, Mo Wuji bent down to grab the spine of the blade, drawing the broken blade out of the ground. To have established a sect, regardless of how good or bad he was, Zhuo Wuhan must have been a pretty impressive guy. As someone on par with Zhuo Wuhan in reputation, Mo Luozu couldn't have been that far off either, so Mo Wuji decided to keep this piece of the sword. 1. Luozu equals fallen tune, and Wuhan equals formless. So the swords/blades were named after their owners, and the formless blade sect was named after the founder, Zhuo Wuhan. 2. TL note: we will be using italics to highlight the thoughts of the characters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Mo Luozu's Inheritance. Chapter 87, Mo Luozu's Inheritance. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. There are 3 statues? Seeing Yan Qianyin standing unmoving by the stone wall, Mo Wuji walked over. He saw that there were 3 statues carved into the stone wall. Among the 3 statues, 2 of them were facing each other. The last one was slightly further, and only its side view could be seen. Do you see that below the 2 statues facing one another, there is a robe's hem carved into the wall? Yan Qianyin quizzically asked. Mo Wuji started to examine the carvings and suddenly understood the meaning behind them. Senior apprentice Sister Yan, you're saying that these 2 statues represent Zhuo Wuhan and Mo Luozu? And the lower hem of Mo Luozu's robe has been ripped off onto the ground, signifying the repudiation of their brotherhood? 1. Yan Qianyin nodded. That should be the case. The woman by the side should be the one who caused these 2 friends to turn against each other, Fu Yanfei. If I'm not wrong, these statues should have been carved by Mo Luozu when he escaped here. With that, Yan Qianyin looked at the statues for a good while. Suddenly, she suggested, Junior apprentice brother Mo, don't you hate the founder of the Formless Blade sect? Since you hate him, why don't you come destroy this statue? Mo Wuji stared at Yan Qianyin. After some time, he slowly said, well, it's true that I hate him, but why must I destroy his statue? Furthermore, I only heard that story from you, and you heard the story from someone else. I only dislike him because of your story, but before confirming the facts, I will not do anything. If you're not going to do it, I will. As Yan Qianyin was speaking, the long sword in her hand had already stabbed forward. Mo Wuji was astonished. In his astonishment, he discovered that Yan Qianyin's target wasn't Zhuo Wuhan, but the statue of Fu Yanfei by the side. Mo Wuji chuckled. Senior apprentice Sister Yan, I thought that as a fellow woman, you would be more lenient towards Fu Yanfei. I also don't like a woman with such loose morals. 2. If not for her, my Formless Blade sect and our founder wouldn't have become the subject of people's ridicule. You must know that flies don't hover around intact eggs, there's no smoke without a fire. If Zhuo Wuhan really fell for Fu Yanfei, then he must not have been a good egg. Gotcha. The sound of destruction interrupted Mo Wuji's words. With Yan Qianyin's sword stabbed into Fu Yanfei, the entire stone wall crumbled down. Behind the stone wall, there was a white jade platform. On that platform, there were 3 crystal balls. The stone wall behind the white jade platform was polished really smoothly, and on it lay a single row of words, the fated one can obtain my legacy. Bring the fallen Toon sword art back to glory. So this is really the resting place for Senior Luozu, Yan Qianyin sighed before bowing towards the white jade stage. Mo Wuji also bowed to the stage. He could not help but feel admiration towards Yan Qianyin. This woman is really better than him in many ways. He really thought that she was dissatisfied with Fu Yanfei, which was why she destroyed Fu Yanfei's statue, but she was really just revealing this hidden treasure space. I'm paying my respects to a senior of the sect. Why are you bowing towards him too? Seeing Mo Wuji bowing down, Yan Qianyin intentionally snide. Mo Wuji said without minding, I am paying respects to Senior Mo. I heard that when many experts leave behind their legacies and inheritance, they would intentionally leave behind some traps. However, Senior Mo did not leave behind any trap whatsoever, demonstrating that he is a forthright and honorable person. Furthermore, I will soon be obtaining one of his treasures. It's only right for me to pay respects to this senior. Yan Shenin smiled slightly. She understood that Mo Wuji was reminding her not to forget his share of the inheritance. These 3 crystal balls are skill transfer crystal balls. The good thing about skill transfer crystal balls is that it contains the predecessor's insights and understanding towards a skill or technique. These insights are extremely profound, and it will not leave the inheritor confused. Even if the inheritor is retarded, he will be able to completely understand the intricacies and details with this skill transfer crystal ball. Yan Shenin only needed one look at Mo Wuji's expression to know that he did not recognize what they were both looking at, so she took the initiative to explain. So that's the case. When comparing these skill transfer crystal balls to traditional manuals, they lack the inheritor's personal enlightenment towards the technique. He will be entirely inheriting the predecessor's insights and understanding? Mo Wuji asked. Yan Shenin faintly said, "You can understand it like that. But for many techniques and skills, even the most talented geniuses would not understand them in such a short period of time. Some might not even understand it after practicing them for a long time." With that, Yan Shenin no longer explained the benefits of the skill transfer crystal ball and pointed towards the first crystal ball. There are words behind the crystal balls. The first one is the Fallen Tune Sword Art. It's a skill. As Senior Luozi indicated, it's the most important sword art of his legacy. Mo Wuji's cultivation was far beneath Yan Shenin's. He simply could not see the small words at the back. However, he did not intend to bring this sword art back to glory, he just wanted to find a suitable skill for himself. The second crystal ball is for Senior Mo's cultivation technique, so I won't be introducing it since you won't be interested. The third crystal ball is also a skill, it's related to the sword as well, it's called the invisible sword. After introducing the 3 techniques, Yan Shenin said to Mo Wuji sincerely, "Junior apprentice brother Mo, Senior Mo is an important part of the formless blade sect's heritage. Following our previous agreement, the Fallen Tune sword art should belong to you, but this sword art and the cultivation technique is far too important to me. The invisible sword could be considered the worst among the 3 crystal balls, and it might not be too useful for you, but I can only leave this technique for you." Mo Wuji was already disappointed when he found both skills were related to the sword. He was not interested in the Fallen Tune sword art nor the invisible sword. After taking such a big risk to come here, he intended to obtain an incredible skill related to lightning attacks. He did not expect that there would only be 2 sword arts. "It's okay, you can just give me the invisible sword crystal ball." Even though he was more inclined towards the first Fallen Tune sword art, he actually did not mind anything. "Many thanks, Junior apprentice brother Mo. When we get out, I will try to help you become a guest pill refiner, since you do not wish to be our sect's pill refiner. That way, you do not need to formally enter the sect, and you will gain more access to our sect's resources," Yan Shenin gratefully said. With that, she raised her hand to grab the 3 crystal balls, passing the invisible sword over to Mo Wuji. Previously, she had made an agreement with Mo Wuji to let him have the first pick. But now, she had picked 2 things and gave Mo Wuji the leftovers, causing her to feel rather apologetic in her heart. This wasn't because she wanted to renege on the agreement, but because she did not expect that this would be the legacy of the sect's Mo Luozi. Will a guest pill refiner be able to go to the scriptures library? Or listen in to the elders' teachings? Mo Wuji hurried to ask. After all, his main goal when he entered the sect is to have someone provide him with directions for his cultivation. A guest pill refiner is a special existence in our sect. Naturally, you can enter the scriptures library to borrow our sect's manuals. However, there are some limitations. A guest pill refiner cannot have access to our formless blade sect's sword techniques and sword arts. Yan Shenin explained apologetically. That's enough for me. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister Yan. Mo Wuji hurried to express his gratitude. He did not want to be a direct disciple of the Formless Blade sect, nor was he interested in seeing the sect's core manuals. Thereafter, Mo Wuji placed the invisible sword crystal ball into his bag before passing the entire bag to Yin Xianin, senior apprentice. Sister Yin, this parcel contains my stuff. Besides the broken sword and the invisible sword, there are also some pills and spiritual herbs. When the time comes, I would need to trouble you to help me bring them out. As a service disciple, these things would only be gifts to other people if he were to bring them out. Yin Xianin threw Mo Wuji's bag into her own storage bag. I will help you bring these things out. Actually, you are a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner, you don't need my introduction to become a guest pill refiner. So consider this as me owing you a favor, we'll talk more about it when we get out. How do we get out? Mo Wuji asked. It should have already been a month. Even if there are problems with the formation, there should only be delays of a few days. Ultimately, we should still be able to leave. This time, you don't need to worry. There wouldn't be a problem when we're leaving. Yin Xianin seemed to be reminded of something, and did not continue speaking further. Mo Wuji still had some doubts in his heart. Following what you said previously, the life-sucking beast should not appear here out of the blue. Since it's here, does this mean that someone else is in the Formless Blade Mountain? And did our formation malfunction because of this person? Yin Xianin said hesitantly, that's hard to say. If someone else did come before us, why is it that Senior Mo Luotsu's inheritance ended up in our hands? But maybe that person is extremely strong, and does not even put Senior Mo's things in his eyes? Mo Wuji did not manage to finish before a horrifying chuckle interrupted his words. You're right. Those little things of Mo Luotsu's really do not suit my liking. Who's that? Yin Xianin suddenly turned back. 1. The Mandarin term is which means to rip off one's robes, and at the time get rid of past relations. 2. The author describes here as which translates to having a disposition as changeable as water. This is indicating her loose morals and fickleness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Guest Pill Refiner. Chapter 88, Guest Pill Refiner. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. That's my pet you just captured, a gloomy voice sounded out. No matter how hard both Mo Wuji and Yin Xianin looked, all they saw was the faint shadow of a lady. It was almost impossible to make out how she looked like. Mo Wuji shivered as he could feel the gloomy aura of the cave get stronger by the minute. It felt as though the air surrounding him was going to freeze even though nothing had actually changed. Yin Xianin took out the bag which held the life-sucking beast in captive and said without hesitation, Senior Yanfei, forgive Junior for my thoughtlessness. I had no idea that this life-sucking beast still belongs to someone. Junior apprentice brother Mo, we cannot stay here for any longer, Fu Yanfei? Mo Wuji had no clue how Yin Xianin was able to recognize who the other party was. However, Mo Wuji could tell from Yin Xianin's eyes that she was lying blatantly, but he could not figure out her real motive for doing so. Don't bother leaving now that you're here. Didn't that old folks Wuhan warn you that the Formless Blade Mountain is not for anyone to enter and leave as they please? The shadow reached out her arm and grasped Mo Wuji's skull. Mo Wuji tried to budge but to no avail. Being grasped as well, Yin Xianin spat out a mouthful of blood after managing to release herself before drawing and attacking with her sword. The frozen intense air surrounding Mo Wuji appeared to have loosened a little. Junior apprentice brother Mo, this is the most I can help you with. Hurry up and escape. Yin Xianin vanished after attacking with her sword. Mo Wuji did not blame Yin Xianin for her actions because he understood the logic, every man for themselves. This was especially true for situations like this. He knew that it would be impossible for Yin Xianin to save him. Therefore, he truly appreciated her effort to help defrost the surrounding frozen air. Mo Wuji did not bother trying to escape with Yin Xianin because he understood one thing: when facing a pack of chasing wolves, you don't need to run faster than the wolves to survive, you just need to run faster than your companion. However, his companion was Yin Xianin and he knew he could never outrun her. This applied to Yan Xianyin but not him. The fact that Yan Xianyin helped release him proved that she had ideas of saving him and not just leaving him to fend the enemy off. Perhaps Yan Xianyin knew that Mo Wuji alone could not buy much time, especially against this shadow lady. Instead of fleeing the moment he was released, Mo Wuji drew out his knife and attacked back almost immediately. Ah! A devastating cry was soon heard after a blue lightning bolt flew by. Mo Wuji then realized his opponent's fear of lightning bolts. Mo Wuji immediately turned 180 degrees and hurried out of the cave in the shortest possible time. The woman was so unbelievably powerful that if she were to find out Mo Wuji was only a paper tiger with that lightning bolt, it would mean the end of Mo Wuji's short life. Perhaps Mo Wuji's lightning bolt was really effective because she did not follow to retaliate even when he managed to reach the vines near the entrance of the cave. Just as Mo Wuji exited the cave, he felt an earth-shaking force tossing him into a bind. Mo Wuji became terrified thinking that this force came from the tremendously powerful woman who was chasing after him. However, as he took a glance behind him, he saw the woman just getting out of the vines at the entrance of the cave and the force could not have been from her. By the time the woman reached out her arm to try and grasp Mo Wuji again, Mo Wuji was already tossed out of the woman's sight. The force that threw Mo Wuji was so strong that he was so shocked he almost fell on his back as he landed. Mo Wuji scanned his surroundings and he immediately recognized that he was back at the same stone pavilion he was at before entering the Formless Blade Mountain. Mo Wuji noticed that Yan Xianyin, Pill Master Zhu and one more fellow were within the vicinity as well. 13 went in but less than a third of them made it out. Pill Master sure was not around, therefore Mo Wuji's guess was that he did not survive the turmoil too. Mo Wuji felt heavy-hearted because even though Pill Master Sure's refining skills were not excellent, had poor qualifications and a very bad temper, he was a straightforward person who was not cunning at all. Yan Xianyin's eyes widened as she saw Mo Wuji making it out. The truth was that she felt so guilty the moment she realized she did not have the capability to save Mo Wuji. She did not even care about that bit of fortune Mo Wuji had with him. Pill Master Zhu was unbelievably startled when he saw Mo Wuji. He could not believe that an ingredient boy like Mo Wuji could have survived the malfunction of the transporter earlier. Before anyone could speak, a group of people led by the leader of the Formless Blade sect, Gu Ran, entered the hall. It was obvious that Gu Ran felt so relieved when he saw Yan Xianyin. He announced, the transporter malfunctioned earlier, resulting in heavy losses for the Formless Blade sect. Thankfully, out of the 4 who still made it out, 3 are pill refiners. It's a great fortune out of misfortune. Sect leader, we should talk when we return to the hall, an elder said after he too heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Yan Xianyin. Aren't you Pill Master Sure's ingredients boy? How are you still alive? Someone finally noticed Mo Wuji. At this moment, the sect leader's attention turned to Mo Wuji. He was wondering how Mo Wuji made it alive, but because he was too focused about Yan Xianyin, he completely forgot to ask. Mo Wuji hurried to bow and said, Sect Seniors, Junior received tremendous help from Pill Master Yan to be able to keep my small life from being taken away. Mo Wuji knew he had no rights to call Yan Xianyin's senior apprentice sister in front of so many sect elders. Oh, was this true? Everyone's eyes fell on Yan Xianyin. Yan Xianyin nodded. Indeed, junior apprentice brother Mo was wounded when I saw him and I offered my help. Afterwards, I found out that junior apprentice brother Mo self-studied at Raozhou and was a pill refiner previously. Even though he has weak spiritual roots, his knowledge for pills are extraordinary. When I saw him, Mo Wuji hurried to interrupt. Credits have to go to senior apprentice sister Yan for her patient guidance. I would never have been able to become a true pill refiner without you. Yan Xianyin was suspicious over what Mo Wuji said. When she first saw him, Mo Wuji was already a Tier 1 pill refiner and was one step away from becoming a Tier 2. The fact was that she did not really provide Mo Wuji much guidance except for a few tips here and there. She did not continue to finish her sentence even though she was still confused over why Mo Wuji wanted to give her all the credits. You are a pill refiner? Gu Ran looked at Mo Wuji doubtfully because he had never heard of a service disciple ingredients boy turned into a pill refiner all of a sudden. Yan Xianyi replied on Mo Wuji's behalf, yes he is. Sect leader, Mo Wuji is not only a pill refiner, he is as good as a tier 2 pill refiner. I certainly did guide him a little and I am sure he can advance to become a tier 2 pill refiner. The most important factor is his talent for pill refining, for I think he may even have talent than me. Thinking of what Mo Wuji said earlier, Yan Xianyi took the initiative to claim the credit of Mo Wuji's progression to become as good as a tier 2 pill refiner. So this is how it is. Gu Ran's both eyes lit up after hearing what Yan Xianyi said, so Wuji turns out to be a tier 2 pill refiner. Xianyin, why don't we make Wuji an official formless blade sect pill refiner? Pill Master Zhu, who had been not very pleased with Mo Wuji, was made even more unpleasant after hearing this. He could not believe he now had to be on level terms with an ex-ingredients boy. The moment Mo Wuji become a tier 2 pill refiner, he would no longer have any reason to pick on Mo Wuji anymore. Yan Xianyin decided to add in, even though junior apprentice brother Mo is as good as a tier 2 pill refiner who has extraordinary talent for pill refinery, his spiritual roots aren't very good. Before Yan Xianyin could finish her sentence, Pill Master Zhu thought of something and interrupted abruptly, sect leader, senior apprentice sister is right. Junior apprentice brother Mo was previously only an ingredients boy, therefore, his cultivation capabilities must be pretty low. To succeed as a pill refiner, one must have both the talent for pill refinery as well as good cultivation capabilities. One will not be able to progress to the next level if his cultivation capabilities are too low. Therefore, why should the sect allow such a person to join as a pill refiner? It will only affect our reputation negatively. The sect leader of the Formless Blade sect calmed himself down to consider. The sect will put in tremendous amount of resources in nurturing their own pill refiners. What good is there for the sect if they were to recruit a pill refiner who is not able to advance further? Sect leader, I suggest it would be the most appropriate for us to let Pill Master Mo become a guest pill refiner instead, Yan Xianyin added. Even Pill Master Zhu was happy with this suggestion because he knew the vast difference between the resources received as an official pill refiner and a guest pill refiner. Other than talent, the most important thing for a pill refiner to advance would be resources. Without pill refinery resources, what's the point of having talent? Gu Ran and the other elders sighed as they heard Yan Xianyin's words. Yan Xianyin may have prodigious talent for pill refinery, but she was definitely lacking in EQ. Even if it was her wish to make Mo Wuji a guest pill refiner, she should not have said it straight in front of him. This would make Mo Wuji lose his gratitude for her. Now that Yan Xianyin mentioned it out loud, Gu Ran had no choice other than to ask, Pill Master Mo, are you willing to join us and become a guest pill refiner at the Formless Blade sect? To become Formless Blade sect's guest refiner was what Mo Wuji and Yan Xianyin agreed initially. Now that the sect leader asked him, Mo Wuji replied without any hesitation, thank you for your kind invite, I would be more than willing to join as a Formless Blade sect guest refiner. The sect leader and the elders exchanged glances before concluding that a service disciple was indeed much easier to deal with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, The Brutes That Came Knocking on Our Door. Chapter 89, The Brutes That Came Knocking on Our Door. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Junior Apprentice Brother Mo, congratulations. I don't really have much to give you as an congratulatory gift, so these spiritual herbs will do. Yan Xianyin took out a parcel and passed it to Mo Wuji. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister Yan. Mo Wuji hurriedly received the parcel. This was the exact bag that he had asked Yan Xianyin to help him safekeep. There were the pills that he had refined, the broken sword, and the skill transfer crystal ball. With the parcel in hand, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yan Xianyin could openly say that she was giving him spiritual ingredients, which undoubtedly were from the Formless Blade Mountain. However, he dared not even bring a single pill out. This was the difference in ability, level, and position between them. Pillmaster Mo, if you have any requests, just approach the pill refiner's hall to bring them up. Gu Ran warmly approached Mo Wuji, and treated him with exceptional respect. Mo Wuji's impression of Gu Ran was quite good. But he knew that while this sect head of the Formless Blade sect was rather decent, the sect head's main objective of treating him this nicely was to encourage him to toil harder for the sect, and refine many pills in the future. Mo Wuji thanked the sect head once again. Thank you, sect head, for your concern. I will retire to my accommodation now as I am quite tired. Although he was now a guest pill refiner, the Formless Blade sect definitely had many things to discuss that would be of no concern to a guest pill refiner. So he left as soon as possible, knowing his place. In his heart, Mo Wuji was very anxious to see Yenair after being separated from her for a month. He did not know her current condition, hence returning to the Blood Lotus Lake as fast as possible after bidding the various elders farewell. Young Master Mo, you're back. Xiong Shouju welcomed Mo Wuji with a deep bow. She had picked up Yenair's habit for calling him young master. Yenair is still doing fine, right? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. Xiong Shouju quickly followed up with a nod. Miss Yenair is doing very well, here she is right now. As Xiong Shouju was speaking, Mo Wuji saw Yenair holding the earthly yellow egg that he brought back from the Seven-Edged Sea. Step by step she walked closer towards the Blood Lotus Lake. Perhaps because the egg was given to her by Mo Wuji, it was not simply a toy to her, but something he entrusted her with. And perhaps it was also a natural sense of closeness that made Yenair cutely stand at Mo Wuji's side when she arrived. Upon observing that color which had returned to Yenair's face, and that her body had developed significantly, he felt even more satisfied with Xiong Shouju's care, as this showed that she looked after Yenair very well. You did a good job, Mo Wuji praised her satisfactorily. This elicited a quick bow from Xiong Shouju. Thank you, young master, for taking me in. I've been doing much better here than before. Please drink a cup of water first, young master. These words that came from Xiong Shouju's mouth were no lies. Her complexion had become much fairer and her hands were not as calloused as a month before. She immediately went to pour a cup of water for Mo Wuji to welcome his return. Ha, how shameless can you get, a mere service disciple calling himself young master. Bang! The cup in Xiong Shouju's hands fell to the ground once she heard this voice. Mo Wuji could even see her shadow slightly trembling, then retracting to his back. It was apparent how fearful she was of this voice's owner. Lifting his head, Mo Wuji saw two men strolling over along the edge of the Blood Lotus Lake. One of them he knew very well, deacon of the service disciples, Wu Kai. Wu Kai seemed to be giving advice to the other guy non-stop, but he received no form of response. When Wu Kai finally noticed Mo Wuji's presence, he quickly took a few steps forward to speak to Mo Wuji. Brother Mo, so you've returned. Someone like Wu Kai was not in the position to be privy of information like the transfer formation of the Formless Blade Mountain glitching out, so all he knew was that Mo Wuji earned the favor of Pill Master Shur and became his ingredients boy. A light nod from Mo Wuji followed, before he turned his gaze towards the man that insulted him. This man had a typical triangular set of eyes, with decent looks. But those eyes made his appearance worse on so many levels. A service disciple dares call himself young master after getting acquainted with Wu Kai. Heh, if that's the case then I'll be calling myself king. The triangle-eyed man followed up with another sentence, seeing that Mo Wuji had no response. With Xiong Shouju's previous response, Mo Wuji could roughly guess who this guy was. If he didn't guess wrongly, this triangle-eyed man should be the one who broke Tao Ao's legs. Brother Mo, this guy is a disciple related to the Fire Sword Summit Lord, Song Wenbin. Wu Kai quickly explained, fearing that Mo Wuji would shoot his mouth off and offend the triangle-eyed guy. Even though Mo Wuji was favored by Pill Master Shur, but compared to Song Wenbin, he was still slightly inferior. After all, he was just an ingredient boy, so no matter what happened, Pill Master Shur would not risk it all by confronting the Fire Sword Summit Lord. After speaking to Mo Wuji, Wu Kai swiftly turned around to explain to the triangle-eyed man, Master Song, this is Mo Wuji. He's greatly favored by Pill Mastershire and is currently working under Pill Mastershire. The intention behind these words was to let Song Wenbin have some fear, and restrain himself a little. Oh, so you're actually an ingredient boy. Song Wenbin sarcastically remarked, before his face turned black. A lowly ingredient boy should just screw off to one side. I'm not here for you today, Dot. Song Wenbin was likely here as Mo Wuji had taken in Xiong Shouju and her husband, and he was very unhappy about it. But this fact puzzled Mo Wuji. Logically speaking, even if Mr. and Mrs. Tao Ao did offend Song Wenbin, he should not have continued to bother himself with people of their level after breaking Tao Ao's legs. However, not only did he still care about it, he also chased them to the Blood Lotus Lake. Master Song, we've already passed you those things. Tao Ao's 2 legs were also shattered by you for being too talkative, so please I beg you, let us go. Xiong Shouju collapsed onto the ground kneeling. Song Wenbin's expression immediately changed. Those things? What things? What would an outer disciple of an earth sect want from a mere service maid? To this, Xiong Shouju slammed her head against the ground, repeatedly saying, "Sorry master, I made that up. Please forgive me." Okay, I'll forgive you, as long as you bring that broken-legged bugger that you call your husband with you and follow me. Song Wenbin snorted, and a fierce look flashed through his triangle-shaped eyes. Through his recent research, his gut feeling told him that the things that he took from Xiong Shouju were not ordinary, hence the idea of erasing anyone who knew about it from the face of the earth crept into his head. Once she heard that he wanted her to leave with him, Xiong Shouju felt weak all over. If she left with him it was very likely that she would die, but she also knew that Mo Wuji would be implicated if she remained here. Yes master, we'll leave with you immediately, Xiong Shouju replied with a faltering voice. Wait up. Mo Wuji did not bother about anything that Song Wenbin did, but only stepped in when Xiong Shouju was about to leave. Miss Xiong, you're now a guest of mine, so how could you just leave like that? Also, when I was not around, did this triangle-eyed guy come to harass you before? Xiong Shouju's teeth chattered in fear, not knowing how to reply Mo Wuji at all. In reality, when Mo Wuji was away, Song Wenbin had dropped by once, but for some reason he was chased away before he could say anything. Die you! Song Wenbin swung his hand towards Mo Wuji's face. With a small sidestep and a snap of his wrist, Mo Wuji threw a slap out, which hit squarely on Song Wenbin's face. Although Song Wenbin had spirit roots, they were of poor quality. All he did was ride on the name of his senior uncle to barely scrape through to channel opening level 2. Even if he had his guard up for Mo Wuji's counterattack, he would still not be able to avoid that slap. What's more, he didn't guard against it at all. The slap connected perfectly with his face, and while his head deformed and twisted to one side, multiple teeth and a spray of blood flew out of his mouth. The momentum of Mo Wuji's hand then threw him far away. Wu Kai was stunned. Mo Wuji actually slapped Song Wenbin with such force that he blasted off. He even made Song Wenbin lose a few teeth. Things didn't look good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, A Steel Pole. Chapter 90, A Steel Pole. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. You. Song Wenbin pointed at Mo Wuji in anger. He was in such shock that he forgot that he should be getting up to teach this Mo Wuji a lesson. After all, in his time in the Formless Blade sect, he had never encountered such an incident where a mere service disciple actually acted against him. Mo Wuji took a few steps forward, with a few lingering fears clouding his mind. Luckily, this fella left without doing anything much when he visited the first time around. If Yenair actually got injured or ended up disabled, it would be too late for Mo Wuji to regret. This incident was actually a wake-up call. No matter where he would be going in the future, he would need to bring Yenair along. Seeing that Mo Wuji intended to act once more, Wu Kai hurriedly shouted, "Brother Mo, please don't continue hitting him. You would only be harming yourself." If the Fire Sword Summit Lord got angered, even with Shi Jun protecting him, Mo Wuji would not escape death. Mo Wuji's death would not mean much to Wu Kai, but Wu Kai did invest some time into developing their relationship after all. You dare hit me. Song Wenbin finally came back to his senses, pointing at Mo Wuji with such anger that even his face had turned green. It was an extremely disgraceful affair to be beaten by a service disciple. Deacon Wu, if not for this fella being called away previously, who knows what would have happened to Yan Er? You tell me, should I hit him or not? Mo Wuji's expression was ugly. If not for Wu Kai's help towards Yan Er, he would not have bothered explaining to Wu Kai. Wu Kai hurriedly explained softly, the first time around, I saw him coming for Xiong Xiuzhu, so I rushed to inform Qin Xiangyu. That time around, it was Qin Xiangyu who helped. I'm not sure how she did it, but Song Wenbin didn't do anything. This time, I also tried to find Qin Xiangyu but I couldn't find her in the sect. Mo Wuji finally made sense of the situation. No wonder why nothing had happened the first time around. He really needed to express his gratitude to Qin Xiangyu. He only casually helped her previously, but she came and repaid him with such a huge favor. Deacon Wu, many thanks, Mo Wuji patted Wu Kai's shoulder. It didn't matter why Wu Kai helped him to inform Qin Xiangyu, Mo Wuji was extremely grateful for his act. Wu Kai wanted to reply with some words of courtesy but something seemed to catch his eye. A man wearing a deacon attire was rushing over. Wu Kai recognized that man. He was the deacon for the Pill Refiners Hall, Yuan Qi. Even though they were both deacons, Wu Kai simply could not even catch the eye of Yuan Qi. Without knowing why Yuan Qi had come over, Wu Kai hurried to bow by the side. Deacon Wu greets Deacon Yuan. Yuan Qi nodded slightly before clasping his fists towards Mo Wuji. Greetings Pill Master Mo. I have arrived with Pill Master Mo's identity token and guest Pill Refiner robes. Also, when Pill Master Mo is free, you can go to the Hall of Affairs to take a look at the sword summits for your new residences. Mo Wuji did not expect the response to be so fast. He returned for less than an hour but everything had already arrived neatly. Many thanks Deacon Yuan. Mo Wuji hurried to keep his items. He was so daring as to slap Sang Wenbin wasn't because of his relations to the now dead Pill Master Shi, but because he had already become a guest pill refiner. Bro, Wu Kai retracted his words as he saw the identity token in Mo Wuji's hand. You're a guest pill refiner? Wu Kai was going to address Mo Wuji as brother, but he hastily swallowed down the third. A guest pill refiner is an existence far above a deacon in charge of service disciples. No wonder why Mo Wuji wasn't afraid of Song Wenbin. If he was a guest pill refiner, he also wouldn't have feared Song Wenbin. As he thought of this, Wu Kai could not help but celebrate in his heart. Fortunately, he had helped Mo Wuji and helped call Qin Xiangyu to block Song Wenbin. Song Wenbin, who had already picked himself up, had a dumb expression on his face. Since Mo Wuji was a guest pill refiner, why would he be afraid of this fox assuming the majesty of a tiger? He had always been relying on the fact that the Fire Sword Summit Lord was his senior uncle to act as he wished. However, if something actually happens, it would not be easy for him to seek an audience with his senior uncle. He stealthily took a few steps back, preparing to make his escape. However, Mo Wuji coldly snorted, "You think you can just leave?" Song Wenbin hurried and bowed. "Pill Master Mo, this small disciple did not know that you are a guest pill refiner. Regarding my previous mistake, I hope that you will pardon it. At the same time, I will not let this matter end up in my senior uncle's ears." The last sentence was a reminder for Mo Wuji. My senior uncle is from the Fire Sword Summit. Don't go too far. Mo Wuji faintly said, "Whether you inform your senior uncle doesn't matter to me. Xiong Xiuzhu and her husband are working for me. This is not your FaceTime acting arrogantly at my residences. You even took Tao Ao's things and broke both his legs. Do you think I would just forget about this?" Previously, Mo Wuji truly did not have the power to help Tao Ao seek justice. Furthermore, he was not related to Tao Ao, so there wasn't a need for him to offend others because of Tao Ao. However, it's different now. Xiong Xiuzhu had been very meticulous and thoughtful in caring for Yan Er. Moreover, the fact that Song Wenbin had come to his residence to cause trouble more than once was already an issue. Most importantly, he did not need to fear Song Wenbin. Pill Master Mo, do you want me to take him to the enforcement hall? Yuan Qi suggested after roughly understanding the gist of the situation. Mo Wuji was a pill refiner, and it's said that Mo Wuji's relationship with Yen Xianin was not bad. As a deacon for the pill refiners hall, there's nothing to lose from forming good relations with Mo Wuji. I'm willing to compensate for the couple's losses. Hearing that Yuan Qi was interfering with this matter, Song Wenbin hurried to say. Mo Wuji turned towards Xiong Xiuzhu and asked, Big Sister Xiong, what did he take from you? Xiong Xiuzhu was at loss and did not fully understand the situation. Wasn't Mo Wuji a mere service disciple who had relatively good relations with Deacon Wu? How did he become a guest pill refiner? She only returned to her senses when Mo Wuji asked her that question. However, her eyes still contained a trace of fear as she did not dare face Song Wenbin. Just say it. He will not come back here in the future, Mo Wuji said encouragingly. Ultimately, Xiong Xiuzhu settled down. She understood that she had already offended Song Wenbin, and now was not the time to keep silent. Thinking about this, she said flatly, This person took the steel pole which my father left for me. I will immediately return it, immediately. Song Wenbin said anxiously as he hurriedly stumbled out. Pillmaster Mo, I will take my leave. When Pillmaster Mo finds a sword summit, immediately inform me, I will help build your immortal cave for you. Seeing the incident coming to a conclusion, Yuan Qi politely took his leave. Wu Kai's heart was like boiling water, rolling endlessly. He had far too many questions which he did not dare ask Mo Wuji. After all, Mo Wuji's status had changed drastically and he did not have the qualifications to ask Mo Wuji those questions. Pillmaster Mo. I will also take my leave. If you need anything, feel free to instruct me. Wu Kai also hurried to take his leave. Even though he did not like Wu Kai's personality, Mo Wuji still felt grateful towards him. Wu Kai, I owe you a favor. If you need me to concoct a pill, I can help you once. Many thanks, Pillmaster Mo. Wu Kai thanked Mo Wuji agitatedly. It was not a simple matter to get a pill refiner's promise to concoct pills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, Revolving Star Passage Technique. Chapter 91, Revolving Star Passage Technique. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Formless Blade Sect's outer disciple Song Wenbin's residences was in great disorder. Whatever could be broken was already wrecked and destroyed. Song Wenbin, whose face was as swollen as a steamed bun, had eyes full of hatred and unwillingness. Young master, you're really going to return that item? By Song Wenbin's side, there was a middle-aged man in long robes. When Song Wenbin entered the Formless Blade sect, this man was sent by the Tsang house to be Song Wenbin's attendant. Song Wenbin gritted his teeth and said, What else can I do? Uncle Qianqing is at Fire Sword Summit. If there's nothing major, it would be hard for me to even see him, much less ask him to help me out. The middle-aged man spoke in a lowered voice, Young master, I do have an idea. Doesn't the young master think that the steel pole is not so simple? Why don't we simply send the steel pole to Summit Lord Qianqing, and when that tiny service disciple comes looking for it, we will direct him to Summit Lord Qianqing. Then if he still insists of having it, he would only be looking for death. Song Wenbin's eyes lit up, but that glister immediately disappeared as he shook his head and said, Do you understand my senior uncle's status? It's better if we don't do harm with others' hands. Furthermore, that Mo Wuji is an extremely ruthless person. If we don't send the pole in time, he may be angered and come to screw me over. This plan is far too dangerous. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Actually, I have another idea. We will first send the pole to that service disciple, then we will somehow inform Summit Lord Qianxing about this. Tell him that you found an impressive smithing material and you were going to present it to him as a gift. Unfortunately, it was forcefully taken away by Mo Wuji, that service disciple. Song Wenbin stroked the area which Mo Wuji slapped. Very well, we'll follow that plan. Immediately send the steel pole to that puny service disciple. Let's see how he handles my senior uncle's anger. After not seeing Yen Er for a month, Mo Wuji had an endless amount of things to say to her. He hoped that this would help Yen Er recollect her past memories. It was practically him speaking and Yen Er listening. When Mo Wuji spoke, Yen Er would listen silently with a peaceful expression and gentleness in her eyes. This was unlike when Xiong Shouju speaks to her. Young master, that Song Wenbin has sent the thing over, Xiong Shouju called out. Mo Wuji stood up and said to Yen Er, I have to do some research. Go outside and take a stroll. When you're tired, you can go take a nap. Even though Yen Er didn't reply him, Mo Wuji knew that Yen Er understood his words. Seeing Yen Er go out, Mo Wuji turned towards Xiong Shouju. Big sister Xiong, this thing belongs to your family, keep it for yourself. I will be doing some research now. If there's nothing important, try not to disturb me. Many thanks, young master. Tao Ao and I must have done many good deeds in our previous life to have come under your protection. Since Tao Ao and I don't practice martial arts, nor do we have spiritual roots, the steel pole is useless to us. We wish to give it to the young master. As Xiong Shouju was speaking, she was also dragging the steel pole into the room. Mo Wuji did not mind. A steel pole did not mean much and accepting it could help put Xiong Shouju at ease. However, seeing Xiong Shouju dragging the pole in with great difficulty, he could tell that this steel pole wasn't simple. This steel pole was roughly the height of a person and was as thick as a baby's fist. As a person who frequently did heavy, menial work, shouldn't it have been easy for Xiong Shouju to bring the pole in? However, it obviously looked like she was facing some difficulty doing that. Unless this pole was made of some amazing material? Maybe that's why Song Wenbin coveted it? Thinking about this, Mo Wuji said aloud, then I will have to thank big sister Xiong. I will keep this steel pole then. When I'm doing my research, I would like to request big sister Xiong to help me take care of Yen Er. If anything happens, immediately inform me. Yes. Young master can be rest assured that I will take good care of Yen Er. It really turned out like what Mo Wuji expected. When he accepted the steel pole, Xiong Shouju became elated and left with an energetic expression. As Mo Wuji grabbed the pole, an icy cold feeling permeated into his hand. As he lifted the pole, he estimated that it weighed roughly 100 kilograms. If not for the fact that he cultivated, it would have been extremely difficult for him to lift the pole. There were some faint lines on the surface of the steel pole. The lines seemed to form two words. Mo Wuji squinted his eyes and identified the words, Tianji. Tianji? If not for the fact that this world was not related to the weapon chart, and that the weapon chart was a part of a writer's novel, Mo Wuji would have thought that this was the weapon chart's number one weapon, the Tianji pole. 1. Besides the words Tianji and the immense weight of the pole, there was no further peculiarities with it. After another close examination, Mo Wuji placed it at a corner. He wasn't a weaponsmith, so this pole did not have much value to him. If he was a weaponsmith, at least he could melt this pole down to examine its materials. After placing the steel pole down, Mo Wuji opened his own bag. The bag contained his harvests from his trip to the Formless Blade Mountain, which was also the first resources he obtained since he started cultivating. All his Tier 1 mortal pills, and the spirit stones he scavenged from the Tier 3 pill refiner were all there. The broken sword and the skill transfer crystal ball were also tucked inside safely. Furthermore, there were even some additional Tier 2 spiritual herbs and a thin beastskin scroll. As Mo Wuji unrolled the scroll, he could see that there were multiple Tier 2 pill formulas written in it. This was probably added into his bag by Yen Chenin. She probably felt like she owed him, and wanted to use these items to reimburse him. He did not know how Yan Xianyin thought of it, but these items were extremely suitable for Mo Wuji. The next thing which Mo Wuji touched wasn't the skill transfer crystal ball, but the broken blade. This broken blade was originally part of Mo Luozi's treasured sword. According to Yan Xianyin's logic and his own observations, Mo Luozi should have met his end at the Formless Blade Mountain after being betrayed by his lover. Mo Wuji felt a strange sense of kinship and similarity to Mo Luozi. Thus, he was going to clean this broken sword before framing it in a nice wooden box. Not only would it be an act of remembrance but also a reminder to always be on guard. The fracture on the fallen Toon sword looked rather smooth, but after corrosion of time, it was rusty and mottled. As Mo Wuji pulled out his short knife to scrape the rust away, he discovered that there was a small crack in the sword. He started to use a greater force to work his way with the crack, causing it become bigger, and he pulled out an extremely thin piece of silk paper from the crack. More accurately, it shouldn't be called paper. This material was similar to the pages of the wordless pill manual. It was extremely tough. Mo Wuji slowly unfolded the silk, and it actually turned out to be 1 meter long and 50 centimeters wide. There were countless minute words etched on it, and there even clear images. The minute words looked to be a mnemonic chant, and the images seemed to correspond to the chants while in cultivation. This broken blade actually hid a secret technique. However, it still wasn't clear whether it was a cultivation technique or a skill. Mo Wuji guessed that even Mo Luozi did not know about this hidden technique. Even if he did, it was only after he ended up at the Formless Blade Mountain. On the top left-hand corner of the silk, there were 4 relatively larger words: revolving star passage technique. Mo Wuji was speechless. When he first transmigrated to this world, his circumstances were like Mo Dung Phuc. Now, even the skill he obtained had the same name as the one practiced by Mo Dung Phuc. However, that Mo Dung Phuc was a mere fictional character. How could there be such a situation which really caused one's balls to hurt? There was no way that Sir Jean would have based Mo Dung Phuc off an actual person, right? 2. Casting these thoughts aside, Mo Wuji could not help but admit that the revolving star passage technique was the most impressive one among all the martial arts. What 9 Yin true scriptures? What 9 Yang sacred art? What 9 swords of Dugu? What Xiankuan great shift technique? 3. In Mo Wuji's eyes, these martial arts could not compare to the revolving star passage technique. Mo Wuji wasn't sure how many levels there were in the revolving star passage technique, but Mo Wuji knew that when Mo Dung Phuc was merely at its first level, he was already comparable to Qiao Feng. 4. The only reason why Mo Dung Phuc was not as acclaimed as Qiao Feng was because he put all his effort into restoring his country. According to Mo Dung Phuc's words, in my clan's practice of the revolving star passage technique, my brother reached the Big Dipper shift level, my father reached the solitary dream stars level, while the creator, Patriarch Longcheng, reached the peak of the meteoric starwave level, and ultimately attained the peerless heavens magic stars level. This revolving star passage technique which appeared in Mo Luozi's sword. There's no way that it was the same technique created by Mo Longcheng. 5. Mo Wuji started reading it. Life originated from chaotic energy. Energy breeds essence, essence breeds spirit, spirit breeds clarity. With the energy of yin and yang, convert it to essence, convert essence to spirit before converting spirit to clarity. Forming spirit with energy would cause essence to lose its shape. Training in these 3 would be more natural and waste less effort. Cultivators are governed by the law of yin and yang as well as the fates of numeracy. These laws hold the entire Qiankuan. The spirit is a vehicle, energy is a horse. With energy and spirit together, one can be successful. How was this a martial art technique? This was simply a cultivation technique. That's not right, this should be a skill. As he read further, this manual is split into 4 word stages: Do, Zhuan, Xing, Yi. These are the Hanyu pinyin characters of revolving star passage technique. There are 4 levels in the Do stage: Nature's Shift, Big Dipper Shift, Solitary Dream Star, and Meteoric Starwave. In the Zhuan stage, there are also 4 levels: Heaven's Magic Star, Eternal Convergence, Midnight Revolution, and finally Qinkuan Upheaval. 6. Mo Wuji exhaled strongly. As expected, this technique truly didn't have any links to Morong Longqing's technique. According to Mo Dung Phuc, the Morong clan's highest realm was the first level of the Zhuan stage, Heaven's Magic Star. Being able to reach that Heaven's Magic Star level would already put you at the pinnacle of the martial world. 1. The Tianji pole and the weapon chart are from the acclaimed Gulon's wuxia novels. The Tianji pole was the weapon of the old man Tianji. 2. The Sir Jin referred to here as Jin Yong, the author of famous works such as The Legend of the Condor Heroes. 3. These are powerful martial arts from Jin Yong's wuxia novels. 4. Another character from Jin Yong's novels. 5. Take note that Morong Longqing and Mo Dung Phuc are different people. 6. Qinkuan refers to the great heavens and earths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Lotus Sword Summit. Chapter 92, Lotus Sword Summit. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. When he initially obtained this revolving star passage technique, Mo Wuji was extremely ecstatic. However, after sweeping through it and noticing that were only the 2 Do and Zhuan stages, he knew that this technique was incomplete. These 2-word stages resided in the broken sword's blade. If Mo Wuji guessed correctly, the Xing and Yi stages should be in the sword hilt. According to Yin Chenin, this other half of the sword should be at the formless blade sex hanging sword cliff. As Mo Wuji folded the thin silk in his hand, his gaze landed upon the sex hanging sword cliff. Since he had obtained the revolving star passage technique, he needed to complete it. Regardless of the trouble, he would make a trip to the hanging sword cliff and get the other 2-word stages from the other half of the fallen Toon sword. To secretly procure the skill from the sword, he would need to change locations. Even though the Blood Lotus Lake was quiet, it wasn't a convenient place to act. When Mo Wuji entered the Hall of Affairs, many people revealed an expression of envy. Even the few inner disciples were also envious of Mo Wuji. After all, these inner disciples could not get their own personal sword summit like Mo Wuji. This was due to the unique status of pill refiners, albeit Mo Wuji was a mere Tier 2 mortal refiner. Pill Master Mo, when the disciple from the spiritual herbs warehouse, Fei Bingzhu, saw Mo Wuji, he loudly called out from afar. His voice contained a hint of reverence. Mo Wuji walked over and patted his shoulders as he said, "Brother Fei, I'm still Mo Wuji. We're all friends, so let's remain at ease with one another." Fei Bingzhu laughed heartily. "I always knew that senior apprentice brother Mo was different from others. Even though that's the case, I hope that senior apprentice brother Mo can simply address me as your junior apprentice brother. Within the sect, there's still a need to maintain seniority. Okay then, I will call you junior apprentice brother Fei in the future." Mo Wuji had never liked people who used mincing words. He was always a straightforward person. When making friends, he had never cared about status. This was like Yen Chenin. She did not seem to have bothered about status when she helped a mere service disciple like him. In actuality, Mo Wuji was more willing to call Fei Bingzhu by his name. However, this wasn't the case for Fei Bingzhu. After all, in Fei Bingzhu's eyes, Mo Wuji was at an extremely high and lofty position. Moreover, his relationship with Fei Bingzhu wasn't like his relationships with Ding Buer and Yuan Zhini. Is senior apprentice brother Mo looking for a sword summit to stay in? After working in the Hall of Affairs for a long time, Fei Bingzhu's observations have naturally become more astute. Mo Wuji did not say anything, but he had already guessed the reason for Mo Wuji's visit. Mo Wuji did indeed come to find a sword summit. After he heard Fei Bingzhu's words, he casually asked, "Junior apprentice brother Fei, you understand more about the sect than me. Which of the uninhabited sword summits are not bad?" Naturally, it's 7th Sword Summit. 7th Sword Summit is one of the Formless Blade sect's 10 great sword summits. Ever since the previous summit lord, Zhu Qijian, went to the heaven-seeking palace, the Seventh Sword Summit has always been sitting idly. The spiritual energy there is extremely rich, and it is extremely suitable for cultivation and pill refinement. Fei Bingzhu seemed to instantly blurt that out. What kind of place is the heaven-seeking palace? That Zhu Qijian is one of the sect's summit lords. Why doesn't he have to return after going to the heaven-seeking palace? Mo Wuji asked puzzledly. Fei Bingzhu shook his head and said, I don't know much about it. I only know that the heaven-seeking palace is one of the most sacred places within the 5 empires. It's a place where experts go to seek the heaven realm. I heard that all the heaven realm experts in the 5 empires all emerged from the heaven-seeking palace. Every sect's most outstanding disciples have the right to qualify for the heaven-seeking palace, and any of these disciples who actually qualify to enter it was a source of pride for the sect. At this point, Fei Bingzhu lowered his voice. Let me tell you something. I heard that the 5 empires are no longer fighting wars and decided to compete through pill refining competitions was due to the behest of the heaven-seeking palace. Mo Wuji did not ask further as he recalled Earth's Tsinghua and Peking University. He could actually liken this heaven-seeking palace as an elite institute for higher learning. Tell me more about this 7th Sword Summit. If it's really that good, I will just move there. Mo Wuji reconcentrated his efforts and to find a sword summit. Fei Bingzhu immediately spouted, the 7th Sword Summit Lord Zhu Qijian was a peerless existence. His original name was Zhu Jia. He only changed his name to Zhu Qijian after moving to the 7th Sword Summit. 1. He was a great genius of our sect. Not only did he become a summit lord in a short period of time, he also became an expert comparable to our sect's elders and sect head. He competed in the previous selection for the heaven-seeking palace. In those few days, he carved a bloody path and killed his way to qualify for the heaven-seeking palace. Towards the end, Mo Wuji could notice that Fei Bingzhu seemed to have some hesitations, like there were some words he did not wish to say. Junior apprentice brother Fei, we're already considered friends, why is there a need to hesitate? If there's anything you wish to say, just say it. Mo Wuji said immediately. Fei Bingzhu looked around at the surroundings before whispering to Mo Wuji, senior apprentice brother Mo, even though 7th Sword Summit is really good, after some thought, I feel it's better that you don't go. Why? Mo Wuji asked curiously. Fei Bingzhu's volume got even lower. Even though Summit Lord Zhu is gone, his name remains. I heard that someone else picked the 7th Sword Summit, and Summit Lord Zhu returned back unhappily. Thereafter, the elder who picked that sword summit disappeared without a trace. Of course, these are only rumors, but there's always some truth within rumors. Moreover, many people in the sect worship Summit Lord Zhu. Once you choose 7th Sword Summit, it will immediately end up in Summit Lord Zhu's ears. Mo Wuji chuckled, he has already left but he's still so tyrannical? Fei Bingzhu laughed dryly but did not reply. Pill Master Mo is here? If Pill Master Mo wishes to pick a sword summit, please follow me. Pill Refiner's Hall's Deacon Yuan called out from afar. Then I will have to thank Deacon Yuan. I was just intending to take a look at 7th Sword Summit, Mo Wuji answered remotely. Fei Bingzhu continued to whisper, senior apprentice brother Mo, if you don't have high requirements for spiritual energy, then I would suggest Lotus Sword Summit. The previous summit lord was Guanli, and he also previously stayed in your Blood Lotus Lake. There's only one weakness to the Lotus Sword Summit, and that's because it's too close to the Hanging Sword Cliff. As a result, the spiritual energy there is a little weaker. It's good enough for normal people, but it wouldn't be enough for spirit building stage cultivators and above. At the moment, Yuan Qi was already approaching and Fei Bingzhu immediately shut his mouth. Fei Bingzhu seemed to have a deep understanding towards Lotus Sword Summit. If not for Yuan Qi coming over, he might have talked for a good half a day. Mo Wuji patted Fei Bingzhu, junior apprentice brother Fei, I'll go choose my sword summit first. We'll talk in the future. Yuan Qi said smilingly to Mo Wuji, Pill Master Mo, do you want me to bring you over to 7th Sword Summit? After hearing that Lotus Sword Summit was near to the Hanging Sword Cliff, Mo Wuji was already inclined to it. He laughed and said, "I will have to trouble Deacon Yuan to show me the locations of the uninhabited sword summits on a map. Then I would need Pillmaster Mo to follow me to the sword summit chambers." Yuan Chi made a gesture, beckoning Mo Wuji to follow him. Actually, Mo Wuji's allocation of a sword summit was not related to Yuan Chi. Yuan Chi only took the initiative to help Mo Wuji to improve their relations. The sword summit chambers was on the second floor of the Hall of Affairs. Perhaps it was due to Yuan Chi's presence, but the disciples at the sword summit chambers were especially accommodating. Not only did they bring up the map, they even offered to take out the individual blueprints of the uninhabited sword summits. Mo Wuji took a look at the map. It was as Fei Bingzhu said, Lotus Sword Summit was indeed the closest to the Hanging Sword Cliff. Pillmaster Mo is interested in the 7th Sword Summit. Take out the detailed blueprints for the 7th Sword Summit for him. Yuan Chi took the initiative to help Mo Wuji ask. 1. Shijian literally means 7 swords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Channel Opening Stage Level 4. Chapter 93, Channel Opening Stage Level 4. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji pointed at Lotus Sword Summit's blueprints and said, "The buildings on this sword summit look quite good, nice and simple. It doesn't take up much space either, which would be convenient for me as I plan to build some structures in the future. This is the sword summit for me." Pillmaster Mo, you're choosing the Lotus Sword Summit? The spiritual energy there is rather sparse. The disciple of the Sword Summit Chambers responsibly volunteered the negative points of the Lotus Sword Summit. Despite that, Mo Wuji waved the comment off. "It's fine, I'm not that particular about cultivating, as I mainly research into pill refining. There's no need to send people to help me rebuild the place either. The original house is good enough for my simple needs." Since Mo Wuji had said so, Yuan Chi and the Sword Summit Chamber's disciple naturally did not blabber on. Soon enough, the administrative procedure for him to stay at Lotus Sword Summit was complete. Truthfully, guest pill refiners could not even get a sword summit, but on account of Yen Xinin's relationship with Mo Wuji, he was still able to get one from the sect. Hence, after arranging a sword summit for Mo Wuji, the sect did not send any disciples to the Lotus Sword Summit. 3 days later, Mo Wuji moved into the Lotus Sword Summit. The Lotus Sword Summit was considered to be one of the less conspicuous sword summits in the Formless Blade sect. Its land area was not big, and neither were its peaks very tall. The only difference it had with other sword summits was that there was a decent-sized lake on the peak of the Lotus Sword Summit. This lake was originally used by Guanli to grow blood lotuses, but after he left, the whole sword summit became vacant, and as a result, the lake also no longer had any visitors. In the end, there were only 4 people moving into Lotus Sword Summit: Mo Wuji, Yen Er, and the Xiong Shouju couple. While the number of rooms available were not many, and a hall was not present, the remaining rooms were sufficient for the 4 of them to live in. Other than the main building, there were 2 side rooms, a storeroom, and a spirit animal room. After assigning all the menial tasks of the house and sword summit to Xiong Shouju, Mo Wuji started training in the revolving star passage technique and began crafting his plans for the Hanging Sword Cliff. While the concentration of spiritual energy at the Lotus Sword Summit was inferior to other summits, it was over 10 times greater than at the Blood Lotus Lake. Even when compared to the accommodation of Wu Kai that Mo Wuji was envious of previously, the spiritual energy here was many times denser, and this was only a sword summit poor in spiritual energy. One could only imagine how rich the spiritual energy would be at the better summits. As he trained here, Mo Wuji could feel his cultivation level increasing by leaps and bounds every day, even without the use of pills or spirit stones. He did not know that skills could only be trained after reaching the spirit building stage, so he began training the revolving star passage technique as he cultivated. A month in, Mo Wuji's revolving star passage technique had reached the nature's passage level. Because of the high speed of spiritual energy absorption, his cultivation level improved greatly during this period. Within a single month, the spiritual energy within Mo Wuji was frothing wildly, which based on his experience in cultivation, meant a breakthrough was near. Han Ning mentioned before that channel opening stage level 4 and level 3 had a vast difference between them. When one reaches channel opening stage level 4, he would power up by a significant amount. Without the guidance of a master, Mo Wuji was prepared to use spirit stones to ensure his breakthrough to channel opening stage level 4 succeeded. He intended to use the spirit stone to step out of the initial levels of the channel opening stage and into level 4. Glowing stones lay in his hand, as Mo Wuji began the spiritual energy circulation process. He could feel his hand become a large vacuum, relentlessly sucking away spiritual energy from the spirit stones. The pure spiritual energy spread out from his hand to the rest of his body, opening up every pore he had. His minor circulation speed increased many folds as the energy accelerated while it flowed through him. Mo Wuji was actively suppressing the excitement within him. How could the spirit stones have such a great effect on me? He thought to himself. If he gave up using pills, and focused on only using spirit stones while cultivating, perhaps he might have entered channel opening stage level 4 earlier. Wave after wave, the spiritual energy crashed through his meridians, and in only half a day, Mo Wuji went through 5 spirit stones. Bang! It seemed as though a dam broke apart in his body. The frothing spiritual energy turned into a raging stream, causing Mo Wuji to jump up with a roar. Han Ning was right. At that moment, he felt every cell in his body filled to the brim with explosive energy. Pride welled up from within, which Mo Wuji knew was the confidence that came with a rise in one's strength. Channel opening stage level 4, he could be considered to be a cultivator at the intermediate level of the channel opening stage. As arrogant as he felt, Mo Wuji was aware that in this sort of area where immortal masters were around every corner, he would not be able to protect himself with only this level of strength. Now that he had experienced how good a cultivation aid that spirit stones were, Mo Wuji desired to obtain more spirit stones. Once he reached channel opening stage level 4, Mo Wuji felt a bottleneck again, just like what he experienced after reaching channel opening stage level 1. In his current condition, 27 meridians were insufficient for him to progress any further. To cultivate further, he would have to open new spirit channels. Having trained to channel opening stage level 4 and having obtained a skill, it was time to make a trip to the Hanging Sword Cliff. The sky was painted a mixture of yellow and red just as Mo Wuji stepped out of the house. When he left, Yan-er remained behind to learn embroidery from Xiong Xiuzhu. This tranquil and peaceful scene with the sunset in the backdrop looked like it came out of a painting. Upon seeing Mo Wuji, a serene look appeared on Yan-er's face. Xiong Xiuzhu frantically stood up too, greeting him enthusiastically. "Elder sister Xiong, I'll be going out for a while. If I'm not back by tomorrow, and anyone comes looking for me, just say that I've shut myself in to cultivate. Oh yes, once I'm back, I'll take a look at Brother Tao's broken legs. Whether I can fix them or not, I dare not guarantee you at this stage." Mo Wuji nodded at Xiong Xiuzhu. He was worried that the difficulty of getting close to the piece of sword at the Hanging Sword Cliff would be too high for him to accomplish the task in a night. Don't underestimate him for being just a tier 2 mortal pill refiner. While he had no ways on hand to repair Tao Ao's broken legs, he knew Yan Xining, who he could inquire for solutions. Xiong Xiuzhu was overwhelmed by joy. She quickly understood what Mo Wuji meant, and dropped her knees to the ground. "Thank you for your mercy and grace, young master. Regardless of the outcome, Tao Ao and I will always be grateful to you. But elder sister Xiong, since we're living together now, I consider you as part of my family, so don't stand on occasion like that next time." Mo Wuji was aware of how grateful Xiong Xiuzhu was, and as Yan-er's condition improved day after day, he had already thought of her as one of his own family members for a long time. "Yes, young master," as expected, Xiong Xiuzhu was unable to simply let it go. Despite her standing up, her eyes still held a deep sense of gratitude and reverence towards the young pill refiner. To this, Mo Wuji could not do much but to let her go. If he made any more demands of her, it would only serve to make her feel uncomfortable. The most crucial task now was to proceed on to the Hanging Sword Cliff after dusk. Other than cultivating this past month, all other preparations for this operation were made. The Hanging Sword Cliff was located at the extreme left of the Formless Blade sect. Any further out from it, and you would leave the boundaries of the sect. It seemed as though everyone from the sect feared the cliff to some extent, hence visitors to this corner of the sect grounds were far and few between. By the time Mo Wuji arrived at the Hanging Sword Cliff, it was already in the middle of the night. A crescent moon hung in the sky, its gentle rays shining down and illuminating the cliff. But despite that, the pit that lay below the cliff still appeared to have no limit in depth, darker and blacker than anything could be. The occasional hooting of owls in the night added the final piece of the puzzle to create an oppressive and fearful atmosphere in the dark. This was not the first time that Mo Wuji came to look at the broken blade, which lay hanging on the inner side of the cliff wall, a good 60 over meters from the top of the cliff. The side of the cliff glistened in the moonlight, smooth as a mirror, leaving no footholds or hand grips for Mo Wuji to latch on at all. Mo Wuji had heard from rumors that there was a very strong gravitational pull originating from the bottom of the Hanging Sword Cliff. Even birds were unable to fly past this area, simply plunging to an unknown fate in the depths of the dark pit, drawn in by a mysterious force. In reality, Mo Wuji did not have any methods to fly either, and he only brought a 90-meter-long rope instead. First he drove a steel rod into the top of the cliff as a strong point, before securing one end of the rope around it, and the other end around his waist, carefully paying out the rope to descend down the Hanging Sword Cliff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, The Unusual Hanging Sword Cliff. Chapter 94, The Unusual Hanging Sword Cliff. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The whole process was very simple as it only took Mo Wuji a few minutes to slide over a distance of 3 meters. After arriving here, with the help of the hazy and dim moonlight, Mo Wuji was able to look at the broken sword very visibly. The hilt of the broken sword had been locked up on the cliff by a mottled lock. Maybe it was due to many years of erosion by the wind and rain. The quality of this half of the broken sword was not as good as the half he found in the Formless Blade Mountain. Mo Wuji did not bother about the quality of the broken sword hilt. After all, what he wanted was not the broken sword but rather what was inside the broken sword. Furthermore, he had no intentions to take the sword away. Mo Wuji did not panic nor try to rush things even if the other half of the sword was right in front of him. Instead, he even slowed and calmed himself down. This was the habit he cultivated over the many years of research. The more crucial something is, the more careful he shall be. When Mo Wuji was less than a meter away from the broken sword, a powerful force swept Mo Wuji off his feet and then causing him to fall back onto the ground. It was almost as if Mo Wuji experienced a bizarre wind causing him to fall flat on the cliff. Despite being at channel opening stage level 4, this fall caused Mo Wuji to spit out blood and concurrently breaking one of the bones in his ribcage. Mo Wuji took out his sharp knife in a hurry and pointed in the direction of the opening of the cliff. The good thing was that this powerful force came and left very quickly, toyed with Mo Wuji and then disappeared without a trace. Mo Wuji was a little creeped out by what happened, hence he quickly took out and swallowed a pill from his pocket. There was clearly no wind just now, yet he was swept off his feet so casually. At the thought of the legend of the Hanging Sword Cliff's gravitational pull, Mo Wuji did not dare to be careless. Mo Wuji finally settled down once again after careful observation for another minute to confirm that the bizarre wind would not come again. 2 minutes later, Mo Wuji appeared at the flat ground where the broken sword was placed at. Below him was the pitched black cliff and Mo Wuji could even feel the dense and chill vibes from all the way up here. It was as if all sorts of monsters were calling out for him from below, resulting in him having many goosebumps. Mo Wuji was dead sure that this was not his illusion. He may not be of any stature when standing next to the other pill refiners, but he should be considered to be a strong cultivator in the eyes of the mortals. Seeing how odd this hanging sword cliff was, Mo Wuji became extremely cautious as he slowly ascended the cliff. Instead of immediately grabbing the broken sword, Mo Wuji used his knife to start digging a hole for himself to take cover in the event of another powerful force acting on him. Furthermore, the gravitational pull spoken of in the legend had not appeared yet. Once it appears, who knows whether the rope would be enough to keep him safe? What if he ignites a chain of reactions the moment he touched the broken sword? There was still some time before daylight, hence it would not be wrong to take more precautions. Being at channel opening stage level 4, Mo Wuji only needed very little energy to dig up the hole for himself to hide in. To do such things, the one thing Mo Wuji did not lack was patience. Back on Earth, his drug refinery teacher once told him that, if one has perseverance and patience, the work will already be half done and the other half is dependent on skills. If one were to be anxious and impatient, he has already failed 90% of his work and the remaining 10% is dependent on luck. It was due to the fact that this advice was etched deeply in his heart that he had succeeded so many times. Only after Mo Wuji finished digging his cover that he reached out to grab the hilt of the sword cautiously. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. There were neither any massive gravitational pull nor a powerful force like previously sweeping him off the ground. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief before using one hand to hold on to the cover he made and the other hand to grab and flip the hilt of the broken sword over to himself. There were 2 words carved indistinctively onto the hilt of the sword, Luotsu. Yen Shenin certainly did not lie about the origin of this sword. It did belong to Mo Luotsu. Meticulous as always, Mo Wuji only took a short while to realize that these 2 words were carved onto the hilt much later on. The original wordings looked like it has been covered up. It seemed like this was not Mo Luotsu's sword from the beginning and that he only carved his name onto it after he realized he liked it. Even though there were some mosses on the sword itself, it still looked very smooth. Just as Mo Wuji carefully used the knife in his other hand to clean the moss away, the powerful force came once again. Even though Mo Wuji dug only a small hole for himself, the force was so strong that he was swept hard against the wall of the hole that he dug. He nearly broke his arm as a result of this impact. An even more formidable force came straight away after this wave of force died down. This time, the energy was from beneath. A powerful gravitational pull directly affected Mo Wuji, pulling him downwards. Mo Wuji used all his strength to hold on to his position. Fortunately for him, the gravitational pull was only acting on him vertically downwards. Any other direction and he would have been blown away easily no matter how tightly he held on to his position in the hole. Mo Wuji heard the cracking sound of his bone in his left leg. Mo Wuji gritted and held on even more tightly for his dear life. He was secretly relieved that he was cautious and made a hole for himself to hide in case of emergency. With such terrifying gravitational pull acting on him, the steel rod his rope was secured to would have followed him and his rope into the depths of the hanging sword cliff. Even if the steel rod did not break loose, his body would have been torn apart anyway. After a full half an hour, the energy dissipated and Mo Wuji quickly swallowed a pill. Following which, Mo Wuji hurried to get rid of the moss on the sword. After removing the moss, the broken sword looked more even. Mo Wuji used his short knife to prick the fracture of the sword. Like he expected, a small hole was pricked open by Mo Wuji. Instead of widening the hole, Mo Wuji used a hook to reach into it. In one try, he managed to hook out a thin silk just like the one he had on him. Containing his excitement, Mo Wuji kept the thin silk into his pocket before putting things back in place. He waited for the fracture to not look so obvious before he carefully placed the moss back to where it was before. Perhaps this was redundant, but Mo Wuji did not mind at all. No matter the task, one must complete it meticulously. Sometimes, the incident that we thought will never happen are the ones that actually happened. No one knew how long the sword was here for, and maybe for a long time nobody will pay close attention to it. However, Mo Wuji did not think this way. He believed that if he was able to find something suspicious about this sword, then there was a chance others could find it too. After settling everything properly, Mo Wuji carefully placed the broken sword back in place. The moment he let go of the sword, the bizarre force acted again. Mo Wuji stayed in his hole, patiently waiting for the force to gradually disappear. Yet another half an hour passed by before the force died down completely. Mo Wuji finally breathed easy, waited for a couple of minutes before releasing his rope to prepare to leave. The pity was that he could not fill up the hole that he dug up. If he could, he would have filled it fully again before leaving. Using his ability at channel opening stage level 4 without the interference of external influence, Mo Wuji landed with the aid of the rope in only a few minutes. After keeping his rope, Mo Wuji then kept his short knife. He got his short knife from Hu Fei and it had already saved his life countless of times. Now that Mo Wuji was at channel opening stage level 4, he could tell how extraordinary this knife was. Even though it was not some treasure, a mortal iron shop will definitely not be able to make such a knife. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Trouble Comes Knocking on Your Door. Chapter 95, Trouble Comes Knocking on Your Door. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. When Mo Wuji just returned to the Lotus Sword Summit, it was already daybreak. Neither Yenair nor the Xiong Xiuzhu couple knew of his return, and Mo Wuji did not alert them of his presence either. To a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner like him, that sort of fractures were no big deal. Once he reached his room, Mo Wuji simply swallowed a few injury healing pills, and immediately opened up the thin piece of silk obtained from the broken sword. The contents on the silk, that was no larger than the tip of the blade, were gobbled up by Mo Wuji's hungry eyes in the shortest amount of time possible. After he finished reading it, he froze on the spot for a moment. This indeed was the second half of the revolving star passage technique, but there were 4 words in it, of which he had obtained the first 2, the Do word, and the Zhuan word. Logically speaking, there would be 2 words in the second half, but in the silk piece, there was only the Xing word. He did get the technique manual, but it lacked the E word. Even back then Mo Wuji repeatedly checked the inside of the broken sword to make sure that this was the only thing inside. As he could conclude by then, the Fallen Tune sword was originally missing the technique word of the revolving star passage technique. The Xing word was made up of 4 levels, the first being the Rising Dragon Star Shift, the second being the Earthly Star Shift, the third being the Heavenly Star Shift, and the fourth being the Revolving Star Passage, and the 4th level shared the same name as this technique. As he put the silk piece away, something clicked within him. At his current level, who knew how many months it would take for him to master the first 12 levels of the Revolving Star Passage technique, hence at least in the short term, the E word had no use to him at all. Moreover, he only had 27 meridians open at the moment, which meant that he had to find other ways to open his spirit channels, otherwise, it would be rather challenging for him to cross into channel opening stage level 5. The next day, Xiong Xiuzhu saw that Mo Wuji was back, but did not think much about it. Subsequently in the following days, Mo Wuji accompanied Yenair at the Lotus Sword Summit. With the bottleneck at cultivation he was facing, continuing to cultivate had little purpose. The plan was to go out for a trip, not only to ask Yin Chenin about Tao Ao's broken legs, but to also purchase some ingredients for making the channel opening solution, then refine a batch of the drug. On top of all this, the most troublesome part was for him to find a source of lightning too. Mo Wuji enjoyed this sedentary lifestyle for 4 to 5 days, but as he was about to leave, Yin Chenin surprisingly appeared on his front door. "Senior apprentice Sister Yen, I was just about to go look for you, to request for your help on a matter. I didn't know you would come over to the Lotus Sword Summit yourself." Mo Wuji quickly stepped forth to welcome Yin Chenin upon sighting her arrival. He had interacted with Yin Chenin before, and as a result, knew that she was a decent person. But if both of them had a conflict of interest, she would naturally still take the side that was advantageous to her. Her sudden appearance at the Lotus Sword Summit must have been fueled by a need to request something from Mo Wuji. Knowing this, he decided to bring up his request first, as her request would likely be difficult to fulfill. Her eyes gazed upon Mo Wuji as a forced smile appeared on her face. "Oh, so junior apprentice brother Mo chose the Lotus Sword Summit. The atmosphere here is rather average. Ha, so your intention must be to focus solely on cultivating. May I ask what issue you have for me this time? With this sentence, Mo Wuji knew that Yan Xianyin understood him very well, and he replied in a straightforward manner, Senior Apprentice Sister Yan, I have a family member whose legs were broken by someone else, so I wanted to ask for your assistance to fix that. When she heard that this was all that Mo Wuji was asking of her, she let out a great sigh of relief. Give him this pill, and his injury should heal quickly. What sort of pill is this? Curious, Mo Wuji inquired after receiving the jade bottle from Yan Xianyin. It is a Tier 3 mortal pill, the bone-settling pill. Yan Xianyin casually replied. Indeed, a Tier 3 mortal pill was nothing to a Tier 4 earth pill refiner like her. Immediately Mo Wuji summoned Xiong Shouju, passing the pill to her, elder sister Xiong. This is a bone-settling pill given by Senior Apprentice Sister Yan. Elder Brother Tao's legs should heal after he consumes it. What should? It definitely will heal his legs. Yan Xianyin coldly corrected Mo Wuji's words. While Xiong Shouju had never seen her before, but having been a service disciple in the Formless Blade sect for many years, she could guess that this person was Yan Xianyin when Mo Wuji mentioned the words Senior Apprentice Yan. Thinking back to the promise Mo Wuji made to her a few days ago, her heart raced with joy. Xiong Shouju's hands shivering in excitement as she received the pill. She simply could not remain as calm as Mo Wuji, kowtowing to Yan Xianyin before leaving the house. With her status and position, it would be a farce to promise to repay the favor. Once Xiong Shouju left, Yan Xianyin broke her silence. Now that we've resolved your problem, I have one of my own for you. Mo Wuji swiftly replied, Please ask away Senior Apprentice Yan. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will try my best to fulfill it. He did not blindly make any promises. After all, if she asked him to hand over Yan Er, could he just give her away? With a light laugh, Yan Xianyin spoke, I know that you'll definitely do your best, but before we move on to my request, I have to inform you of something. When did you offend the Fire Sword Summit head, Sang Xianqing? He's likely going to come settle his grudge with you soon. His eyebrows instantly went into a frown. Even as a summit head, Sang Xianqing, this scoundrel, still dared to stand up for a piece of trash like Song Wenbin. The husband of the lady that you just gave a pill to, Tao Ao, had his legs broken by Song Wenbin. I took in this poor couple, but he did not intend to simply let them off the hook, and came barging into the Blood Lotus Lake. But I foiled his plans. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Yan Xianyin was pretty impressed with him. You're indeed a man of your word. I remember you once said that there are no high or low class people, only people with good or bad character, and from that I had a good impression of you. Now, you've actually walked the talk. I believe that other than you, there's probably no one else in the whole Formless Blade sect that would dare to offend a summit head over two service disciples. Mo Wuji simply chuckled, I don't agree with you. I feel that you don't separate people by class either. Back when I was still a service disciple, didn't you stand up for me? Yan Xianyin replied with a slight smile of her face, that's different, it's because my position was way higher than Pill Master Ju's, so no matter what I said, he would not dare to go against me at all. At this point, Mo Wuji was tired of going on about this topic, so he changed the speaking point. I've already gained the Lotus Sword Summit, so even if Sang Qianqing came, are you sure he would be able to kill me just like that? Senior Apprentice Sister Yan, why don't you tell me what you've come to request of me today? With that, Yan Xianyin no longer brought up Sang Qianqing. Instead, she took out the broken hilt of a blade and placed it on the table in front of her. Mo Wuji's heart skipped a beat when he saw the hilt. This was precisely the one that he tampered with a few days ago at the Hanging Sword Cliff. There were even the words Fallen Tune on it. What was Yan Xianyin's intention behind placing this half of the Fallen Tune sword in front of him? Did she know that he had tampered with the hilt, and was here to question him about it? But that shouldn't be the case. If it were questioning, Yan Xianyin would not be the one that came to look for him, but experts from the enforcement hall. Senior Apprentice Sister Yan, this is. Mo Wuji acted as though this was the first time he saw this piece of the sword, analyzing Yan Xianyin's movements suspiciously. He did not know what the hell was going on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, Yin Xinin's Motive. Chapter 96, Yin Xinin's Motive. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Take another look. Seeing Mo Wuji's look of blankness, Yin Xining pointed towards the mottled sword hilt once more. Mo Wuji did not understand what Yin Xining wanted. He extended his hand to feel the sword hilt before asking in shock, "Senior apprentice Sister Yin, don't tell me that this is the other half of the broken sword? Did Senior apprentice Sister Yin bring this over as a gift for me, so that I can make the two halves whole?" Yin Xining answered awkwardly, "This is indeed the hanging sword cliff's other half of the fallen tune sword. It's just that after obtaining the fallen tune sword art, I want this fallen tune sword. The sect head has already allowed me to retrieve the sword hilt, and I'm here now to shamelessly ask junior apprentice brother for the other half." Yin Xining felt a little uncomfortable. Compared to Mo Wuji's help and compromises, her help did not count much. Firstly, her life was saved by Mo Wuji. Secondly, she broke her own agreement with Mo Wuji so that she would have yielded absolute advantages. Lastly, she was the one who offered to give Mo Wuji the broken sword blade. Now, she's going back on her words by asking Mo Wuji for it. Mo Wuji did not reply her immediately. He felt that there was something weird with Yin Xining's words. Logically, if Yin Xining wanted the fallen tune sword because she had obtained its corresponding sword art, she would have asked him for back at Formless Blade Mountain. She did not need to wait for an entire month to ask him for it. There could only be one possible explanation. She discovered a secret from Mo Luotsu's skill transfer crystal ball. Conversely, this set Mo Wuji at ease. This meant that Yin Xining wasn't here to investigate about his previous heist at the Hanging Sword Cliff. "Junior apprentice brother Mo, I know this is a little too much. To reimburse you, I am willing to offer 3 tier 3 pill formulas as well as some spiritual herbs for those pills. These will be the resources for your advancement to a tier 3 mortal pill refiner. How's that?" Yin Xining asked sincerely. Mo Wuji slowly contemplated. The fallen tune sword was useless to him. The real value of the sword was the revolving star passage technique which he already took out. Thus, he could fully accept Yin Xining's conditions. It seems like Yin Xining knew about the secret of the fallen tune sword. She used an excuse of practicing the sword art with the actual sword. Naturally, it was because she didn't want Mo Wuji to think that something weird was going on. Well, this was human nature. If it was him, he also wouldn't have talked about it directly. Since Senior Apprentice Sister Yin values the fallen tune sword highly, I will gladly give it to you. Actually, there's also one thing I would need Senior Apprentice Sister's help in. Please speak. Hearing Mo Wuji willingly offer the fallen tune sword, Yin Xining was elated. "Senior Apprentice Sister Yin, I have this family member who needs help. Because of some reason, her spiritual roots had dispersed, her spirit channels were torn apart, and her memory was wiped out. I wonder if Senior Apprentice Sister Yin can take a look if she could be cured." Ever since Mo Wuji was acquainted with Yin Xining, he had always wanted her help to examine Yin Er. According to Xinlian, Yin Xining should not be able to cure Yin Er. However, her origins were not simple, and she might actually find a way. "Where is she?" Yin Xining replied. "Yin Er, come over for a short while." Mo Wuji eagerly stood up, walked towards the door and called out. Yin Er was alone by the lake. After hearing Mo Wuji's call, she immediately stood up and walked into the house. Yin Xining also stood up and walked to Yin Er's side, extending her hand to grab Yin Er's wrists. In a single breath's time, the color of Yin Xining's face changed. Her spiritual roots were forcefully robbed? Who would do such a venomous act? Mo Wuji shook his head and did not offer an explanation. He only asked, "Senior Apprentice Sister Yin, is there any way to help her?" It wasn't that he did not believe in Yin Xining. Even if he trusted Yin Xining, she would not have any ways to help him seek revenge. However, if this information were to leak out, it would only lead to death. Furthermore, this sort of vengeance required Mo Wuji to personally seek it. Yan Xianyin sunk into her thoughts for a good while, before muttering, "Maybe my grandmaster has a way." Thereafter, she shook head. Even her master might not be able to find her grandmaster, much less Yan Xianyin herself. Mo Wuji also went silent. He had heard Yan Xianyin mention about her grandmaster before. This was akin to seeing flowers through a mist. "All right, there's someone else who can save her." "Who is it?" Without waiting for Yan Xianyin to finish, Mo Wuji anxiously interrupted her words. "Heaven-seeking Palace's Granny Linglong. Some say that she's infinitely close to being a heavenly pill refiner. However, my master once told me that Granny Linglong is actually the sole heavenly pill refiner from the lost continent," Yan Xianyin said with strong emotions. Ostensibly, she was genuinely trying to help Mo Wuji find a solution. Lost continent? Mo Wuji did hear about the heaven-seeking palace before. It was the place where the Seventh Sword Summit Lord, Zhu Qijin, went off to. However, he had never heard of the lost continent before. Yan Xianyin explained, "Actually, our 5 empires are collectively called the Lost Continent. The reason for this name is because our land has been abandoned by the heavenly laws, and our experts have never been able to advance past the first heaven of the heaven realm. That's why countless experts want to leave this lost continent and enter the 5 elements' desolate domain, so that they can attain higher realms." Mo Wuji clenched his fists tightly. He definitely needed to find Granny Linglong to help him. With his current improvement pace, how long would it take for him to be able to cure Yen Er? What if even after 10 years, he still wasn't able to save Yen Er? Yan Xianyin seemed to read Mo Wuji's mind as she said hesitantly, "Junior apprentice brother Mo, even though Granny Linglong might be able to cure her, she might not necessarily help you. Even the experts from the heaven-seeking palace might not able to get Granny Linglong to help concoct pills for them. Furthermore, if I'm not wrong, Yen Er would not live for more than another 3 years." But what? Mo Wuji stood up agitatedly. Even though he was a Tier 2 pill refiner, he could not determine Yen Er's remaining lifespan. If Yan Xianyin wasn't lying to him, then Xin Lian must have been the one who lied to him. Perhaps Xin Lian wanted to comfort him so that he would not be overly anxious, but her words nearly killed Yen Er. If he knew that Yen Er only had less than 3 years left, how could he cultivate and progress at some stable and gradual pace? She really only has 3 years left. Let's take a step back and talk. Even if you go to the heaven-seeking palace and get to meet Granny Linglong, and I guess that there's a 99% chance that you wouldn't even be able to see her, it would still be a wasted effort. In reality, traveling at your current speed from the Formless Blade sect to the heaven-seeking palace will take 2 to 3 years. And that's if you don't meet with any delays. Yan Xianyin's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Mo Wuji's head. Mo Wuji's hands and feet were icy cold. He was completely clueless on what he could do. No one could understand the place Yen Er had in his heart. After being plotted against by Xiaoruoyin, Mo Wuji came into this world with nothing at all. Yen Er was willing to exchange her life for his, placing this young master above everything else, allowing him to feel the feelings of affection between human beings. He had never felt that before, and now that he did, he knew that he had to cherish it. Actually, there's another way, the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill Competition, which will take place half a year from now. When the 5 Elements Desolate Domain opens, Granny Linglong would definitely personally enter to gather spiritual herbs. Maybe you might have a chance to see Granny Linglong. Seeing Mo Wuji's listless expression, Yan Xianyin tried to console him. Mo Wuji suddenly pulled out 2 rolls of thin silk and passed them to Yan Xianyin before bowing to her. "Senior apprentice Sister Yan, these 2 silk pieces contain the secrets of the fallen Toon Sword. I would like to request Senior apprentice Sister Yan for something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 97, She Saved Your Life. Chapter 97, She Saved Your Life. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. You know why I'm looking for the fallen Toon Sword, and even found the secrets from within? Yan Chenin made sense of the situation and asked awkwardly. If she could find out about the fallen Toon Sword's secret from the skill transfer crystal ball, Mo Wuji could have too. However, she did not know that Mo Wuji found the fallen Toon Sword's secret by chance and he hadn't even used the invisible sword skill transfer crystal ball. Mo Wuji did not hide anything, yes. There's a skill within the fallen Toon Sword, it's called the revolving star passage technique, but Yan Chenin opened the thin silk and naturally found the revolving star passage technique. By the side, Mo Wuji was still speaking, this skill is missing one of the word manuals, the E stage. Now this skill belongs to Senior Apprentice Sister Yan. I only ask for Senior Apprentice Sister Yan to bring me along for the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition. Even if it turns out to be unsuccessful, I want to try or I will never be at ease for the rest of my life. He could obtain another skill in the future, but Yen Er needed to be cured immediately. Moreover, he had already recorded every single word and every single cultivation image of the revolving star passage technique. Yan Chenin rolled the scroll up, looked at Mo Wuji and asked, "May I know what's your relationship with Yen Er?" With one look at the skill, Yan Chenin could tell that it was far from normal. It was not as though Mo Wuji could not cultivate, being able to give this skill up demonstrated how important Yen Er was in his heart. Yen Er used to be my servant. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Mo Wuji briefly narrated his and Yen Er's story in Raozhou. Despite knowing that the Mo clan has fallen, Yen Er did not leave Mo Wuji. Instead, she was willing to starve for him, so much so that she ended up thin and emaciated. She toiled hard at night just so she could earn money to satisfy Mo Wuji's dream of being a king. Yan Chenin's eyes could not help but fall on Yen Er. It was enough that she was a loyal servant, but she even starved herself just to fulfill her young master's unreasonable desires. Yan Chenin truly never saw a servant like Yen Er before. After Yen Er knew that her spiritual roots were extremely good, she did not ask to cultivate, but asked if she could transfer her spiritual roots over to her young master. This was something never seen before. After all, this was akin to giving up her opportunity to become an immortal. Who could expect that her words would actually become reality? It's just that her spiritual roots weren't transferred to her young master but someone else. Fortunately, the transfer failed. If it was actually successful, she would die in the spot and she would not be here right now. Even though she lost her memories and mental state, she could still remember her young master. This kind of person was definitely worth saving. I can take you to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition. If you can advance to a Tier 3 Mortal Pill Refiner, you can even personally take part in the competition. However, I still need to remind you, even if you meet Granny Linglong, she would not help you, Yan Chenin sighed. She was an earth pill refiner, and she better understood the temperaments of pill refiners. Even if Mo Wuji was resolute and firm, the chances of Granny Linglong helping was close to 0. Mo Wuji decisively said, "I have to try that." Yan Chenin did not continue persuading him, but picked up the silk in her hand and said, "Junior apprentice brother Mo, did you dig the hole at the Hanging Sword Cliff? You picked the Lotus Sword Summit also for this reason, right?" Mo Wuji's heart trembled and he immediately thought of denying it. However, he knew that since Yan Chenin already knew so much, there was no point in doing so. He honestly and simply said, "Yes, Senior Apprentice Sister Yan, I did indeed go to the Hanging Sword Cliff." "How did you know?" Yan Chenin laughed faintly, "Because I personally retrieved this sword hilt from the Hanging Sword Cliff. Your hole even helped me." With that, Yan Chenin looked at Yen Er, "She saved your life." Mo Wuji looked at Yan Chenin in confusion. However, he immediately made sense of the situation. When he opened the hilt to retrieve the silk, he left behind traces. Yan Chenin was not an idiot, she could definitely discover those traces on the hilt. Furthermore, Mo Wuji moved to the Lotus Sword Summit and there was a newly dug hole at the Hanging Sword Cliff. She could easily guess that he was the one who removed what was in the sword hilt. If he did not give the silk scrolls up for Yen Er, and when Yan Chenin discovers that the fallen Toon Sword's secret had already been removed, she would not treat him so nicely. That was why Yan Xianyin said that Yan Er saved Mo Wuji's life. Senior apprentice Sister Yan, if I did not pass you the scrolls and you discovered it, you would kill me? Mo Wuji secretly heaved a sigh of relief and he casually asked. However, he had interacted with Yan Xianyin, and he did not believe she would kill him because of this. From the looks of it, she would at the very most force him to hand the thing over. Yan Xianyin shook her head and explained, I wouldn't have killed you, but the sect head would. The sect head knows about the secret? Mo Wuji asked on shock. If the sect head knows about it, Mo Wuji might still be executed even though he had already handed the revolving star passage technique over. Yan Xianyin replied, if the sect head didn't know about the fallen Toon sword's secret, do you think he would have allowed me to take the sword hilt? If you didn't hand over the skill, I would definitely have guessed that you were the one who took it. When that happens, I would have been very disappointed with you, and I wouldn't have helped you hide the truth. Even if I didn't say anything, the sect head would have doubts over why I didn't take out the fallen Toon sword's secret. He would definitely send people to investigate the location of the sword hilt and see the hole you dug. By then, don't you think he'll start questioning me? I just need to confess that I wasn't the one who dug it, and that it was already there when I came to retrieve the sword hilt. What do you think will happen next? Cold sweat trickled down Mo Wuji's back. Yan Xianyin was completely right. If he lied to Yan Xianyin and he did not offer the revolving star passage technique, why would Yan Xianyin cover up for him? Even if Yan Xianyin didn't say anything about what happened at the Hanging Sword Cliff or the Formless Blade Mountain, the sect head would still have been able to find links to him. After all, Mo Wuji moved to the Lotus Sword Summit and the hole at the Hanging Sword Cliff were dug at around the same time. That was too close to be considered a coincidence. So Yan Xianyin was completely right to have said that Yan Er saved his life. Yan Xianyin kept the silk scrolls. Junior apprentice brother Mo, you saved my life before and now you are being so honest with me. I, Yan Xianyin, am not an ungrateful person. I can't give you this revolving star passage technique as the sect head also wants to see it. But if you meet any problems, I will try to help you. Also, it's very possible that this revolving star passage technique is not a skill. It doesn't matter if you have already memorized the contents, but this matter cannot be leaked. If this is not a skill, then what is it? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. He really did memorize the contents on the 2 silk scrolls. Yan Xianyin answered, it could even be a sacred art. However, my cultivation is too low and I am not very well read, so I'm not too sure, The guy surnamed Mo, do you think you're very incredible now that you're a guest pill refiner? This senior only needs one slap to squash you, a hoarse and loud voice outside the house interrupted Yan Xianyin's sentence. It was followed by a raging tornado which sped towards Mo Wuji's house. Yan Xianyin, who was talking to Mo Wuji, took a step forward, and also sent a wave out. Hon! The clash of the 2 forces directly destroyed the exterior of Mo Wuji's house. Mo Wuji hurried out to see Yan Xianyin facing a ferocious-looking man. The space between the 2 of them seemed to have been plowed, looking extremely messy and disorderly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, The Immortal Training Tower. Chapter 98, The Immortal Training Tower. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Pillmaster Yin, why are you here too? You've advanced into the first stage of the Earth Realm, the Yuan Dan stage? The hideously muscular man stared at Yan Xianyin with a surprised look on his face. To become an Earth Pill refiner at such a young age was already a frightening accomplishment, but to enter the first stage of the Earth Realm too? He was already in the 7th level of the Yuan Dan stage, but how many years did he take to get there? By the time he entered the Yuan Dan stage, he was already much older than Yan Xianyin. Yan Xianyin casually replied, whether I'm in the Yuan Dan stage or not is not important. I'm actually quite curious, as Lord of a Sword Summit, why would Summit Lord Song forcibly come to the Lotus Sword Summit to destroy Pill Master Mo's home? While Song Qianqing did not acknowledge Mo Wuji, he could not afford to act without restraint in front of Yan Shenin. Even before she stepped into the Yuan Dan stage, she was the top-ranked existence below the formless Blade Sect head, and now that she was in the Yuan Dan stage, her position was not something that the Fire Sword Summit Lord could compare to. Since you want to know why, let me enlighten you. This man took advantage of his position of a guest pill refiner to bully others. My nephew found some materials for smithing and intended to give them to me, but somehow he caught wind of this. In the end, not only did he give my nephew a good beating, but he also snatched away the smithing materials. Although Song Qianqing did not outrank Yan Shenin, but he believed that in front of the truth, she would not dare to overly protect Mo Wuji. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Pill Master Yan. My husband Tao Ao can now walk again thanks to you. Just as the final word left Song Qianqing's mouth, Xiong Xiuzhu assisted Tao Ao to walk over from afar, with a voice shaking from emotion. If she was not helping Tao Ao to stand, she would have fallen to her knees by then. Yan Shenin took advantage of this, asking Xiong Xiuzhu, "This is the Fire Sword Summit Lord, please explain how your husband's leg got broken and the current situation to him." Summit Lord Song claims that Pill Master Mo snatched Song Wenbin's smithing materials, a steel pole, and is here to settle this debt with Pill Master Mo. Xiong Xiuzhu understood what was going on immediately, and quickly clarified, "No, it's not like that. The steel pole is a family heirloom of mine." Once Song Qianqing heard that Song Wenbin broke Tao Ao's legs, and that the steel pole was stolen from Xiong Xiuzhu by Song Wenbin, how could he not understand what was going on? A livid expression appeared on his face, though not because he had wronged Mo Wuji. If Yan Shenin was not present, even if he knew that Song Wenbin was being unreasonable, he would still carry on to destroy Mo Wuji's house, and take the steel pole away by force. But now he was furious that Song Wenbin actually wanted to manipulate him to teach Mo Wuji a lesson. Turning around, he sought Song Wenbin with a face as white as a sheet. No questions were needed to confirm that Xiong Xiuzhu was not lying. With one leap, Song Qianqing landed in front of Song Wenbin. His giant palm lifted into the air, and swept down onto Song Wenbin's recently recovered face, which had once again become bloody after the single slap. After the slap, Song Qianqing did not speak any further. Extending his strides, all traces of him left the summit in seconds. Since Song Qianqing had left, Song Wenbin dared not make any noise, and stumbled off the summit as fast as he could. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. If Yan Shenin was not here today, he would definitely have been humiliated by Song Qianqing. One day, he swore, "I'll go to the Fire Sword Summit to teach this cunning old man a lesson." Junior apprentice brother Mo, you have to be wary of Song Qianqing in the future. This guy will definitely settle this grudge someday. Even though he won't dare to make a move against you openly, but he'll make your life difficult somehow. If I guess correctly, he should be at Yuan Dan stage level 7. I just entered the Yuan Dan stage and cannot stand up to him yet. Yan Shenin warned Mo Wuji in a serious tone the moment Song Qianqing left. Without this reminder, Mo Wuji would also have known that he could not afford to offend someone like Song Qianqing. But even though he did not do so this time, Song Qianqing still came knocking on his door. He couldn't deflect these bullets even if he wanted to. "Senior apprentice Sister Yan, do you know where there's something like a lightning lake nearby?" Mo Wuji's desire to become stronger lit up again in his heart, and he had to find a lightning source to open new meridians. Yan Shenin gazed at Mo Wuji with a puzzled look. "Why are you looking for lightning lakes? Do you have lightning affinity spiritual roots?" She totally did not believe that Mo Wuji had lightning affinity spiritual roots, as those with unique spiritual roots were all top-tier geniuses. In general, most unique affinity spiritual roots were of supreme grade, and even the worst of them were high-grade spirit roots. Mo Wuji clarified, "Actually, I have a technique that allows me to strengthen my body by immersing myself in lightning, so I wanted to find somewhere suitable to train with it." So this was the case. Yan Shenin nodded her head. No wonder Mo Wuji survived the malfunction in the transfer formation. His body had been forged by lightning. This explanation cleared any suspicion that Yan Shenin had. In reality, there were many techniques that used wind, lightning, fire, ice, and other methods to strengthen the body. So it was not unusual for Mo Wuji to obtain a lightning affinity body strengthening technique. At the Fringe City there's a gigantic training facility, called the Fringe City Immortal Training Tower. You can go there to rent a cultivation room. Not only are there lightning tempering rooms, but also 5 elements tempering rooms, ice tempering rooms, etc. Yan Xianyin replied. As someone that did not understand much about the world of cultivators, Mo Wuji's jaw dropped when he heard that there were specialized lightning rooms for cultivation, before asking excitedly, "Such a place exists?" A smile emerged on Yan Xianyin's face. This sort of facility isn't actually anything special. As long as you have spirit stones, you could also go to locations with spiritual energy as dense as on the Formless Blade Sect Head Summit. Fringe City is a city of cultivation where many major sects cross paths, so try not to stir up any trouble while you're there. The Fringe City Immortal Training Tower is very famous. It was made in the image of the Heaven-Seeking Palace Training Tower, and out of all of the towers that mimic the Heaven-Seeking Palace Training Tower, the one at Fringe City is the best. Senior Apprentice Sister Yen, thank you for the recommendation. I intend to go to Fringe City to train for a period of time, and would like Yen Er to stay with you for a few days. Is that possible? Since Tsang Xianqing had suddenly barged to his house, Mo Wuji became more cautious. If not for his insufficient strength and the inconvenience of bringing someone around, he would have kept Yen Er by his side. Yan Xianyin replied, "Sure, no problem. The place that I live in is very spacious, so why don't you let the Xiong Zuzu couple come over too, since someone has to take care of Yen Er anyway." When Xiong Xiuzhu, who had been waiting to thank Yan Xianyin, heard this, her knees immediately hit the ground, followed by cries of gratitude. With her hand gesturing for Xiong Xiuzhu to get up, Yan Xianyin said to Mo Wuji, "My suggestion for you is to take up some pill refining jobs of the sect. This will be beneficial for your growth." After handing over Yen Er, Xiong Xiuzhu, and Tao Ao to Yan Xianyin, Mo Wuji began preparing for his trip to Fringe City. He did not really take note of Yan Xianyin's suggestion to take up pill refining jobs. The main priority was to increase his strength, and the first step was to open new meridians. There were flying beast carriages flying from the Formless Blade Sect to Fringe City, but those required spirit stones for payment. So Mo Wuji went to collect his guest pill refiner pay, which added up to a total of over 100 spirit stones. After paying for a seat on the flying beast carriage, he was left with only 100 spirit stones. Mo Wuji dared not use these stones for cultivation. He had to save them up for the Immortal Training Tower, which used spirit stones instead of gold coins as their currency. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, The Expensive Lightning Tempering Room. Chapter 99, The Expensive Lightning Tempering Room. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Fringe City. It had a desolate-sounding name, but in reality, it wasn't the case. Besides the mottled and weather-beaten walls, this place was unbelievably crowded. There were countless streams of beast carriages and flying beast carriages. The passing people all carried weapons on their backs, with an imposing aura encompassing their entire body. Compared to a mortal city, cultivator cities were really indescribable. Mo Wuji carried his drug refining equipment on his back as he walked into the city. According to the information he gathered, there were other sects near Fringe City. Besides Formless Blade Sect, there were also the Nine Spirits School, Thundercloud Sect, Thousand Leaves Alliance, and at least 10 other sections. The Formless Blade Sect was not the strongest sect among all these sects, and it was because of this that Yan Xianyin nagged at Mo Wuji to try his best not to offend others. While there were many people in Fringe City, there were also many inns and hotels. Mo Wuji was quickly able to find a place to stay, the North Water Inn. According to the waiter, the North Water Inn was very close to the Immortal Training Tower. Even though this was a cultivator city, Mo Wuji found that the facilities of the North Water Inn was far from Chan Luo's Tian Luo Hotel. The only good point was that this inn accepted gold coins. If not, Mo Wuji wouldn't have wanted to stay there. He only had 100 pieces of spirit stones, and he even heard that they were low-grade ones. Besides his salary as a guest pill refiner, he got most of his 100 spirit stones from the formless Blade Mountain. What made Mo Wuji a little happy was that the inn actually had its own pill room. For the guests, this pill room was not necessarily for concocting pills, it could be used to house their beast pets, smithing or any other function. Mo Wuji wanted this pill room not for concocting drugs, but to concoct his channel opening solution. That was also the reason why he brought his drug refining equipment out. Mo Wuji intended to concoct his solution in the night, and go to the immortal training tower in the day to open his meridians. This was the best way to make use of his time. After placing his belongings in the inn, the first thing Mo Wuji did wasn't to take a look at the immortal training tower. Since Yan Chenin said that there were lightning tempering rooms there, then they would definitely be there. Instead, the first thing he did was to purchase medicinal herbs and prepare to concoct his channel opening solution. He only had a few bottles of it on himself. These bottles were not enough for him to use. As this was a city for cultivators, in addition to the fact that Mo Wuji was merely buying lowly medicinal ingredients, he did not need to spend much time and effort to get what he needed. In just 2 to 3 hours, he was all prepared to start his drug refining. This time, he purchased 30 batches of ingredients. By now, concocting the channel opening solution was as easy as steaming rice. Furthermore, he was already at channel opening stage level 4, his concentration was far improved from before. In a single night, he brewed 15 bottles of channel opening solution. With the 7 bottles he already had, he now had a total of 22 bottles of channel opening solution on him. When first light broke, Mo Wuji stopped his concocting. He sat down and started cultivating. Despite not sleeping the entire night, Mo Wuji's spirit and vitality were brimming with just 2 hours of cultivation. After eating a simple breakfast, Mo Wuji brought his 22 bottles of channel opening solution and headed towards the immortal training tower. If there were enough chances, Mo Wuji was determined to open as many meridians as he can before slowly cultivating. To cultivators, opening spirit channels was a phase within the channel opening stage. When they advanced into the spirit building stage, the body's spirit channels were fixed, and could no longer be opened. Unless the cultivator chose to waste his cultivation and try once more from the channel opening stage. However, even an idiot would not want to do such a thing. From the way Mo Wuji looked at it, as a cultivator city, and with the immortal training tower being the most popular place in Fringe City, its square must be immensely big. It should at least be bigger than the one back at Shanluo. However, when Mo Wuji arrived outside the immortal training tower, he could see that its area was nowhere comparable to the one at Shanluo. The only astounding thing about it was the 5 huge golden words floating outside the square: Fringe City Immortal Training Tower. As the square was relatively small, and there was a huge flow of people, the place looked extremely crowded. At the center of the square, there was a tower over 100 meters tall. As its body was wide, the tower looked a little bloated. Mo Wuji was used to skyscrapers back on Earth. A tower which was not more than 150 meters tall did not astound him. As he walked closer to the tower, Mo Wuji saw a huge sign hung outside the door. The sign indicated the prices of the various tempering rooms. Not only did Mo Wuji see the 5 elemental tempering rooms which Yin Shenin mentioned, he also saw swordplay room, gravity room, floating room. Whether it was imaginable or unimaginable, this place had it all. However, after Mo Wuji took a look at the price tags, his initial excitement dropped by half. The cheapest tempering rooms all had a daily fee of 10 spirit stones or more. The more expensive ones even needed more than 100 spirit stones. This was especially so for the swordplay room. It required a hefty 300 low-grade spirit stones just for a single day. Mo Wuji hurried to scan through the eclectic range of tempering rooms and soon found the lightning tempering room. When he saw the price of the lightning tempering room, his breath turned cold. Its price wasn't calculated by the days but by the hour. Every hour required 10 low-grade spirit stones. With the amount of spirit stones he had on him, he could only afford 10 hours. After a few moments of hesitation, Mo Wuji still chose to enter the immortal training tower. If he was alone, he would definitely have taken the risk to find the 6-footed lightning crocodile. However, he now had Yen Er along with him, so he did not have the time to hunt for lightning crocodiles. Moreover, if he had the choice, he would not want to risk his life. After all, spirit stones could be earned, but a lost life could not be recovered. He was even a Tier 2 pill refiner with a good supply of pills on him. All these could be used to exchange for spirit stones. I want to use the lightning tempering room for 2 hours. Mo Wuji carefully took out 20 spirit stones and placed it in front of the payment window. He was reminded of this sentence from an essay he once read: 2 bowls of warm wine, and a dish of fennel beans, and he passed over 9 copper coins. 1. Mo Wuji suddenly immersed into the mood which Kong Iji had been in. Much like old Kong, he also passed over these valuable 20 spirit stones with deep sentiments. The lightning tempering room requires a deposit of 100 spirit stones. We will charge you based on the hour, and the remaining spirit stones will be returned to you. The voice behind the window answered mechanically. You even need a deposit? Looking at Mo Wuji's startled face, a man by the side said, Brother, this must be your first time here, right? Everything here requires a deposit. You can choose to apply for a jade slip, and deposit some spirit stones within the jade slip. In the future, you can simply pay using your jade slip. Mo Wuji hurried to thank him, before taking all 100 spirit stones from his bag. Fortunately, he had exactly 100 spirit stones, or this would have been a wasted trip. After passing over the 100 spirit stones, the person at the window quickly passed Mo Wuji a jade slip. At the same time, he said with an icy cold, mechanical voice, insert the jade slip into the door groove. When you come out, return the jade slip to exchange for spirit stones, or hand over extra spirit stones if you exceeded your time. Can this friend here lend me 3 spirit stones? I only have 97 spirit stones on me, which is not enough for a deposit. Don't worry, I will only be cultivating for 2 hours, so after I retrieve my deposit, I will wait here to return you your spirit stones. A slightly tender voice sounded by Mo Wuji's ear. Mo Wuji turned to see a roughly 13 to 14-year-old youth looking at him expectantly. Ostensibly, this youth had seen him hand over the spirit stones, and felt that he had more spirit stones on him. From Mo Wuji's experience, this youth was really lacking 3 spirit stones. He could clearly see the desire in this youth's eyes. If he had more spirit stones on him, he would not have minded lending the youth the 3 spirit stones. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji really did not have any spirit stones left on him, and he apologetically said to the youth, I'm really sorry. I only had 100 spirit stones on me. As he finished this sentence, Mo Wuji saw a few looks of disdain from the surroundings. The youth's eyes revealed an expression of disappointment. Ostensibly, he thought that Mo Wuji was simply finding excuses. He directed this gaze to the surroundings, but no one spoke up. I will help you out with the 3 spirit stones, a slightly magnetic voice sounded, and 3 spirit stones were sent into the youth's hands. It was a young man, and even Mo Wuji had to secretly praise this guy's looks. Not only was he handsome, his voice brought with him some magnetism and charm. You don't even need to look at his face, his long slender arms were already enough to earn the envy of countless women. If this was on Earth, this person could easily earn money with his face alone. There was a pretty lady by this man's side. Her eyes swept across Mo Wuji with a look of contempt. Mo Wuji merely shook his head, he did not mind about this matter. He looked at the jade slip in his hand. It wrote, Lightning Room 1. 1. This is from a poem by Lu Sun, a figure of modern Chinese literature. If you're interested in the full poem, it's being translated here, http://Chinese to English translation.blogspot.sg/2009/02/blog-post.html. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, Lucky to be Alive. Chapter 100, Lucky to be Alive. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Lightning Room 1 was located on the 9th floor of the Fringe City Immortal Training Tower, and it was the first training room that came into Mo Wuji's field of vision when he arrived on the 9th floor. There was indeed a groove for the jade slip outside the tempering room, and Mo Wuji casually slid his jade slip into the groove. Then the heavy stone door of the tempering room began to creak open. After Mo Wuji entered the stone door, it automatically closed behind him. Upon preliminary inspection, the stone chamber he was in had at least 200 square meters in floor area, and around 10 meters in height. The chamber was completely empty, less 3 handles at the entrance. The first was labeled Begin Training, the second labeled Stop Training, and the last labeled Open Door. Other than that, there was no dial or handle to adjust the strength of lightning in the chamber. Even though he had not undergone training in a lightning tempering room before, it was not the first time that Mo Wuji tempered meridians with lightning. A bottle of channel opening solution disappeared in a gulp, and Mo Wuji pulled down the first handle to start his training. Waves of rumbling rang out from all corners of the chamber, and around 10 breaths later, tiny lightning bolts came shooting out. Even though the lightning tempering room was rather large, but Mo Wuji noticed that the lightning bolts were only landing within a radius of a few meters in the center of the room with loud crackling noises, while nothing happened elsewhere. Those lightning bolts were no weaker than those that he encountered for the first time in the lightning lake. Without a single shred of hesitation, Mo Wuji stepped into the area which bore the brunt of the lightning bolt strikes. Every minute that he hesitated was equivalent to wasting some spirit stones. Bang, crackle, the lightning bolts struck Mo Wuji's body, and the streams of hot energy that followed were guided by Mo Wuji into the various meridians in his body. It was only then that Mo Wuji felt the difference between the lightning bolts in the lightning tempering room, and those from the lightning lake and the 6-footed lightning crocodiles. The strength of every lightning bolt was consistent, which to him, was much better for tempering his meridians. It was good to be rich. Even in the world of cultivators, this fact did not change. A single major circulation with the later, Mo Wuji's 28th meridian popped open. Unfortunately, he had no spirit stones, otherwise, he would definitely take the chance to cultivate at the same time. Who knew what that would feel like? The lightning bolts rained down endlessly, and Mo Wuji ceaselessly consumed bottle after bottle of channel opening solution. The only good point of tempering his meridians in the lightning tempering room was that he did not have to worry about his safety. Once he could not handle the intensity of lightning, he could just step out of the epicenter of the lightning bolts to take a short break. This was a luxury that Mo Wuji did not have when facing the lightning crocodiles and in the lightning lake. When making use of lightning crocodiles, he would have to bring a guy along to help, so as to prevent him from being killed by the crocodile by accident. On the other hand, the lightning lake was a much more dangerous place to train in. No one knew when an extremely strong lightning bolt would strike. For lightning that strong, perhaps only a single bolt would already easily wipe a weak newbie like Mo Wuji off the face of the planet. In the lightning tempering room, nearly no single piece of Mo Wuji's flesh was left in its original state. Luckily, he threw his clothes outside of the lightning radius at the start, otherwise he would have to leave naked. How could he anticipate this and bring an extra set of clothes with him? The smell of charred flesh filled the lightning tempering room, and with every lightning strike, Mo Wuji would spasm uncontrollably, but even so, he did not choose to leave the lightning radius to rest. Not a single lightning bolt should have been wasted by taking a break, as everyone was bought with spirit stones. More importantly, Mo Wuji was aware that while the lightning tempering room was safe and stable, but there was one factor lacking: the pressure from fighting for his life. One thing that Yan Chenin got right was that it would be difficult for someone that did not experience life and death situations to become an expert. Mo Wuji's determination in the face of these lightning strikes was also to push himself to his limits. As long as he did not reach the thin line between life and death, rest would not be an option. Determination was sometimes more important than talent. For Mo Wuji to get to where he was, perhaps his talent had a part to play, but in his heart, grit and drive played the most crucial role. 33 meridians, 34 meridians. When Mo Wuji consumed the 30th bottle of channel opening solution, a continuous stream of 4 lightning bolts were guided into his 36th meridian. Bang! Once the 4 lightning bolts completely burst open his 36th meridian, a relaxed feeling spread throughout his whole body. Who cared if he was burnt black and was filled with cuts and wounds caused by the lightning strikes? Once the 36th meridian was opened, he had a sublime feeling all over. This feeling of joy and comfort was similar to what he felt when progressing from channel opening stage level 3 to level 4. No, it felt even better than that. Mo Wuji, who had originally planned to take a short break after opening 36 meridians, changed his mind. He felt really good, possibly even stronger than before he entered the lightning tempering room, so he decided that he would finish all of the channel opening solution before stopping. Down his throat the 14th bottle of channel opening solution went, but a sense of uneasiness appeared in Mo Wuji's heart, because the burning line sensation was no longer present. Other than a light burn in his throat, there was no other reaction from his body. Without any reaction from his body, he would not be able to guide the lightning bolts to attack his meridians to open them. Multiple lightning bolts continued to land on him, and Mo Wuji allowed them to freely strike his body, but other than the physical harm that they inflicted on him, there were no benefits that could be reaped any further. An uncomfortable feeling welled up within him. Desperate, Mo Wuji drank 5 bottles of channel opening solution, but to no avail. All he felt was some heat in his throat. His meridians no longer responded. The lightning bolts kept raining down, and Mo Wuji forcibly started the circulation process to guide the lightning to break open one of the possible meridians. Boom! Mo Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood just as the lightning was guided into him, before falling to the ground, paralyzed and spasming. Lightning bolts threatened to strike again. Whatever was left of Mo Wuji struggled to crawl out of the area at the center of the room where lightning struck. It was as though countless needles were pierced through his spine, as he spat out more blood with each wave of pain that hit him. Thankfully he had already got out of the epicenter of the lightning strikes, otherwise, he would not be able to crawl out ever in his life. Forcefully guiding lightning through the body's meridians had caused great pain and damage to Mo Wuji, making him unable to stand up. While he lay on the floor, he could not even move a muscle either. Even though the lightning bolts continued to fall, and his spirit stones were still being used up, but he did not have the strength to reach and pull the stop training handle. After a good 1 hour of lying on the ground did Mo Wuji regain some strength. With this, he wriggled his way to the bag at one side to retrieve some recovery pills, instantly popping a few of them into his mouth. The recovery pills coupled with half an hour of rest did the trick, and Mo Wuji could just barely stand up. He wobbled to the side of the door, and pulled the stop training handle before collapsing to the ground once again. The wastage of spirit stones were of secondary importance now. The main issue on his mind was why the channel opening solution lost its effectiveness. Could his natural limit be 36 opened meridians? But based on his prior knowledge, he knew that the maximum number was 99 spirit channels, and even though Mo Wuji did not know the difference between meridians and spirit channels, from experience he also knew that there was negligible difference between opening 36 meridians and 36 spirit channels. In the world of cultivation, for those who could cultivate, opening 36 spirit channels was commonplace, and even those with the most average talent could achieve it. As long as you were a cultivator, you would be expected to at least open more than 36 spirit channels. A strong sense of resentment burst forth from inside him. If he really only had the potential of 36 opened meridians, then he would likely be unable to cultivate even to the later levels of the channel opening stage, much less higher stages or realms. Time passed quickly while Mo Wuji just sat there, and at some point in time, an alarm went off in the lightning tempering room. This signified that Mo Wuji had not been training in the room for quite a while, and would have to leave the room if he did not wish to continue cultivating. Only then, Mo Wuji woke up his idea, and a shiver went down his spine. Back when he could not cultivate, he was not sad or disappointed, but instead worked hard to find a path of cultivation for himself. However, now that he could already cultivate, and had become a channel opening stage level 4 cultivator, he was surprisingly defeated by his limit of opening 36 meridians. This was out of character for him. Mo Wuji once told himself, so what if he had mortal roots? He would not give up. What more if he had mortal roots that allowed him to cultivate? No turning back, Mo Wuji had to find a new method to open meridians. If he couldn't, then he would revert to his original plan, and pursue training in martial arts. Thinking to this point, Mo Wuji instantly became mentally recharged, and his confidence was renewed. So what if I have mortal roots? So what if I only have 36 opened meridians? I can't give up here. I must never give up. 1. At most, he would just die as an ordinary mortal, which did not matter. He was already very lucky to have reached such a stage, so what was there to worry about? Mo Wuji soon regained his composure, put on his torn clothes, picked up his bag, and yanked open the door of the lightning tempering room. Outside the lightning tempering room stood 7-8 people, out of which a guy and a girl were squashed in center. The guy, Mo Wuji could recognize. He was the one who gave 3 spirit stones to the young and handsome youth previously. The pretty girl had also been at his side. Those outside were shocked by Mo Wuji's appearance. Whole body burnt black, hair as though it was lit on fire, body still releasing smoke, and the blood on the chest and the corner of the mouth mixed with black soot. Mo Wuji looked as though he crawled out of a pile of dead people. The only thing that looked out of place was his eyes. That pair of eyes reflected a profound sense of serenity, as though the whole world had exploded, but yet he remained unaffected and calm. 1. TL note, thoughts of people are now in italics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2. Chapter 101, Upgrading the Drug Formula. Chapter 101, Upgrading the Drug Formula. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji ignored the shocked looks on these people's faces, calmly retrieving his jade slip, and proceeding downstairs past the group. The moment he reached the first floor, loud bouts of laughter burst out behind him. Following that, someone said, did he choose the lightning tempering room to shock others with his ability, because he heard that it's cool to train in it? I really got a shock from his performance, ha ha ha. You don't say. Everyone knows that there was someone in the lightning tempering room for 6 hours, but sadly, everyone also knows that he sat at one side, watching the lightning strikes in the room. Perhaps he was afraid of wasting too many spirit stones, so he turned off the lightning in the last 2 hours. I really want to know how long he managed to endure the lightning bolts. If he knew that others could see that he turned off the lightning in the room, perhaps he would not have cared about wasting some spirit stones. Don't care about these people, I'm going in to train now. You, wait for me outside. Mo Wuji did not take these comments to heart. He could recognize the owner of the attractive voice that said the last sentence, the dashing youth that gave away 3 spirit stones. Once he heard that he spent a whole 6 hours in the lightning tempering room, Mo Wuji panicked, sprinting towards the first floor. He had a total of 100 spirit stones. Subtract the charges for these 6 hours, how many were left? I'm here to check out of the tempering room. Mo Wuji frantically pushed his jade slip through the counter window. The slip was received, and out of the window a pile of 30 spirit stones came. Training for 6 hours, total cost, 70 low-grade spirit stones. You have 30 spirit stones left. As expected, it was 6 hours, and Mo Wuji could only recoup 30 spirit stones. But perhaps his biggest worry now was not the amount of spirit stones that had been spent. It would be the problem that he could only open 36 meridians. Once he returned to the North Water Inn, Mo Wuji quickly took out the refining equipment to begin refining drugs. He still held on to a last shred of hope. The channel opening solution was rendered ineffective by the lightning strikes. A short half an hour later, the first bottle of channel opening solution was ready. Without even transferring the solution into a bottle, Mo Wuji gulped it down. Unfortunately, there was no difference from before. A slight burning sensation appeared in his throat, then any effects of the solution disappeared completely. The line of fire sensation no longer existed. Sigh, I guess this channel opening solution will not have any effect on me anymore. However, Mo Wuji did not choose to check out of his room immediately to return to the formless blade sect. Instead, he sat in the room, thinking hard. Determination was one thing that he did not lack, but with mortal spirit roots, he would be nothing without the channel opening solution to help him to open his meridians. What could he do if he couldn't cultivate? Rely on his never-ending drive and passion? Or his never-say-die attitude? These things would be a joke in front of true power. No matter what drive or attitude he had, it was all for one goal, to get stronger. After many rounds of pondering, the conclusion he had was that his only advantage was in the channel opening solution. Because this solution could open up his meridians one after the other, thereby increasing his potential time after time. For him to rise up in this era where immortal masters could be found aplenty, he had to rely on the channel opening solution. It might have been born out of an accident on Earth, but their information from an incomplete drug formula that he bought for a high price was incorporated into. Earth had few spiritual herbs due to the lack of spiritual energy. But the place he was at now was rich in spiritual energy, and spiritual herbs could be found everywhere. Could he simply adjust the channel opening solutions formula, and change some of the normal herbs into spiritual herbs? After all, he was a channel opening stage level 4 cultivator, so perhaps some of those ordinary herbs were not strong enough to open the meridians of a cultivator in the intermediate channel opening stage. At this point, Mo Wuji, very invigorated with energy, and quickly began to write the formula for the channel opening solution on a piece of paper. The main ingredients of the channel opening solution were long yen grass, kai fruit, miltia, dark yellow ginseng, vein of thousand-year pine tree, fire essence stone, night purple, 100-year-old lingji. Long yen grass that were 10 years old and below were ordinary herbs, those between 10 to 100 years old were considered valuable, and only those over 100 years old were considered a Tier 1 spiritual herb. Previously he chose long yen grass that were 10 years old or younger, but for the new formula he would use those 100 years or older. The kai fruit was simply an ordinary ingredient, without any difference for how old it was, so no changes were required. The vein of 1,000-year pine tree could be changed to a vein of 10,000-year pine tree, but a vein of 10,000-year pine tree was considered a Tier 3 spiritual herb, and was difficult to obtain. There were also good and bad quality fire essence stones. The best ones did not have any spots of impurities in them, and looked as red as chicken blood. When he refined the solution previously, he used fire essence stones regardless of quality, so for the new formula, it would include only pure ones. Dark yellow ginseng and lingji would also be changed to those 1,000 years old and above, as only then would they be barely considered spiritual herbs. The new formula would have to use herbs of at least 1,000 years old. The older, the better. It took a good half a day to completely overhaul the drug formula. While the list of herbs was not altered, but most of the herbs were changed to equivalent spiritual herbs. As for the lotus strips, Mo Wuji decided to use treasured blood lotuses instead. They were excellent spiritual herbs, and could definitely take the place of ordinary lotus strips. In Fringe City, the place with the greatest human traffic was neither the pill chamber, nor the equipment chamber, but the area where herbs were transacted. In Fringe City, the hottest place for herb transactions was not at a merchant house, but at a large hall, which locals called the Fringe City Herb Transaction Hall. Everyone that came to Fringe City bought and sold herbs there, or went there to put up requests for particular herbs. Once Mo Wuji arrived at the Herb Transaction Hall, he almost thought that he had returned back to Earth. It was a near replica of a stock exchange, or rather a herb exchange on Earth. Large monitors hung from the four walls of the hall, and information of the herb prices changed furiously on the screens. Both purchase price and selling prices were included. The human traffic within the hall was extremely heavy, as people streamed in and out continuously, each carrying a large bag. A myriad of smells from different types of herbs wafted through the hall, causing a heavy herb smell to linger around the whole hall. Other than some large signages, Mo Wuji could see many other handwritten signs hanging all around. These signs were all requests to buy a particular herb, or to sell a particular rare herb, without any exceptions. The amount of spiritual herbs that Mo Wuji needed was quite sizable. The only problem was that he did not know the market prices, and there were simply too many people around. As a result, he just spent 5 spirit stones to put up a request for the spiritual herbs that he required, and at the same time placed the address of the North Water Inn underneath it, before returning to the inn to wait for responses. The price of 5 spirit stones as an advertising fee did not seem cheap to Mo Wuji, but these 5 spirit stones was money well spent. Within 2 hours, many people came rushing to the North Water Inn with the spiritual herbs that he required. Mo Wuji's original plan was to purchase 1 to 2 sets of the spiritual herbs for a preliminary attempt. But on the day itself, he received over 10 offers to sell him the spiritual herbs, and more people were still coming to the North Water Inn to do trade with him. Initially, he could still purchase the spiritual herbs with spirit stones, but eventually he had to start paying with pills. Fortunately, his pills were the high-in-demand Tier 1 mortal pills, which were more valuable to cultivators than spirit stones. Thankfully, his purchase advertisement expired after half a day, and he finally found some peace and quiet on the next day. By that point, he had already bought over 30 sets of the spiritual herbs, and spent all of the spirit stones he had left. Even half of his pills were gone. The only thing was that he managed to buy all other herbs but the treasured blood lotus. At first, Mo Wuji thought that since the treasured blood lotus could be cultivated in the Formless Blade sect, it would be easy to procure, but in reality, he did not receive a single one. He even specially went to the various merchant houses around town, just to discover that while the treasured blood lotus was merely a Tier 3 spiritual herb, its price was astronomical. He simply could not afford it. Recalling that his home, the Lotus Sword Summit, was previously where Elder Guanli grew treasured blood lotuses, Mo Wuji decided to return to ask if the Formless Blade sect had any of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Implicated. Chapter 102, Implicated. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Medicine King Summit. This was the only summit in the Formless Blade sect without sword in its name. It was also the summit that Yan Xianyin was staying in. It's said that the Medicine King Summit used to be blossomed with spiritual ingredients. However, after time, it became like the other summits, where the spiritual ingredients were planted by the cultivators. When Mo Wuji entered the foot of the Medicine King Mountain, he was immediately stopped. It was an ingredient girl who wasn't even 20 years old. Greetings, Junior Apprentice Sister, I'm Mo Wuji from the Lotus Sword Summit. I've specially come to see Senior Apprentice Sister Yen. Please help me inform here. Mo Wuji knew that in the entire Formless Blade sect, only his Lotus Sword Summit was without defenses. It wasn't because he didn't need it, but because he didn't have the power to install any. So it's Lotus Sword Summit's senior apprentice brother Mo. Before Pill Master Yen left, she told me that senior apprentice brother Mo can directly come in. Please feel free to bring Yen back. The ingredient girl hurried and bowed. Mo Wuji could not help but be disappointed, as he quickly asked, Senior Apprentice Sister is not here? Besides coming to fetch Yen, Mo Wuji also came to ask Yan Xianyin about the Lotus Sword Summit. Naturally, it was to ask about the treasured blood lotus. Senior Apprentice Sister has been invited to take part in the Pill Refiners Exchange. Senior Apprentice Brother can follow me to the guest room to rest, the ingredient girl said politely. Since Yan Xianyin wasn't at the Medicine King Summit, Mo Wuji did not intend to waste time at the Medicine King Summit. He immediately said, Many thanks, Junior Apprentice Sister. I will just be fetching Yen. I will visit again when Senior Apprentice Sister Yen returns. Of course. Please wait for a moment. Clearly, the ingredient girl had already received instructions from Yan Xianyin. With that sentence, she hurried in. Mo Wuji only waited for a few minutes before the ingredient girl returned with yen air and xiong xiuzhu. At the same time, she was carrying a huge package on her back. Before she left, Senior Apprentice Sister Yen instructed me to pass this to Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. The ingredient girl passed the package to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not need to open the package to smell the herbal aroma. He guessed that this should be the Tier 3 spiritual ingredients which Yen Shenin promised him. Since he could no longer open any meridians, these spiritual ingredients really came at the right time. He couldn't cultivate, so he could use these spiritual herbs to improve his pill refining level. Mo Wuji was extremely grateful towards Yen Shenin. In reality, even if he did not pass her the revolving star passage technique, he could not have kept it. To view this from another perspective, Yen Shenin had helped him by protecting him from being questioned. Even still, she maintained her promise and passed him a batch of Tier 3 spiritual ingredients. After he returned to the Lotus Sword Summit, Mo Wuji did not immediately pen a package to see his spiritual herbs. Instead, he immediately rushed to the sect's scripture library. Mo Wuji did not come to see the cultivation manuals, his was more than enough for him. Regarding skills, he wasn't even qualified to view them. Moreover, he also had this invisible sword skill in addition to his revolving star passage technique. He came primarily to investigate about the Lotus Sword Summit. To concoct the upgraded channel opening solution, he needed higher graded ingredients. He had already gotten his hands on all of them, except the treasured blood lotus. In the Formless Blade sect, Guanli was the one who cultivated treasured blood lotuses. Naturally, Mo Wuji hoped that he could find out more about the treasured blood lotus or Guanli from the sect's manuals. What disappointed Mo Wuji was that after spending an entire day and sweeping through countless of books, he only learnt that Elder Guanli used to reside at the Lotus Sword Summit. He did not manage to find out about anything else. However, Mo Wuji wasn't disheartened. He decided to ask Fei Bingzhu instead. Fei Bingzhu spent a much longer time than him in Formless Blade sect. He should have a deeper understanding about the Lotus Sword Summit. Once again, Mo Wuji made a trip to the Hall of Affairs. After seeing Mo Wuji, a few service disciples who recognized him rushed to bow and pay respects. Even a few outer disciples stopped and bowed. A guest pill refiner was a respected figure in the sect. When he arrived at the spiritual herbs warehouse, Mo Wuji found that Fei Bingzhu wasn't there. Instead, it was a disciple he had never seen before. Pill Master Mo. Ostensibly, this disciple recognized Mo Wuji. As he saw Mo Wuji walking over, he immediately bowed. Mo Wuji asked doubtfully, "May I ask why Fei Bingzhu isn't here? Did he get transferred out?" After the disciple heard Mo Wuji ask about Fei Bingzhu, he seemed to have something stuck in his throat, and he did not seem like he was intending to talk. Mo Wuji's expression turned serious and his tone went cold. "Where did Fei Bingzhu go? My patience has its limits." Seeing Mo Wuji's rage, the disciple immediately startled. "Please quell your anger, Pill Master Mo. When I came, Senior Apprentice Brother Fei was already gone. I heard that he made a mistake when dispensing the herbs, and he was sentenced to death by Pill Master Zhu." That Zhu again. Mo Wuji was thoroughly furious in his heart. If the previous conflicts between him and Pill Master Zhu were considered small, now that Fei Bingzhu was killed, they could no longer be small anymore. However, he was currently being limited by his cultivation ability and his pill refining ability. He had no means of finding Pill Master Zhu to help Fei Bingzhu seek revenge. Mo Wuji did not continue to talk any nonsense. There was no point getting angry at this disciple. "Pill Master Mo, please wait." As Mo Wuji was about to leave the Hall of Affairs, a soft voice called out to stop him. He turned to see a youth who was around the age of Fei Bingzhu. From his attire, he should be an outer disciple. "You are?" Mo Wuji looked doubtfully at the disciple who called him. The outer disciple hurried to say, "I'm an outer disciple, Wu Rongji." Before junior apprentice brother Fei got taken away, he pleaded me to find you, but at that time, you weren't at the Lotus Sword Summit. Actually, junior apprentice brother did not get taken away for dispensing the wrong ingredients. He was taken away because he spoke up for you. What exactly happened? Mo Wuji's face turned cold. If Fei Bingzhu had been implicated by him, which resulted in him getting killed by that Jew fella, Mo Wuji definitely needed to seek revenge. If not now, then in the future. Wu Rongji immediately replied, "The other day, the people in the Hall of Affairs were discussing about how Pill Master Zhu was going to advance to be an earth pill refiner. After Pill Master Yen, he would then be the next most talented pill refiner in the Formless Blade sect. It was nothing at first, but that person started talking about Pill Master Mo. He said that Pill Master Zhu had the skill, while you only relied on Pill Master Yen. If not for Pill Master Yen, you wouldn't have qualified to even clean Pill Master Zhu's shoes." At that point, junior apprentice brother Fei interrupted and defended you. He said, "Pill Master Zhu is indeed a talented pill refiner. However, Pill Master Mo's success was not due to Pill Master Yen, but his knowledge on pill refinement. Pill Master Mo was a mere service disciple, with no access to teachings and resources. He had to work much harder than everyone else in order to become a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner. That day, Pill Master Zhu's ingredient boy was also in the Hall of Affairs, and junior apprentice Fei's words infuriated him. That ingredient boy is very sinister. He did not say anything, he only went to get junior apprentice brother Fei to dispense ingredients for him. It was only at night when the ingredient boy brought people from the enforcement hall. He said that junior apprentice brother Fei had made a mistake, which caused Pill Master Zhu's pill refinement to fail. The people from the enforcement hall immediately took junior apprentice brother Fei away. Mo Wuji's expression started to turn ugly. Pill Master Zhu was a Tier 3 pill refiner. He couldn't even tell that he took the wrong ingredients? And his ingredient boy really had big balls. He dared to deliver wrong ingredients? Pill Master Mo, I heard that Pill Master Zhu is currently attending some pill refiners exchange with Pill Master Yen. Junior apprentice brother Fei should still be locked up in the enforcement hall, I think. Wu Rongji spoke with a bit of hesitation. Mo Wuji immediately understood the meaning behind Wu Rongji's words, and he did not hesitate to say, "I will go to the enforcement hall right now." If Fei Bingzhu had already been killed, Mo Wuji could only help him take revenge in the future. But since Fei Bingzhu was still alive, Mo Wuji had to try all means to help save his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Kindness is Rewarded. Chapter 103, Kindness is Rewarded. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Pill Master Mo. The person in charge at the enforcement hall saw Mo Wuji from afar and hurried to greet him. A guest pill refiner was not a typical figure within the sect. Furthermore, as a cultivator, who could sure that they would not need to seek a pill refiner's help to concoct pills? Moreover, after the Formless Blade Mountain incident, the sect had lesser pill refiners. Furthermore, this Pill Master Mo had the favor of Pill Master Yen. There was no harm from forming good relations with him. If not for the lack of proper reasons, many people would take the initiative to make friends with Mo Wuji. "May I know how I can address this deacon here?" Mo Wuji politely said. Even though he knew that the enforcement hall liked to show off their strength, it wasn't due to the enforcement hall itself, but the people from it. This person in charge hurried to reply, "Pill Master Mo can just call me Gongqian. I didn't know that Pill Master Mo is coming to the enforcement hall, please pardon my neglect." From Gongqian's attitude to Mo Wuji could tell that this person wasn't the enforcement hall master, he wasn't even a deacon. If he was, he would not have treated Mo Wuji with such politeness. The enforcement hall master was an elder, so Mo Wuji would have been the one who needed to bow and be polite. "Brother Gong, thanks for the courtesy. I've come to find the enforcement hall master." This is because a distant relative of mine got brought into the enforcement hall. I've come to request the hall master to make an exception for me. I hope Brother Gong can help me inform him of my visit, Mo Wuji said warmly. Mo Wuji was sure that the enforcement hall master would not know of such a small matter, so he suggested meeting the hall master. Mo Wuji knew that this Gong Qian definitely wouldn't inform the hall master. He might not even want the hall master to know of this. After Gong Qian heard that Mo Wuji was there to inquire about a prisoner, he hurried to ask, I don't know who is Mo Wuji's distant relative. Fei Bingzhu, he's the disciple at the spiritual herbs warehouse. Mo Wuji said calmly. Gong Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. He was the one who caught Fei Bingzhu, and the reason was because Fei Bingzhu had offended Pill Master Zhu's ingredient boy. However, after he caught Fei Bingzhu, he heard that Pill Master had left the sect to attend a pill refiner's exchange, so there weren't any follow-up instructions. He did not expect that Fei Bingzhu actually had ties to Pill Master Mo. At this moment, he wasn't sure whether Pill Master Zhu was even aware of this situation. If he was, then Gong Qian would rather offend Pill Master Mo instead of Pill Master Zhu. However, if this was just the shenanigans of the ingredient boy, then he would have offended Pill Master Mo for nothing. Why? Is it so hard to inform the hall master? Mo Wuji's voice turned cold. No, even though Gong Qian wasn't afraid of Mo Wuji, he knew that Mo Wuji was not your typical person. I'm not going to care anymore. I will let Fei Bingzhu out first, then talk about it in the future. If it was really the instructions of Pill Master Zhu to grab Fei Bingzhu, then I will simply push all the blame to this Mo fella. If Pill Master Zhu doesn't ask anything, I will just take as though nothing has happened. As he thought of that, Gong Qian hurried to say, because Pill Master Zhu's ingredient boy reported that Fei Bingzhu dispensed the wrong ingredients, so I brought him in. Without the instructions from Pill Master Zhu, I cannot casually let him go. Mo Wuji said plainly, if anyone asks you, you tell them that it was I, Mo Wuji, who took Fei Bingzhu away. If they have anything to say, they can find me, Mo Wuji. This were the exact words that Gong Qian wanted to hear. Now that Mo Wuji had said them, he did not have any worries as he went to the prison room to bring Fei Bingzhu out. Fei Bingzhu had bruises all over his body, and his hair was tousled. He had obviously suffered quite a bit. He did not know why he was suddenly being brought out, until he saw Mo Wuji. He immediately made sense of the situation and he hurried forward to express his gratitude, but Mo Wuji stopped him. After clasping his fists towards Gong Qian, Mo Wuji quickly brought Fei Bingzhu away. After an hour, Fei Bingzhu had regained much of his spirit after washing up and eating at the Lotus Sword Summit. Senior apprentice brother Mo, if not for you, I would definitely have ended up dead. That Zhu fella's ingredient boy is too much. I only said a simple sentence but he wanted to kill me. Luckily, that Zhu fella went to the pill refiner's exchange. If not, I would not have lasted till today. After his body had recovered, Fei Bingzhu hurried to thank Mo Wuji. After some simple inquiring, Mo Wuji found that Wu Rongji was not lying. Fei Bingzhu only helped to speak up for him, and did not belittle Pill Master Zhu at all, but he was still sent to the enforcement hall. Junior apprentice brother Fei, if you do not mind, you can just stay in my Lotus Sword Summit. Mo Wuji knew that Fei Bingzhu no longer had anywhere he could go. Fei Bingzhu had a good personality. Mo Wuji did not mind keeping him, or even help him out. Senior apprentice brother Mo, thanks for letting me stay. I have been dispensing drugs for many years, and I have a basic understanding towards the various kinds of drugs. If you need an ingredient boy, I believe I could help. Fei Bingzhu knew that Mo Wuji did not like unnecessary words of courtesy, so he went straight to the point. Mo Wuji laughed, I really do need junior apprentice brother Fei's help. Do you know anything about the treasured blood lotus or Guanli? Hearing Mo Wuji inquire about Guanli and the treasured blood lotus, Fei Bingzhu hurried to say, Senior apprentice brother Mo, I'm not bragging when I say this, but in the entire Formless Blade sect, I have the deepest understanding towards Elder Guan. Seeing how Mo Wuji looked at him in doubt, Fei Bingzhu started blabbering, "It's because my grandfather was the one who helped elderly cultivate his treasured blood lotus for over 10 years. It was only after Elder Guan passed away that my grandfather got sent to the spiritual herbs warehouse. It was also because of my grandfather that I managed to work in the spiritual herbs warehouse as well." Hearing Fei Bingzhu's words, Mo Wuji instantly got enlivened and asked, "Junior apprentice brother Fei, I'm in urgent need for the treasured blood lotus, but I can't seem to find it at the various big merchant houses." Fei Bingzhu did not wait for Mo Wuji to finish as he said, "Senior apprentice brother Mo, it is normal that you didn't manage to find it. It would be abnormal if you did. Even though the treasured blood lotus is a tier 3 spiritual ingredient, its value is not less than tier 4 spiritual ingredients. This is primarily because it is needed to concoct many pills which are useful for spirit channels. Moreover, the treasured blood lotus is a sort of delicacy. Not only is it tasty, it can strengthen your blood and improve your complexion. Many sects want it, and its price is getting higher. The moment one comes out, it gets instantly snatched away. You definitely wouldn't be able to find it out in the market." Mo Wuji sighed. No wonder why he couldn't find the treasured blood lotus. Not only was it used to concoct pills related to spirit channels, it was even coveted by wealthy people to eat as a dish. To any cultivator, the spirit channels were the most important things. Just like spiritual roots, the more spirit channels they could open, the higher their potential. Since the treasured blood lotus could help with spirit channels, its price would naturally be inflated. The reason why he was finding the treasured blood lotus was also to open his meridians. And these aren't the only reasons why treasured blood lotuses are so rare. Besides the difficulty in cultivating it, it also absorbs insane amounts of spiritual energy. Places which were originally rich in spiritual energy would become scarce in it after planting the treasured blood lotus. And this spiritual energy scarcity was hard to recover from. Fei Bingzhu's understanding towards the treasured blood lotus was clearly not shallow. "Junior apprentice brother Fei, I want to grow some treasured blood lotus. Do you know where I can obtain some seeds?" Mo Wuji set his mind to ask. Fei Bingzhu shook his head, "The treasured blood lotus seeds cannot be purchased." When Mo Wuji heard that sentence, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, drenching him entirely. Fei Bingzhu continued to say, "However, there is some ways to get the treasured blood lotus seeds from Lotus Sword Summit. Hurry and say." Mo Wuji agitatedly stood up and grabbed Fei Bingzhu. Fei Bingzhu hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother Mo, don't get too anxious. My grandfather had told me before that after Elder Guan left, he did not dig up all the treasured blood lotus on Lotus Sword Mountain. Instead, he left the lotus roots within the lake. The roots can only be found by people who are proficient with the treasured blood lotus. Luckily, I am one such person. Even though I did not personally grow a treasured blood lotus before, my grandfather passed to me all his knowledge regarding this matter. If senior apprentice brother Mo trusts me, I can immediately go into the lake to find the abandoned lotus roots. However, the spiritual energy here is scarce, so you can't cultivate many treasured blood lotus here." Mo Wuji patted Fei Bingzhu, "Being able to cultivate it is enough. It doesn't matter how much. Bingzhu, I leave this matter to you then." Mo Wuji was ecstatic. Good deeds really had compensations. If he did not save Fei Bingzhu, how could he learn about the treasured blood lotus? Even if he couldn't find the treasured blood lotus in Lotus Sword Summit, with Fei Bingzhu's proficiency in it, he would definitely be able to find it someone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, The Surprising Formula. Chapter 104, The Surprising Formula. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. While Fei Bingzhu was searching for the treasured blood lotus seeds, Mo Wuji was thinking of a way to advance to a tier 3 mortal pill refiner. If his pill refinement quality was higher, he would have more opportunities to approach Granny Linglong. Back in his room, Mo Wuji opened the package which Yin Xianyin left behind. There were close to 100 Tier 3 spiritual herbs in it. The number of Tier 3 spiritual herbs could at most allow Mo Wuji to refine over 10 Tier 3 spiritual pills. To do so, he needed to add in quite a few Tier 1 and Tier 2 spiritual herbs too. Mo Wuji was already very grateful to be able to receive these large number of Tier 3 spiritual herbs. Yin Xianyin's promise was to give him some Tier 3 spiritual herbs so he could learn how to refine a Tier 3 pill. The preceding condition was that Mo Wuji hand her the broken half of the sword so she could acquire the secret of the sword. Now that the broken sword was given to her, both parties should have gotten what they wished for. Perhaps Mo Wuji needed more out of the deal because Mo Wuji needed Yin Xianyin to hide the fact that he had already acquired the revolving star passage technique. Even so, Yin Xianyin still kept her end of the promise by giving him so many Tier 3 spiritual herbs. All these Tier 3 spiritual herbs amount to quite a fortune. Other than wanting to keep her promise, Yin Xianyin probably offered these items to Mo Wuji because she wanted to repay him for his life-saving grace. Mo Wuji saved her once, gave in to her at the Formless Blade Mountain as well as voluntarily handing her the legacy of Mo Luoxu. There was a letter placed on top of the spiritual herbs. After opening the letter, Mo Wuji realized that it was written by Yin Xianyin. Junior apprentice brother Mo, these spiritual herbs are what I promised you. Feel free to use as much as you want to practice. I will not be giving you the complete Tier 3 pill formula, but I have here a fragmentary one for you to practice with it. Even though these spiritual herbs alone may not help you advance to become a Tier 3 pill refiner, it can help you increase your understanding for Tier 3 spiritual pills. Given the quality of your spiritual roots, it is already a remarkable achievement for you to advance to become a Tier 2 pill refiner. Don't be too disheartened even if you cannot advance to become a Tier 3 pill refiner. As a Tier 2 pill refiner, you would be able to gain a foothold wherever you go. Pillmaster Zhu and I will be heading to the Pill Refiners Exchange to prepare for the competition at the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. I am not sure when we will return to the sect from this exchange, but I will keep to the end of my promise and bring you with me for the 5 Elements Desolate Domain half a year later. Medicine King Summit, Yin Xianyin signing off. The reason why Yin Xianyin left this letter behind was very clear. She knew that Mo Wuji will definitely not be able to advance to become a Tier 3 pill refiner. No matter how good his pill refining skills are, he will never be able to advance any further. Yin Xianyin did not give him the complete Tier 3 pill formula also because she was certain Mo Wuji will never be able to become a Tier 3 pill refiner. By leaving him with a fragmentary pill formula, she kept to the end of her promise as well as to convince him to give up trying to advance to become a Tier 3 pill refiner. Mo Wuji's eyes fell on the fragmentary pill formula the moment he kept the letter away. Even though Yin Xianyin had no confidence in him, Mo Wuji had full confidence that he will be able to become a Tier 3 pill refiner. Even if he was only able to reach channel opening stage level 4, he was confident he could advance to become a Tier 3 pill refiner. The only thing he was lacking was the spiritual herbs. As Mo Wuji already had the wordless pill manual which contained a few of the Tier 3 pill formula, he did not really care whether or not Yin Xianyin left any pill formula for him. As the formula of Tier 3 pills was still very precious, Mo Wuji was indeed curious to see how the fragmentary one that Yin Xianyin gave looked like. Spirit Strengthening Pill. Mo Wuji felt a sense of familiarity the moment he saw this name. This pill was included in his wordless pill manual too. However, on the wordless pill manual, there was only a brief description of it: Spirit Strengthening Pill, a primary spiritual will pill. It is capable of increasing the soul force of the spiritual will of low-level cultivators. As for the remaining, the wordless pill manual did not mention anything extra. How was Mo Wuji supposed to know about the soul force of the spiritual will if he did not even have a mentor? But the pill formula that Yin Xianyin gave actually had a detailed description of the spirit strengthening pill. In fact, the description itself actually took up half the space of the entire pill formula. In other words, this pill formula was actually meant to describe mainly about the spirit strengthening pill and a few more spiritual herbs. This should not be called a fragmentary pill formula but rather, an introduction to a pill formula. As we all know, only cultivators who have formed the true primordial spirit after reaching the nihility God stage will be able to concentrate and make use of the spiritual will. The strength of those who are capable of using the power of spiritual will are far more superior than the average cultivators out there. Spirit Strengthening Pill is a pill capable of allowing those who are unable to reach the nihility God stage to strengthen their own spiritual will. Those with talent will even be able to concentrate and bring out the power of the spiritual will. Mo Wuji's heart skipped a beat the moment he read about the power of spiritual will. Even without a mentor, he knew a little about the spiritual will. He knew how incredibly strong the power of spiritual will was. Back then, because Mo Wuji did not have proper technique, he had to make use of his willpower to control and direct the lightning bolt to help open his meridians. However, his type of willpower was only a one-sided affair. Out of the many times he tried to use it, he might not even succeed once. Even if he did succeed, it might not be due to his willpower. Willpower is the embryonic form of the spiritual willpower. He only just learnt that spiritual willpower can only be used or controlled by cultivators who have reached the nihility God stage and formed the primordial spirit. Mo Wuji also knew clearly that the nihility God stage is the third stage of the earth realm. Only after the nihility God stage will one be able to stand a chance to pry into the first stage of the heaven realm. It would benefit him tremendously if he were to succeed in concocting this pill. Even if he did not require willpower to help open his meridians, he would probably need such spiritual willpower when he was concocting pill. His pill technique was forcefully controlled by willpower, as the fact was that it required spiritual willpower. Because he did not have spiritual willpower, even with strong willpower, he still had to borrow some primordial power to control the willpower. Due to this, it resulted in many failures in the past. If he was capable of cultivating till he can use the spiritual willpower, the quality of his pill refinement will increase by many folds. He might even be able to concoct an earth-grade pill. Once he made his decision, he will find a way to concoct this spirit-strengthening pill. Once he succeeded, his influence will be far greater than the influence on him when he concoct any other pills. Once he settled down, Mo Wuji started to compare the spiritual herbs of the fragmentary pill formula as well as the herbs on wordless pill manual to concoct the spirit-strengthening pill. The spiritual herbs mentioned in the fragmentary pill formula was only left with 5 types, of which 3 of them were Tier 2 spiritual herbs. The remaining 2 Tier 3 spiritual herbs includes icy soulgrass as well as golden fetal. Mo Wuji did not care much about the Tier 2 herbs because he was confident he would be able to get it from many places. There were 11 types of Tier 2 spiritual herbs mentioned in the wordless pill manual for the spirit strengthening pill. Mo Wuji looked through everything and knew that he could get almost all of these herbs easily. There were actually only 5 Tier 3 spiritual herbs recorded in the manual. These were the icy soulgrass, leafless fog rattan, green frostfruit, little freedom flower and round whisked windfruit. It is considered rare for a Tier 3 spiritual pill to only contain 5 Tier 3 spiritual herbs. Comparing the 2 formulas, Mo Wuji realized that the 3 types of Tier 2 spiritual herbs mentioned in the fragmentary formula Yin Chenin gave were also mentioned in the wordless pill manual. However, there was no golden fetal in the 5 spiritual herbs mentioned in the wordless pill manual. Mo Wuji did not hesitate, as he has decided to follow the formula on the wordless pill manual to attempt to research and refine about the spirit strengthening pill. Out of the 5 Tier 3 spiritual herbs, Mo Wuji only collected 3 stalks of the round-whisked windfruit from the formless Blade Mountain. The package that Yen Shenin gave him had some icy soulgrass as well as the green frostfruit. Currently, he only lacked the little freedom flower and the leafless fog rattan. Mo Wuji immediately left the Lotus Sword Summit for the Hall of Affairs without even asking how Fei Bingju's search for the treasured blood lotus seeds went. Even though as a guest pill refiner, Mo Wuji will not get the same privilege to use as much sex resources as a sex pill refiner, he will still be able to use a small portion of the spiritual herbs. He was intending to use these rights to purchase a pot of spirit-strengthening pills spiritual herbs. What Mo Wuji needed was not just a pot of spiritual herbs. If he were to research on how to concoct the pill, he would need at least 10 pots of it. However, Mo Wuji had no such authority to ask for 10 pots of such rare herbs. Furthermore, he would be lacking a lot of the Tier 2 spiritual herbs too. Fortunately, in the package that Yan Chenin sent over, there were some of the Tier 3 spiritual herbs which Mo Wuji did not find useful for this. He could exchange these herbs for those that he needed. Given his status now as a guest pill refiner, he would give those disciples at the dispensary the shock of their lives if he were to go down to exchange for these herbs personally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, Bullied at Your Own Home. Chapter 105, Bullied at Your Own Home. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji did not guess wrongly, he was allowed to exchange spiritual herbs. Moreover, the disciple at the spiritual herbs warehouse was startled when he saw Mo Wuji, so Mo Wuji was easily able to exchange for the herbs he wanted. In addition to what he already had, Mo Wuji had gathered a total of spiritual herbs enough for 11 batches of spirit-strengthening pills. With 11 batches at hand, Mo Wuji did not immediately rush into concocted pills. Instead, he went to accept a large amounts of Tier 2 pill refinement tasks. After all, he was only a Tier 2 pill refiner, and his experience with concocting Tier 2 spiritual pills was limited. If he wanted to concoct Tier 3 pills, he needed to move one step at a time. Through concocting Tier 2 spiritual pills, he would be able to improve his capabilities in the shortest period of time. Yan Chenin had told him before, the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition would take place half a year later. In this mere half a year, he would need to advance to a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner. That's when he could have the opportunity to qualify to enter the pill competition and meet Granny Linglong. Previously, Mo Wuji was wholeheartedly cultivating and opening his meridians. Even though he had to perform duties for the sect, he wasn't very active in them. Now, however, after accepting the various pill refinement tasks, he knew how wonderful it was to be a pill refiner. There was no danger in helping the sect concoct pills, but the amount of sect contribution points he could earn was sky high. But this was not the most pleasant surprise he received. The most pleasant surprise was that he would be allocated 13 batches of ingredients to concoct 10 batches of pills. At the same time, he would only need to give the sect 80% of the maximum batch size. A batch of pills usually had a maximum batch size of 12, 9, or 6. Very few had a maximum batch size of 18. Regardless of the batch size, concocting pills under these conditions, it's hard not to get rich. If Mo Wuji had known earlier the benefits of concocting pills for the sect, he would have accepted these tasks sooner. Not only could he obtain various pills, he can earn a whole pile of spiritual herbs and contribution points. At this point, Mo Wuji understood why Yan Chenin wanted him to accept some of these pill refinement tasks. It was because she meant well for him. Especially the sect contribution points, they had so many uses and could be used to exchange for all sorts of stuff. At this moment, Mo Wuji needed large amounts of Tier 3 spiritual herbs, and he could use the sect contribution points to exchange for that. Actually, all this was a misunderstanding on Mo Wuji's part. For an average pill refiner, being able to have a success rate of 80% was already extremely exceptional. Furthermore, when concocting pills, it would not always produce at maximum batch size. So it wasn't the sect's intention for the pill refiners to retain many pills and spiritual herbs. However, Mo Wuji did not know all this. After all, he had the wordless pill manual which taught him to concoct pills using hand and pill techniques. When he was at Formless Blade Mountain, he had a 100% success rate when concocting Tier 1 pills. In reality, how many pill refiners had success rates as high as his? After accepting the various pill refinement tasks, Mo Wuji chose to go to Pharmacy 19. It was rumored that concocting at Pharmacy 19 would lower the success rates, but Mo Wuji did not care. He was now a Tier 2 pill refiner. He should be able to concoct Tier 2 pills. Moreover, using a more difficult pill furnace could help improve his standards. Mo Wuji did not call Fei Bingzhu, but asked Wu Kai to arrange him an ingredient boy. In the entire month, besides the brief, daily visits to Yen Air Daily, Mo Wuji spent the rest of the time concocting pills. In this month, Mo Wuji didn't know the exact number of Tier 2 pills he concocted, but he had already accumulated a whole stockpile of pills. Towards the end, he did not even bother cleaning the pill furnace and directly started purifying the spiritual ingredients. Every batch of pills still flowed out smoothly without a hiccup. At the same time, all the pills he concocted were of high quality. The leftover spiritual herbs and expensive pills were all exchanged for Tier 3 spiritual herbs as Mo Wuji started to prepare to concoct Tier 3 pills. However, he did not manage to gather enough spiritual herbs for a 12th batch of spirit-strengthening pills no matter how he exchanged. Virtually all the herbs needed for the spirit-strengthening pills in the sect were owned by him. Moreover, going out of the sect to exchange for herbs would require too much time, and this was not what Mo Wuji wanted. Time was too precious for him. Still, Mo Wuji did not mind. The spirit-strengthening pill was just one of his aims. He had a more important aim, which was to become a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner. Mo Wuji first practiced with the Tier 3 mortality transcending pill. This pill could help increase a spirit-building stage cultivator's chances at advancing into the transcending mortality stage. It was relatively simple to concoct, and its value was not low. As he started to concoct a Tier 3 pill, Mo Wuji was no longer as casual as he had been with the Tier 2 pills. He cautiously ignited the earth fire and started to clean the pill furnace. It was only after cleaning the pill furnace thrice before he sent the spiritual herbs in for purification. The mortality transcending pill required a total of 20 pills, of which there were 8 varieties of Tier 3 spiritual herbs. This was even more than the spirit strengthening pill. The rest were either Tier 1 or Tier 2 spiritual herbs. Mo Wuji spent a whole 2 hours on purifying the herbs, most of which were spent on the Tier 3 spiritual herbs. Even though it seemed like a simple and small increase in tier level, the difficulty in purifying a Tier 3 spiritual herb was multiple times higher than a Tier 2 one. These few strains of Tier 3 spiritual herbs already expended so much of his energy. Mo Wuji could only imagine how difficult it would be to become an earth pill refiner. Purifying the herbs was merely an opening act. The real show came in the fusing of the medicinal essences and the condensing of the pills. As Mo Wuji just started to fuse the medicinal essences, he felt a tumble within the pill furnace followed by the pungent scent. Mo Wuji's heart sank. He knew that his fusion had failed. He just started on his first batch of Tier 3 pills, but he was immediately met with failure. Mo Wuji did not continue to attempt on a second batch, as he was clear that this was not a problem with his hand and pill techniques, but a matter with his cultivation. He did not have enough spiritual energy to control the proper fusion of the essences. Perhaps with a few more batches, his experience might prolong the fusion process, but it would still ultimately end in failure. If he did not improve his cultivation, and merely depended on his techniques, he might only be able to advance to a Tier 3 pill refiner a few years later. Moreover, this would require countless Tier 3 spiritual herbs for practice. Yan Shenin was not lying to him. If he did not increase his cultivation, it would be difficult to surpass Tier 2. It would be same no matter how good his techniques were. To become a Tier 3 pill refiner in the shortest period of time, he would need to raise his cultivation. To do that, he must continue to open more meridians. Mo Wuji sighed dispiritedly as he packed up his herbs and stopped his pill concocting session. Big Sis Xiong, where's Bingzhu? When he returned to Lotus Sword Summit, the first thing Mo Wuji did was to find Fei Bingzhu. Over the past month, he was too engrossed with his pills, and was unaware of Fei Bingzhu's progress with the treasured blood lotus. Now that he needed to open more meridians, He wanted to ask Fei Bingzhu about the probabilities of finding the treasured blood lotus at the Lotus Sword Summit. If it was really impossible to find the treasured blood lotus at the Lotus Sword Summit, he will not continue to stay here and waste time. Deacon Fei has gone to the Blood Lotus Lake. He told me to inform you, the moment you come back, to find him there, Xiong Xiuzhu hurriedly replied. When Mo Wuji heard that, his spirits immediately got enlivened. He did not even give a reply to Xiong Xiuzhu as he rushed towards the Blood Lotus Lake. Pill Master Meng, Brother Fei is a friend of the Lotus Sword Summit Lord Mo. Now that you already have the lotus, please let him go. Before he even reached the Blood Lotus Lake, Mo Wuji could hear Wu Kai's pleading voice from afar. Fei Bingzhu, what's going on? With a few steps, Mo Wuji landed in a pool of blood, right by Fei Bingzhu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, Fearless. Chapter 106, Fearless. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Upon sighting Mo Wuji, Fei Bingzhu struggled to stand up. The two sides of his face were red and swollen from being slapped, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. Other than that, a stream of blood flowed down his chest, evidently from a sword wound. Mo Wuji swiftly went forward to hold Fei Bingzhu, throwing a few wound healing pills into his mouth. The treatment pills he had were all the best quality Tier 2 mortal pills, hence they could stop the bleeding once Fei Bingzhu took them. Pill Master Mo, Wu Kai stuttered. He took away my belongings. Fei Bingzhu arduously raised his finger to point at the figure that was walking away. Needless to say, Mo Wuji had noticed that guy that was trying to leave. Once he saw Mo Wuji approaching, he turned and left, holding a dripping wet wooden box. But first, Mo Wuji carefully placed Fei Bingzhu on the ground, before taking a few quick steps to stop the perpetrator in his tracks. You're going to leave just like that after beating someone up, Dut. This man looked like he was over 30 years old, with a pale complexion, and long hair draping down his back, somewhat like a rich heir. Before the man could reply, Wu Kai explained, Pill Master Mo, this is Pill Master Meng Boyu of our Formless Blade sect. Pill Master Meng just advanced to become a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner, and was just about to be assigned a sword summit. Mo Wuji stepped forward, and the pale man stopped in his tracks. He stared at Mo Wuji coldly and said, You're the Mo Wuji that got his position through senior apprentice Sister Yen, right? Please remember to keep your dog in check. Don't let it run around, biting people. Move out of the way now, otherwise I'll not only beat up the dog, but also its owner, but. Senior apprentice Brother Mo, I dug up a piece of treasured blood lotus from the Blood Lotus Lake, but this man wanted to take it from me by force. I resisted, so he attacked and wounded me. The treasured blood lotus in his hands belonged to me. Due to the effects of Mo Wuji's pills, Fei Bingzhu felt much better already. But the few people who were here, including Wu Kai, knew that if Mo Wuji did not arrive, Fei Bingzhu would have died from excessive blood loss. As a service disciple, Fei Bingzhu's death under the hands of a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner would not raise any eyebrows within the sect. At this point, Wu Kai was already in panic mode. If anything happened to Mo Wuji or Meng Boyu, he would have to take responsibility as the deacon of service disciples. Because everything occurred at the Blood Lotus Lake after Mo Wuji had left it, he assigned the Blood Lotus Lake under Mo Wuji's name in order to please him. However, Meng Boyu suddenly wanted to possess this area out of the blue for reasons unknown. So Wu Kai could only follow Meng Boyu over, planning to wait till he had left, before going to report this incident to Mo Wuji. Based on his understanding of Mo Wuji, as long as he did not offend Pill Master Mo, there would still be space for negotiations. He believed that Mo Wuji could settle this matter off the books. Unexpectedly, when Wu Kai brought Meng Boyu to the Blood Lotus Lake, they met Fei Bingzhu, who was climbing out of the lake, and was holding a treasured blood lotus in hand. The treasured blood lotus gave off a light fragrance, and had a blood-red appearance. This made Wu Kai very jealous, much less Meng Boyu, who was a pill refiner. Just as Wu Kai worried about Meng Boya's response, Meng Boya took a step forward as expected and sent Fei Bingzhu flying with a slap. Then, he retrieved the treasured blood lotus and kept it into the wooden box that Fei Bingzhu had prepared. Fei Bingzhu naturally would not just let this slide. He not only got heavily injured by Meng Boyu, but almost got killed. If Mo Wuji did not show up, he would have been murdered already. So what, you want to get disciplined too? Meng Boyu saw Mo Wuji blocking his way with a hostile look in his eyes. A mere service disciple that rose up based on his relationship with Yin Xianyin was no threat to him. He believed that he could kill Mo Wuji, and could settle this issue by himself. With a light chuckle, Mo Wuji stood to one side, opening up a path. This action was registered by Wu Kai, and he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Mo Wuji gave in, this issue would not be blown out of proportions. Once Meng Boya took the treasured blood lotus away, he would likely let things slide. Seeing Mo Wuji giving way to him, Meng Boya laughed coldly, and passed Mo Wuji from the side with a look of disdain on his face. He had obtained the treasured blood lotus, and was not willing to blow things up. If not for the treasured blood lotus, he would have taught Mo Wuji a lesson today. Mo Wuji's resistance was within his calculations. A mere service disciple. If Mo Wuji dared to attack him, he would kill without hesitation. Even if news of this spread to the ears of the sect head, he, a living Tier 2 pill refiner, would be of much greater value than a dead one. No matter how much senior apprentice Sister Yin favored Mo Wuji, she would not make an enemy just for a dead person. Moreover, he had the backing the second elder. As for who would win in a straight-up fight, he did not think about it at all. With his cultivation being at channel opening stage level 9, only a step away from entering the spirit building stage, would he even need to break a sweat against a service disciple who climbed up using connections? Even if he turned his back to Mo Wuji, there was nothing for him to worry about. What he did now did amount to turning his back to Mo Wuji too. Mo Wuji made his move the moment Meng Boya brushed past him. He gathered nearly all the energy in his body into his fist, and landed a clean punch on the back of Meng Boyu. As someone in the intermediate channel opening stage, this almost full-strength punch immediately created multiple cracks and tears in Meng Boyu's heart. A spurt of blood flew out of Meng Boyu's mouth, as he reeled forwards for tens of steps before finally regaining his balance. The wooden box in his hand had already been thrown to one side. "You dare to kill a pill master of the sect," Meng Boya's voice was full of grief. While blood continued to dribble out of his mouth and his eyes became bloodshot, he pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Wuji. It was unclear if he forgot to take healing pills in a moment of rage, or if he simply did not bring any healing pills along at all. Meng Boya never thought that Mo Wuji would have the gall to do such a thing, sneak attacking a Tier 2 pill master that was about to enter the spirit building stage. Wu Kai was stunned, and stood at a side shivering in fear. He knew that no matter what happened from now on, there was no way to salvage the situation. His time as the deacon of service disciples had come to an end, and his life was even at risk. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. He was sure that he would not be able to put up a fight against Meng Boyu, so he decided to use a sneak attack. But he did not expect that with this one fist, Meng Boyu would still be alive. It seemed as though Meng Boyu's ability was many levels above his. If he did not utilize an ambush, but went on a frontal clash, he would be dead. Compared to protecting his own life, ambushing a man that bullied him did not put that much pressure on him. As for letting Meng Boyu go, this possibility did not run through Mo Wuji's mind at all. Notwithstanding that Meng Boyu had bullied him first, but he would definitely not give up that single stalk of treasured blood lotus. Letting the treasured blood lotus go was equivalent to letting go of any chances to cultivate further. Once Mo Wuji opened a path again, the initially destitute Bing Feizhu's eyes lit up. As much as he thought the giving in to Meng Boyu and letting him go was the best decision, Bing Feizhu hoped that the person he followed was a coward. "Go and die." An infuriated Meng Boyu leapt up and towards Mo Wuji, swinging his fist at Mo Wuji's head. Almost at the same time, Mo Wuji charged towards Meng Boyu with a glint in his hand, swinging a sharp blade towards Meng Boyu's hip. When Meng Boyu's fist arrived, Mo Wuji simply tilted his head to one side slightly. He did not plan to give up his slash just to avoid this one hit. Meng Boyu's fist landed squarely on Mo Wuji's shoulder, and a loud crack rung out. Even though he only had less than 30% of his maximum strength after Mo Wuji's ambush, the great strength behind the fist still shattered one of Mo Wuji's shoulder bones, and the immense spiritual energy caused Mo Wuji to expel a mouthful of blood. The sharp blade of Mo Wuji indeed hit its mark, and drew a long slit across Meng Boyu's waist. Fresh blood burst out once again. The pain from the broken bones rendered Mo Wuji near paralyzed on the ground. However, he was celebrating to himself in his mind, as around 60% of the power from Meng Boyu's punch had been shifted to his blade through the Nature's Passage technique. Even so, the remaining energy from the punch had shattered his bones, and the blade with Meng Boyu's energy added on still merely made a cut. This did not go according his plan, to spill Meng Boyu's intestines out. From this exchange, it was apparent that Meng Boyu was much stronger than him. Thus his method of exchanging blow for blow was the correct way to go. Meng Boyu stumbled a few steps backwards, the anger in his eyes disappearing and replaced by pure fear. He could smell death at his doorstep. If Mo Wuji's initial punch was considered to have caused him to be severely injured, but he was still a ways off from death. But if he did not get any treatment after taking this slash, he would have one foot in the grave. He simply could not comprehend where the power in Mo Wuji's single slash came from. It was well beyond anything he had expected. Based on his calculations, the punch of his could have drove Mo Wuji to the ground, and the single slash would have at most broke his skin. However, things turned out completely differently. His punch did not really injure Mo Wuji significantly, instead, it was Mo Wuji's blade that gave him a taste of death. "You're a monster." Meng Boyu left these final words before frantically trying to escape. He knew that if he carried on to fight with Mo Wuji, this would surely be his final resting place. Other than not knowing how Mo Wuji could be so strong, he was clueless about why Mo Wuji would be so daring to come after his life here. Since Mo Wuji had steeled his heart to kill Meng Boyu, would he simply let this fella run away like that? Once this guy escaped, he would be dead meat. As Meng Boyu turned around, the blade in Mo Wuji's hand flew forward. This time, Meng Boyu had learned from his experience of Mo Wuji's sneak attack and he was on guard, immediately leaning to one side while the blade approached him. Mo Wuji did not expect this one blade to kill Meng Boyu, and leapt out together with the blade, throwing another fist at his adversary. The blade flew to the left, while he pounced to the right. To avoid the sharp knife, Meng Boyu shifted himself to the right without hesitation, right smack into the punch delivered by Mo Wuji. Normally, even up to 10 punches, each 2 times faster than Mo Wuji's, would have little to no effect on Meng Boyu. So what more could one punch from Mo Wuji do? Unfortunately, Meng Boyu was already critically injured by then, and the wounds remained wide open and exposed. The way to avoid Mo Wuji's murder attempt was quite clear, but somehow he still could not dodge in time. Bang! The punch from Mo Wuji landed on the back of Meng Boyu just as before, and Meng Boyu spit out a stream of blood, before falling forward to the ground for good. Mo Wuji, if you kill me, you'll definitely be thrown off the hanging sword cliff, Meng Boyu breathlessly pointed out. At this moment only regret filled his mind. He should never have stepped foot in this madman's territory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Treasured Blood Lotus. Chapter 107, Treasured Blood Lotus. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Meng Boyu did not know that yen air was Mo Wuji's Achilles heel. Otherwise, he would definitely have used yen air to threaten Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji acted as though he did not hear Meng Boyu's words as he walked to the side, picked up the sharp knife and turned to the trembling Wu Kai, Deacon Wu, "This fella here is a tier 2 mortal pill refiner. Now that he dies here, what do you think should be done?" Wu Kai gritted his trembling teeth and said, "Pill Master Meng can still be saved, but..." Compared to Mo Wuji, Wu Kai was more aware of the consequences of Meng Boye dying here today. Let's not talk about the sect head. Mo Boye's backer, the second elder, would directly thunder over and tear Mo Wuji to bits. On the other hand, he was the one who selfishly gave Mo Wuji the Blood Lotus Lake which triggered this event, and he was also the one who brought Meng Boyu over. It's difficult for him to avoid death. He really did not understand why Mo Wuji was bent on killing Meng Boyu. After all, the second elder behind Meng Boyu was Qin Shen's master. And wasn't Qin Shen's sister, Qin Xiangyu, on very good terms with Mo Wuji? Mo Wuji calmly said, actually, he could have been saved. But because he was causing a ruckus on Deacon Wu's territory, he induced Deacon Wu's rage and he was directly executed. Since Mo Wuji put it in such a manner, how could Wu Kai not understand what he was meaning? Even though Wu Kai was very fierce, he was only like that towards the service disciples. Meng Boyu was a tier 2 pill refiner. Even if his guts were multiplied by 10,000 times, he also would not have dared to act off. Now, Mo Wuji wanted him to prove his allegiance. If he did not act, he might very well be the second person to die here today. If he killed Meng Boyu, he might get killed by the sect in the future. But if he didn't kill Meng Boyu, he would definitely be killed by Mo Wuji there and then. Wu Kai, get someone to help. I, Meng Boyu, guarantee your life. Meng Boyu did not manage to finish speaking before Mo Wuji used his foot to press against Meng Boyu's head. Thereafter, he spoke to Wu Kai in an icy, cold tone, since Deacon Wu is unwilling to act, I can only do it myself. No, I'm willing. Wu Kai did not dare to hesitate, directly drawing the curved knife by his waist, pouncing forward and decapitating Meng Boyu's head off with a single slash. After Mo Wuji's attacks, Meng Boyu had long lost his mobility. Wu Kai's slash easily took away his little life. Deacon Wu is wise and decisive, your future will definitely be limitless. Mo Wuji chuckled towards Wu Kai as he picked up the treasured blood lotus. Wu Kai mumbled, with a tear-filled face, Pillmaster Mo, how about we consider our actions now? Once this thing is leaked, we definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Mo Wuji walked over and patted Wu Kai's shoulders, don't worry. You're responsible of destroying the body of this Meng fella. After some time, this Meng fella will leave the sect. When he leaves the sect, many people will know. However, as to when he comes back, then that will be unclear. Pillmaster Mo, you're saying? Wu Kai suddenly understood Mo Wuji's words, a huge sense of joy emerged in his heart. This was the joy derived when one escapes death. Mo Wuji chuckled and he walked over to Meng Boyu's body to pick up his identity token. It was only then did he say to Fei Bingzhu, Bingzhu, you're okay, right? Fei Bingzhu was still a little dazed. His injury had yet to heal, but seeing Mo Wuji personally kill Meng Boyu to take revenge for him, his injury did not mean much anymore. Senior apprentice brother Mo, I'm fine. If you're fine, then let's go. We'll leave Deacon Wu to settle things here. I believe that Deacon Wu will be able to manage this situation cleanly. With that, Mo Wuji smiled towards Wu Kai. Wu Kai felt a shiver go down his spine and he immediately patted his chest and said, rest assured Pillmaster Mo. I will definitely make sure you'll be satisfied. Bingzhu, I'm really thankful. I really didn't expect you to find a treasured blood lotus, Mo Wuji said gratefully as they returned to Lotus Sword Summit. When he met a dead end, and was worried about his helplessness, Fei Bingzhu found him the treasured blood lotus. Fei Bingzhu excitedly replied, Senior apprentice brother, I didn't just find this one treasured blood lotus. I also found one in the Lotus Sword Summit. I really don't know how Senior Guan did it, after more than 10 years, the lotuses are still so well preserved. Previously, Senior apprentice brother was practicing your pill refining so I didn't go and bother you. That's when I started thinking, perhaps there might also be a lotus at Blood Lotus Lake too? With this hope, I went to take a look, and I really found another treasured blood lotus. With these two lotuses, I should be able to cultivate new treasured blood lotuses. As Mo Wuji heard Fei Bingzhu's words, he was incomparably surprised. Before he could even say anything, Fei Bingzhu had already walked back into the house and passed Mo Wuji the other hidden treasured blood lotus. Mo Wuji opened the 2 wooden boxes and a faint fragrance wafted out. 2 ruby-like lotuses lay within the wooden boxes. Bingzhu, you really helped me out this time around. I'll take one of the 2 lotuses, I'll leave the other for you to cultivate new treasured blood lotuses. Mo Wuji really wanted to take both lotuses away, but he was very clear about the importance of leaving some nodes behind. If not, it would be too late to regret if he couldn't find any more treasured blood lotuses in the future. Fei Bingzhu shook his head and said, Senior apprentice brother Mo, you can take both lotuses. I just need the 4 lotus nodes and I will be able to cultivate new treasured blood lotuses. There's only one problem, cultivating the treasured blood lotus would require large amounts of spirit stones. The 4 nodes won't require as much spiritual energy as when Elder Guan initially grew the treasured blood lotus, but the treasured blood lotuses would still require large amounts of spiritual energy. Without spiritual stones, it would be hard to cultivate them. Hearing Fei Bingzhu say that he could take both treasured blood lotuses, Mo Wuji was indescribably excited. He directly retrieved a cloth bag, passed it to Fei Bingzhu and said, Bingzhu, you can find Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills in there. Go and exchange them for spirit stones. Also, you can keep the pills which you require. I will be busy with some things now, so I'll leave the matter of the treasured blood lotuses to you. Ah, Fei Bingzhu looked at the cloth bag in shock. If this was filled with pills, exactly how many pills were in there? There should at least be 100, right? It took some time for him to respond, Senior apprentice brother Mo, you're going out? Mo Wuji nodded, get Tao Ao to help you with the treasured blood lotuses. I will bring Yen Er and Big Sis Shum over to Medicine King Summit. Now that I killed Meng Boyu, I will impersonate him and leave the sect. Fei Bingzhu completely understood the situation and he was thankful for Mo Wuji's trust in him. He patted his chest and said, rest assured, Senior apprentice brother Mo. I will definitely help you grow some solid treasured blood lotuses. I believe you, Mo Wuji said. Ever since he first purchased the water velvet vine from Fei Bingzhu, he could tell that Fei Bingzhu's character was not bad. That was also why he befriended Fei Bingzhu. Fei Bingzhu might have his own personal aims and goals, but who doesn't have them? Mo Wuji was also the same. Now, evidence had shown that he did not judge Fei Bingzhu wrongly. On that very evening, a long-haired Meng Boya left the Formless Blade sect. He seemed to have been angered by something. On his way out of the sect, a service disciple was slow to greet him, and he immediately wrecked the service disciple. As the service disciple was being scolded, that pill master sure just walked out of the sect's gates in a fury. After Meng Boya left the Formless Blade sect, he vanished without a trace. A day later, Mo Wuji had regained his original appearance and had arrived at Fringe City's North Water Inn. The first thing he did at the inn was to concoct the new channel opening solution. All the original ingredients of the channel opening solution had been changed for spiritual herbs. This included the 100-year-old Longyan grass, some fire essence stones and even dark yellow ginseng and lingji which were over 1,000 years old. Among the spiritual herbs, some of them were as high as Tier 3 spiritual herbs. He was primarily able to obtain these peculiar spiritual herbs because of his status as a Tier 2 pill refiner. If he wasn't a Tier 2 pill refiner, even if he spent all his sect contribution points, he wouldn't be able to afford these herbs. Among all these herbs, the ones he treasured the most are the 2 treasured blood lotuses. He had not extracted the lotus roots from the treasured blood lotuses yet. The roots were like red rubies, with a nice crystal luster. Just looking at them was a form of enjoyment. After preparing all his ingredients, he suddenly remembered that he had never used drug refining equipment to refine spiritual herbs before. What if the refining fails? What then? It would be okay for the other spiritual herbs, but he only had 2 treasured blood lotuses. It would be devastating if he fails. After all, Fei Bingzhu might not successfully obtain treasured blood lotuses from the lotus nodes. Even if he did, it was not a 1 or 2 day thing. Thinking about this, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to pack his drug refining equipment up. He could not take this risk. To concoct this new channel opening solution, he would need to use a pill concocting room. The good thing about Fringe City was that it was mainly for cultivators. As long as you could imagine it, you could find it here. Not only pill concocting rooms, you could even rent any sort of tempering rooms. Renting a pill concocting room required spirit stones. While Mo Wuji did not have spirit stones, he did have Tier 2 spiritual pills. The great thing about concocting pills for the sect was that he had a whole mountain of leftover pills. After leaving a few to Fei Bingzhu, Mo Wuji still had many left on him. These Tier 2 spiritual pills could easily be exchanged for spirit stones in Fringe City. In order to exchange these pills for spirit stones in the shortest time possible, Mo Wuji directly exchanged 90% of his pills at a random pill house. He knew that the prices offered were low, but he did not bother to bargain. In the end, he managed to get a total of 1,070 spirit stones. With his capabilities, there would always be opportunities for him to get spirit stones in the future. Right now, what he lacked the most was time. Before the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition commences, he would have to treasure each and every second. 9 Moons Pill House. This pill house wasn't the biggest one in Fringe City, but its quality was definitely one of the best. Mo Wuji did not know much about Fringe City. He just passed 90% of all his pills to 9 Moons Pill House, and left immediately after receiving his spirit stones. At this moment, in 9 Moons Pill House, a middle-aged man was closely examining a pill. As he looked, he continuously nodded his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Concocting the Channeling Opening Solution Again. Chapter 108, Concocting the Channeling Opening Solution Again. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Uncle Son, why are so many porcelain vases of spiritual pills? A plain-looking youth in linen robes walked in. His skin was pale white, making him look a little delicate. When he saw the table full of porcelain vases, he asked that question in shock. One must know that 9 Moons Pill House prided itself in its pill quality. Its pills were all stored in jade vases. Who would use porcelain vases? The middle-aged man stood up. Xiaoku, you're here. These are some pills our store purchased today. The linen-robed youth asked astonishedly. Uncle Son actually bought pills from someone else? Don't tell me that it's from some great pill refiner? But that's not right. The linen-robed youth knew that if these were pills concocted by a great pill refiner, they wouldn't have come in porcelain vases but in jade vases. I didn't purchase these pills. Come, Xiaoku, come take a look at these pills. As he spoke, the middle-aged man passed the pill in his hand to the linen-robed youth. The linen-robed youth smiled and accepted the pill. In reality, no matter how good this pill was, it was nothing more than a Tier 1 mortal pill. He first took a whiff at the pill, and his eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. He immediately examined the pill's color and quality. After some time, he suddenly popped the pill in his mouth and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, the linen-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes and asked in shock, Uncle Son, exactly what pill is this? It's also made for channel opening stage cultivators, but its effects are multiple times higher than energy-gathering pills? The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm also not sure. According to the person who procured them, these are energy-gathering pills. You can take a look at the other pills. He did not need to wait for the middle-aged man's invitation. The linen-robed youth had already started to grab the various porcelain vases on the table and opened each and every one of them. These are all high-grade Tier 2 spiritual pills? Poison cleansing pill, jasper pill. After putting down the porcelain vases, a look of shock had already occupied the youth's face. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right. I have already tested these pills. Although they are high-grade pills, the retained medicinal properties are not much lower than top-grade ones. Furthermore, the quality of the pills could actually be a lot better, but it's being limited by the refiner's cultivation level. I guess that this pill refiner must be a peak tier 2 mortal pill refiner, or even a tier 3 one. How many spirit stones were all these pills bought for? The linen-robed youth's eyes glimmered. It was unknown what he was thinking about. The middle-aged man sighed and lamented. That man must have been in an urgent need for spirit stones. These pills wasn't even properly appraised before they were brought here. We got them for a total of 1,070 spirit stones. The linen-robed youth furrowed his brows and immediately said, "Uncle Son, that price is far too low. Our 9 Moons pill house can be established for so long isn't only because of our higher pill quality, but also our integrity. Even at the usual market price, these pills would already be worth at least 2,000 spirit stones. Now, we're really bullying our patrons by only giving him half the price." The middle-aged man nodded. "I know, but by the time I arrived, the manager had already collected all the pills. I wanted to find the person of interest, but he had already rushed off somewhere." The linen-robed youth flatly said, "Fire that manager then. If he could scam our patrons today, he could scam our store in the future. Our 9 Moons pill house wasn't established on this sort of small schemes." After pausing for a moment, the linen-robed youth continued, "If we can find that pill refiner, find some way to reimburse him. At the same time, I want to have a chat with him." The middle-aged man said, "Xiaoko, you want him to represent our 9 Moons pill house for the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition?" The linen-robed youth sighed. "This is just a one-sided wish. If this person could concoct such exceptional pills, I believe that he would have already promised someone else his service." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "That may not be true. If he was really going to represent someone else, he would not have sold his pills at such a cheap price. I guess that there's a good 80 to 90% chance that he's a rogue pill refiner." The linen-robed youth's eyes flashed briefly, but he did not say anything. Fringe City Pillsmith Workshop. This was Fringe City's biggest renter for pill concocting rooms and weaponsmithies. After Mo Wuji received his spirit stones, the first place he did was to rush to the Fringe City Pillsmith Workshop and rent a pill concocting room. Thereafter, he prepared his drug refining equipment within the pill concocting room. He didn't rent the room to concoct pills, but to purify the spiritual herbs. After igniting the fire and carefully cleaning the pill furnace, Mo Wuji added the new ingredients for the channel opening solution into the pill furnace. Mo Wuji also opened the wooden box containing a treasured blood lotus, and carefully plucked out a ruby-like lotus root and added it to the pill furnace. Compared to typical lotus roots, the treasured blood lotus roots were tougher and thicker. Actually, Mo Wuji knew that purifying each spiritual herb individually would definitely have better results. However, there were limits to his capabilities, so he could only throw all the ingredients together and purify them using his hand techniques. After a whole 3 hours, Mo Wuji expelled the medicinal dregs and sent the medicinal essences into a porcelain vase. This furnace of ingredients filled a total of 6 porcelain vases. After resting for half an hour, Mo Wuji did not continue to purify the spiritual herbs but started to clean his drug refining equipment. To concoct this new channel opening solution, he simply replaced the old medicinal herbs with the superior spiritual herbs. However, he did not actually know whether it would actually work. If it didn't work, then there wouldn't be any point in purifying the spiritual herbs. Moreover, these 6 vases of medicinal essences were enough for him to have 6 attempts at brewing the channel opening solution. Now, Mo Wuji could even concoct the channel opening solution with his eyes closed. He was already far too familiar with it. Even though the ordinary ingredients have been replaced with spiritual ones, the methods remained the same. Each medicinal ingredient got crushed into pieces with the drug refining equipment, and the juices were all squeezed out. These juices and the medicinal essences mixed together under the drug refining equipment and they slowly reacted. In 2 hours, a thick, rich channel opening solution was brewed and it flowed into a small jade vase. Clenching the jade vase tightly, Mo Wuji exhaled strongly. He had a little apprehensions in his heart. If this channel opening solution did not work, the difficulty of meeting Granny Linglong would be multiplied several times. Even if he found a new way to cultivate in the future, Yen Er would already be long gone. After a long pause, Mo Wuji poured the channel opening solution into his mouth. A line of fire extended from his throat. At the next moment, the line of fire became like a thin needle, piercing through Mo Wuji's entire body. An intense pain pervaded, but Mo Wuji seemed to completely ignore the pain. He agitatedly grabbed the drug refining equipment, his eyes wet and moist. Mo Wuji was so excited, not because of the success of the new channel opening solution, nor because he could scale greater heights, but because he now had a chance to advance to a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner. Once he became a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner, his chances of meeting Granny Linglong would be much higher. As long as he could meet Granny Linglong, Yen Er would have some hopes of living. It took a whole half an hour before Mo Wuji's agitation subsided. The success of his new channel opening solution demonstrated that his previous channel opening solution lost its effects due to his body. With the increasing number of open meridians in his body, ordinary ingredients no longer worked on him. He could only continue by utilizing spiritual herbs. This also granted Mo Wuji a new path. If this new channel opening solution lost its effects, he wouldn't have been as helpless as he was previously. 3 days later, an ash-covered Mo Wuji left Fringe City Pillsmith workshop. However, only his outer appearance was messy, his heart was not. When he first came, his heart was unsettled, and he moved with hurried steps. Now, however, his steps became more carefree. In these 3 days, he concocted a total of 49 bottles of channel opening solution. After drinking one, he had 48 bottles left. However, Mo Wuji could tell that the efficacy of this new channel opening solution far surpassed the previous one. This 49 bottles of channel opening solution should help him open 30 meridians at the very least. With more than 60 meridians, he could cultivate to the late levels of the channel opening stage. With that cultivation level, he should no longer face as much difficulty with concocting Tier 3 pills. When he returned to North Water Inn, he did not even bother to clean himself. He also put the drug refining equipment down and immediately departed for the Immortal Training Tower. Give me a jade slip for the lightning tempering room. Mo Wuji was already familiar with the procedure as he passed 100 pieces of spirit stones into the window. Compared to the cautious expression he had during his first visit, he was far more magnanimous now. If he runs out of spirit stones, he just needed to return to the sect and complete some tasks. Pill refiners were truly enviable jobs, but all this was on the premise that you could even become a pill refiner. After receiving the jade slip, Mo Wuji did not wait and rushed up. He soon reached Lightning Room 1, which was on the 9th floor, and inserted the jade slip into the door groove. The stone doors of the lightning tempering room creaked out slowly. Wait, just as Mo Wuji was about to enter the room, a voice called out to him. Mo Wuji turned to see the incomparably handsome man. This fella was really a thorn in the ass. When he first came to get a jade slip, he met this fella. When he left the tempering room, he saw this fella. Now, when he was entering the tempering room for a second time, he still saw this fella. What is it? Even though Mo Wuji was in a rush to open his meridians, he still patiently responded. I am Jade Net Sexy Jinting. As I have something on, I would request this friend here to let me use this lightning tempering room first. Of course, I will not ill-treat you. I'm willing to offer you. I also have something on. Mo Wuji did not wait for the other party to finish speaking. He just threw out that sentence, turned his back and entered the lightning tempering room. Thereafter, the doors closed shut. Jinting's handsome face revealed an ugly expression. He saw Mo Wuji as a person who was stingy even with 3 spirit stones. If he offered a few spirit stones, Mo Wuji would not hesitate to offer him the lightning tempering room. What he did not expect that Mo Wuji did not even wait for him to finish and immediately closed the doors. Furthermore, the Jade Net sect was a quasi-heaven sect. To think that a rogue cultivator in this small city would not give him face, and that was after he reported his sect's name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Second Visit to the Lightning Tempering Room. Chapter 109, Second Visit to the Lightning Tempering Room. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Only after entering the lightning tempering room that Mo Wuji recalled about Bai Luo sect. Back on the boat from Raozhou to Chan Luo, wasn't Xiao Feng, the guy who wanted to murder him, from Bai Luo sect too? Looks like everyone from the same sect had their eyes grown on their forehead. Mo Wuji did not put such matters to heart. He had completely forgotten about this He Jianting fella very quickly. After placing the package containing some spirit stones, pills, and his clothing by the side, he went on to put some bottles of the channel opening solutions around the epicenter of the lightning strikes. This was such that he could easily reach out for these solutions without leaving the epicenter. Mo Wuji then calmed himself down before walking over to the begin training handle to pull it down. A lightning bolt fell and Mo Wuji took the full impact directly without any hesitation. Using the spiritual energy circulation technique found in the Mo Wuji redirected the lightning bolt that fell on his body into his new meridian. After 7 to 8 lightning bolts, Mo Wuji could feel the 37th meridian opening up gradually. At the peak of the spiritual energy circulation technique, the sluggish clogging of the meridian disappeared promptly. This made his whole body felt at ease and overwhelmed with delight. Mo Wuji clenched his fist as he confirmed that the 37th meridian was indeed of a much higher quality. After opening only a single meridian, Mo Wuji could feel as though he could break into channel opening stage level 5 easily. Mo Wuji would naturally not continue cultivating now as he drank yet another bottle of the channel opening solution. Before the fiery line of flame burned open a new meridian, he started using the spiritual energy circulation technique concurrently to redirect the lightning bolts to bombard that same meridian. Pippi Papa. Ka. Inside the lightning tempering room which Mo Wuji was in, all that could be heard was the pipa sound when lightning bolt struck him, the sound of his bone cracking as well as the sound of relief as the solution worked its way in his body. The smell of burnt clothes and charred skin was also very evident. If there was someone here, he would have thought Mo Wuji had to be dead after all these. At the moment, Mo Wuji's skin was charred black and his whole body was filled with many lightning scars. Even as more meridians were being opened up, Mo Wuji was already reaching his limits of physical exhaustion. Previously, Mo Wuji would find ways to take a short break. However, he had no thoughts of taking a break this time round. This was because he was constantly worried that the moment he stopped to rest, the solution might not work like the previous time again. Even though the probability of this happening was very low, Mo Wuji was not willing to take such a risk. Number 40, 41, 42. Before he knew how many bottles of solutions he drank, Mo Wuji had already opened up 60 meridians. Previously, Mo Wuji had thoughts of opening up meridians and cultivate simultaneously. However, he only had eyes for opening meridians now. The most important thing to him presently was to open as many as he could cultivate any other time. Ka. As Mo Wuji's 61st meridian was being opened, his whole body fell to the ground, paralyzed. As he struggled to continue drinking the channel opening solution, there was no more lightning bolts around. 10 hours just passed by like that? Mo Wuji rested in the epicenter of the lightning tempering room for 10 minutes before stumbling to his feet to swallow some pills he retrieved from his bag. He had decided to go down to settle the payment first before coming up again to continue opening his meridians. After getting changed and keeping the channel opening solutions, Mo Wuji opened the door of the stone chamber. The fact that the first person Mo Wuji saw was He Jianting made Mo Wuji frown. This time round, he was alone. He Jianting's face was a little gloomy when he saw Mo Wuji. As Mo Wuji took his jade slip and made his leave, He Jianting immediately slotted his jade slip into the groove before entering the lightning tempering room swiftly. Mo Wuji did not bother about him at all as he did not have a good impression about this Bai Luo sect. It seemed like there are not many decent people from the Bai Luo sect. You've exceeded by 2 hours, please hand over 22 more spirit stones. After collecting Mo Wuji's jade slip, a cold voice sounded out from the payment counter in the immortal training tower. 12 hours passed by just like that without me realizing at all. Mo Wuji secretly whispered to himself. Help me make up the 100 spirit stones, I will still be using the lightning tempering room later, Mo Wuji said while he handed over the 122 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones would allow him to stay in the lightning tempering for 10 hours. Exceeding 2 hours will cost him another 22 spirit stones. His guess was that the extra 2 spirit stones was the price for overstaying. Mo Wuji believed that with the 19 bottles of channel opening solution left, another 10 hours should suffice. The 100 spirit stones were immediately returned through the window. The lightning tempering room had been booked for the next 10 days. If you are still interested, then come back in 10 days. Mo Wuji knew even without asking that it was that He Jianting who booked it. That fella must be really wealthy. I had to work so hard to concoct these pills to exchange for some spirit stones, yet he so casually booked the room for 10 days. Wasn't there a lightning tempering room too? Mo Wuji hurried to ask since he guessed there might be a second one if there is a lightning tempering room one. The man behind the window answered coldly, lightning tempering room 2 cost 200 spirit stones for 2 hours. You are sure to die inside if you've not reached the spirit building stage. Are you sure you want to book it? No thank you, Mo Wuji hurried to keep his spirit stones. What a joke, how can I possibly afford to pay 200 spirit stones for just 2 hours? More importantly, he was only in channel opening stage level 4 and hence, was definitely not suited to enter the second room. Mo Wuji secretly regretted as he should have booked the lightning tempering room for 20 hours straight from the start. Now that the lightning tempering room had been booked for 10 days, he cannot possibly wait here for 10 days. Mo Wuji thought that it would be better to go back to study harder to improve his own ability before doing anything else. Mo Wuji left the sect on the high and now he had to return on a low profile. However low profile he tried to be, he was still a pill refiner, therefore it was nearly impossible for people not to notice him. As he returned to the Lotus Sword Summit, he heaved a sigh of relief as he saw Tao Ao busy with Fei Bingzhu by the lake. Young master has returned. Tao Ao hurried to put everything on his hands down so he could greet Mo Wuji. After all, he owed his and his wife's lives to Mo Wuji. If not for Mo Wuji, Tao Ao's skeleton would have already been shattered and he would not be standing here anymore. Senior apprentice brother Mo, Fei Bingzhu said with excitement. Mo Wuji was feeling delighted as he laughed and said, "It's good to see both of you doing well. I am relieved. Bingzhu, come in with me." Tao Ao knew Mo Wuji needed a word with Fei Bingzhu, hence he greeted Mo Wuji and then left to do his work. Senior apprentice brother Mo, there are no news spreading about it as Wu Kai covered the incident very well. Looks like this was not the first time he did such things, Fei Bingzhu said enthusiastically. Mo Wuji knew a little about Wu Kai. He knew that he was not a very clean person as so many service disciples who offended him have all been gotten rid of. Mo Wuji agreed with Fei Bingzhu's words wholeheartedly. That's good. Anything else? Even though he knew nothing leaked out, hearing Fei Bingzhu say it personally made his heart a lot lighter. It was important to know that the person he murdered was the sect's Tier 2 pill refiner. Once this has been leaked out, not even Yan Xianyin could help to save Mo Wuji's life. Miss Yaner is doing very well at the Medicine King Summit. Sister Xiong always bring her back to visit as Pill Master Yan is not back from the conference yet. The treasured blood lotus that I'm growing are doing well too. I kept some of these pills that you gave and I exchanged the rest for a total of 2,600 spirit stones. Fei Bingzhu stood up in the middle of his sentence. Mo Wuji knew that Fei Bingzhu was about to go retrieve the spirit stones, thus he reached out his hand to stop him. Bingzhu, keep these spirit stones with you. You will probably need these while you nurture these treasured blood lotus. Fei Bingzhu nodded his head as he felt it was necessary for the nurturing of the treasured blood lotus. I've collected 2 lotus nodes from the treasured blood lotus. I will leave the other 2 as it is, Fei Bingzhu said. Mo Wuji looked curiously at Fei Bingzhu. Why did you not take the other two too? As the treasured blood lotus can be grown again, Mo Wuji did not know why Fei Bingzhu did not take all 4 of the nodes at once. Fei Bingzhu gave a dignified look before replying, Senior apprentice brother Mo, it looks like there are still some characteristics of the treasured blood lotus which you don't know about. Treasured blood lotus is something that absorbs extremely a lot of spiritual energy. The 2,600 spirit stones might not be enough to nurture 2 of the lotus nodes. If we want to nurture all 4 nodes without amassing enough spirit stones, it is bound to fail. But what? 2,600 spirit stones are still not enough to nurture 2 lotus nodes? Mo Wuji looked shockingly at Fei Bingzhu. He knew that the treasured blood lotus would require a lot of spiritual energy, but he never expected it to be this much. 2,600 spirit stones can be used to purchase so many spiritual herbs. I could even purchase a few tier 3 spiritual herbs with this amount of spirit stones, but how is it not possible to even nurture 2 lotus nodes? Mo Wuji found this very unbelievable. Fei Bingzhu nodded his head. It is indeed the truth. I am already very conservative with my numbers. If we were to listen to my grandfather, then 2,600 spirit stones will only be enough to nurture 1 lotus node. We would have to add in some more spirit stones while growing it too. Mo Wuji calmed himself down as he believed Fei Bingzhu would never lie to him. If 2,600 spirit stones were not enough for 2 lotus nodes, then the only possible reasoning was that he underestimated the price of the treasured blood lotus. If the treasured blood lotus needed so much spiritual energy, how can it be only a tier 3 spiritual herb? So is the treasured blood lotus really a tier 3 spiritual herb? Mo Wuji could not help but ask at the thought of this. Fei Bingzhu replied, the treasured blood lotus is indeed only a tier 3 spiritual herb. The reason why it is so valuable is because it is medicinally useful, helpful for spiritual channels, as well as it being a delicious and nutritious delicacy. These were the reasons why it was so loved by the immortal masters of the big sections. If not for the incredibly high usage of spiritual energy, as well as it being difficult to get the spiritual energy back from a treasured blood lotus, the sect would never have stopped cultivating it. As for the Lotus Sword Summit, its spiritual energy in its atmosphere is therefore much lower than any other summit. There is hence no need to further explain about the spiritual energy around the Blood Lotus Lake. Mo Wuji patted Fei Bingzhu and said, now I know, please continue working hard to help me nurture this treasured blood lotus. I will start cultivating for a while. I will think of other ways if you ran out of spirit stones when I come out. Also, please do not leak the fact that you're nurturing the treasured blood lotus for me. If the treasured blood lotus was really that valuable, then this must never be spread out to the public. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Cultivation Soaring Madly. Chapter 110, Cultivation Soaring Madly. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji did not immediately look for Yen Er. She would be safer at Medicine King Summit. Furthermore, she had shown Xiuzhu there to take care of her. When he returned to his room, Mo Wuji immediately closed his doors and started cultivating. With 61 open meridians, his standard could be considered above average among cultivators. Even if he wasn't able to open more meridians in the future, he would still be able to advance into the spirit building stage, or even the transcending mortality stage. To increase his cultivation speed, Mo Wuji used his spirit stones without restraint. Once he started cultivating, Mo Wuji immediately felt like he had become a huge whirlpool, drawing boundless amount of spiritual energy which then flowed within his meridians. In a short span of time, a spirit stone was sucked dry. At this point, Mo Wuji was no longer frugal with his spirit stones. When a spirit stone was sucked dry, he would change to another one and continue cultivating madly. Under the gushing of the spiritual energy, his open meridians constantly widened, and Mo Wuji's powers soared continuously. Whenever he got hungry, he would just eat an Anidia pill and continued cultivating non-stop. In 10 days, all the joints in Mo Wuji's body cracked with a bili, pala sound, and a strong breath of air emerged from his dantian and seeped into his meridians. Finally, channel opening stage level 5. Mo Wuji's eyes were filled with glee as he swallowed some Anidia pills and continued to absorb spiritual energy using his circulation technique. Channel opening stage level 5 wasn't his target. To become a tier 3 mortal pill refiner, he would need to at least be at channel opening stage level 6. Time passed slowly. Under the management of Tao Ao and Fei Bingzhu, life in Lotus Sword Summit flourished. The matter of Mo Wuji's closed-door cultivation was only known by Fei Bingzhu and Tao Ao. Another month passed. Mo Wuji suddenly stood up. Due to the force from Mo Wuji standing up, the remnants of the used spirit stones were scattered all over the floor. He had already advanced to channel opening stage level 6. During this period, he did not eat and solely depended on the Anidia pill. However, his body emanated the energy of a tiger and a strong glowing spirit. Seeing that he still had a little more than 200 spirit stones, Mo Wuji did some light body stretches before sitting down and continuing his circulation technique. Lotus Sword Summit. The already settled down Fei Bingzhu was sitting by the lake, observing the treasured blood lotuses. At this moment, Wu Kai was running in hastily. Seeing Wu Kai come without prior information, Fei Bingzhu had a foreboding premonition in his heart and he immediately went forward to greet Wu Kai. "Deacon Wu, long time no see. What brings you here today?" Wu Kai immediately cut to the chase and said, "Brother Fei, Pill Master Mo isn't here?" Fei Bingzhu hurriedly replied, "Senior apprentice Brother Mo is currently in closed doors cultivation. Is something the matter? If it's something typical, you can simply tell me." In reality, all matters on Lotus Sword Summit were handled by Fei Bingzhu. Even Mo Wuji's monthly salary was managed by him. Mo Wuji had already been behind closed doors for close to 3 months. Before he went in, he specifically instructed that he was not to be disturbed until he comes out. So when it was nothing important, Fei Bingzhu and Tao Ao would never go and interrupt Mo Wuji's training. Wu Kai pulled Fei Bingzhu to the side and anxiously said, "Brother Fei, the sect is investigating Pill Master Meng's disappearance and has already got clues about me." Fei Bingzhu's heart went get on. The thing that he was most worried of still happened. For this sort of matters, Fei Bingzhu definitely would not make his own private decisions. He decided to find Mo Wuji. At this moment, Fei Bingzhu and Wu Kai both heard a loud roar. "It's Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Pill Master Mo?" Fei Bingzhu and Wu Kai called out at the same time and turned to look. Mo Wuji's loud roar caused the forceful stirrings of spiritual energy. Clearly, he had just made a breakthrough. Wu Kai and Fei Bingzhu rushed outside Mo Wuji's room, and as expected, after half an incense's time, the roar stopped and Mo Wuji stepped out. Mo Wuji had just made a breakthrough and his energy surged in an unrestrained manner, emanating a heavy pressure which overwhelmed Fei Bingzhu and Wu Kai. Both their hearts trembled and they subconsciously took a step back. However, Mo Wuji was quick to restrain his energy, and his entire person seemed to turn ordinary, even less eye-catching as he was before. Mo Wuji was satisfied. Perhaps being obscurely plain and ordinary was the real essence of the immortal mortal technique. At this moment, Wu Kai did not dare treat Mo Wuji as an equal with trashy qualifications. He had personally seen Mo Wuji's sword-sharp aura, and he was reminded about Mo Wuji killing Meng Boya those months ago. Now that Mo Wuji's cultivation had risen, he had become even more terrifying. Wu Kai greets Pill Master Mo. "Congratulations on rising up another level." Wu Kai rushed forward to bow towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had just broke through to channel opening stage level 7, and his abilities improved by leaps and bounds. The reason why he was unable to keep his energy restrained during his breakthrough was because he had heard Wu Kai's voice from his room. With his higher cultivation, his hearing had become more acute. If it was someone else, he would have simply ignored it. However, if it was Wu Kai, it would mean that an old incident might have returned to bite him in the back, and he could not afford to be careless. "Congratulations, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Fei Bingju was genuinely happy for Mo Wuji. The stronger Mo Wuji was, the more benefits he would reap. After advancing to channel opening stage level 7, Mo Wuji felt like it's a whole different world. It wasn't simply the stronger circulations of spiritual energy within his body. More importantly, he felt his senses become more acute. Even his spiritual will, which he had always been trying to forcefully activate, had become clearer. Deacon Wu, why have you suddenly come to my Lotus Sword Summit? Mo Wuji nodded to Fei Bingju before turning and smiling towards Wu Kai. Pillmaster Mo, the sect is investigating Pillmaster Meng's disappearance, and they just sent people over to question me. Wu Kai hurriedly explained. Mo Wuji's brows furrowed momentarily and he immediately said, "This is just a mere investigation. You just need to remain firm and claim that you don't know anything. And as to why you came here today, just say that you're here to get some pills for cultivation." With that, Mo Wuji took out a porcelain vase and stuffed 2 energy-gathering pills in. Yes. I know what to say now. Wu Kai hastily accepted the porcelain vase and retreated out of Mo Wuji's room. He had some regrets in coming to Lotus Sword Summit. He wasn't a fool. Mo Wuji was clearly dissatisfied that he immediately came to Lotus Sword Summit the moment he got investigated. He did not think about it before, but in retrospect, it was really a stupid act to come to Lotus Sword Summit straight away. Luckily, Mo Wuji was adaptable and gave him 2 pills, which was a good excuse for his visit. Senior apprentice brother Mo, what do we do now? As Wu Kai left, Fei Bingju immediately asked. Mo Wuji had just advanced to channel opening stage level 7 and his balls got much bigger. Even if Wu Kai didn't come to Lotus Sword Summit, he would have guessed that Meng Boya's incident would eventually come to light. The only thing he didn't expect was that it would come out so soon. If only it took 1 more month, 1 month later, he might have already left the Formless Blade sect. There's no need to worry. Even if they suspect me, it would take some time. And even when they investigate me, it would also take more time. After all, I'm a guest pill refiner for the sect. Even if they have their suspicions, they might not dare to do anything to me. By the time they complete their investigations, I would have already left the Formless Blade sect. Mo Wuji spoke confidently. Fei Bingju did not question Mo Wuji about where he was going to go. Since Mo Wuji could go to the enforcement hall to save him, Mo Wuji wouldn't leave him behind. How's the treasured blood lotus? To remove Fei Bingju's worries, Mo Wuji decided to change the topic to the treasured blood lotus. Fei Bingju immediately said excitedly, "The treasured blood lotus nodes have already sprouted and grown close to 15 centimeters. They should be mature within a year." Mo Wuji sighed. He would be leaving the Formless Blade sect within a month. He definitely couldn't wait for a whole year. "I can't wait for that long," Mo Wuji lamented helplessly. If not for the Meng Boyu incident, he could leave Fei Bingju behind at Lotus Sword Summit to care for the treasured blood lotuses. However, now with this issue, he did not dare leave Fei Bingju here to die. By that time, even if the treasured blood lotuses have yet to mature, he would still dig them all out. After passing the helm over Lotus Sword Summit affairs to Fei Bingju, Mo Wuji did not rest but headed towards Pharmacy 19. Now that he's at channel opening stage level 7, there's no longer an excuse as to why he couldn't advance to Tier 3 Mortal Pill Refiner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, The Power of Spiritual Will. Chapter 111, The Power of Spiritual Will. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji's choice was ultimately the Transcending Mortality Pill. The Transcending Mortality Pill was very valuable and the refining difficulty was only considered to be average among all the other Tier 3 spiritual pills. Mo Wuji felt it was the best to use such medicine to study about Tier 3 spiritual pills. After igniting the earth fire as well as cleaning the furnace, Mo Wuji sent the different herbs into the furnace. The first step was to purify the spiritual herbs. He could do this very well even when he was at channel opening stage level 4. Presently, he was much more comfortable and familiar with this, and he finished purifying all the herbs in about half an hour. Only up till now could Mo Wuji truly feel his own improvement. Back then he required so much more effort to purify a tier 3 spiritual herb as compared to now. Now that he had advanced to channel opening stage level 7, purification of the tier 3 spiritual herbs were as easy as writing. The process was smooth without any hiccups. Mo Wuji was sure that his purification of the tier 3 spiritual herbs had now exceeded the 90% purification level. After getting the dregs out of the furnace, Mo Wuji made use of both the hand techniques as well as elementary energy to constantly churn the medicinal essences in the furnace. He had begun fusing the medicinal essences. For many pill refiners, this was the hardest step. The first time Mo Wuji tried to concoct the transcending mortality pill, he failed at the fusion step too. In fact, before he could even start fusing the medicinal essences, the essences had already dispersed. Previously, Mo Wuji was unable to control the spiritual nature of the medicinal essences. However, it was made easier this time round because of his hand techniques. Another half an hour passed by as Mo Wuji's hand techniques became much smoother. Every movement was matched perfectly with his elementary energy in the furnace. Step by step, Mo Wuji did not face any difficulty. After an hour, there was the scent of pills coming out from the pill furnace. Mo Wuji became even more focused as his hand techniques were constantly at work within the furnace. Very soon, he began collecting the pills. After another 10 minutes, 12 Logan-like cream-colored pills were brought out by Mo Wuji and kept in a jade bottle prepared long ago. Mo Wuji took out a pill to sniff and observed it for half a day before heaving a long sigh and putting it back into the bottle. He succeeded in concocting his first batch of Tier 3 mortal spirit pills after advancing to channel opening stage level 7. This meant that Mo Wuji would be a Tier 3 pill refiner from this moment onwards. In less than half a year, Mo Wuji progressed from a normal drug refiner to a Tier 3 pill refiner. Not even Yan Xinin's Grandmaster was so impressive, right? Furthermore, he had no spiritual roots to begin with. Only he knew how difficult it was to get to where he was. Yan Xinin's Grandmaster was definitely way ahead of him in terms of cultivation level. Moreover, Mo Wuji was sure he had a mentor to guide him and had no need to source for his own cultivation resource like Mo Wuji. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji was feeling a little proud of himself for being slightly more capable than Yan Xinin's Grandmaster. However, Mo Wuji threw this thought away very quickly as he took out the spiritual herbs of spirit strengthening pill. Advancing to become a Tier 3 pill refiner might be important, but concocting the spirit strengthening pill was just as important. He could be able to possess spiritual will if he was able to get hold of the spirit strengthening pill. With the power of spiritual will, this meant that he could easily put his pill technique to good effect. With the pill technique, who knows if he might even be able to concoct a Earth-grade Tier 4 pill. Mo Wuji could close his eyes and still handled the Tier 1 and 2 spiritual herbs well. Even though he could also easily handle the Tier 3 spiritual herbs, he was still very cautious in placing the icy soulgrass, leafless fog rattan, green frostfruit, little freedom flower, round whisked windfruit as well as the other Tier 3 spiritual herbs neatly at one side. As the earth fire was ignited again, Mo Wuji cleaned the pill furnace thoroughly a few more times. As stalks of spiritual herbs were sent into the furnace, Mo Wuji managed to remove the dregs using the hand techniques combined with the earth fire. To ensure success, Missouri Wuji got rid of the dregs a few times. He only started the fusion of the medicinal essences when he had no other way to get rid of any more dregs. 2 hours passed and Mo Wuji was still fusing the medicinal essences. Although both were Tier 3 spiritual pills, the spirit strengthening pill was much tougher to concoct than the transcending mortality pill. Mo Wuji even suspected that this spirit strengthening pill might be a Tier 4 spiritual pill which only an earth pill refiner would be able to concoct. Unfortunately, he was only at channel opening stage level 7. Even if he managed to concoct the spirit transcending pill, he could forget about concocting this spirit strengthening pill. Pang! A depressing explosion occurred and then black smoke emerged from Mo Wuji's furnace. The burnt smell of the medicinal essences spreaded across the room as Mo Wuji was shocked for a moment. Just as he thought this furnace of spirit-strengthening pill was about to succeed, it exploded. Calming his nerves, Mo Wuji recalled carefully as to what caused his failure. It seemed like the problem occurred after he was done fusing the medicinal essences, more specifically, before he was about to condense the pill. He felt something was wrong during this step and soon after, this batch had to be scrapped. At this moment, Mo Wuji took out the second set of spiritual herbs meant for the spirit-strengthening pill. Mo Wuji started fusing the medicinal essences again soon after he removed the dregs. Mo Wuji did not dare to make a mistake as he cautiously went through all these steps. After a few hours, Mo Wuji started splitting and condensing the pills. The furnace produced the scent of completed pills. Even though it was only the scent of the spirit-strengthening pill, Mo Wuji felt much more energetic smelling it, as if his whole brain was cleansed thoroughly. As the scent became stronger, Mo Wuji did not dare pause his hand techniques in the furnace. Cautiously, he retrieved 12 freshly concocted crystal-clear pills and placed them in the jade bottle. After extinguishing the earth fire, Mo Wuji heaved a long sigh of relief as he finally managed to concoct the spirit-strengthening pill. Even though it was not the best batch that he could concoct, it was after all his first batch of spirit-strengthening pill. Therefore, he was confident he would definitely able to produce higher quality pills in the future. After pouring the pills out, Mo Wuji stared for a long time before popping one into his mouth. The pill disappeared very quickly after he ate it. Soon after, Mo Wuji could feel a heating sensation lingering at his eyebrows area. Without realizing how long it had been, Mo Wuji opened his eyes to realize his cultivation base had increased by a little. More importantly, he could feel that his perception of everything around him had become a lot clearer. Mo Wuji had a faintly discernible feeling as though he could distinctly feel things that were not within his range of vision. Mo Wuji kept his excitement in check as it was not too far away from what he expected. This should be what the spiritual will was about, to be able to feel things which the naked eye could not see, or even use this power to change and affect things he could feel. Mo Wuji swallowed yet another spirit-strengthening pill as he continued to use his immortal mortal technique to enhance his own spiritual will. Pharmacy 19 used to be a place to refine pills. Presently, it belonged solely to Mo Wuji to cultivate. Just as Mo Wuji was about to put another spirit-strengthening pill into his mouth, he realized that he had already finished all 12 of them. Not only that, he had consumed quite a few Anidia pills too. How long have I been cultivating? Mo Wuji stood up all of a sudden. He threw this thought away in the next moment, and he could very clearly sense his own spiritual will. He felt that he could even control some objects with his spiritual will. It was similar to that time when he used his strong willpower to direct the lightning bolt to open his meridian. Currently, he was capable of easily using his spiritual will to direct the lightning bolt to the clogged meridians without using cultivation methods to undergo spiritual energy circulation. What would happen if I were to use spiritual will when refining pills? His pill technique lacked the use of spiritual will. Every time he refined pill, he had to work so hard to control the process through his willpower. Furthermore, when he only used his willpower, the success rate was way too low. The moment he thought of this, he immediately ignited the earth fire to continue refining his spirit-strengthening pill. As Mo Wuji sent the third batch of spirit-strengthening pill into the furnace, his speed increased. He realized that even without using the spiritual will, after he possessed it, his pill refinement technique became a lot smoother. On top of that, his thought process was much clearer than before. Purifying and fusing the medicinal essences were now a piece of cake. Mo Wuji only used 1/3 of the time he used previously to start separating and then condensing the pills. When he was about to condense the pills, Mo Wuji started executing the pill technique. This was his first time using his spiritual will to execute the pill technique. Originally, the medicinal essences in the furnace were slowly forming into pills. After the pill technique, the speed at which the pills were being formed increased tremendously. Furthermore, the pills which were shaped were compressed even more. The pill became smaller and the orange color was even more vibrant. After a stick of incense finished, Mo Wuji decided to use the pill retrieval technique. This time round, there was no need for him to slap the furnace itself, as 12 spirit-strengthening pills were brought out easily with his technique into the jade bottle. Mo Wuji grabbed the jade bottle excitedly, as he knew previously that the success rate for using pill techniques to concoct pills would increase by several folds. Only because using pill techniques required too much energy and the fact that it was usually unsuccessful that he gave up using pill techniques. Now that he managed to use spiritual will, it was indeed easier to use the pill techniques. Not only was it easier, the color was upgraded to a whole new level. The time taken was also halved from the previous attempt. Moreover, he only started using the pill techniques when he was condensing the pills. If he used it from the very beginning, the speed might have been quicker and the color might be better too. Mo Wuji's prediction was not wrong. Mo Wuji used the pill technique for the whole process of concocting the fourth batch of pills. This time, not only did the time taken reduce to half, the color of the pills concocted improved to yet another level. The only uncomfortable thing was that his head was feeling dizzy. However, Mo Wuji did not mind, because he knew it was probably due to overexertion of his spiritual will. After swallowing yet another spirit-strengthening pill, Mo Wuji closed his eyes and started meditating. Spirit-strengthening pill was only capable of increasing the power of spiritual will, not restore the loss of spiritual will. Because of his rest, Mo Wuji restored his spiritual will too. After this heavy consumption, Mo Wuji realized that his spiritual will increased again. With the spiritual will, he could now control the pill techniques. Mo Wuji would never need to worry anymore, as he could easily concoct spirit-strengthening pill in the shortest duration possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Exposed. Chapter 112, Exposed. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji did not immediately return to Lotus Sword Summit but went to Medicine King Summit to fetch Yen Er. He did not wish to put all his hopes on Yen Chenin. Furthermore, now that he was a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner, he would have other means of participating in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition. Senior apprentice brother Mo, little sis Yen Er, seeing Mo Wuji return with Yen Er, Fei Bingzhu hurried over to greet them. Is anything of the matter? Seeing Fei Bingzhu's expression, Mo Wuji could tell that there was something on. Furthermore, he had stayed at Pharmacy 19 for quite some time. Fei Bingzhu spoke with a hint of worry. Yes. Yesterday, the second elder sent some people over. He asked for you pay him a visit the moment you returned from the pharmacy. Also, the backer of that Meng fella is exactly the second elder. Mo Wuji suddenly thought of Qin Xiangyu's brother, Qin Shen. Wasn't his master the second elder? He did not expect Meng Boya's backer to also be the second elder. Bingzhu, it doesn't matter whether the treasured blood lotuses are mature or not, just dig them up. Seeing that the matter had already reached the ears of the second elder, it would be a little troublesome. Might as well get Fei Bingzhu to dig the treasured blood lotus first before further discussions. He added, pack everything up. Get ready to leave at any moment. Since the second elder had already investigated the issue to him, if Yen Chenin had yet to return, then he would just leave. He couldn't stay here and try his luck. Fei Bingzhu hurriedly said, rest assured senior apprentice brother Mo, I have already prepared a jade box. If you store the treasured blood lotus with spirit stones in the jade box, it would be able to last for a few months without rotting. I will immediately pack the other things. Mo Wuji nodded, and was about to speak until he saw the pill refiner's hall Deacon Yuan Shi walking over hastily. Deacon Yuan. Before Yuan Shi could speak, Mo Wuji took the initiative to go forward and greet him. Yuan Shi looked at Mo Wuji, without the same warmth as he had the first time they met. He sighed as he said, "Pill Master Mo, the sect head, Pill Master Yen and a few other elders are waiting for you at the Great Hall. Please follow me." Hearing that Yen Xianyin had returned, Mo Wuji's heart relaxed a little. It seems like Yen Xianyin hadn't returned to Medicine King's summit, if not they would have met. He believed that Yen Xianyin would help him again, and he only needed her to help him this one time. After this incident, he would no longer have any relations to the Formless Blade sect. Mo Wuji nodded, and spoke to Fei Bingzhu with a calm expression. "Bingzhu, do what you need to do. I will go out for a while. Rest assured, senior apprentice brother." Fei Bingzhu nodded. He did not know whether Mo Wuji could dodge this matter, but at this point, he could only leave it to fate. Mo Wuji followed Deacon Yuan Qi to the Formless Blade sect's Great Hall. This was the second time he entered the Great Hall. The first time, he came as Shijun's ingredient boy. Now, Shijun was dead, and he had become a guest pill refiner for the sect. As he entered the Great Hall, Mo Wuji saw many elders gathered within. Even though he had never met the second elder before, he could recognize the second elder with a single glance. The second elder had a long beard and was donned in gray robes. His gaze was already extremely sharp. By his side was a heroic-looking young man who looked similar to Qin Xiangyu. Mo Wuji could easily guess that he should be Qin Chen. Besides the elders, the sect's pill refiners had also gathered. The sect head, Guran, had a cold expression, and he sat at the peak silently. What made Mo Wuji worried was that Pill Master Zhu's seat had been shifted next to Yen Xianyin. It seems like Pill Master Zhu's status had already become comparable to Yen Xianyin's. Mo Wuji clasped his fists. Lotus Sword Summit's Mo Wuji greets the sect head, as well as the various elders, summit lords and hallmasters. No one spoke for a long time. After a while, Yen Xianyin spoke in a gentle tone. "Pill Master Mo, please take a seat." Mo Wuji lamented. It seems like the hall of people had been gathered against him. "Wait, Pill Master Mo, I heard that a service disciple in the spiritual herbs warehouse dispensed the wrong herbs, which resulted in Pill Master Zhu's concoction to fail. He was eventually brought away to the enforcement hall. But Pill Master Mo ignored the sect's rules, and forcefully brought away that service disciple?" Without waiting for Mo Wuji to sit down, an aggressive-looking man stood up and questioned him. Mo Wuji recognized this person. He was Fire Sword Summit's Tsang Qianqing. He could be considered to have enmity with Mo Wuji. It was as though he did not hear Tsang Qianqing's call for him to stop. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to sit his ass down on a chair. Seeing Mo Wuji sit down, not just Tsang Qianqing, Pill Master Zhu and a few elders revealed an expression of rage. "This Mo fella is too arrogant. Doesn't he know that he is being questioned?" Without waiting for a second person to stand up and point fingers at him, Mo Wuji calmly replied, "Tsang Qianqing, Summit Lord Song only heard rumors." "Well, I can't blame Summit Lord Song for believing these rumors. Summit Lord Song doesn't understand alchemy, so it's natural that you don't know the full details. I believe that as long as you know even a little about alchemy, you would know that something was wrong. Pill Master Zhu is a peerless pill refiner. Even if his ingredient boy took the wrong herbs, you think Pill Master Zhu wouldn't discover it? And even use the wrong herbs to concoct pills? Summit Lord Song, it's fine since you don't know, but you cannot suspect Pill Master Zhu's standards. I believe that none of the pill refiners here would make such a novice mistake." I went to the enforcement hall, and after clarifying the full story from the person there, I immediately knew that the service disciple had been framed. That's why I took him away. As to Summit Lord Song's words of me forcefully taking him away, I guess that's just you coming up with a story to entertain yourself. Naturally, Mo Wuji wouldn't stand because someone disallowed him. At this moment, once he loses his standing, he would be endlessly trampled. Furthermore, he wasn't saying blind words. If a pill refiner couldn't recognize the herbs he threw in the pill furnace, he should just kill himself. This time, no one else in the hall stood up to talk, not even Pill Master Zhu. After all, what Mo Wuji said made sense. If a pill refiner really made a mistake with the herbs he was using, he really shouldn't be concocting pills. It seems like this was really a matter of someone framing that service disciple. The second elder suddenly asked, Pillmaster Mo, have you recently seen Pillmaster Meng? Mo Wuji hurriedly stood up and clasped his fists towards the second elder and asked in a confused manner, Elder Su, I don't really interact with others in the sect. May I know who is this Pillmaster Meng? Before killing Meng Boyu, he did not even meet Meng Boyu. The sect would definitely be able to investigate that. There would be a problem if Mo Wuji actually replied that he didn't see Meng Boyu. Clearly, this second elder was quite devious with his words. A man with pale, white skin and squinted eyes opened his mouth and said, Pillmaster Mo, according to my enforcement hall's investigation, Pillmaster Meng left the sect once a few months ago. Thereafter, he never returned. Instead, it was Pillmaster Mo who returned. According to my investigation, there have not been any records of Pillmaster Mo leaving the sect. Mo Wuji's heart sank. This was the only loophole, but he couldn't help it. He did not have any means of soundlessly and silently returning to the sect. Recently, I left the sect twice consecutively. As to why there weren't any records, I believe the person Hallmaster Shah should be questioning isn't me, but the recording disciple. Mo Wuji was bent on saying that he had left the sect openly, he definitely couldn't confess. Even if the other party was sure that he was the one who killed Meng Boyu, he also wouldn't confess. He just needed to leave the sect, then he wins. I suspect that the Pillmaster Meng who left the sect those months ago wasn't actually him, but, Hallmaster Shah, if you don't have any evidence, you cannot casually suspect him. I understand Pillmaster Mo, he's not a person who likes to find trouble. Yen Shenin suddenly voiced out and interrupted Hallmaster Shah's words. Even though Hallmaster Shah was the enforcement hallmaster, he did not dare to make light of Yen Shenin's words and forcefully swallowed the rest of his words. Even though everyone knew what he was going to say, he would not continue to say it. Mo Wuji was really grateful. Even if everyone suspected him, as long as this incident wasn't brought to light, he would still have some maneuvering space. Once things were brought to the open, things would get tricky. The second elder's icy cold gaze swept across Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji could clearly feel a sharp killing intent. He was sure that even though the second elder didn't say anything, the second elder definitely would not let Mo Wuji off. It was just that Yen Shenin was currently protecting him. The moment he left this great hall, his little life could easily be reaped by this second elder. This feeling where he had no control over his own life vexed Mo Wuji. He had already felt this as a mortal in Raozhou, now he's experiencing it here again as a cultivator. Gu Ran broke the silence and pressure within the great hall. Let's leave the matter of Pillmaster Shah aside for now. Hallmaster Shah can continue to investigate. After all, a Tier 2 pill refiner disappearing without a trace is no small matter. At the same time, Pillmaster Mo is also our sect's Tier 2 pill refiner. If there isn't evidence, Hallmaster Shah should not disturb him. Yes, Hallmaster Shah hurriedly replied. He knew that this resolution wasn't due to Mo Wuji's position as a Tier 2 pill refiner, but due to Yen Shenin's words. In the sect head's eyes, she was the number one person in the sect after him. Seeing that there wasn't any dissent from the enforcement hallmaster, Guran nodded and continued, next, let's discuss on the matter of the 5 elements desolate domain pill competition. The competition is commencing soon and we will immediately leave after this meeting. Due to the incident at Formless Blade Mountain, the only pill refiners we will be sending are pill masters Yen and Ju. Yen Shenin once again spoke out, sect head, Pillmaster Mo has a unique understanding towards ingredients, perhaps not beneath mine. I hope that we could bring him along to help, there might be some unexpected benefits. Impossible. Before the sect head could even speak, the second elder stood up and said, Pillmaster Mo is still embroiled in Pillmaster Meng's case. Even though we still don't have evidence, we still should not let him represent the sect in the pill competition. Mo Wuji's heart sank. If Yan Xianyin leaves, staying behind in the sect would simply be waiting for death. Now, the second elder wasn't even giving Yan Xianyin face, and was bent on killing him. As he thought of this, he no longer cared about anything else as he stood up and said, "Elder Su, I don't mind that you suspect me over Pill Master Meng's disappearance. After all, this is just mere suspicions. But if you confine me within this sect because of your suspicions, then that's far too tyrannical. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 113, 9 Moons Pillhouse. Chapter 113, 9 Moons Pillhouse. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Yan Xianyin also stood up. She also understood Mo Wuji's predicament. Once she leaves Formless Blade Sect, Mo Wuji was definitely going to die. And she also knew that she would be leaving the sect very soon. "Elder Su, the sect head is right. Without evidence, Pill Master Mo will have his freedom," Yan Xianyin spoke with a heavier tone. The second elder did not even restrain the killing intent in his eyes as he simply said, "I'm not depriving Pill Master Mo of his freedom. But it's against the principles to let him represent the sect of 5 elements desolate domain. As long as Pill Master Mo doesn't go to the 5 elements desolate domain, I will not obstruct him from going anywhere else. After all, the competition represents our sect's prestige and dignity. We definitely cannot let someone with an unclean background to go." Yan Xianyin's expression changed. This second elder is bent on killing Mo Wuji. Even though the second elder claimed that Pill Master Mo could go anywhere else he wanted, in reality, if she couldn't bring him to 5 elements desolate domain, the only place he would be going is his grave. As Yan Xianyin was about to say something, sect head Guran spoke out, "We'll do as what the second elder says. Pill Master Mo will temporarily stay in the sect. Pill Master Mo, please return first." "Yes, sect head." Mo Wuji could only clasp his fists and retreat out of the hall. He was really helpless. Even though the sect head might have had a little appreciation towards him, between the second elder and him, the sect head would not hesitate to choose the second elder. Yan Xianyin's apologetic gaze landed on Mo Wuji. After all, she promised to bring him to the 5 elements desolate domain. But now that the sect head had expressed his intentions, there would be something wrong if she was overly vehement in bringing Mo Wuji. Not only couldn't she bring Mo Wuji away, she was leaving him in a dangerous situation. Furthermore, she couldn't forcefully do anything. After all, the second elder's status was not much lower than hers and his cultivation was above hers. She could only wait for this meeting to end before heading off to the Lotus Sword Summit and helping Mo Wuji think of a plan. "Senior apprentice brother Mo, it's good that you returned safely. I have already packed everything nicely." Seeing Mo Wuji return, Fei Bingzhu heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Wuji waved it away. "Bingzhu, now that the things are packed, we'll leave right now." As Fei Bingzhu saw the expression on Mo Wuji's face, he knew that things weren't that simple. He did not say another word as he and Tao Ao hurried to each carry a simple backpack. Mo Wuji brought Yenair, the Tao Ao couple and Fei Bingzhu. This group of 5 left Lotus Sword Summit out of the Formless Blade Sect. Yan Xianyin was not able to help him. Besides leaving the sect, he had no other choice. Luckily, he wasn't confined within the Formless Blade Sect, or else he would really be dead. "How many spirit stones do we have left?" Mo Wuji suddenly asked. "We still have a total of 1,600 spirit stones," Fei Bingzhu quickly said. "Senior apprentice brother Mo, are we in danger now?" Mo Wuji nodded. "Meng Boya's backer is the second elder, Su Feibua. I don't know what exactly is their relationship, but that old thing wants me dead. Senior apprentice sister Yen already tried to smooth things over, but if we don't leave the Formless Blade Sect now, then we will never be able to." "Then where are we going?" Fei Bingzhu hurriedly said. "Fringe City," Mo Wuji said without hesitation. He heard that there were some ways to get to 5 elements desolate domain from Fringe City. Even though he did not have enough spirit stones to pay for 5 people's passage to 5 elements desolate domain, he did have his spirit strengthening pill. Now when he was at dire's end, he could only take that pill out. Now, the second elder was still at the meeting. He needed to make use of this opportunity to reach Fringe City, or he might just get eliminated on his way. From Formless Blade Sect to Fringe City, he would take 2 to 4 hours with a flying beast carriage. Naturally, Mo Wuji would not be unwilling to spend his spirit stones. Now, he directly rented a flying beast carriage and left Formless Blade Sect for Fringe City. The second elder would not have thought of this. He could never have imagined that Mo Wuji would be so decisive to immediately leave the Formless Blade Sect. Even if he did think of it, he would not have mind. Even if Mo Wuji reaches Fringe City, the result would still be the same. He would still be able to chase Mo Wuji and eliminate him. A service disciple who simply depended on someone else actually dared touch his man? That's simply looking for death. Fringe City's North Water Inn. The moment Mo Wuji entered, the attendant immediately recognized him and rushed to greet him with a face full of smiles. "Friend, I was anxiously awaiting your arrival." Mo Wuji looked at the attendant doubtfully. "I've only come here twice, I'm not some VIP, why is this attendant waiting for me?" The reason why Mo Wuji came was simply because he was familiar with this place, and he wanted to inquire about the nearest transfer array. "Have you been looking for me?" Mo Wuji asked. The attendant hurriedly replied, "I'm not the one looking for you, it's 9 Moons Pillhouse's young housemaster who's looking for you." 9 Moons Pillhouse? Mo Wuji slowly contemplated before he finally remembered. Wasn't this pillhouse the pillhouse he sold pills to those months ago? That shopkeeper was rather stingy. If not for his urgent need for spirit stones, he would not have sold those pills to 9 Moons. "Friend, please wait. I will immediately help you call the young housemaster." "Ha, what a coincidence." A mild laughter could be heard. It belonged to a handsome, fair young man. He was dressed in linen robes, and looked very simple. Young housemaster, seeing the young man walk over, the attendant rushed to greet him before moving off to the side. He was about to inform this young housemaster about the arrival of Mo Wuji, but since the housemaster had come personally, he naturally didn't need to inform the housemaster. "Let me introduce myself, I am 9 House Pillhouse's Jin Shaoka." The handsome man warmly clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. On the other hand, Mo Wuji did not think that this was a coincidence at all. From the attendant's words, and the sudden appearance of this young housemaster, he could tell that this young housemaster must have frequently visited North Water Inn to inquire about him. "I'm Mo Wuji, a rogue cultivator. May I know what young housemaster is looking for me for?" Mo Wuji replied with his fists clasped. His only interaction with 9 Moons Pillhouse was that he sold them some pills, and there definitely wasn't anything wrong with those pills. Furthermore, he was the one at the losing end of the sale, so he wasn't worried about Jin Shaoka causing trouble for him. Jin Shaoka said apologetically, "Actually, I have frequently come here to wait for Brother Mo, mainly because of the pills that Brother Mo sold to my 9 Moons Pillhouse. During that time, my treasurer and I both weren't in the shop. The person who you dealt with was one of our stewards. He used a low price to purchase Brother Mo's amazing pills, which left me apologetic and unsettled. Now that I've met Brother Mo, I would like to reimburse you." "So that's the case." Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect for Jin Shaoka to abide to these business principles. Previously, Fei Bingzhu could also have taken advantage of him, but did not do so as he was not a businessman. For a businessman to also be like that, was really a commendable thing. If 9 Moons Pillhouse had always been staunched in these principles, then it definitely wasn't a small force. However, Mo Wuji believed that Jin Shaoka definitely had another reason besides his pills. He did not dare boast, but the pills he concocted definitely wouldn't be inferior to others of the same tier. "Then I will have to thank the young housemaster." Mo Wuji hurriedly clasped his fists to express his gratitude. He could not act magnanimous and forego these spirit stones. Now, he was going to leave Fringe City, and was the time when he needed spirit stones the most. Jin Shaoke waved his hand and said, "Brother Mo can just call Shaoke, calling me young housemaster is acting far too distant. Brother Mo, this is not a good place to take. What do you think about coming to my 9 Moons Pill house? We're not that close, right?" While he thought of that in his head, Mo Wuji did not object as he said, "Since that's case, I would have to request the young housemaster to lead the way." Jin Shaoke came in a beast carriage, which was very spacious. With Mo Wuji's group of 5, the total of 6 people sat within the carriage compartment, and it still wasn't squeezy. The beast carriage moved very fast, and along the way, Jin Shaoke did not talk about the pills. Instead, he introduced Fringe City's important figures and beautiful sceneries. When he spoke, he addressed all 5 of them, making them feel welcomed. In half an incense's time, the beast carriage stopped outside 9 Moons Pill House. Jin Shaoke got people to receive Yin Er and company, while he brought Mo Wuji into a conference room. "Brother Mo, if I'm not wrong, you should be a pill refiner, right? Did you concoct the pills you sold previously?" After entering the conference room, Jin Shaoke did not beat around the bush, but got straight to the point. Mo Wuji also did not intend to hide anything. His status as a pill refiner was the only bargaining chip he had. Mr. Jin did not guess wrong. I am in fact a pill refiner. Since Jin Shaoke wanted to make use of his status as a pill refiner, Mo Wuji directly called him Mr. Jin. He was not familiar with Jin Shaoke, so it was too awkward to call him Shaoke. Calling him Mr. Jin could help pull their relationship closer, and not make it too awkward. Hearing that Mo Wuji was truly a pill refiner, Jin Shaoke immediately got enlivened and did not mind Mo Wuji's address, but asked, "Brother Mo is a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner, or?" Mo Wuji calmly said, "I'm a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner." Jin Shaoke clapped and said with a face full of smiles, "I was right, Pill Master Mo is really a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner. May I know whether Pill Master Mo has ever heard of my 9 Moons Pill House?" Mo Wuji said apologetically, "I have always been researching pill theories behind doors, so I'm not very familiar with other sections. I hope that you can forgive me." It's okay. Jin Shaoke waved it off and continued to say with a smile, "Let me introduce 9 Moons Pill House. My 9 Moons Pill House can be considered an Earth-level power, with some clout within the 5 empires. Even though we are not as powerful as quasi-heaven sects like Heavenly Temple, our position is still a little higher than average Earth sections." Now that he was trying to win Mo Wuji over, Jin Shaoke did not try to be modest. Mo Wuji did not make a sound, but waited for Jin Shaoke to finish speaking before he asked, "Then Mr. Jin brought me over, isn't just to reimburse me, right? But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 114, A Ray of Light in the Dark. Chapter 114, A Ray of Light in the Dark. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Jin Shaoke quickly explained, "Other than that, I have another thing to request of you. I'm not sure if Pill Master Mo has heard of the 5 Elements Desolate Domains pill competition? I hold your pill refining abilities in high regard, so I would like to invite Pill Master Mo to formally represent the 9 Moons Pill House in the 5 Elements Desolate Domains pill competition." Happiness overwhelmed Mo Wuji's mind. After he lost the chance to go to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain with the Formless Blade sect, he was prepared to use all means possible to get to there first before making any further plans. Who knew that he would encounter a ray of light in the dark at Fringe City, with someone inviting him to join the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition? Mo Wuji soon calmed down, and respectfully replied, "Jin Shaoke, I am indeed interested in joining the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition. However, I've previously been a guest pill refiner at the Formless Blade sect for a period of time, and offended their second elder not long ago. It is precisely because that second elder is after my head that I'm fleeing to Fringe City. If Mr. Jin is able to shield me from the second elder, I'll be willing to represent the 9 Moons Pill House in the competition. Otherwise, I'll have to leave Fringe City immediately." There was no beating around the bush from Mo Wuji. as he admitted to his precarious situation up front. He did not want to only inform Jin Shaoke at the last moment, which would be a lose-lose scenario if Jin Shaoke was not prepared by then. Even after hearing all this, Jin Shaoke did not mind a single bit, and answered Mo Wuji with a smile on his face. I could already guess that something like that was going on. Wuji, if I'm not wrong, these few people that you brought with you are likely your family and helpers. If you did not offend anyone, you would not have to move your whole family so frantically to Fringe City. Deep in Mo Wuji's mind, he was shocked at how detailed Jin Shaoke's observation skills were, to the level that he could infer one's situation just from the people by one's side. Moreover, during the conversation, he gradually changed how he addressed Mo Wuji to make it seem as though they were closer. Wuji, you're really quite an honest chap to tell me all this up front. While my 9 Moons Pillhouse may not be top tier, but at least we don't fear the elders of an average Earth sect. Jin Shaoke confidently responded. Only with this sort of calm and confident words, in absence of any boasting or arrogance, would others truly feel that he did not care about the second elder of the Formless Blade sect at all. In reality, he did not even inquire about what caused the enmity between Mo Wuji and the second elder. Okay, since this is the case, I'll be 9 Moons Pillhouse's guest pill refiner from today onwards, until the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition ends. Mo Wuji took up Jin Shaoke's offer without hesitation this time, finally convinced by his charisma. Young House Master, Formless Blade Sex Elder Su requests an audience. At that moment, an assistant from the pillhouse came to the door, and reported softly. Mo Wuji was secretly shocked. This Su fella came rather fast. He had just arrived at Fringe City, and even before he had the chance to leave, this fella had arrived. No wonder this guy was not afraid of him running away. He must have known that Mo Wuji would not be able to escape that easily. What if the young house master of the 9 Moons Pillhouse did not intervene? A shudder ran down Mo Wuji's spine, and he dared not continue down this line of thought. As expected, it was not a good move to put his life in other people's hands. He had done 2 things wrongly. The first was to bet his life on Yen Qi Anyan. The second was underestimating Elder Su's speed. Just as his front leg entered Fringe City, Elder Su's back leg had also arrived. What he should have done was to disappear as soon as the Meng Boyu incident happened. However, if he did that, then he would neither have been able to advance to channel opening stage level 7 so quickly, nor become a tier 3 mortal pill refiner. It was hard to sum up these gains and losses to reach a final conclusion. Fundamentally, the only thing that mattered was to strengthen himself consistently. Jin Shaoke stood up with a grin. Wuji, will you come with me? Mo Wuji nodded his head. This whole fiasco had originated from him, so how could he not show his face if Jin Shaoke was helping him? After all, Jin Shaoke's willingness to help arose from his desire to borrow Mo Wuji's pill refining skill, and not because they had good relations. Young House Master's demeanor has become even better than before since our last meeting a long time ago. The grey-robed Su Feibo greeted Jin Shaoke respectfully as Mo Wuji and him walked into the shophouse. But Elder Su did not pay any attention to Mo Wuji, who was positioned behind Jin Shaoke. This gesture was reciprocated, and Mo Wuji did not bother with the second elder too. This guy was going to kill him, so there was no need to be courteous with him. In spite of that, he still smiled at Qin Shen, who was standing behind the second elder. But a cold and sullen face was what he got in response, and Qin Shen had no intention of giving him a proper reply. Mo Wuji did not care about any of this. Although it seemed like Qin Xiangyu was the one that helped him join the sect, in reality, it was still reliant on Qin Shen. Now that Qin Shen always stuck to the second elder's side, his position in the sect should be quite high, and Qin Xiangyu would not have to worry about going through tough times with such a high-ranking brother in place. Jin Shaoke chuckled and replied respectfully, so it's Elder Su. Elder Su's Dao techniques also become better every day, and in reality, I'm just following your example. The second elder's gaze fell upon Mo Wuji, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. Pillmaster Mo, I'll have to invite you to return to the sect with us. To this, Mo Wuji coldly answered, who are you to make me leave with you? The second elder's expression became livid. Mo Wuji, so you no longer recognize that you're a guest pill refiner of the Formless Blade sect? Immediately, Mo Wuji burst out in laughter. So you know that I'm a guest pill refiner? Do you not understand the meaning of guest pill refiner? It means that I can leave whenever I want to, without any restrictions. So, I'm now not a guest pill refiner of the Formless Blade sect anymore. You don't have any authority over me either. Su Feibo was raging mad, to the point that he almost went physical, but he knew that what Mo Wuji said was not wrong. Firstly, Mo Wuji was a guest pill refiner, and he had no authority to order Mo Wuji around anymore. What's a guest? A guest is someone that you treat with respect and courtesy. Secondly, because Mo Wuji was a guest pill refiner, he could leave any time. Young Housemaster, Mo Wuji committed some offenses at the Formless Blade sect, so could I request for your permission to take him away with me? I, Elder Su, would be very thankful for this. Su Feibo was indeed the second elder of the Formless Blade sect, but he still dared not capture men of the Nine Moons Pillhouse at his own whim and fancy. Jin Shaoka softly replied, I must let you know, Pill Master Mo has already become a guest pill refiner of the Nine Moons Pillhouse. Upon hearing this, Su Feibo was disappointed. While Jin Shaoka did not forbid him from bringing Mo Wuji away, but it could be inferred from his words. Even if he tried to take Mo Wuji away by force, he would not manage to take a single step out of the Nine Moons Pillhouse. Although the Nine Moons Pillhouse was not famous within Fringe City, it was a true Earth sect, with a position even higher than the Formless Blade sect. Since this is the outcome, I will take my leave. Su Feibo snorted coldly, bowing respectfully one last time. He then left the premises. Once Su Feibo was a distance away, Jin Shaoka solemnly looked towards Mo Wuji. Wuji, Su Feibo has already reached True Lake Stage Level 7, you'd better watch out since you've offended him. Thank you Mr. Jin for helped me out. Mo Wuji gratefully bowed. He knew that out of the 3 stages of the Earth realm, the first was the Yendan stage, the second was the True Lake stage and the third was the Nihility God stage. All 3 stages had another 9 levels within. As someone in the True Lake stage level 7, Su Feibo was in the advanced levels of the second stage in the Earth realm. To face an advanced True Lake stage cultivator with channel opening level 7, would be like an ant fighting against a human. Jin Shaoka soon broke into a smile. It's fine. The pill refiners of my Nine Moons Pillhouse have already headed towards the competition venue of the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill Competition. If I did not wait for you for another few days, I would have left town already. So my luck has been pretty good, being able to bump into Pill Master Mo just before I left. However, Mo Wuji still felt rather afraid deep inside. It was not that Jin Shaoka's luck was good, but his luck was even better. Jin Shaoka was obviously waiting for him here. Thankfully he had reached Fringe City in time. In the end, his initial desperate need for spirit stones, which led to him exchanging most of his pills for them in a rush, did not cause him to lose out by much. He unexpectedly received the favor of the Nine Moons Pillhouse. Could this have been a blessing in disguise? Mr. Jin, how long exactly will we take to reach the 5 Elements Desolate Domain? Mo Wuji suddenly recalled, so he asked. Around half a month's time. Jin Shaoka answered. There's pill furnaces on the carriage? Mo Wuji guessed that he would be taking a flying beast carriage, otherwise, the trip would not be so short. Of course there's pill furnaces. How could we leave that out if we're going to take part in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill Competition? There's not only pill furnaces, but also an extraordinary type of earth fire. Mo Wuji then bowed respectfully to Jin Shaoka. Mr. Jin, I've another request that might sound absurd. I would like to borrow some tier 4 spiritual herbs from you. Once Mo Wuji completed his sentence, Jin Shaoka could understand his intention, hence following up with the question, Wuji, could it be that you intend to attempt to break through to become a tier 4 earth pill refiner? Without hiding anything, Mo Wuji replied, yes, I have the pill formula for a tier 4 spiritual pill, and on top of that, I've been a tier 3 mortal pill refiner for a very long time. So I would like to give it a shot. In the off chance that I am able to advance to the level of a Tier 4 Earth Pill refiner, it would be a win-win situation for both the 9 Moons Pill House and me. In reality, it was barely a month since Mo Wuji joined the ranks of Tier 3 pill refiners. The only reason that he was confident enough to try breaking through to become a Tier 4 Earth Pill refiner was because of his pill techniques. Since he had concocted the spirit strengthening pill, he could cultivate his spiritual will, and brandishing pill techniques was no longer a problem. If he had Tier 4 spiritual herbs to experiment with, who knew if he could really rely on these pill techniques to concoct a Tier 4 Earth spiritual pill? Without the power of spiritual will, Mo Wuji would definitely have not made such an attempt. Jin Shaoke paused for a moment, before chuckling, "Wuji, you've come to the right guy. I don't have much of anything else, but I do have spiritual herbs in abundance. I can even help you get a few stalks of Tier 5 spiritual herbs, what more Tier 4 ones? Just experiment as much as you want. Whether you succeed or fail doesn't matter." With the additional assurance from Jin Shaoke, Mo Wuji finally stopped worrying. Although there was a slight moment of hesitation when Jin Shaoke replied, but he did not reject the proposition. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 115, What Granny Linglong Wants. Chapter 115, What Granny Linglong Wants. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. 2 days later, Mo Wuji followed Jin Shaoke to where thought he was going to board his beast carriage. That's when he received a huge shock. "How is this a beast carriage? It's a huge flying ship. Mr. Jin, is this a flying beast carriage?" As Mo Wuji walked up the flying ship, he saw huge and various floors of living quarters, and he could not help but ask. Jin Shaoke was surprised for a moment before he laughed and said, "Wuji, looks like you're really a rogue cultivator. The road to 5 Elements Desolate Domain is long and arduous, a beast carriage is too slow, and it wouldn't be able to reach our destination in time. This here is a flying treasure. It can be considered a low-grade spiritual equipment." Mo Wuji had always known of the occupation of smiths, but this was his first time hearing the different grades of magic treasures, so he hurried to ask, "Is this spiritual equipment a magic treasure? And it's actually a flying one?" Jin Shaoke explained without a hint of impatience, "Items which fly are merely flying magic treasures, such as my flying ship. In reality, mortals have their martial weapons, while cultivators have magic treasures. Magic treasures can be further classified as magic items and spiritual equipment. I even heard that there are immortal equipment, but those are things of legends. Magic items and spiritual equipment have different grades, low, intermediate and high. Most cultivators use magic items. As the cost of spiritual equipment is too high, only few cultivators can afford to use it. I heard that smiths who can craft spiritual equipment are no lower than earth pill refiners. So it's like that. It seems like the sharp knife I obtained is a magic item." After boarding the ship, Mo Wuji was allocated a pill room. Yan Er and Xiong Xiuzhu shared a room, while Tao Ao and Fei Bingzhu shared another. Jin Shaoke kept this ship while waiting for Mo Wuji, so it was rather empty. Not long after the group boarded, the flying ship's body trembled slightly before charging up to the sky. Mo Wuji gazed out the window and watched the white clouds fly by. This flying ship was multiple times faster than an airplane. Mo Wuji sighed. He finally understood why the people here did not pursue technology, and places with technology were the places where there weren't cultivators. How could an airplane's speed compare to this flying ship? Furthermore, the taking off and landing of an airplane wastes time, and one would constantly need to monitor changes in the weather during an airplane's flight. The pill room he was in was not considered big, and there was a cyan pill furnace at its center. Mo Wuji might not know much about pill furnaces, but he could tell that this pill furnace was better than the 2 he had used before. By the side, there was a spiritual herbs shelf which held the spiritual herbs which Mo Wuji wanted. This time, Mo Wuji was preparing to concoct the Earth Yuan pill. Among Tier 4 pills, the Earth Yuan pill could be considered the most typical kind of pill. Not only were the spiritual herbs not very expensive, the techniques needed were also rather simple. This pill was mainly for Yuan Dan stage cultivators to recover their true Yuan. At the same time, it could also be used by cultivators below the Yuan Dan stage. Initially, Mo Wuji thought that with the bit of spiritual will he possessed and the pill techniques he could exhibit, concocting Tier 4 earth pills should not be a major problem. But a failure at his very first attempt delivered him a huge blow. He couldn't even fuse the medicinal essences for the most simplest of Tier 4 earth pills. Under the raving spiritual energy, his pill techniques were all to no avail. After he barely managed to purify the spiritual herbs, the medicinal essences dispersed the moment they touched. He was completely unable to control the crazy outburst of spirituality. The pill techniques only served to prolong the time he could hold. Tier 4 spiritual herbs were too hard to control. It was at least 10 times harder than Tier 3 ones. After failing for 3 consecutive times, Mo Wuji decided to stop practicing. Any further practice would just be wasting the ingredients. What he was lacking in weren't his hand and pill techniques, but his cultivation. Maybe after reaching channel opening stage level 9 or spirit building stage, he could be able to successfully concoct a Tier 4 pill. However, it was still an impossible task for now. Mo Wuji did not mind that he wasn't able to concoct the Tier 4 pills. He believed that he just needed to be able to take part in the pill competition and get onto the 5 elements desolate domain name list. Didn't Yin Chenin say that Granny Linglong wanted to search for a spiritual herb? If he wasn't able to meet Granny Linglong, he would go to 5 elements desolate domain to search for the herb which Granny Linglong wanted. If he played his cards right, he did not believe that he would not be able to move Granny Linglong. Even though he stopped practicing on Tier 4 pills, Mo Wuji did not go out but continued on with Tier 3 pills. He did not do it to familiarize himself with the hand and pill techniques, but to keep his pill techniques hidden from view. Once he competes, he might have to use his pill techniques. It would be best if he could keep his pill techniques hidden within his hand techniques. After all, most powerful pill refiners would have their own unique hand techniques. If he could do things more discreetly, his pill techniques should not be discovered. 10 days passed in a flash. Mo Wuji should be reaching the 5 elements desolate domain soon. Mo Wuji closed his pill furnace and walked out the door. Wuji, any results? Mo Wuji did not expect that Jin Shaoke would actually be waiting for him outside his door. The moment he opened it, he saw Jin Shaoke. Mo Wuji said ruefully, "I failed. I really underestimated Tier 4 earth pills and failed for 3 consecutive batches. Afterwards, I was always practicing my Tier 3 mortal pills." Jin Shaoke laughed and said in an accommodating tone, "That's okay. In less than 2 hours, we will be reaching the 5 elements desolate domain site. You've been cooped up in your room for so long, come, let's go out and take a walk." Mo Wuji was sure he didn't see any hint of disappointment in Jin Shaoke's eyes. It could be inferred that ever since he made his request, Jin Shaoke already knew that Mo Wuji would not be able to advance to Tier 4. He probably did, since his understanding towards advancements in pill refinement was definitely higher. Even though he knew that Mo Wuji was not able to advance, he still took out Tier 4 spiritual herbs for Mo Wuji to practice. It didn't matter what Jin Shaoke was thinking, but this act really made Mo Wuji want to befriend him. Perhaps Jin Shaoke might not be a friend he could bear his heart out to, but he definitely was a person worth cooperating with. As they walked to the head of the flying ship, Mo Wuji found that Yen Er had already been invited by Jin Shaoke. It seems like Jin Shaoke knew the place Yen Er had in Mo Wuji's heart. Seeing Mo Wuji, Yen Er's eyes immediately calmed down and walked to Mo Wuji's side and sat down. "Wuji, are you bringing little sis Yen Er to 5 elements desolate domain to find Granny Linglong?" After waiting for Mo Wuji and Yen Er to finish their conversation, Jin Shaoke suddenly asked. "Yes, I heard that her condition can only cured by Granny Linglong." Mo Wuji felt that there was nothing to hide. Jin Shaoke was a pillhouse master. He definitely had an extraordinary understanding of things. Naturally, he would be able to see that Yen Er was subject to a failed spiritual roots transfer, resulting in her memory loss. Jin Shaoka's expression turned heavy as he said, "Wuji, even though I hope that Granny Linglong can help you, I still have to tell you this, even if you meet Granny Linglong, you wouldn't be able to get her to help you. So it's best if you don't harbor too much hope." This was not the first time Mo Wuji had heard this. He sighed, "Even if that's the case, I still have to find her and try. I will not give up to the very end." Jin Shaoka continued, "Wuji, I do have an idea to get Granny Linglong to help, but it's just that this idea is a little dangerous." Mo Wuji suddenly bolted up and grabbed Jin Shaoka and said, "Mr. Jin, please share." Jin Shaoka patted Mo Wuji, indicating for him to sit down. Only then did he say, "You don't have to get so anxious, listen to me carefully. Not only is Granny Linglong the #1 pill refiner in Heaven-Seeking Palace, she is also undoubtedly the top pill refiner in the entire Lost Continent. The thing she wants naturally isn't simple, but then will Granny Linglong also take part in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition?" Mo Wuji interrupted again. Jin Shaoka laughed, "There are some conditions to the competition. Firstly, you need to be at least a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner. Secondly, you need to be below 100 years old. If you're above 100, it doesn't matter how good your pill refining is, you would not be allowed to participate. The first condition isn't really enforced. During the competition, some Tier 2 pill refiners could sneak in. But doing that would just be humiliating themselves, and they definitely won't be able to obtain a place on the name list." Hearing about the age limit, Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He was a mere Tier 3 mortal pill refiner, and there were many more impressive pill refiners than him. If a senior refiner like Xin Lian's father also takes part in the pill competition, how could he actually win? You will be competing to be in the top 100. The first place gets 100 names on the 5 Elements Desolate Domain name list. The second place gets 99 names on the name list. The third gets 98. So on and so forth until the 100th place who gets 1 name. As long as you get on that name list, you will get a chance to request Granny Linglong's help. However, it's not easy to get within the top 100, because in this competition, you will practically be competing with the greatest pill refiners in the entire Lost Continent. Mr. Jin, please carry on. Mo Wuji had already calmed down. This sort of competition format was beneficial for him. He did not need to be first place. He just needed to enter the top 100. The total time Jin Shaoka and Mo Wuji interacted was rather little. The trip only took 10 over days, and Mo Wuji spent most of this time practicing his concoction. Even so, Jin Shaoka had a brief understanding of Mo Wuji, and even an appreciation of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had an indomitable will, and more importantly, he always made calm decisions. A typical person being chased by the second elder would probably shit bricks. However, Mo Wuji calmly brought his family to Fringe City to find a transfer array. If not for Jin Shaoka's act of helping him fend off the second elder, he might have really took a transfer array and left. Most of the people entering the 5 Elements Desolate Domain are searching for the flower of the true God's flower. However, what Granny Linglong wants isn't the flower of the true gods, but a sort of crystal. Jin Shaoka continued. Mo Wuji didn't know much about the flower of the true gods. He didn't even know what the 3 heavens of the heaven realm were. Even though he really wanted to ask Jin Shaoka what the flower of the true gods was, as well as what the 3 heavens were, he kept these burning questions in. The thing which Granny Linglong wanted was more important to him. May I ask what kind of crystal is Granny Linglong looking for? Mo Wuji asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Second House Master. Chapter 116, Second House Master. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Immeasurable soul-forging crystal. Jin Shaoka replied, this is a type of crystal that grows below the icy terrain. Strictly speaking, it is not considered an ice crystal as it is in fact something that can only grow with ice crystals surrounding it. Immeasurable soul forging crystal? What is it used for? This was the first time Mo Wuji heard of such a thing. Jin Shaoke said with some admiration, immeasurable soul forging crystal is actually worth way more than the flower of true gods, and it is very rare to collect. The many uses for it include being able to wake the sleeping soul as well restoring the broken soul. Even though it is not considered to be able to revive the dead, there isn't much difference from it. Even experts who have lost their mind and way in the cultivation world can recover immediately with this crystal. Therefore, as soon as such an item appear even in small amount, it will result in many experts fighting over it. Mo Wuji felt a little heavy-hearted as such an item must be really tough to get his hands on. Even if he entered the 5 elements desolate domain, it would still not be easy for him to find the immeasurable soul-forging crystal. Immeasurable soul-forging crystal does not exist within the areas owned by the 5 big empires. It only appears in the 5 elements desolate domain. Rumors were that when the 5 elements desolate domain opened up 3 years ago, someone found a piece of it. Nobody knew where the piece or the person who found it went. I've heard that the person who found it disappeared without a trace. Mo Wuji knew the meaning behind Jin Shaoke's words. He was trying to imply how dangerous it would be to even possess an immeasurable soul-forging crystal. Just as Mo Wuji was about to inquire further, the ship's body trembled. Jin Shaoke smiled as he stood up. We have arrived at the periphery of the 5 elements desolate domain pill competition venue. Wuji, please bring your people and follow me. Mo Wuji descended the flying ship and the spacious venue caught his eye. There were many people all around the square and numerous tall buildings by the side. These buildings should only be built recently because it seemed very new. There were all sorts of sects, commercial buildings, and row upon rows of restaurants. Mo Wuji would have thought that he entered a brand new cultivation city if he had no idea this was built from a wilderness. 9 Moons Pillhouse were neither regarded very highly nor too lowly. 9 Moons Pillhouse continued business as usual here and there were still quite a few customers. There was a huge door beside the building which held 9 Moons Pillhouse. Mo Wuji brought the rest to follow behind Jin Shaoke into the huge door. They entered a pretty big courtyard which held over 10 houses. A middle-aged man hurried over to welcome Jin Shaoke as he approached. Lord Shaoke. Jin Shaoke nodded his head and pointed to Mo Wuji and his friends. Steward Bu, these are my good friends. Please prepare 3 houses. Shaoke, you should not be doing this in the future anymore. The houses here are already so cramped up, yet you casually brought a group of people here and asked for 3 houses. You should not be messing around even if you are the young house master of the 9 Moons Pill House. A cold voice interrupted Jin Shaoke's words. Mo Wuji noticed a woman with red phoenix eyes walking over mightily. Jin Shaoke gave a slight smile as he bowed and said, Greetings, second house master. But the red phoenix-eyed woman looked friendlier when she felt Jin Shaoke's politeness. Shaoke, you are no longer a kid. You do know the importance of the 5 elements desolate domain pill competition, yet you only arrived today. Normally I couldn't be bothered when you make friends with dubious people, however, you actually brought these people back to 9 Moons Pill House to occupy the houses? Don't you think this is a little too ridiculous? Mo Wuji sighed in his heart, and as it did not seem like this Master Shaoke would always have the final say in matters here at 9 Moons Pill House. There were still the old and second house master above him. Who knows if there is a third master too? Old master should most likely be Jin Shaoke's father. Seeing how mighty this second house master was acting, Mo Wuji doubted that his stay here would be peaceful. Jin Shaoke's expression changed as he added seriousness in his tone. Second house master, whoever I befriend with is my own problem. Even my family members should not intervene, so please mind your hurtful words. Second house master grunted and was about to continue speaking when they heard an impatient voice. Big brother, why have you only arrived today? How was it? Did you find the person you were looking for? A muscular black-faced man carrying a hammer on his back appeared. Seeing this muscular man, Jin Shaoke revealed yet another smile and then turning to Mo Wuji and said, Wuji, this is my younger brother Jin Xiaoru. Xiaoru, this is Pillmaster Mo and I invited him to represent us in the Five Elements Desolate Domain. Mo Wuji thought to himself, these two brothers are way too different in terms of their looks and mettle. Second Housemaster said bluntly, the people representing Nine Moons Pill House at the Five Elements Desolate Domain Pill Competition were already decided long ago and we are not planning to include any more. Shaoke, now is the crucial period for the competition therefore, I do hope that you can bring your friends to stay at some other hotel so as to not affect our pill refiners' final preparations for the competition. Before Jin Shaoke could speak, Jin Xiaoru's eyes widened and gave the second housemaster a glare. Woman, what do you mean by that? Please explain yourself. Jin Shaoke hurried to hold Jin Xiaoru back and then said to second housemaster, in any case, I am still the young housemaster of Nine Moons Pill House. Am I not even qualified to recommend a pill refiner to participate in the Five Elements Desolate Domain Pill Competition? Big brother is right. We two brothers are definitely going to stay here and what will a woman like you do to us? Jin Xiaoru stomped his foot before shouting. This sentence of his made it sound like as though the second housemaster did not allow the two brothers to stay here. The second housemaster replied, I did not say so. It is not entirely impossible if young housemaster really insist on letting the people you brought over to participate in the pill competition. However, the competition to enter the Five Elements Desolate Domain itself was already difficult and the placings are already so little. Jin Shaoke had a clear thought process as well as great EQ therefore, he knew what the second housemaster was implying. He knew that the second housemaster wanted to use this incident to remove the two brothers' placings into the Five Elements Desolate Domain. He said coldly, since this is the case, we will do as you please. I invited Pillmaster Mo to represent Nine Moons Pill House to participate in the Five Elements Desolate Domain Pill Competition and whether or not he makes the cut, we brothers will not use the Pill House's placings to enter the Five Elements Desolate Domain. Finishing, Jin Shaoke did not bother about the second housemaster anymore and turned to Mo Wuji with a smile, Wuji, whether or not we have a chance to enter the Five Elements Desolate Domain is all dependent on you now. Mo Wuji took a step forward and said, Thank you Jin Xiao for your trust. If I were to win the placings, who decides who gets to go with myself? You would naturally be the one deciding, Jin Xiaoru replied. Mo Wuji wanted to hear this sentence as he needed the second housemaster to hear this. He could feel that there were some tensions between the second housemaster and young housemaster. Let's go, we shall go back to rest now. Steward Bu, please prepare a few clean houses immediately. Jin Shaoke did not bother about the second housemaster as he gave his orders to the steward. He said this sentence with a little bit of aggression such that if the second housemaster still chose to object, he will definitely burst out in anger. Yes, young housemaster, Steward Bu saw that the second housemaster did not object and therefore acknowledged immediately, turned and went to prepare the houses. Steward Bu got things done very swiftly as within a few minutes, Mo Wuji and the rest were allocated their own houses. Mo Wuji would be living alone, Yener and Xiong Xiuzhu staying together while Tao Ao and Fei Bingzhu in another house. Mo Wuji finally managed to settle down as Jin Shaoke entered his room again. Wuji, there isn't really a refiner like you who still brings around his own refining equipment. Jin Shaoke noticed the refining equipment placed by the side by Tao Ao the moment he entered the room. Mo Wuji laughed, ignored his comments about the refining equipment and then asked, Jin Xiao, why is the second housemaster so against you? Jin Shaoke wiped the smile off his face and said grudgingly, Nine Moons Pill House has 3 housemasters. My father is the old master. 10 years ago, my father advanced into the first stage of the heaven realm and then never appeared again. During the early years, second housemaster was still fine until recently when she found out that my father probably failed to advance successfully, her attitude changed. If not for the group of elders who constantly support us brothers, we would not have been able to gain a foothold here at Nine Moons Pill House. In recent years, second housemaster found out that I've been able to further develop my strength, hence choosing to continue picking on me again. This proved that I am not close with any of the pill refiners who will be representing Nine Moons Pill House in the competition. In fact, they are all Tier 3 pill refiners. Even without this incident, I doubt we will have the chance to enter the 5 elements desolate domain after the competition ended. What about third house master? Mo Wuji asked inquisitively as he realized how Jin Shaoke desperate he was to find Mo Wuji for help. Jin Shaoke shook his head. Third house master is only focused on concocting pills and could not be bothered about anything else. This trip to the 5 elements desolate domain, if I can find a precious spiritual herb, there is a high chance I can let my brother enter the heaven-seeking palace. Once he entered the heaven-seeking palace, we would have one brother on the inside and one brother on the outside, and it would be very difficult for second house master to pick on me again. Indeed, every family had their own problems. Mo Wuji did not talk about this topic anymore as he asked, Jin Shao, do you know which station was this heaven-seeking palace located at? What? The moment this sentence came out, Jin Shaoke knew what Mo Wuji was intending to do as he hurried to say, Wuji, you must not keep harboring the thoughts of meeting Granny Linglong. The heaven-seeking palace is not a place anybody could enter. If you were to anger the heaven-seeking palace, even if you have 100 lives, it will not be enough to compensate. No, I have to at least try to make it there. If I don't try, I will always have regrets, Mo Wuji said with a lot of determination, but not now. After the pill competition, because if I were to win the placings, I will definitely be emboldened. Mo Wuji knew clearly that courage alone would not lead to success. If he were to win the placings in the 5 elements desolate domain pill competition, it would at least mean he would have been qualified enough to enter the 5 elements desolate domain. Only if he possessed the qualification to enter the 5 elements desolate domain then would he be eligible to find Granny Linglong. After hearing that Mo Wuji would only go after the competition itself, Jin Shaoke heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to reply Mo Wuji, Jin Shaoru barged in and said, Wuji, let me bring you to a fun place. I am sure you will like it. Where? Mo Wuji looked curiously at Jin Shaoru as he thought that this fellow was a born socializer as he only just met him and had not even had a conversation with him. Regardless, he treated Mo Wuji like an old friend, bringing him around to fun places. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Pill Refiners Interaction Session. Chapter 117, Pill Refiners Interaction Session. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Jin Shaoru happily spoke, isn't the 5 elements desolate domain pill competition about to begin? There are so many pill refiners gathered here already. I heard that one of the pill refiners from the heaven-seeking palace started a pill refining interaction session, and all pill refiners are qualified to take part in it, but... Without waiting for Jin Shaoru to finish, Mo Wuji interrupted out of excitement, you're asking me to join this interaction session? Yes, will you go or not? Mo Wuji immediately agreed without a shred of hesitation, I'll go, of course I'll go. Let's leave right now. Even if it was not an interaction session initiated by the heaven-seeking palace, Missouri Wuji would have went for it anyway. Now that the heaven-seeking palace came into the picture, he naturally wanted to take a look even more. Out of Jin Shaoke's clothes, a green jade token emerged. He handed it to Mo Wuji. Wuji, this is the token for participating in the pill competition. Without this token, Shaoru and you might not be able to enter. When they arrived at the back of the heaven-seeking palace's encampment, Mo Wuji finally understood why the heaven-seeking palace was the speaker of the lost continent. While this square at the outskirts of the 5 elements desolate domain was gigantic, but the sects and people here were numerous too. In reality, every corner of the square was very jam-packed. In this whole picture, the heaven-seeking palace not only took up the best position, but also the centermost position. On top of that, they occupied one of the largest land areas of all the sections. This might have been a temporary location for encampments, but a display of power like this really showed how mightier they were compared to other sects around. So how is it? Let's ask the heaven-seeking sect. If I can obtain a flower of the true gods in the 5 elements desolate domain, I'll also stand a chance to enter the heaven-seeking palace, Jin Shaoru exclaimed. Mo Wuji thought to himself. This guy must really be quite carefree. Unless he's completely sure that he can get a placing? Once he did not get one of the placings, based on the deal between Jin Shaoke and the second housemaster, Jin Xiaoru would have no chance to enter the Five Elements Desolate Domain. Are the two of you here to take part in the Five Elements Desolate Domain Pill Refiner interaction session? Right outside the outermost perimeter of the Heaven-Seeking Palace, a service disciple stopped both of them from progressing any further. By then, Mo Wuji was already very familiar with what kind of person Jin Xiaoru was, and he quickly produced the green jade token. Yes, we are the people taking part from the Nine Moons Pill House. Come in. The disciple just let them in, without looking at Mo Wuji's jade token at all. Jin Xiaoru replied joyfully, "You don't need to hold back." He likely recognized that I'm the young housemaster of the Nine Moons Pill House, so he gave me some face. Hearing this, Mo Wuji became speechless. Jin Xiaoru must have feel quite good about himself. Those outer disciples probably don't recognize them at all, much less Jin Xiaoru. The truth is that no checks were conducted at all, and anyone who was going to the Pill Refiner interaction session was let through. As such, it was obvious that the Heaven-Seeking Palace was rather friendly towards pill refiners participating in the session. After entering the door, there was a sign labeled Pill Refiner Interaction Session with an arrow pointing to the left. Mo Wuji and Jin Xiaoru walked for 30 over meters more, before reaching a broad and tall hall door. Without any prompting, the doors opened before them. There were already hundreds of people inside the hall. Every corner of the hall had various types of fruits, and upon further scrutiny, Mo Wuji discovered that some of them were even Tier 1 spirit fruits. This truly reflected the extent of Heaven-Seeking Palace's wealth. Jin Xiaoru's eyes lit up when he saw these spirit fruits, and he rushed over to start munching down on them. Not bad, these are spirit fruits. Moreover, they're free. Wuji, why don't you come eat a few? With these freebies presented to them, it would have been a waste to not eat any. Jin Xiaoru held this belief, and called for Mo Wuji to join him, while he carried on with his eating spree. A few looks of disdain went their way, but Mo Wuji acted as though he did not see them, and straight up grabbed a spirit fruit to eat. While he could afford to eat this sort of spirit fruit, it was a rare occasion. Other than those that he gave to Yen Er, the majority of them were used to refine pills. As for Jin Xiaoru, even if there were 10,000 people scornfully gazing upon him, he would just act like he's blind. This guy did not know what a disdainful look was, and only cared about eating whatever he liked. After Mo Wuji just finished his first spirit fruit, a great commotion rose in the center of the hall. He went over to take a look out of curiosity. A young man was seemingly giving a lecture on drug theory, and the surrounding people broke into a round of applause. Mo Wuji quickly told Jin Xiaoru, "I'll go over to take a look, carry on eating without me." His reason for coming here was naturally to learn more drug theory, so since there was someone who voluntarily started sharing, he would not miss this opportunity. Squeezing into the crowd, Mo Wuji finally had a clear view of the pill refiner giving the explanation. What puzzled him, however, was that this pill refiner seemed to be about as old as him. He appeared at most 22 or 23 years old, with average looks. However, the man had striking red hair, and a cauldron-shaped mark in the middle of his forehead, which left a deep impression in others. This man was explaining the pros and cons of hand techniques, and their relationship with pill forming. While this was all fine and dandy, it wasn't really useful for Mo Wuji, who was already very well trained in hand and pill techniques. Moreover, his understanding towards how to use the hand and pill techniques was different from what this guy explained. Seeing that the whole crowd encircled this pill refiner to listen to his lecture, all seemingly in a trance, Mo Wuji carefully tugged at the tubby pill refiner beside him to ask, "Who exactly is this pill refiner that's giving everyone a lecture?" The fatty pill refiner was infuriated, as Mo Wuji broke his concentration. But once he heard Mo Wuji's question, the rage was replaced by shock. Eyes wide open, staring at Mo Wuji, he asked, "You're kidding me, you don't even know Cauldron Lord?" Mo Wuji frantically gave the fatty a pat, before whispering, "Brother, I'm not involved in pill refining, so I don't know as much as you do." Please do enlighten me. Hearing that Mo Wuji was not a pill refiner, and also the tone of respect that he spoke with, the fatty was rather satisfied with the explanation. Let me teach you, Cauldron Lord's surname is Zhang. The nonsensical introduction by the fatty almost made Mo Wuji double up in laughter. Thankfully he knew that the fatty was just saying so out of respect for Cauldron Lord, hence he kept it in. Because when he just arrived in this world, he had a cauldron-shaped birthmark on his forehead. The number one pill sect in Tiansheng Empire, the heavenly drug sect, specially came to bring him away. At the same time, he was given the name Zhang Ding. At the age of 10, Cauldron Lord became a Tier 1 mortal pill refiner. At the age of 11, he advanced to a Tier 2 mortal pill refiner. At 13, he reached the level of a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner. And by 14, he was a Tier 4 earth pill refiner. As long as something is related to pill refining, he would pick it up after the most brief of experience. Hence in the pill refining world, everyone calls him Cauldron Lord. At least Mo Wuji finally understood this guy's decorated background. Indeed, he had shone brightly since birth. After the fatty completed his brief introduction, he no longer bothered with Mo Wuji, and turned his attention back at Zhang Ding's lecture on pill refining. As someone who had a cauldron-shaped birthmark, he made Mo Wuji very curious about his insights for pill refining. And these are my insights to hand techniques for pill refining. Ordinary Tier 3 mortal spirit pills can normally be concocted with hand techniques, and even higher quality pills can be produced. However, there's one type of pill, no matter how high your cultivation is, that cannot be concocted with hand techniques. Zhang Ding's words were very convincing, sucking even Mo Wuji in. Cauldron Lord, what kind of pill is that? Someone immediately asked. Zhang Ding nodded, that's a good question. It is the spiritual will pills. A pill that can condense and strengthen spiritual will. Isn't spiritual will something that you can only train after forming the spirit yuan at the nihility god stage? Is this a earth spirit pill? Another person from the crowd followed up. What do you know? I heard that there's a type of Tier 3 mortal spirit pill called the spiritual will pill, but its formula is incomplete at best. Pressing his hands together, Zhang Ding carried on, what this guy just said is quite right. There's indeed a Tier 3 mortal spirit pill for spiritual will. It's called the Spirit Strengthening Pill. Spirit Strengthening Pill's incomplete formula can be found everywhere, but the complete formula has been lost. It is rumored that this pill can allow those below the nihility god stage, and even those below the Yuan Dan stage to condense spiritual will, but a wave of discussion broke out among the crowd, and Zhang Ding continued, the spirit strengthening pill can be considered one of the most valuable out of all Tier 3 mortal spirit pills, possibly even one of the top 3. Mo Wuji thought to himself, who knew the spirit strengthening pill and its formula was so valuable. Luckily he did not show others the spirit strengthening pill formula, otherwise, he would be in a lot of danger. Majority of the pill refiners were disappointed, but at this point, Zhang Ding added on, the loss of the spirit strengthening pill not only restricts all mortal pill refiners, but also imposes a great limit on all cultivators below the nihility god stage. A cultivator with spiritual will and one who does not are on completely different levels. I've heard that in the 5 elements desolate domain of the past, cultivators below the nihility god stage could train their spiritual will. As we can see, if we were to compare cultivators from both areas, those of the lost continent are extremely far behind. Following Zhang Ding's words was a flurry of activity and discussions. Some people even agitatedly declared that they would find the spirit strengthening pill and contribute to the lost continent. This went on for a while, then Zhang Ding used his hands to signal the crowd to quieten down, before raising his voice and declaring in a passionate tone, to make up for the incomplete spirit strengthening pill, I have finally created a pill that can strengthen your hidden spiritual will after many years of research. This pill might not be able to allow you to train spiritual will like the spirit strengthening pill, but with long-term use, you will be able to unknowingly raise the level of your hidden spiritual will. Clap, 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 clap. A round of applause rang out throughout the hall, after which people began asking what the name of this pill was. Cauldron Lord, you are the most talented pill refiner of the younger generation in the Lost Continent, and also the young pill refiner that has made the most contributions to us cultivators. That's right, if it weren't for Cauldron Lord researching on this pill, he could have been a Tier 5 Earth pill refiner by now. Wave after wave of noise was produced by the overly excited crowd, and various pill refiners were becoming more and more excited. Zhang Ding gestured to the crowd to quieten down once again. What a pity. If we are to discuss about the most talented pill refiner of the younger generation, I believe that it should be senior apprentice Sister Mu Ying from Heaven Seeking Palace. She's the role model for my generation, someone who has made real contributions to all. You're still wrong, the pill refiner who has contributed the most is neither you nor me. A crisp and cold voice came from the door, interrupting Zhang Ding abruptly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, The Alchemist with the Greatest Contributions. Chapter 118, The Alchemist with the Greatest Contributions. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Following those words, a lady in a light green dress walked over. Pill Master Mu. Senior Apprentice Sister Mu. As this woman walked over, the crowd of pill refiners dispersed to form a clear path. They all greeted her with a tone of admiration and reverence. Even Zhang Ding clasped his fists and greeted her. Mo Wuji hurried to stand by the side, his heart pounded heavily. This pill master Mu must have been the Mu Ying who Zhang Ding mentioned. What excited Mo Wuji was that this pill master Mu came from the Heaven-Seeking Palace. Moreover, she was even from the Heaven-Seeking Palace Pill Pagoda. If he could get acquainted with her, then it would be much easier to approach Granny Linglong. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji deeply yearned to simply pounce forward and grab Mu Ying's hand and plead her to be his friend. Thereafter, she would help him arrange a date. However, these were mere thoughts. If he really did that, he might not even get to meet Mu Ying ever again. Even worse, his rights to participate in the pill competition might even be revoked. Senior Apprentice Sister Mu, even though your master isn't Granny Linglong, you are able to concoct the channel restoring pill. Not only are you the role model for all pill refiners of a generation, you have also brought fortune to many cultivators with damages to their spirit channels. Of course, I'm referring to the younger generation. Even though Zhang Ding did not directly rebut Mu Ying's words, his words carried some retorts.